He's going to ironbark himself as he dips down to 46%. A swap now over on the Pride. Into execute range. And SD Gaming are going to bring the game back in a surprise fashion. There's the blind. He's going to trinket that right away. Into a bash, though. Softy could still be in a lot of trouble. He comes out in 3 seconds. He breaks away. Is he going to survive? Part of the wall comes out in a miracle play.
Hey, what's up, everybody, and welcome to the North American Qualifier Cup, the very first one of 3 that we're going to be having. My name is Josh Allen, a.k.a. Lore. Joining me here at the caster desk, none other than my good buddy, Elliot Venzel, a.k.a. Venruki. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to these games today. We have 8 of the best teams from the North American region trying to get the first 2 spots to the North American regionals.
Yep, and of course we have also here today, joining us a little bit later will be Sid Compston, a.k.a. Supatees, as well as Jared Colston, a.k.a. VHEL, just rounding out this awesome caster lineup we've got going on here today. So real quick, I guess we're going to go ahead and take a look at the rules here as we get started. It's very similar, if you followed last year, very similar rule set. The first game is always going to be on the Grand Arena, and that's a blind comp pick, which means that neither team really knows for 100% certain exactly what they're going to be facing until those doors open. Following that first game, any of the subsequent games, the team that lost the previous game will be able to pick the map. The team that won the previous game is going to declare their composition, and then the losing team will have the opportunity to sort of counter comp and pick into whatever the winning team chose. Gives the loser a little bit of an advantage to try and claw their way back in since we are playing so many best of 5 series here today.
Yeah, and that does mean that the team that wins the first match is going to have an advantage going into the last game, assuming it goes to all 5 games. Taking a look at the maps that the teams will be able to select today, of course, we will be starting on the Grand Arena. The other 5 maps we have, teams will be able to select, like you were saying, based on what composition they feel like the other team's running and whatever they will have the best advantage in. So some maps are bigger, some maps are smaller, and that plays to the favor of certain compositions.
Yeah, definitely. And if you've been following WoW as an esport for a while, or even just playing Arena, this map pool is going to be pretty apparent to you. It is the same map pool that we've had for a long time. I'm pretty excited for the new maps coming in Legion, but this is what we're going with for now. And of course, it's not just spots at BlizzCon that are available here at the regionals, I should say. They're going to hope for eventually BlizzCon, but the top 2 teams will be advancing to the Americas regionals, as well as taking their share of this total $6,000 prize pool. Everybody in the round of 8 is getting at least a little bit of money. Starting at that 5th through 8th place, they'll get $200. If you come in 3rd or 4th, you'll get $500. Second place gets $1,200, and from there, it's a pretty big step up to $3,000. That's a difference of $1,800 for winning that final series.
Yeah, of course, every single one of these teams is going to want to win that $3,000, but of course, the main objective for all of these teams is to get those 2 spots to regionals, of course.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, we're going to take a look at the schedule here for the day, just so you guys have an idea of what's to come. Our first game is going to be in the losers round 11, followed by second game also in the losers round 11. We're just checking out the last 2 teams that are going to be going into the remaining bracket throughout the rest of the day. Those are going to be at 2:15 and then at 3 o'clock, of course, Eastern time. Following that, at 3:45, we have the winners semifinals 1, and after that, the losers quarterfinals 1, and then moving on from there, we will have the winners semifinals 2, losers quarterfinals 2, losers semifinals, the winner bracket finals, and then that will lead into the losers finals, and then of course the grand finals starting at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And again, that is Eastern time, so please do convert those times into your local time zone if needed.
Yeah, and that does mean we have a tremendous amount of games for you guys today. I honestly couldn't pick a team that was going to win. Looking at all the different teams we have today, all of them are so good, they're so versatile that these games are just going to be so close. Taking a look at the bracket really quick, of course, you can see that some of these games have been played off of the stream today. We saw Temple Storm best Splice 3-1. Northern Gaming Black beating Soar Gaming 3-0, so they advanced as well. Team Method beating Team Jennings 3-2, very close games, as well as 2 Reds beating Northern Gaming Red. So those are the teams that advanced, and of course all the teams that lost will be playing in the round of 11, losers round of 11. Yeah,
definitely. They're not actually shown on this bracket, but there are games upcoming. In fact, the first couple games we're going to be playing will be feeding into those losers quarterfinals that you can see on the right side over there, and that of course will be Northern Gaming Red versus Team Jennings. and following that will be Soar Gaming versus Splice, I believe, is the other match. So
absolutely,
yeah, lots of games coming up here today at the MLG studio here in beautiful New York. We've gotten a chance a little bit to check out New York. I haven't been here in like 20 years, so it was cool to like wander around and see the city again and everything. It's been amazing being here so far, and now we get to play some World of Warcraft. So what better way to spend a weekend?
Yeah, exactly. What better way indeed. And I believe we're actually going to be moving into commercial, and then when we get back, we'll be getting right into the games.
All right, guys, welcome back here to the MLG studio in New York. We are just getting ready for our first match of the day, which is going to be Northern Gaming Red versus Team Jennings. These two teams, there's a lot of history between the players on these two teams. We've seen a lot of them before, and in fact, we will be getting to this match here very, very soon, as the queue is just now coming up, so it's not going to be too much longer. Taking a look at these teams, Northern Gaming Red, of course, Roasty, Cubsy, Sam I Am, and Asper. And then looking at Team Jennings, that's Veladu, Trill TKO, Sykesy, and Wong. These are some very, very well-known names, and in fact, I had a chance to give a little bit of a prediction earlier that we can talk to you guys about here a little bit in just a second. Personally, for me, I'm kind of leaning towards Northern Gaming Red here. We've seen a lot of upsets in this series, or excuse me, in this tournament so far, so it's tough to really give a 100% firm prediction. But the biggest reason I'm leaning towards Northern Gaming Red is just because we know that Roasty and Cubsy, they play so well together. We saw them just sort of plowing their way through regionals last year, the North American regionals, and also moving on to BlizzCon. They did very, very well at BlizzCon as well. So I kind of give them a little bit of an advantage here, but we'll have to see if Team Jennings can come up with a response to it.
It's going to be hard for them, for sure. Northern Gaming Red does have that Mage, Boomkin, Paladin comp available, and that is what they are going to be running today. Team's Jennings, of course, going to be running that DK Feral Paladin, running in immediately, actually. Valido taking a little bit of damage right off the gate. Cubsy actually getting stranged as well as stunned. So he's going to be taking a little damage, popping that Aura Mastery, getting some heals onto himself, and he's going to be okay throughout this opener.
Yeah, Cubsy now caught into a full Fist of Justice, though. That's locking him down for quite some time. He does have his Save by the Light proc, but it's just so much damage. He's going to have to go ahead and use his Divine Shield early on, and that's very, very important for Team Jennings with their composition. They need to be able to force out cooldowns from Northern Gaming Red as much as possible, and they got several of them there off of Cubsy.
Yeah, it's going to be all about Valido and Sykesy rotating onto Cubsy as well as Wong pushing in and getting those clutch hodges. Very, very important, and eventually Cubsy will run out of cooldowns. It's going to be up to him throughout this game to rotate his cooldowns appropriately. Asper and Samayam, of course, having to spam out those defensive crowd controls, Polymorph as well as Cyclone as much as they can to slow down the damage. Asper actually using his Celestial Alignment. Doesn't look like they're able to get too much done. Incarnation as well, Berserk about to fade from Sykesy, so that was his major cooldowns. Cubsy going to go ahead and throw out another bop. He has one bop left. Stoneform's going to be up in 10 seconds, and those are the only cooldowns he really has left.
Yeah, no Trinket for quite some time. Wong used his Trinket a little bit earlier too, but it's going to be up in about a minute. So Team Jennings, if they can keep up this pressure, might actually be able to pull out a win here. Of course, Sykesy now caught into that full Fist of Justice. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Wong's going to reply by using his Divine Shield to be able to force out some healing. There's the Execution sentence coming out on Sykesy as well. So now they're going to turn it back around. Cubsy caught in that Fist of Justice. Now the Strangulate, he's going to have to pop his Avenging Wrath. It's going to increase his healing fairly dramatically, also using his Stone Form there. And that's the last... So no, excuse me, he does have one Blessing of Protection available, so he will have that cooldown available. But if Team Jennings keeps up this pressure, it might not even matter.
Yeah, Cubsy needs to get away down to 30% HP, trying to kite the best he can. 10% HP, 2% HP, can't get any healings on himself, and he does go down. That was such a close game. If Cubsy was able to escape right there, Team Jennings was in a lot of trouble. Wong, Sykesy, Valido had no cooldowns left. That was their last chance, and they did it. They pulled through in sort of an upset, I feel.
Yeah, it's definitely surprising. A lot of times we think, like we look at this and we say, okay, Northern Gaming, they have the composition that should just be able to straight up beat any cleave composition that they're up against, because Team Jennings, they're all about just that constant pressure, just being able to put out constant pressure. And Northern Gaming has a lot of different ways to deal with that. But the pressure from Team Jennings in that game was just so nonstop and so ridiculous that at a certain point, you're having to use too many cooldowns all at once just to be able to survive through it.
Yeah, like that's the way they need to rotate their cooldown. So you saw Jeff push in right away. Sorry, not Jeff. Valido push in right away.
Yeah.
He got the Strangulate onto Cubsy. He had to use his Aura Mastery, and out of that Aura Mastery, they got the stuns on him, so he wasn't able to fully take advantage of that Aura Mastery and actually top himself off. Yeah. After that, they got Save with the Light proc. He was forced to use his Bubble right away, and I just feel like Cubsy had to use too many cooldowns too early on in the game, and perhaps maybe next game, Sam and Asper need to use some more offensive cooldowns to sort of force them to play a little bit more passive.
Yeah, definitely. You can kind of be caught off guard a little bit sometimes in these the first game of the series, where maybe they just weren't expecting that amount of pressure, but then going into the next match, they'll be able to be a little bit more ready for it, a little bit more prepared for it. They go, okay, we know what these guys are capable of. Maybe go with the bigger cooldowns first to survive that initial burst instead of trying to hold on to the bigger ones and use just the little ones early on. There's lots of different ways that they can try to react to that situation. Of course, the map choice will be a big factor of this as well, because it will be Northern Gaming's map pick. And where do you think they'll go from here?
I do believe Northern Gaming will go to a big map, something like Tolveron Arena, where they have a lot of opportunity to kite. Cubsy's going to be able to use those freedoms to just run in a straight line and get as much distance as possible from Valido and Sykesy.
Yeah, we saw in that last match. That's a really good point, because as we saw in that at the very end of that last match, he actually died to damage over time effects. He was completely out of line of sight at that point. If he'd have been able to get just a little bit further away, a little bit earlier on, that could have been a whole lot of difference for him, because he would have been able to have just thrown any sort of heal to be able to survive through that damage over time.
Another big part of the game is I feel like Samayam and Asper, they need to stop them from getting to Cubsy so early on in the game. Just you saw them immediately rush in. They were able to get the Strangulate, get the Hodge without really any punishment. So
yeah, we saw a couple of really good Cyclones coming out early on in that series that I thought was really going to be sort of influencing the tone of the game a lot more, where we saw some Cyclones coming out from Cubsy, just able to, you know, you just throw a random Cyclone at Valido or throw a random Cyclone at Sykesy, whoever he feels like, just to keep them from doing damage for a little bit. And I think more stuff like that could really help them quite a big deal, because obviously if you're Cyclone, you're not doing any damage. So
Yeah, that being said, though, Team Jennings was at the do-or-die moment. Like I said, if they didn't kill Cubsy there, they were going to be in a lot of trouble. They had no more cooldowns left to rotate through, and once your Paladin has no bubble, no trinket, no really anything, no defensive cooldowns to sort of fall back on, you just get CC'd indefinitely. You get Polymorph, Frostjaw, Bash, Cyclone, and it's just really hard as a Holy Paladin to deal with that sort of incoming CC and damage in this specific matchup.
Yeah. So we will be getting into this next match as soon as possible here, just as soon as these teams have declared their compositions and everything. Do you think we're going to see a comp swap at all going into this next one, or do you think we're going to see pretty much the same thing here?
Well, Team Jennings only can run 2 different compositions right now. They can run Windwalker DK Paladin as well as the Feral DK Paladin. I think of the 2 options, I mean, it's no surprise to Team Jennings what Northern Gaming Red is going to be running, so I'm sure they are running the best comp that they feel is possible. I mean, maybe next game if they lose again, they'll... Or actually, they won. Yeah, they won. So, I mean, there's no reason for them to change. I don't think Northern Gaming Red is also going to change. Of course, their Mage Boomkin Paladin, I feel like, is the best composition they have available for these setups.
Yeah, we did just get confirmation, by the way, that the next map has been chosen, and it will be Tolveron Arena. So like you were saying, a much larger map, much larger pillars as well on Tolveron, so that even if you're already at the pillar, there's a lot more distance that you can run and hide, and it just takes longer for the enemy team to reconnect, especially for a melee-based cleave like Team Jennings. So
especially a Death Knight.
Yeah.
Like if you're a Paladin and you're freedom away, if Valido doesn't get the clutch dispels he needs, it's going to be a nightmare for him to chase across the large distance there is between the 2 pillars to actually get back onto Cubsy.
Yeah, definitely a very, very... I've played a lot of melee cleaves in my time, and every time Tolveron came up, I was always just like, I guess we lose this one. Like, it's just a tough one to try to reconnect on. So, yeah, that's going to be rough for Team Jennings. And like you were saying, they were kind of at that do-or-die moment. So they've gotten themselves that first map advantage by winning on the Grand Arena. But this is an easy one for Northern Gaming to turn around if they can just sort of like refocus themselves, don't let themselves get too much on tilt. Just say, okay, that was weird, that was a fluke. That's fine. We're just going to go in and just destroy the crap out of them for the next
and that
couple of
happens.
games.
And like I said, I think that was a very close game. We might even see, I think, Team Jennings perhaps using a different strategy because of the bigger map. They might want to play a little bit more safe. That is hard, too, as well. I think if you're not constantly putting pressure onto this Mage Moonkin Paladin composition, they have so much damage. They also have so many cooldowns they can rotate through, and it just becomes really hard to get pressures. And at that point, I think Team Jennings, if they decide to use sort of a defensive strategy, they'll be focusing on Northern Gaming Red making mistakes, and I don't think a team like that is going to make many of them.
Yeah, we will be getting in this match here. Like I said, very shortly. We are getting the queue going right now. We will be moving on to Tolveron Arena. We will find out these compositions as soon as they are. They have been locked in, but I'm not sure exactly what they are. But it does look like, so far, based on what we're seeing, it looks like it's going to be the same. Yes, in fact, it is going to be the same 2 compositions again. So it'll be the Feral DK versus that Mage Moonkin Paladin composition.
Yep. The exact same thing. We're going to have to see if Cyfoxy and Valido decide to charge in, get aggressive on a Cubsy again, or if they're going to play sort of a more defensive strategy.
Yeah, like how would you play this more defensively as Feral DK? I feel like it kind of revolves around trying to get like Death Grip, follow up a whole bunch of stuns on him right away.
Well, basically, I think what you would do is you would just sit at a pillar, you really focus on Valido using his Death Grip, they can get bashes on the target, they can get Hodges on the target, and just really take advantage of anyone in Northern Gaming Red overextending.
Yep, so here we are now in the game. The gates will be opening in about 10 seconds. This is going to be Game 2 between Northern Gaming Red and Team Jennings. Of course, this is a lower bracket series, so whoever loses this overall series will be eliminated from this first Qualifier Cup. They will have the opportunity to attempt to qualify in later cups as well, so they're not out of it entirely. But Valido actually just going hard right off the bat and actually going to end up having to use his AMS already, possibly actually trying to bait that out. He got a whole bunch of runic power out of that.
Oh, that's such a good opener for Northern Gaming Red. They got the root beam immediately onto Wong. Valido already forced a little bit defensive, finally able to connect on a Cubsy who gets hodged up at the moment. I believe he already got Strang. He used Aura Mastery on that as well, but this time is a lot better for him. His Saber of the Light didn't proc, he didn't have to bubble, so already a much better opener. Stampeding Roar coming out from Asper, so he's able to easily cross the map. And this is the distance we were talking about. It's going to be very hard for Valido and Sykesy to actually reconnect onto Cubsy with this positioning.
Yeah, and Sandman was actually doing a great job. He kept Valido locked down with that Polymorph for the entirety of his Pillar of Frost, and now Wong actually having to use his Divine Shield just to keep some healing out onto Sykesy. Sykesy is just under so much pressure right now. They're trying to keep the damage up on Cubsy, but he's just going to go ahead and use a Blessing of Protection along with his Avenging Wrath. Those are the first couple of cooldowns he's had to use the entire game. Northern Gaming Red is just looking so strong right now.
Yeah, Wong actually has no defensive cooldowns left. He does have his Avenging Wrath, but he has no Trinket and no Bubble. Psyche's in a lot of trouble right now. He does have one charge left of Survival Instincts. He might have to use it here. Wong just getting spam CC'd over and over. The DR Polymorph going to be coming in from Samayam onto Wong. Psyche's in a lot of trouble. Wong has no way to get out of this. They can follow up the CC chain. That is the Frost Shot. Ore Mastery coming out, gets deeped on it, and Psyche is going to go down, and that was just a non-stop, endless CC chain, and Northern Gaming Red did exactly what they said. They created that distance. They immediately started off with that pressure, and it was just such a nightmare for Wong, Psyche, and Velito to get any sort of pressure that game.
Yeah, basically, as soon as Wong's Trinket was on cooldown, that was it. Like, as soon as his Trinket and his Divine Shield, I should say, as soon as they were on cooldown, that was the end of it, because Samayam was just keeping him polymorphed. There was the Frostjaw, the Polymorph, the Cyclones, just never-ending crowd control on Wong at that point. And when you literally cannot heal somebody, it turns out eventually they're going to die. So.
Yeah, especially when you're fighting Moonkin and a Mage, which do very high DPS to begin with.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that was pretty much what we were expecting based on the map pick. It will now be Team Jennings' map pick, and so I would say they're going to go the opposite direction. They're going to go for a much, much closer map, maybe like a Dalaran Sewers, maybe like a Ruins of Lordaeron, something like that. Do you think... So I'm kind of leaning towards one of those two. What are your thoughts on that?
I think you're 100% right. I think on the larger maps, it's just way too hard for them to connect onto Cubsy. So they want the smaller maps so they can get the Hodges on cooldown, they can get the Strangulate on cooldown, and Psyche as well as Velito can stay on top of Cubsy, which is going to be their key to win. They're on a time limit. If they're not forcing a lot of cooldowns and from Cubsy during Wong's cooldowns, like his Trinket, his Wings, his Bubble, they're just going to fall behind, and eventually they just don't get healed like we saw that last game.
Yeah, the question for me is between Ruins of Lordaeron and Dalaran Sewers as Feral DK. Obviously, they're both very, very close together. There's a lot more line of sight opportunity on the Dalaran Sewers map because there's the boxes and everything. There's a little bit of that on Ruins of Lordaeron, but it's a much more open map overall. I kind of feel like that might be the direction they want to go here, is towards Ruins of Lordaeron. Apparently, I can't speak today. I apologize for that.
It's the beginning of the gas. It's all good, man.
Got to shake that rust off a little bit. Just get that off, and we'll be good to go in about an hour here. But yeah, we will be getting into this next map here very, very soon. And I believe I'd actually like to double check if one of our production staff can verify this for me, but I believe that this is also a best of 5. I know that all of the follow-up match. Okay, yes, so this is best of 5. It's going to be all best of 5 through the entire day today. So that means we've got at least 2 more games ahead of us here in this series.
Yeah, I do believe the map has been locked in. We do have Dalaran Sewers. Excellent. I like the map. The problem with the Ruins of Lordaeron is it's sort of a double-edged sword. Although it's a smaller map where they can easily get the Hodges and stuff like that, it also puts Wong in a position where he basically has no line of sight either. So once the CC sets in, it never ends, and he has to go through his Trinket as well as his Bubble so early on, especially if his DPS want to get aggressive and push into the small starting rooms where Cubsy will most likely be hanging out.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Obviously, like Velito and Psyche would really love to be on a just completely open map with no line of sight anywhere whatsoever, because then they can just stick on their targets as much as they want. But they have to remember that they've got a healer who needs to be able to hide from the just never-ending CC that Team Northern Gaming is available or has available to them. So I think it's a smart map choice.
Yeah, it's funny too. A lot of this matchup comes down to early on, Velito actually getting the dispels onto the Freedom. If Cubsy doesn't have Freedom, they can easily stick on him. If his Freedom sticks for longer than 2 or 3 globals, he's gone with Stampeding Roar. He's across the map, and you're not going to be able to reconnect to him for quite some time. And you're going to be punished because of that.
Yep, so this match will be starting here very, very shortly. We do have the same compositions locked in once again. Of course, that's going to be Northern Gaming Red on the right side of your screen, with Samayam playing Mage, Asper playing Boomkin, and Cubsy playing the Holy Paladin. Then Team Jennings has got Psyche on the Feral Druid, Velidou on the Death Knight, and then Wong playing that Holy Paladin as well. Got about 20 seconds here that this match is going to be opening. The doors are going to be opening, and this match will be getting underway.
Of course, this is Team Jennings' map pick. The series is tied 1-1 right now. Both of these teams, of course, trying to get to 3 as fast as possible. We're going to have to see if the same thing happens, where Northern Gaming Red can sort of deny the opener of Team Jennings, or if they'll be able to reconnect onto Cubsy immediately and start forcing out those cooldowns.
Yep, so here we go. Looks like Veludu wants to get right in there. He wants to be super aggressive. We'll probably see his anti-magic shell coming out here very shortly, help him build up some of that runic power, and there it is coming out. They did manage to get a beam down onto, looked like it was onto Wong. I'm actually not sure who that beam was on just a second ago, but that sort of forced them to get a little bit more aggressive here. Now, Sykesy caught into that Fist of Justice. He's caught in cap form. He could just go down right here, but no, Wong is going to be able to get out of CC for just a second. He had to use his trinket there, and now without that trinket available, that's just such bad news for Team Jennings right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Cubsy now finally being connected to. The full maim coming out onto him. Divine Protection is popped. He hasn't used any other defensive cooldowns, hovering around 45% HP. Going to have to use his Aura Mastery. Sample the Light proccing on him as well. So Valido as well as Sykesy able to force some cooldowns onto Cubsy. Of course, Sykesy still has his Incarnation as well as his Berserk, so they do have those crazy offensive cooldowns for when they need them. Cubsy's still trying his best to get away. Gets the Stampeding Roar as well as the Freedom. He's going to be behind the pillar, spamming out those heals on himself, getting the shields up. As we're getting swapped to, though, Bob coming out from Cubsy onto him immediately, as well as Barkskin having to be popped. So the Valido and Sykesy switching up their strategy a little bit, able to damage Asper as well as Cubsy.
Yeah, I think they're actually trying to play a little bit more defensive right now, just so that Wong can sort of hang on to his bubble for as long as possible. He's now caught into that root solar beam, which is going to restrict his ability to cast any spells, but that is going to wear off. He's going to be able to get out of there, and now it looks like Valido and Sykesy are going hard onto Cubsy again. Now, they've actually now forced out the Divine Shield from Cubsy, so that's actually now more cooldowns out for Northern Gaming, but that is going to, the follow-up pressure onto Sykesy is going to force out the Divine Shield from Wong. He's got 45 seconds left on his trinket, so that means that he's very, very susceptible to any form of crowd control for the next about now 36 seconds.
Yeah, Cubsy actually caught into a full Hodge. He has no response for this. He can't bop himself out of it, so now that he's finally out of it, he does have bop available. He's going to have that Stone Form as well for when the Strangulate comes in from Valido. Asper's still taking a lot of damage, though. Cubsy trying his best to get the heals out, but now Team Jennings is in a situation where they have no more defensive cooldowns. Wong's trinket is up in 18 seconds. They need to hold on that long. Once Wong has his trinket, they can get aggressive again, because he'll be able to actually get out those heals. Strangulate is up for Valido. Cubsy, of course, going to be saving his Stone Form for that. Both teams sort of at a standstill at the moment. Valido taking a little bit of damage. Asper and Sam I am just making it very difficult for them to reconnect onto Cubsy, but Asper taking a lot of damage. Actually, the Barkskin coming out from him, down to 30% HP. Save with the Light proc, and Cubsy caught into that full Hodge. A Strangulate coming in. Stone Form immediately coming out. Asper trying his best to get away. Actually, a weird little grip thing went on there. Asper went to Cubsy. Cubsy went right to Valido, so they're trying to get pressure onto everyone. Sykesy now caught into the full Hodge, though. Save with the Light proccing on him, down to 20% HP. Survival Instinct comes out. Wong actually using his trinket and immediately getting Cyclone on that. Sykesy needs to do his best to get away. His Nature's Vigil is up. He's going to be healing himself a little bit from that. Cubsy's mana not looking good, though. Still 2 minutes away from dampening, already down to 20% mana. Yeah,
Team Jennings is actually doing a great job sort of clawing their way back in here. They are once again in trouble because Wong does not have his trinket or his Divine Shield available. Velido actually dripped really low there for just a second. The AMS comes out, but is it going to be enough? He's going to just be taking chunks of damage right now from Asper with those Star Surges coming in as well. He's dipping super low and going to actually have to get over here out of line of sight. Does Wong even have the healing to keep him up through all of this damage? He's dipping so low, but it looks like he is going to be able to stabilize at this point. They're going to try and turn it around onto Samaya, maybe try to get an Ice Block out from him, unless he's running. I actually didn't see if he was running Evanescence or not. I wouldn't expect him to be, but maybe. You never know at this point. But Samayam is going to be just fine for the time being, and now they're turning it back around again onto Wong. There's that Polymorph coming out. He's going to get the follow-up Polymorph and that Frost Job, but they just don't have the follow-up pressure onto Velidu or Sykesy right now to actually make use of that. Yeah,
this is not a spot you want to be in as Team Jennings. You have to play super defensive. Asper actually has his Celestial alignment. Samayam just did use his Icy Vein, so he's not going to have that offensive cooldown, but they need to be horrified of Asper's Celestial alignment. Wong, of course, does have his Avenging Wrath, but if he's crowd controlled, he's not going to be able to get too much use out of that. So I suspect that Team Jennings is going to play a very defensive game until Wong's trinket comes up, but it doesn't look like Northern Gaming Red is going to allow that. Wong immediately caught into that full Polymorph. Sykesy dangerously low right now. Celestial alignment has been popped by Asper, but Asper taking a lot of damage too. Actually using his Barkskin Aura Mastery coming out from Cubsy, trying to do the best he can to keep him up. Everyone on Northern Gaming Red is dangerously low. Asper down to 9% HP, 2% HP. Cubsy's Wings comes out, but it's not enough, and Asper is going to go down. Team Jennings taking the third game of the series, up 2-1 now. It's got to be a very good position to be in as Team Jennings.
Yeah, what a great series to start the day off with. This is back and forth, and it is not going at all how I expected. It actually looked like at that last push there was a moment like we were watching Wong, and he got caught into the Deep Freeze, caught into the Polymorph, and then the follow-up polymorph just didn't land. He got interrupted on it, or just he missed it or something. I'm not sure what exactly caused that. I kind of missed that point. But as soon as that follow-up polymorph didn't land, Wong was able to get out his wings. He was able to get out an execution sentence. Suddenly, Sykesy was totally fine, and Northern Gaming was just not ready for Sykesy to just suddenly turn around and put a whole ton of pressure into Asper. And then Asper just took a chunk of damage, and it was just too much for them to deal with.
Well, that's what happens when you push in as a team like Northern Gaming Red. When you use your Blink and you use your Stampede and Roar and you use your Displacement to get in and push in and get CC, all of a sudden, if your follow-up CC isn't landing, you have no defensive cooldowns to escape. All your gap closers or your escapes are gone. So they take a lot of pressure from a comp like Frosty K, Feral Druid, Paladin, and that sort of aggressive push can turn around on you very quickly.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed with how Team Jennings is playing in this matchup. We were talking even before the match started in the little commercial break. We were talking and saying basically like there's no reason that Team Jennings should be on the back foot for this whole thing, because they are playing that melee cleave composition that the Mage Moonkin is just so good at dealing with overall. But Team Jennings, they're just finding a way to make those windows happen, make that pressure come out, and they're just completely tearing apart Northern Gaming as soon as Northern Gaming makes even the slightest mistake. So
yeah, it's
been
very
a great
impressive.
series.
I mean, this is kind of a surprise to me, but that is, once again, those are the two map choices for Team Jennings. So they did get their two small maps? No, they didn't. That was their one small map, right? So they still have Runes of Lordran left if they do lose this next game. What map do you think is going to be picked by Northern Gaming Red next?
We actually got confirmation of that already. It's going to be Tiger's Peak, which I find kind of surprising. I was almost expecting like a Blade's Edge or something like that with a little bit more ability to hide out of line of sight, or maybe... yeah, I guess Tiger's Peak would be the other option for them to really go for at this point, because they've already taken Tolveron, and obviously Nagrand was the first map. So I guess they just didn't want to deal with the sort of up and down that vertical axis on a map like Blade's Edge. They want to go for something a little bit more standard, like Tiger's Peak. We'll have to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, running from the central pillars to the platforms creates a lot of distance as well. Something I've seen teams do in the past is playing like the starter rooms. Once you're in the starter rooms, all of a sudden it becomes a nightmare for the healer to push in and actually heal melee. Like if you have a Feral Druid and a Death Knight in there, Wong's going to have to get off his pillar, and then the endless CC begins. So they could do something like that as well.
Yeah. So we will find out here very, very shortly as soon as this match starts. We are getting composition choices locked in at this point just to make sure that there's no crazy shenanigans going on. Of course, our admin team. By the way, big props to GCD TV who have been running the adminning for these qualifiers so far. It's been just absolutely flawless so far, and those guys just do amazing work. So really, really super happy to have them running the adminning for our qualifiers this year again as well.
And of course, leading up to this point, we had a lot of teams play. How many was it?
It was
hundreds, right?
Yeah, it was around 150 total teams from memory. I don't remember the exact number, but it was something like that. We had to have a round of 256. That's how many teams there were.
That's unbelievable. A lot of teams signed up for this tournament. Of course, these are the top 8 teams from all those teams. So some of the best teams in North America, if not the best teams in North America, qualified for this tournament. Yeah,
and it's been really great to see too, like just following the brackets as they've been filling out. A lot of just new blood coming into the scene as well. That's so healthy for a growth of an esport, is just seeing all these new players coming in, giving it a shot. Obviously, we in this roundup, we have a lot of very, very familiar names in this round of 8. But 2 of these teams are going to qualify. And then in the next couple of qualifiers, who knows, we could be seeing some people coming through the qualifying cups that we've just never even seen play before. And that's really, really exciting to me. I love seeing new people and just like, how do they play? What's their style? How does this work?
Well, we've seen tales like that before, where sort of unknown players and unknown teams, sign up for tournaments and they do well. And because of that, I mean, Snuts is a great example. Snuts' team, he played with Massive in Brogo, and they ended up, I think they were playing RLD, and they qualified through an online tournament to get flown out to an MLG event. I think Complexity picked them up. And that was like his way into the limelight, and how he sort of began his legend in World of Warcraft. Yeah, and nowadays he's like one of the most well-known players in World of Warcraft. So really, really cool to see stories like that. We are just getting a little bit of the team using a little bit of their delay time right now, just to make sure that they can discuss their composition, which is interesting to me, because if they're thinking about changing a composition up, what do you think they might go towards? Because obviously this is going to be Northern Gaming Red's choice. They're going to be the no, excuse me. They were the map choice. So now it will be Team Jennings that has the opportunity to switch up their composition first.
do you think they could change anything? Like, they do have that Windwalker available to them. Do you think they're going to bring in the Windwalker for Tiger's Peak?
I think
it would make sense thematically.
I think the only way, I don't know. So basically what's going to happen, Northern Gaming Red is going to be able to select their composition first, right? They have to decide if they want to keep running that Moonkin Mage Paladin, right? Or if they want to switch.
No, Northern Gaming Red. Hang on, let me make sure I'm remembering this correctly. Northern Gaming Red lost the last match. Team Jennings won the last match.
Yeah, so Northern Gaming has the advantage.
They have the map advantage.
Oh, yes.
And then they will counter comp. So Northern Gaming will pick the map.
You're right.
Team Jennings will lock in their composition, and then Northern Gaming will lock in their composition. So Team Jennings has the opportunity to try and guess, like, at this point, basically.
Yeah, sometimes it gets a little confusing. Team Jennings, I think they're running the best comp they can. I think Feral Druid, Frost DK, Paladin is going to be good pretty much against everything that Northern Gaming Red can run. And that's why Northern Gaming Red is sort of forced to run this Mage Boonkin Paladin. Yep,
and it does look like, we obviously saw a brief glimpse of it there. It does look like they're going to be going with those same compositions yet again. So no shenanigans at this point in time. Nothing crazy. We're not bringing out that Windwalker just yet. I really want to see the Windwalker. That's why I'm kind of pulling for that right now. I love watching Windwalkers play.
Me too.
But it is going to be the Feral DK Paladin going up against the Mage Moonkin Paladin once again. And the gates are just about to open. We'll be getting in this match here very, very shortly. And there we are.
Once again, I think it's going to come down to the opener, but as we saw last game, Team Jennings was able to play sort of a defensive game. At some point in that game, it worked out very well for them. Wong immediately caught into that root beam. Valito having to use his AMS immediately. Cubsy getting strangulated, deciding not to use his Aura Mastery. Abs was just going to have that Blessing of Sacrifice on himself as well as that Barkskin. So looks like a little bit of a different tactic coming up from Team Jennings. They are going to be focusing on rushing down Asper. Asper's Barkskin is going to be fading. Cubsy's still in that Hodge, has all his defensive cooldowns available if he needs them. Might be popping his wings out of this to try to get some more healing out. Wong caught into a Cyclone right now as well, has all his defensive cooldowns wings up for him right now, but he's not able to get too much use out of it, although his entire team is topped. Sykes still hasn't used his Incarnation or Berserk, so they do have those cooldowns available as well.
Yeah, it's nice that they're hanging out of those cooldowns. They're just looking for a good opportunity because Northern Gaming has been doing a great job so far just disrupting everything as much as possible and making sure that that Team Jennings doesn't have an opportunity to really go as hard as they want to. But now the Berserk and the Incarnation are coming out from Sykesy, and he's just trying to put out, and this is exactly what I was saying just a second ago, Sykesy, excuse me, is just having a hard time really even connecting on everything. Northern Gaming doing a great job of just keeping him slowed, keeping him crowd controlled. Like, he can shift out of those slows, but if he's just spending all of his time shifting out of slows, he's not actually doing anything else. So they've done a great job. Now he finally gets a chance to connect onto Cubsy and put a little bit of damage into him. There's the Strangulate. He's going to get, actually not sure how that Strangulate came off of him. That was very quick that it came off of him right there. Cubsy able to get a couple of heals onto himself. Must have been his Aura Mastery or something, and I just missed him actually casting it.
Yeah, so he did use his Aura Mastery there. He does have his Trinket, his Bubble, his Stone Form, as well as that Hand of Protection left for him. So Cubsy sitting very pretty at the moment. Asper does have his Barkskin up. Still has Celestial Alignment as well. Wong only really having his PvP Trinket available. Sykesy's worked through all his defensive cooldowns. Cubsy taking a little bit of damage right now, but he does have a lot of cooldowns to work through. Save of the Light, of course, not going to be available for him, but he's able to sort of maintain himself, gets the freedom, gets away. Valito actually gripping him back. Very nice grip by him before he gets out of line of sight, but Cubsy able to get out some heals. The Word of Glory coming out onto him. He's going to be able to spam heals on himself, and Valito having a very hard time reconnecting.
Yeah, I feel like Team Jennings has to start playing it a lot safer right now. They just don't have the cooldowns available to really afford to go in too hard right now. They're trying to go after Cubsy, though, getting super aggressive right now. Cubsy's still, he did actually use his Trinket right there, but he does still have his Divine Shield available if he needs it, but the counter pressure
Sykesy's in a lot of trouble. Yeah, the Hodge going out onto him right now. Wong caught into CC, and Sykesy's going to get exploded and goes down. I think that was the Celestial Alignment coming out from Asper, or he had just used it. Just too much pressure coming out from Northern Gaming Red, but they're going to be able to tie up the series 2-2. And now it is Team Jennings' map pick, and that is the advantage of winning the first game, is going into the fifth and final game, they get to select the map that they want.
Yeah, and I feel like we're absolutely going to see Ruins of Lordaeron as their map pick here. They're not going to... I mean, they could go Blade's Edge. There's an argument to make for Blade's Edge, but I think that Ruins of Lordaeron is just a much more straightforward choice for them in this situation. It's a much closer map. It's a little bit more open than maybe they would like. We were talking about that earlier, in that it's going to leave Wong a little little bit more exposed to counter CC, but there's ways that you can play that. There are a couple more line of sight blockers in Warlords of Draenor. They've been around for a while now, but possibly worth mentioning that there's the overturned cart and then the gravestone as well now on Ruins of Lordaeron, so it's not nearly as open as it used to be back into like Cataclysm, Wrath of the Lich King days. But yeah, I feel like that's almost certainly going to be our map choice here from Team Jennings.
Yeah, I think you're right. But this map is worth noting. I don't think it's as good as Dalaran Sewers, because we did see that Team Jennings did have to pull back. They had to play behind the box, and that's actually how they ended up winning the game. If they kept playing in the open, I think they would have ended up losing that series, or losing that match at least. So this map can be very scary for them. If they're not forcing the cooldowns out of Cubsy that they need to, they can fall behind very fast.
And it's actually worth noting, like, they actually had the ability to do that to some extent on Tiger's Peak as well. Like, there was a point where we were saying, like, they just don't have any defensive cooldowns left available. They should, like, I was saying that they needed to play a lot more defensively at that point. And they just said, no, we're going to go in hard, we're going to try and get the kill. And it obviously did not work out well for them. Now, I'm not trying to make myself sound cool right now. I'm just saying that I think they had the opportunity in that last match to be able to pull back a little bit, hide behind some of the pillars, hide in the starting area, like you were saying, just pull back a bit and play a little bit more defensive and give their healer some time for his cooldowns to become available.
Yeah, absolutely. With a class like Death Knight, though, you sort of commit. It's a do or die. You either push in and you go for it, or you don't. Because once you're in the middle of the map, it is so hard to waddle your way back to a pillar. You have to either decide we're going to play defensive or we're going to play aggressive. And if they make the wrong choice, then it can end up losing them the game.
Yeah, especially playing versus something like Mage Moonkin, where there's just so many slows, so many roots. Like, there's so many things that are going to stop that Death Knight from being able to move.
Poor Death Knight.
There's a point where he's just sort of stuck out in the middle of nowhere, and he's like, I guess this is my life now. These are the choices I've made, and I will have to deal with them.
Get back to the pillar. Get back to the pillar. I can't move.
Oh, it is going to be Blade's Edge.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That is so. The reason I was saying earlier that I think there's an argument for Blade's Edge is that a lot of times it's actually a very, very close map when you play underneath the bridge. You sort of do the troll strategy, hiding out underneath the bridge, just eating everybody that comes by. And if that's what they go for, those are very, very close. They're essentially very close together pillars underneath that bridge. And we have seen some teams in prior tournaments actually do very well just trying to say, no, you have to come down to us if you want to kill us. And as soon as you come down here, we're going to destroy you. So I wonder if that's sort of the strategy we're seeing out of them. Maybe that's why they've decided to go for Blade's Edge.
Yeah, I think that could absolutely be a big part of it. Cubsy as well, of course. I think it's going to come down to, once again, a lot about freedom dispel. So if Cubsy is playing up top originally, they connect on him, he jumps down, and if everyone chases him and he's able to get a freedom and get back up from the side ramps, he's going to be sitting very, very pretty. If freedom gets dispelled and he gets stuck down there, it's going to be very hard for him to get away.
The other crazy theory, just because I really want to see it, is Blade's Edge is a really, really good map to be a Windwalker Monk on.
True.
And they do have that Windwalker available. So maybe they're going to like pull the ace out of their sleeve and say, no, Windwalker Monk, what do you got for this, Northern Gaming?
Yeah.
And Northern Gaming will be like, well, we've got a Mage and a Moonkin.
Yeah, we've got Mage, Moonkin, Paladin, which is pretty good.
Yeah. But we'll have to see how it goes. We do have the comp now for Northern Gaming when they are going to stick with that balanced Druid, Frost Mage, and Holy Paladin composition. It's been working well for them thus far in this series. We have gotten to a Game 5, so that's exciting. First series of the day, Game 5. If that's the tone for today, I'm pretty cool with that.
Like we were saying a little bit earlier, it's really hard to predict. I mean, we can make our predictions with a little bit of bias or with the little knowledge we have, but I think at the end of the day, all of these teams are capable of winning these tournaments, every single one of them. So it's going to be very, very fun today to watch and see which teams prevail.
Definitely. So the match is just about to start, and I'm trying to find out, of course, the one person I want to see. There we go. Okay, so it is going to be that Feral Death Knight and Paladin once again for Team Jennings. They're not going for the Windwalker Monk. It's Game 5, so I'm a little bit sad about that. Not going to see the Windwalker Monk. But if they do win this series, they will be moving on in the tournament. Of course, this is Game 5. This is match point. And whichever team loses this match will be eliminated from the first qualifier.
Yep. And, of course, both teams feeling the pressure right now. Both of them are going to have to play well. We'll have to see if any of them make mistakes. Hopefully not. I mean, these teams have been playing tournaments quite a bit. They're all very, very used to this sort of pressure.
At this level of play, though, it really just does come down to even the slightest mistake. Like one little thing, you mistime one crowd control, you miscast one spell, like one CC goes out on the wrong target, one cooldown is used when really it should have been, like, you should have been fine. Like, those are the sorts of things that really make the difference in these matches. So here we go, Veladu just getting aggressive right away, as he's been every single time, going straight onto Samayam. It looks like he's trying to get over to Asper. Maybe actually they're going all the way into the starting zone here, just trying to get onto Cubsy. He's caught in that Fist of Justice. They're putting a ton of damage into him already, but so far Cubsy not using anything there. He finally comes out of that CC with his Aura Mastery, and he's able to get his wings out as well as his execution sentence. So Cubsy should be totally fine at this point, and now they're going to try to turn it back around here very shortly onto Team Jennings.
Yeah, absolutely. Sykesy actually caught into a full Hodge right now, taking a lot of damage. Survival Instincts is going to be coming out from him. Wong caught into that full Cyclone, only has his bubble available, already used his wings, already used his trinket. Cubsy doing a great job kiting right now, gets that freedom, gets away. It's going to be very hard for Valido and Sykesy to reconnect. Wong actually having to use his bubble as well. Sykesy in a little bit of trouble. It does have one more charge of Survival Instincts as well as his trinket, so he might be able to get away the next time Wong is fully CC'd, but he might have to run at this point. The Deep Freeze goes out onto Wong. No follow-up CC is going to be available. Cubsy, though, taking a lot of damage, actually having to use his bubble. Very well done bubble. His Save of the Light didn't proc, so he wasn't overlapping those cooldowns, which is extremely well done. Wong now caught into the full Polymorph. Sykesy into the bash, has the Survival Instincts up, but for how much longer? Down to 40% HP, trying to get away. The Root Beam coming out onto Sykesy, actually. Full clone onto Wong, and that is going to be the game. Sykesy just couldn't get away. Too much CC coming out from Northern Gaming Red, too much damage, and Team Jennings is going to lose this game. Northern Gaming Red advances.
Yep, and that means Team Jennings will be eliminated from the Qualifier Cup. But of course, this is just the first of 3 Qualifier Cups. They will have 2 more chances ahead of them to be able to qualify in future Cups. So GG's all around. Like, that was a great first series to kick off today. Back and forth all the way to that Game 5. And then at the end there was actually a moment where I thought that Team Jennings was going to turn it around because Northern Gaming had to use every single cooldown at one point. But then just no, basically. Just turn it back around again, and that was the end of that.
I think that's a particularly tough matchup for Team Jennings, one of the toughest matchups in the game for them, and hopefully next time we see them. This has been sort of the problem for all these teams that run the Paladin Death Knight Cleaves, is they never really have an answer for Paladin Mage, and hopefully next time they might come up with an answer, because it always seems like they end up fighting that composition, and that's what always knocks them down. Although they did a tremendous job today, it just seems like that's the history of people that run that comp.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said for wanting to play with your friends, and I don't know how well these guys know each other on Team Jennings, so maybe they just wanted to play with the team that they had. But I was a little bit surprised to see them having Windwalker DK and Feral DK as their 2 options. I kind of would have expected like a Warlock option in there as well, like maybe going for I think Wong plays a Shaman, so like having an FLS available to them might have been a good way to try and mix it up a little bit more and have some other options available.
But I mean, those guys play that comp at a very high level, and I think in a matchup that I think they should probably lose, they did a very good job and made the series exceptionally close, so hats off to them. But Northern Gaming Red will be advancing, and we'll be seeing them in games later today.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and take a very short commercial break here, guys, and we will be back with the next series, which I believe is Soar versus Splice, if I'm remembering that correctly. No, Soar versus...
Yep, you're right.
Soar versus Splice. Excellent. Okay, we will be back here very, very soon with that next series.
On Draenor, old rivals sought to bring Azeroth to its knees. And while the Iron Tide was quelled, they were but servants of a more ancient foe that has not forgotten our defiance. The vengeance of the Burning Shadow has come. our most desperate hour, we must wield the power of the enemy against them. For we stand once more upon the brink of destruction. The Burning Legion has returned.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Online Qualifier Cup 1 here at the MLG studio in New York City. I'm Josh Allen, aka Laura. Joining me now, none other than Sid Compton, aka Super Tees. How you doing, buddy?
Hey Josh, I'm doing great. This has been an amazing tournament so far. That last series was such a nail biter. That was something I was expecting to blow out 3-0 for Northern Gaming, but they actually got challenged very much by Team Jennings, and I'm looking forward to Team Jennings playing in the future qualifiers. But for this matchup that we've got moving forward, it's going to be Soar Gaming versus Splice, and we were talking about our predictions. We weren't 100% sure on who really has the advantage here, but I decided to actually go with Splice. Their previous tournament experience is just phenomenal. They made top 5 at BlizzCon last year, and know, Jelly Beans is kind of like the MVP for their team. Every time they would get on that stage, everyone in the audience was like, bring out the beans, bring out the beans. We need Jelly Beans right now. But for the side of Soar Gaming, we have Dillypoo, and he's known amongst the community for helping out the lower rated players, the new players coming in, and he's always a community member as well. So I'm really looking to see how well he performs in this matchup. But as I was saying, Splice is going to be my prediction in this first round. I believe they're going to be leading with the FLS, so the Feral Druid, Warlock, Resto Shaman. So this comp is very damage over time based. They're going to cleave down all 3 targets, just run them over like a train. And we talk about cooldowns a lot, but maybe you guys at home don't really know what cooldowns are. Those are basically the ultimate abilities for the class. So there's going to be 2 Feral Druids in this match. The cooldown incarnation is something important to know. So it's going to allow the Feral Druid to stun multiple targets. He can bounce around, just stunning everything, destroying the world basically, right? Light the whole world on fire. So that incarnation cooldown, very important. And for the side of the Hunter, his cooldown, the trap, the freezing trap. This is something that the Hunter needs to aim and land on the enemy healer. This is how they initiate crowd control. And then as soon as that trap is landed, time to go to town, time to take him down. And I'm really excited to see how well Dillypoo plays with landing those traps. But I believe we are going to jump into the first game here very shortly. So I'm more than excited. I'm sure that this series is going to be intense.
Yeah, and so we talked about Splice a little bit already, and that Feral Lock Shaman like you were expecting. Soar Gaming, of course, is going with the Jungle Cleave. They've got, his name at the moment is Tilt God. I believe his actual name is Junash. And then Dillypoo on that Hunter. They're playing that Hunter, Feral Druid, and they're going to be super aggressive the whole game, and we're starting to see some of that already. Moving in here, they've got that stun coming out onto Absterge. Absterge, of course, playing the Resto Shaman. He's a little bit squishy, so he's going to be wanting to get out of line of sight as much as possible, sort of hide behind this pillar. There's actually the big defensive coming out from the Discipline Priest, that power word barrier. As long as they're standing inside of that, they're going to take less damage. But the Cyclone comes out onto Tilt God, and that's actually going to shut down quite a bit of Soar Gaming's early pressure here, especially now that Dillypoo's been forced to use that early deterrence.
Yep, that was a good breakup by Tilt God there to stop Dota from continuing that CC chain onto Amni. Does look like they're following up with a stun, a bit of damage over onto Dillypoo and Tilt God. They're both down to half HP, and this is where the consistent pressure comes in, but Absterge as well, getting pressured down to 30% HP. How is he going to recover here? He's being quite greedy, not trading out that Spirit Link. He needs to get closer to his teammates. He decides to use his Ascendance instead. That's going to boost his healing a lot, but he gets feared on it. He does manage to get the Tremor Totem down, though. He's going to break himself out. Dillypoo still getting pressured. Nice Cyclone out from Wallabear, but Wallabear actually gets trapped up, and Soar Gaming's strategy of going after Absterge seems to be working so far. Dillypoo kind of running low on cooldowns. He's down to half HP. Dillypoo needs to be careful. He's trying to get in there, trying to end the game. Absterge dipping very low on HP. He gets that Spirit Link off barely in time. Unfortunately, oh yeah, Walter does jump into it now. Now they're fully recovered. They need to bring the aggression over onto Dillypoo. Dillypoo is just playing so reckless right now. He's trying to stay in their face, trying to keep this damage going. Dota landing a full fear on Amni, forcing the deterrence now out from Dillypoo. That's his last defensive cooldown to stay alive. That deterrence is now fading. He's dipping lower and lower. They follow up with a Shadow Fury, and Dillypoo could easily go down to 8%. Amni barely getting a heal in time, keeping him above that death mark. Dillypoo now getting cloned up at low HP. Absterge, in the meantime, was getting pressured very hard, but he's managed to get away. He's getting a lot of heals off. He's been able to stabilize, and if the next CC chain over onto Amni, Dillypoo is going to be in so much trouble.
Yeah, Soar Gaming is just in a lot of trouble right now. There's that Maim coming out onto Dillypoo, going to lock him down, give Walter Bear some time to put some damage into him. Abster is just trying to keep his team alive. He's doing an amazing job so far, holding on to his cooldowns. He still has a Spirit Link available. He's going to use that Warlock Gateway to get out of there, hide behind line of sight, get out a couple more heals. Amni caught into a fear. He's going to trinket out of that fear. Actually, it's a short fear. He's got another short follow-up onto him, but he had to use that trinket right there because Dillypoo is just taking so much pressure and does not have much in the way of survival left available to him. He's got about 45 seconds left before he'll have a deterrence available. He does get caught into a Cyclone, which is going to slow things down for the time being. It's almost like a breath of fresh air for Amni at this point because it means Dilly can't get hyper aggressive, but now he's stunned over here out of line of sight from his healer. Amni having to run all the way over here. Now he gets caught out into the open, caught into that root, into the Shadow Fury as well. Amni could be in some trouble here if there's some follow-up CC, but no, it looks like they actually have managed to diffuse that a little bit. Now the Cyclone lands onto Amni, but Soar Gaming is catching a breath of wind right now. As I say that, though, he caught into a fear, and now Dillypoo getting a whole bunch of pressure onto him yet again. Could be a lot of trouble for him right here. He does not have that deterrence yet available. He's getting his pet revived so that he can maybe try to get something out from that just to be able to keep a little bit of defensive, but he's just playing so aggressively right now. That was an amazing trap, though, landed there onto Walter Bear.
Absterge is going to be under a bit of pressure. He needs to get away. Good peels from Dota, keeping these DPS from pushing in. Absterge will be able to top himself off now as a result. Dota needs to get more dots out. He needs to get dots over onto Tilt God, dots over. And actually, it seems like they're going for a crowd control strategy. They need to get CC on Amni right now. They've got good pressure. Unfortunately, they're not able to follow it up. Walter Bear looking for that clone. He land the Cyclone. The CC could just be the end of the game. Dilly Poo's on the run. Walter chasing him out. He traps him out of line of sight. Great trap, but he might just get soloed by Dota. The Haunt connects, and that's going to be it. Soar Gaming going down in game number 1. Splice looking so solid, just having so many cooldowns available towards the end of that match, trading perfectly and creating that spread pressure and taking Dilly Poo down.
Man, that was an intense match. Let's unpack that a little bit, because there was so much happening at any given moment in time in that match. I want to give a call out specifically to Absurge with his cooldown usage. He has some of the best spirit links in this game. I am always just ridiculously impressed by Absurge's ability to just stay calm, stay cool. Like, I'm at 5% health, but it's fine. I'll probably finish this cast. I'll be okay as soon as this cast finishes. And so he'll just sit there and he holds on to his spirit links for so long, so that when he does need them in those clutch moments, he has them available. He can trinket link right out of, uses trinket to break any CCs in, drop that spirit link, immediately get his team top back up to full. And we saw some great coordination from them as well in that. You were mentioning like Walter Bear was actually not in the spirit link at first, but he used his leap to get over into the spirit link so that the entire team health could be leveled off. That was great play by Splice that whole way through.
And then for any of you guys that don't know what spirit link totem exactly is, so that's like the shaman's defensive ultimate. Puts a totem on the ground, takes health away from his partners to kind of stabilize himself. It's kind of a double-edged sword, because then his entire team is going to be lower health, but at least it keeps him alive a little bit longer. So Spirit Link Totem, very important for Absurge, and like Laura was saying, using it basically perfectly in that match, spacing them out, still having a lot of cooldowns towards the end of the match. I'm really wondering if Soar Gaming is going to go for a different strategy. This isn't a matchup that I'm particularly familiar with, but it seems like going after Absurge is a reckless strategy. Like Dilly Poo and his Feral Druid need to go so far to chase Absurge. Usually we see them going after the Warlock on Dota, and if you're attacking the Warlock, you shut down a lot of his damage, you slow down the pace of the game, you can break up some of the crowd control coming over onto Amni the Priest as well. So I would say that Soar Gaming, they need to improve their stops on crowd control. Every time a Cyclone comes out from Walter onto Amni the Priest, the game can just end, so they need to really focus on stopping that CC. It seemed like they were using their traps on Walter, the freezing traps, so they're locking down his DPS instead. Now what they need to make sure happens is that Absurge is CC'd at the same time, or else they're just going to remove the trap, and that happened quite frequently. So if they're not able to lock down any of the damage, they're just going to take too much when they push in.
Yeah, and that's one of the sort of downsides to a composition like that Jungle Cleave, the Feral Hunter that we saw Soar Gaming use, is that they don't have a ton in the way of on-demand, like constant CC. Whereas like in the last series, we saw like the Mage Moonkin setup where they had like the stuns from the Paladin, they had the Sheep from the Mage, they had the Cyclone from the Druid. Obviously the Feral Druid has that Cyclone still available to him, but it's kind of a hassle for Feral Druids to actually use. Sometimes it can be difficult for them to get off just because they need to be in melee range of their target most of the time, so that means that it's difficult for them to position themselves in a way where they can cast the Cyclone at the healer but also stay on the DPS and continue doing damage the entire time. And then the Hunter has the trap, and then the Priest in this case has like Psychic Scream or something like that. They have the Psychic Scream available to them at the very least. There's just not a ton of overall CC available.
You know what's interesting with Soar Gaming? All the teams have 4 players, so they can change their compositions a little bit. So the 4th player on Soar Gaming plays a Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman's really good against Warlocks. What does Dota play? A Warlock. So they're going to have that knowledge before the match actually starts, and I'm really curious if they're going to change that. I know that they've been practicing a lot with their Discipline Priest, so maybe they're not confident in bringing out Colo on that Resto Shaman, but it could be something they're going to consider later in the series.
Yep, because it looks like we are going to Tiger's Peak for our next match here. That will be the choice by Soar Gaming, and they are going to stick with that Discipline Priest, at least for the time being, like you were saying. And of course, Splice, it worked for them in the first match, so they're going to go with it again. They're going to go with that Feral Warlock Shaman composition here in Game 2 between Soar Gaming and Splice.
Yeah, this is going to be an intense matchup here. Soar Gaming, they need to make sure that they don't go on Tilt. You know, the Feral Druid named Tilt God. They're going to definitely need to make sure that they keep a level head. I'm curious if they keep that same strategy. Are they going to go after Absurge? Because Absurge was just a rock that game. They couldn't penetrate the wall that he built
literally up. A rock at some points. He used Stoneform, so...
That is some cringe right there.
I had to, man. I had to.
I don't know about that, but I definitely think Soar Gaming need to work on stopping CC from the Feral Druid Walter and stopping CC from Dota, because every time they get it, that's when Dillypoo is under the most pressure. So let's see if Soar Gaming can break up that CC at all. We can see Soar Gaming just charging in, recklessly abandoned, and Walter actually stuns up Dillypoo. He is going to get feared, though. Absturge stunned. This is good cross CC coming out early on from Soar Gaming. They're developing a lot of pressure over onto Absturge. He is down to half HP. How is he going to deal with the situation? Doesn't look like his team is peeling too much. They're trying to focus on counter pressure. Dota deciding to trinket out. Looks like Dillypoo is going to be the target for now. Nice, actually, pre-deterrence, trying to avoid being stunned. But now the pressure just instantly switched over onto Tilt God. Amni's going to have to spread out his healing quite a lot here to deal with this damage that Splice is dishing out. Both of his partners almost below half HP. Amni struggling to kind of deal with this pressure. I believe that Amni juked the CS. No, it was actually used onto the Cyclone from Tilt God. The full bash comes out. Both players very low on HP. Dillypoo trying to stay alive here. Pain suppression comes out. Uses his Shadow Mail, but they're just all dying. What is Amni going to do here? Amni getting stunned again. He needs to get some saving grace heals out, but he's followed up with a full fear. He trinkets into another fear. Dota with the trigger finger ready. Dillypoo forced to use his final deterrence. This is not looking good whatsoever for Soar Gaming.
No, Dillypoo is under a lot of trouble right now. Amni just not able to stay connected onto him with the healing as much as he wanted. Tilt God now coming out of that Cyclone at low health already. Is Splice just going to pull the trigger on him and just murder him right there? A nice double fear, though, coming out from Amni is going to break it up a little bit. They're trying to turn something around onto Absturge here, but Absturge, once again, just being calm and collected, has not used any major cooldowns, and so now he has that available. They killed the Spirit Link. They actually forced him to use his second Spirit Link there, so that's huge now for Soar Gaming. He used his Trinket. He used everything in that last push from Soar Gaming, so now Soar, if they can keep this moving right now, they actually have the opportunity to score a kill right now. They just need to keep Absturge locked down as much as possible, and Splice is doing a great job just defending Absturge, falling back, making sure that he's not under too much pressure, but as I say that, dipping low once again, down to 30% health. There's the stun coming out on him. This could be it right here. He does not have a trinket available for him. He has the Warlock Gateway, though. He's going to Gateway out of there and just run over here, just running for his life right now. The Stone Form comes out. The healing surge, big healing surge lands onto him, and Absturge is going to completely stabilize off of that.
That was such a huge misplay from Splice. Absturge's team was nowhere close to connect that Spirit Link, and he had to use both as a result to try and recover. And now suddenly Soar Gaming have turned this game around. They have a huge window of opportunity. If they can land good crowd control onto Walter and stun Absturge at the same time, looks like they're using crowd control on Dota instead. They need to stun Absturge. They don't get it. He dispels the fear. Now Dota on the counter offensive. Dillypoo needs to be careful here. He's trying to run to the center of the map, but I don't think that's a great spot to be in. Amni getting feared again. Dillypoo knocking Walter away, but he follows it up with a leap. Dillypoo so low on health. Amni struggling to pick him up. Barely connecting. Nice life grip connecting into the saving grace, saving Dillypoo's life. Now they need to bring the aggression over onto Absturge, who has no trinket available. He's getting completely locked down. Nice cross CC out from Soar Gaming. Do they have enough damage? They need more now. Absturge trying to recover, trying to get away, but his team not able to back him up too much just yet. Walter landing a full bash now over onto Tilt God, looking to try and follow that up. Doesn't get any follow-up, though. Absturge recovering for now, but this is still anyone's game. I would definitely maybe put it in favor of Soar. Amni still has his trinket to remove crowd control, which he may need to use right now as he's caught into a full fear. Looks like he's trying to be greedy. Good read by Amni to try and hold on to those cooldowns. Absturge still under pressure, but it seems like he's in a decent position. He's trying to get Walter out of that trap, but it could be a mistake. He's overextending into the middle of the map to try and get that, and he doesn't manage to land it. Now Absturge caught into a full stun. He could easily just get annihilated right now. His team needs to peel. We see Dota spamming out the fears. Now Walter Bear trying to counter pressure with his Incarnation ultimate. Can he stun up the targets that he needs to? Stunning up Tilt God for now. The Haunts are going to follow it up. They need CC over onto Amni now. What do they have available? Doesn't look like they're even trying to look for it. Absturge is just trying to recover to the best of his ability. Popping that Aura Mastery. He cannot be stopped on these heals. He's doing a good job so far to try and top himself back off. Dota looking for CC. There's the full fear over onto Amni. I would expect to see his trinket. He's again trying to be greedy. Dillypoo instead trading out that deterrence. Good communication from Soar Gaming, and they could still keep this pressure going on. Absturge is running so low on mana.
Yeah, he does have his trinket available once again, as well as his Stone Form, and Dillypoo in a lot of trouble. Gets super low right there. He's going to force out the pain suppression from Amni, which is going to make sure he's safe for the time being. It reduces a lot of damage, but Splice just turning it around onto Tilt God, starts putting a whole bunch of damage into him. Tilt God does not have any survival instincts available at this point, so no defensive for him. Amni caught into that stun. Once again, just holding on to that trinket as long as possible. Dillypoo still taking the brunt of the damage. This is a lot of CC. They feared him immediately off of that Cyclone there, getting him caught. They just knew that was going to be his trinket at that point, so now Dilly having to back off over here, hang out with his healer behind that pillar before he moves back around again. Absturge getting so low on mana, he does have to trade out that Spirit Link as well, and with no trinket available, Absturge is in a lot of trouble. This could be it here for him very, very shortly with only 8% mana left.
That's it.
Nice double fear. He catches a nice big heal onto himself. I think that was just a Riptide, just a big one, but is it going to be enough? Down to 10%. There's the stun.
Nothing
this
left.
has to be it. There's no way he survives that. And down he
Dillypoo
goes
though in a
with
cross kill
Dillypoo.
maybe. He's down to 9% HP. They need more CC. They don't connect it.
Oh.
Amni able to get off that heal and save Dillypoo. What a close call. But Soar Gaming, they were getting dominated in the start of that match. But because of that misplay from Splice with the Spirit Link with no teammates nearby, they were able to turn that match around and create so much pressure for themselves. Now tying the series up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, you have to absolutely give Soar Gaming credit for that match because they recovered from a whole lot of bad situations and they did a really, really good job of dealing with what was dealt with them. But that absolutely felt like just a huge misplay from Splice.
Do you see that damage scoreboard? Tilt God with 6 million, basically doubling almost everybody. That's not what you usually expect in this matchup.
Yeah.
Usually the Warlock teams are based around dealing damage, so Tilt God X is pretty much a lord in that match for the damage output that he was able to do. So if Soar Gaming can keep up that output, they might be able to win some more games, but definitely that loss, I would say, was Splice's misplay.
Yeah, definitely. What we saw there, just to unpack that a little bit, what we saw was Absurge using his very first Spirit Link, and we were saying before, Absurge very good about using those Spirit Links at opportune moments. But what happened was he dropped it, and none of his other teammates were actually in that area. So as soon as he dropped it, it did nothing, essentially. Like, it reduces damage by 10%, but that's not that big of a deal. The real reason that you use it is so that it equalizes the health of your team members. Neither of his team members were nearby, so it couldn't equalize anything. And the other team, Soar, they spotted that Spirit Link and they were able to kill it before the other team members of Absurge could get in range of that, which meant that he basically essentially just completely wasted that first Spirit Link. Had to drop the second one right away, and as soon as he's used 2 of his Spirit Links, it's on a charge system. So once he uses one of them, the cooldown for that one will start to regenerate, but only one of them can have its cooldown regenerating at a time. So as soon as he uses 2 of them, that's big trouble for him throughout the rest of the match, essentially.
Yeah, Splice played amazingly in game number 1, and even in that match, it was still very good, but that one mistake, just one mistake from Splice ended up costing them the game, and Soar Gaming were able to capitalize, because at the start of that match, I'm like, there's no way Soar Gaming can win this. Like, they have nothing left. Splice has everything. You're not winning this game. It's not possible.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, someone makes a mistake. That can happen. So playing
2
off
Spirit
of
Links, Trinket.
everything.
The Trinket also put his Stone Form on a short cooldown because there's a short shared cooldown on those. There was, all of a sudden, Splice had nothing whatsoever. That one mistake.
I will say in that match that Amni, the Discipline Priest, I think maybe in the first match, maybe there were a little bit of nerves because he wasn't going for a lot of CC. He was kind of just staying back, healing his team, and as this comp they're playing, he can't afford to play too passively. Whereas in that last match, he was getting in their face, landing fears onto Walter, landing fears onto Dota, which slow down the game, keep the game going for himself. So it was really well played, I think, from Amni. And as long as he can get more comfortable, I think that Tilt God's damage, Dillypoo's support, if they can cross CC that together, they could easily still take the series.
Yeah, we actually have a replay of a really awesome moment that Amni was able to pull out there. You can see Dillypoo just so low on health, but Amni landing that clutch life grip as well as the shield onto him, just being able to top Dillypoo off out of no. And Dillypoo had nothing available at that point. If it wasn't for that life grip, he would have just absolutely 100% dead. No questions asked.
Yeah, this is like the most back and forth match that I've seen between these two teams. So I'm really looking forward to the next one. Now, what do you think for map picks here? What do you think that Splice is going to opt for? Like, Warlocks, they like Blades Edge Arena because they can jump off the bridge, teleport back up, and kind of troll their opponents. But with the way that Soar Gaming is playing, they're actually going after Absturge, and that doesn't benefit them. So what map will benefit Absturge the most against Soar Gaming?
Well, I'd like to just say that I'm guessing, but I actually just heard what the next map is going to be, and they are going to go to Tolveron Arena. So that is a much wider map, much larger areas. It's going to allow them to play a little bit more defensively, but also force the opposing team to be a little bit more aggressive and get a little bit more out into the open. Yeah. We saw that in one of the earlier games in the first series, where it just meant that all of a sudden now the healer has nothing. And that's the big thing about Tolveron is whichever team is being aggressive, their healer kind of has to expose themselves a little bit, because in order to move up and be able to support his team, he has to go completely out into the open on Tolveron. And that's something that if you're not careful, if your team gets a little bit too aggressive at the wrong time, it can really turn around and bite you.
Yeah, and for those that don't know what Tolveron Arena is, it's basically the biggest map in the pool. It's massive. There's 3 giant pillars in a triangle formation and a lot of open space. So why Splice picked this map was to be able to outmaneuver Soar Gaming. They're going to be able to escape through long gap closers like the Warlock's Gateway. They can just jump to the other side of the map, and Soar Gaming need to cross that distance. And while they're crossing that distance, guess who is going to be just destroying them? Dota on the Warlock is going to be annihilated while they cross the map in the open. So let's look for Splice to see if they can get away from Soar Gaming's aggression.
Yeah, definitely. I think Dota is going to be the one to watch on Splice, and Tilt God to Dilipu to an extent as well. But Tilt God, we're gonna have to just see how he deals with how much ground he's gonna have to cover to be aggressive. They're already moving in here and getting as aggressive as possible, but it looks like Splice doing a great job of just shutting that down right in the opener. There's a nice double Shadow Fury along with that Cyclone landing onto Tilt God there, which just shut down Soar Gaming's early pressure, allowed Absurge to get himself over here out of line of sight, toss out a couple heals. He's used nothing at this point.
Yeah, great peels out from Splice in the beginning of this match. Absurge just running circles away from his opponents right now. Unfortunately, they are going to catch up. It seems like he's doing well so far. Walter into the trap. Great cross CC from Soar Gaming. They're going to get a lot of pressure with this and actually force Walter to trinket out of it to try and peel here. Absurge is still under pressure. Actually decides to trade out that Spirit Link. He doesn't want to fall too far behind. You know, it's one Spirit Link. I've got two of them. May as well just use one to make sure that my team is safe. But at the moment, Splice have no pressure. There's no dots on Tilt God. They finally secure a fear over onto Amni the Priest. Now with this CC, they need burst and they need it now, but Dilly sees it coming. He traps up Walter, slowing down his damage for a little bit here. Absurge now finally getting caught into a full stun. We can see Tilt God pulling that ultimate trigger with his incarnation, trinketing out of that clone from Walter. Walter doing his best to peel, but he gets interrupted on that Cyclone. He's not going to be able to peel anymore. And now actually caught into a full fear from Amni. Absurge not able to dispel just yet, dropping that Tremor Totem, breaks Walter out. They're trying to get pressure on Dilipu, but with no CC on Amni, he should be able to deal with this fairly easily. Absurge is still taking a lot of pressure and not really using the map the way that I thought he would. He's just trying to run around the one pillar, and he's kind of line of sighting Dota a lot, and he's not able to get a lot of damage, actually forcing out that Trinket Spirit Link, and now Absurge really has nothing left to stay alive. He's going to rely on his team, or maybe just get a kill. Dilipu dipping low on HP. He's got one more deterrence. He needs to use it. Wow, that's so greedy. I guess there was some good communication there between Amni and Dilipu to not use that deterrence. Amni, it will save him for now, and now that they've recovered, they need to get in there. They need to get dirty because Absurge has nothing left.
Yeah, definitely. Soar Gaming, they need to start capitalizing on the situation they find themselves in, because like you were saying, Absurge just really doesn't have much in the way of defensives at this point. He has Stone Form available, but that's it. He's going to have to go ahead and use it right now, actually. He gets caught into the maim. It's going to allow him to get a whole bunch of pressure into Absurge right now, but the nice triple Shadow Fury coming out from Dota, going to turn that around. Dilipu forced to use his first deterrence. Excuse me, that's actually his second deterrence of the game. So now Dilipu on the back foot. Amni does still have his trinket available that he can save him, and Dilipu just doing an amazing job with those traps onto Walter Bear, just making sure that Walter Bear really never gets the time to be quite as aggressive as he wants. I think that's why in the last couple of games we saw such a massive damage difference between Tilt God and Walter Bear. But now both teams actually kind of pulling back a little bit at this point, just trying to stay a little bit defensive here. Soar Gaming taking just a moment to breathe. They're trying to keep Walter Bear trapped up as much as possible. They're going to be looking for their next opportunity to go hard onto Absurge, and they may be getting that here very shortly. But with that Cyclone onto Amni, he's going to go ahead and trinket out of that because Dilipu still under so much pressure, and now they're moving in onto Absurge. Yeah,
Absurge really with nothing left remaining. He needs his team to save him right now. Who is going to do it? We see Dota spamming fears out. Good peels from Dota onto Tilt God. Absurge is staying alive a little bit longer, but he needs more help. Where is he going to get it from? It's basically him versus Dilipu and Tilt God. There's nothing left except his healing. How is he going to keep himself alive throughout this pressure? A nice fear out from Amni, but it gets dispelled immediately. Triple Shadow Fury out from Dota, securing a full fear and a full clone over onto Dilipu. Good CC out from Splice. Good peels to keep Absurge alive a little bit longer. They need to stay alive for 15 seconds. If they can make it to that Spirit Link, they might be able to carry it forward. Absurge caught into the full stun. He's not responding. Choosing to not trinket out of that bash might be a critical mistake. He's trying to be greedy here, trying to hold on for that Spirit Link a little bit longer, but he's got no support from his team right now. Trying to connect a big heal. He does get one more healing surge off there, but he's running out of mana, and with that Spirit Link as his last line of defense, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, he's under a lot of trouble right now. He's at his Stone Form in 10 seconds. He's got that Spirit Link. He's going to have his Ascendance up soon, and now he's got his Trinket as well. So if he can just hang on a little bit longer, and it looks like he's able to, he's going to be in a good position here very, very shortly. Dilipu having to back off a little bit at this point. It's just still taking so much pressure, and Tilt God as well. Splice doing a really good job of just making sure that Amni doesn't really get too much time to sit back and breathe. He's not really been able to keep his team in a position where they can be super comfortable. So they're just going to have to go ahead and go for it. Absurge now taking tons and tons of damage. He's going to have to use his Trinket as well as his Ascendance, just trying to keep himself alive. He's running low on mana at this point. The Spirit Link comes out. He is going to get healed up from that. But Dilly getting so low as well. That main coming out onto him. Is he going to survive through the Walter Bear? Actually taking a second to throw out a Cyclone because Absurge is just super low. That Cyclone could have saved Absurge's life right there, because if Dilipu had still been able to deal damage, Absurge would have just died, and it looks like he still might.
Yeah, how is Absurge still alive? He's literally running on nothing. running, just jumping back and forth, trying to stay alive, trying to make it for his team, but he really has nothing right now, and he's just going to go down. I think he's still trying to hold on. How are you alive, Absterge? What a live lord, 14% HP remaining, 2% mana. He's got nothing. He can't get away, and finally, Tilt God and Dillypoo will finish it off. Such an agonizing death for Absterge. He did his best. Splice, unfortunately, not able to find that kill opportunity, and Soar Gaming are going to take game number 3.
I think the story of that game was actually right at the end there. Absterge, just in the saddest way possible, casting a healing wave on himself. He's taking damage from 12 different directions at once. He's got absolutely nothing. He's like, well, I guess healing wave. That's the only button left to push at this point. And he actually cast it. It kept him alive for another few seconds, but just was not enough for him at that point. So that means that now Soar Gaming is up 2-1 versus Splice, which is that's surprising. That's I kind of expect, especially on that map, I really expected Splice to be able to take that one easily.
Well, you know, Soar Gaming have been practicing a lot recently on the ladder. They're one of the top teams, over 3K rated. You know, 3K, oh, it's so intense, right? But they've been practicing a lot. Splice have a good previous track record, making it to BlizzCon, making it to top 5. But I definitely think that Soar Gaming might be out practicing them overall. And now you can see it. You know, maybe the first match, it was a little bit of nerves. Like, first time we're playing on stage for a tournament here in the qualifiers. I'm not 100% on what I want to do to be like offensive, because when you're the offensive team, you risk losing. Every time you push across the map, you risk losing the game. So you might be saying, I'm just going to stay back, I'm just going to heal my team, play more passively, but that's not the winning strategy. You can't do that always, especially against a very good team like Splice. You can't play passively and expect to win. And in that last game, you could definitely see that Soar Gaming found that confidence. They got CC, they were just staying right on top of Absterge, taking complete control of the match. And Splice have decided for this single target strategy. Dillypoo. We want Dillypoo dead. We don't care about anybody else. Dillypoo must die from Splice. And I'm wondering...
Dilly must die.
I'm wondering if it's the best, because in the previous matches, they spread damage on Tilt God the Feral and Dillypoo, so they had an option to switch between the two of them. They weren't always dedicating to one, and as long as Amity knows that Dillypoo's the only target, that's all he's going to have to worry about. So maybe Dota and Walter need to be doing more spread pressure. I'm not 100% certain. It definitely seemed like that map maybe wasn't used to its full potential. Absterge spent a lot of time on his own initial pillar, and then when he finally decided to leave, he didn't have anything else to support it, so he went to the other side of the map and then didn't have anything left to support it. So I think maybe a positional issue. I definitely think that Absterge supported Walter well. He broke him out of a lot of CC that Soar Gaming was putting out, but they just didn't have the damage to back it up, and you can just see it on the scoreboard every time. Tilt God is top damage, and that is not something you normally see in this matchup. Yeah,
and let's actually take a look at our replay real quick that we have available from that last matchup. You can just see Absterge just under so much pressure through this whole thing. This is getting towards the end of it here, and he's just like constant pressure, like 8% mana, 5% mana, still able to somehow keep himself alive through all of this. He really needed, at this point, what he really desperately needed was peels, but Tilt God, Dillypoo, they're just able to keep up constant pressure even through, like, we just saw Shadow Fury, we saw Fear onto Tilt God, we saw everything that Walter Bear and Dota could have possibly done to keep Absterge alive, and it just was not enough in that situation.
Bring out the beans.
Are they going to bring out the beans?
Bring out the beans.
You think they're going to bring out the beans?
I'm just chanting it. I want him to play, but I don't know if he'll actually do it. I mean, it's a risk. I'm not sure, because Absterge mainly plays Resto Shaman. If they went into a mirror matchup with Shaman versus Priest, I kind of feel like the Priest version is advantaged. It has just more access to instant crowd control. The healing output is pretty strong.
We did just get a map pick, and it is going to be Ruins of Lordaeron. So there actually is a really good chance that we're going to see a jungle mirror.
Hunter Showdown, man. The Wild West, you got to go pew, 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 see which hunter comes out on top. And I know there's actually a lot of kind of drama between the top hunters. Like, I'm the best hunter. No, you're no, I'm the best. Like,
no one's saying, no, you're the best
Please.
hunter.
Are they going to do it? I'm trying to see if they are.
So Soar is going to stick with the Survival Hunter Feral Druid, the quote-unquote Jungle Cleave. So named for the sheer amount of animals that are available in this thing. Yeah.
You got a kitty cat. I think that Dillypoo plays with a crow. That's kind of like his patented thing. The Hunter Ultimate, it would be considered like murder of crows. So you throw some crows over onto your opponent, they start pecking their eyes out. It does a lot of damage over time. And every time Dillypoo uses that ability, I know he just yells, "Caw!" every time. He's just like full role-playing aspect in the arena match. So it looks like we are going to have a Hunter mirror. It's the Wild Wild West showdown between Dillypoo and Jelly Beans.
Hashtag bring on the beans. Hashtag Dilly must die. Basically, this is now hashtag Cleave, I think is what we're going to call this one, this mirror match now at this point. There's just so many hashtags coming out of this. I gotta admit, I just love hashtags, so that's apparently my sole focus at this exact moment in time. But we are going to be getting into this match here very, very shortly. It is now starting up here. We've got Splice versus Soar Gaming. Soar Gaming up 2-1. If they win this, then that will be the whole series for them. Splice opting for the mirror match on a map that's really, really good for this jungle cleave.
You know, what's interesting is that these teams face elimination. They're in the loser side of the bracket.
Yep.
If Splice loses this game, the top 5 BlizzCon team last year, if they lose this game, they're knocked out of this Qualifier Cup. They're going to say, sorry, try again in the next one.
Yep.
And Soar Gaming will continue and advance. So this is a stressful time for Splice. And even under this much stress, they say, you know what? We are better than you in the mirror. We're going to take it to a mirror match instead. And now they've got to prove it. Can they back up the beans is the question here. Let's find out as the game will be starting. Runes of Lordaeron is a very cutthroat map. There's nowhere to hide. There is nowhere to run, really. And I'm curious to see who's going to come out ahead. We can see both the Feral Druids in stealth right now. Amni just charging forward. He's the healer, man. What's he doing way up there? He's trying to find Jelly Beans. They actually do pull him out of stealth. It's going to give them a bit of an advantage, but Walter still remains. He's looking for his opening target. Who is he going to start this game on? Looks like Abster is going to get bashed up. Dillypoo definitely going to be looking for a trap, but Walter shuts it down. Good shutdown from Walter, but Amni follows it up with a fear. I believe it was actually maybe missed there, unfortunately, by Amni. And now Dillypoo could be in a lot of trouble, dipping below half HP, just getting completely annihilated. They follow up the CC over onto Amni. Dillypoo and Amni not responding. Amni finally trinketing, but that wasn't even enough. Pain Suppression and Trinket both need to be used to keep Dillypoo alive right now. A lot of cooldowns used for Soar Gaming. Now that they've recovered, maybe they haven't completely, but they need to get something done. Abster's caught into that trap, and Jellybeans with a pre-deterrence. Jellybeans completely reading Soar Gaming like a book.
Yeah, definitely. Soar Gaming is on the back foot right now. They're now forced out that deterrence from Dillypoo. He only has 1 deterrence remaining and just nothing from Amni for a good 2 minutes at this point. There's his second deterrence now coming out. Dillypoo, it's not looking good for him. I'm going to be honest. It looks like he's going to just be ended up taken down here very, very shortly by Splice unless Amni can pull out something amazing right now, and he may be doing that. They're actually starting to pull it back around here. They get another trap onto Abster's. Jellybeans now having to use his deterrence, and then a nice double fear comes out from Amni to fear both Absurge and Walter Bear. They're putting so much damage into Jellybean. Now it's which hunter dies first. That's what this match is now. Which hunter dies first at this point. Dillypoo has gotten topped off once again. There's the main coming out onto Amni. They're going to follow that up with the full trap. He has nothing to respond to that. Dillypoo's getting aggressive though. Is Amni going to be able to make it out of this alive? And he's going to be able to get a couple of heals off. There's one big heal landing onto Dillypoo, which is going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer. And now the full trap onto Absurge, which means it's Jellybean's time to worry here. He's going to just keep pumping out as much damage as possible. This is just such a slugfest at this point. There's a little bit of CC going back and forth, but there's no defensive cooldowns left. So really what we're seeing right now is which team can do the most damage, which team can do the most healing.
Yeah, Splice definitely have a bit more of a solid footing, but they're relying on that Spirit Link cooldown. So Absterge needs to make sure that he's close to Jellybeans when he gets in trouble. And it seems like Walter's moving forward. They're trying to get some pressure onto Dillypoo. I think that Dillypoo ate that trap. Really well played from Dillypoo. Jellybeans not able to land the CC. It looks like Walter's going to follow up with a Cyclone, but Cyclone by itself not going to be enough really here. Amni will connect more healing. Dillypoo though got into a capacitor totem. When did Absterge find the time to put this down? Locked down at 50%, but Amni pushes in. Double fear out from Amni, and now Jellybean's in trouble. He needs to get closer to Absterge if they want to use that Spirit Link cooldown. Doesn't look like they're trying to go for it just yet. A stun out from Walter onto Amni. Jellybeans goes for the trap and lands the trap. Well done. They've got good CC, but they still need to kind of recover here. They want to be doing damage, but they don't get away with it. Absterge using that Spirit Link, saving his trinket to break out of crowd control later, so he's trying to space out his cooldowns. Now Jellybeans eating a trap for Absterge. Really well done from Jellybeans. Dillypoo and Jellybeans just playing this matchup so well, and they're really running out of like no cooldowns left to stay in the game. It's really close.
Yeah, Amni actually used his trinket. I almost want to say it was aggressively in there. He was just trying to make sure that his team could stay on the offense. He probably didn't really need to use it to keep people alive, but now he's caught into this full trap, and it could end up coming back to bite him as Dillypoo still has no deterrences available.
Oh, no.
Amni caught into that cyclone. This could be the end for Dilly right here. He somehow managed to get out, and now the leap of faith comes out. Dillypoo somehow still alive. Amni is just doing magic right now, keeping his teammates alive. Dilly gets mass dispelled out of that cyclone so he can stay aggressive. Amni now caught into that stun. Absterge caught into a root out of line of sight, but Dilly's so low, down to 1% health. The pain suppression came out, but it was just not enough. And Splice, the gamble paid off for them, coming with that mirror comp in the mirror matchup here on Runes of Lordaeron. They've now tied this series up 2-2.
Jellybeans coming in, guns blazing, topping the damage with 3.6 million. Tilt God with 3.3. It's definitely definitely a damage battle between the pressure output and Jellybeans. He came in for his team. He was the rock. I'm going to be able to do more damage. Let's go. We're ready to take this. We're tying it 2-2. We're the better jungle cleave. Sorry, Soar Gaming. And they're going to take that match. And now finally we are on match point. This point will decide elimination for either team or progression for the other. So Splice and Soar Gaming against the wall. Do you think we're going to see another mirror, another showdown?
Man, that's tough. So the real question here is going to be the map pick. What team, because this is going to be Soar Gaming's map pick at this point. So what map they pick is going to really determine whether or not Splice wants to stick with the jungle mirror or if they want to go back to that FLS that they have available to them and go for the more spread pressure. I kind of feel like Soar Gaming in this situation, like no matter what, they're going to try to pick the one that's the best for the jungle cleave, because that's really all that they're really playing at the moment is that Hunter Feral Druid combo. So they're going to go for something that's going to be good for them versus that Feral Lock Shaman. Basically, they just don't want to play Feral Lock Shaman again. They don't want to play against Feral Lock Shaman again. So it's entirely possible. It really just depends on what this map choice is going to end up being, I think.
I'm trying to think of the maps that are available. So we still have Dalaran.
Still have Dalaran.
We went to Tiger, so we've got Blades. Dalaran, Blades.
Dalaran, Blades. I think it's just Dalaran and Blades.
Dalaran and Blades. So those maps are... Dalaran is very small, so it's like the second smallest, maybe
I think
almost
it's going to be Dalaran, because if they go Blades, then the Warlock will have the portal available to him.
So yeah, they don't want to give them that advantage. Yeah. But Dalaran, much like the last game, is a very cutthroat map because it's so small. You close the gap, you're just on top of each other the entire game, and it does look like they are going to lock in Dalaran Sewers. So this is going to be another quick match between these teams. And you know, Soar Gaming, they were incredibly far behind from the start of that match, but they pulled it back. They made that look much closer than I thought it was going to actually end up being. So if they can keep the confidence, keep a level head in this tournament environment, they could definitely take down a Titan team like Splice. Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were up until that last match. So I definitely think it's within Soar Gaming to be able to pull this out here and actually claim themselves a win. We'll be finding out here very, very shortly, just as soon as these teams have locked in their compositions and gotten themselves into the arena. But man, this has been an intense series. Like, this has been like out of breath just from shouting at how much crazy stuff is happening all at once. I mean, we had a 3-2 series earlier. Yeah. This is going to be a 3-2 series. It just shows how evenly matched these teams are. It's almost impossible to actually predict who can win. It just comes down to who's playing better, who's playing more consistently in the match. And right now in that last match, I would say that Splice definitely seemed to be a little bit ahead of their opponents in that mirror. Just Jellybeans knew when he was in trouble. Using his cooldowns before Soar Gaming even knew they were going to do damage, Jellybeans was ready. Yeah. So, and Jellybeans is a very calculated player in that sense, whereas on the side of Dillipu and his Feral Druid, Tiltgod, and Amni, they're just a very well-practiced unit. They've played a lot together, so they rely on their teamwork to kind of get them through a match. So as long as they're coordinating together, I think they're going to do well. Yeah. So we do now have confirmation that Splice will be sticking with that jungle cleave, with that Feral Druid and Survival Hunter, and of course with their healer Absterge on the Restoration Shaman. Absterge has just been doing, he's been a live lord through this whole series thus far, just able to keep himself alive in situations where anyone else would have just died. So I feel like Splice might be finding out, hey, actually, maybe we're just a better jungle cleave. Maybe they can just win that way. That one moment where like, how is Dillipu still alive? Like, how is he alive? He actually used Shadow Meld, so ducked into the shadows, he wasn't visible, and he used bandages on himself. So he's like max level first aid, maximum try hard, like bandaging himself, trying to get whatever amount of health he could get back. So you can tell that both these teams are 100% in it to win it. And we are jumping into the match now, which is Dalaran Sewers. Once again, one of the smallest maps in the pool. This is going to be very close, very cutthroat, very fast. And in the last game, we saw the Hunters getting pressured start to finish. I'm wondering if anyone's going to throw a curveball. Are we going to go after the Feral Druid instead, or are we going to keep the same strategy? I think that a curveball might catch one of these teams off guard, but if they're not feeling confident, I would then expect the Hunters to be the primary targets. Yeah, I agree. The Hunters are kind of the squishy ones here. It's important to note that Amni is now playing a Shaman. He's now playing Shamni. It's ult time. Yeah, so it's going to be a 100% mirror match here in this matchup. We'll see how it ends up going. Soar Gaming versus Splice. Winner of this moves on in the tournament. Loser is eliminated, and we'll have to try again in the next qualifier. So now we see Dillipu with his Invis just sort of moving in there. Excuse me, his Camouflage. I keep calling it Invis. He's actually going to get caught out, though, with that flare from Jellybeans.
well-aimed flare from Jellybeans, who now is going to have an opportunity to get a little bit aggressive here. Shamni now caught down over here with his stun, or with that stun, unable to really do too much to keep Dillipu alive just now, but they're still looking like they're going to be relatively stable. Both teams doing a pretty good job of keeping out pressure, but also holding on to cooldowns. But as soon as I say that, Dillipu has to use his first deterrence.
Yeah, that first initiation, both Shamans were trapped, but Soar Gaming come out behind. Jellybeans holding on to his deterrence. So now Dillipu could be in a bit of trouble moving forward. They definitely need to get more cooldowns out from Jellybeans here, but doesn't look like they are. Splice is just doing more damage and more pressure. Shamni struggling to deal with this. Are they just going to fall? Shamni getting full clone. Dillipu caught on low HP with this deterrence. Shamni actually choosing to trinket Link and use basically their entire arsenal to stay alive. Now it's basically all in. They need to get something done. We can see Tilt God popping his incarnation, but this reckless move it's getting deflected. Absterge is just ready for it and dealing with it very well. They do finally land a trap now onto Absterge. They need to kill Jellybeans with this. They've got a lot of damage. They force his final deterrence out, and suddenly the Hunters really have nothing to keep this match going other than their 2 feet, and they're going to be running a lot. Absterge dropping that Link. Jellybeans barely getting into it in time. Soar Gaming suddenly turning this match around, but Jellybeans lands that full trap. Dillipu needs to get out of line of sight, but he's caught in the middle of the map, just getting torn apart. Down to 8, down to 2, and that's going to be the end for Soar Gaming in Qualifier Cup number 1. Splice are going to take it back in a mirror match, showing that we are the best Jungle Cleave. Get out of here, man.
Yeah.
We're going to take you down 3-2, and Splice will advance.
Splice looked so comfortable in that match. Like, they looked so... I think they even, like, played a game of Hearthstone. There was actually a Hearthstone board on the floor in there in the middle of that. They were like, you know what, this is fine. We'll fit in some Hearthstone in between our cooldowns. It's no problem whatsoever. Yeah, they looked really, really strong in that. And Shamni, I think the switch from Amni going on his Discipline Priest to going onto that Shaman, it makes sense. Like, if you want to go for the full-on mirror and say, okay, yeah, we're just going to outplay you guys, it makes sense. But it seemed like, to me, at very least, seemed like Amni was a lot more confident and comfortable on his Priest and was doing better. Like, he just plays Priest better than he was playing Resto Shaman there. And so he was like, he didn't actually even have Water Shield up for most of that. So it's just sort of like little thing that you think to yourself, maybe actually sticking with the Discipline Priest would have been the wiser choice.
Yeah, I think comfort choices end up being the best overall, because if you pick something that you're not familiar with, like, I don't know how often Dillipu practices with Amni Shaman. I thought that they had Colo on the team to play Shaman instead. So maybe Colo's not here, I'm not sure. Maybe they just thought there's no way we can win with Priest. Maybe they kind of second guess themselves, and when that happens and you start second guessing yourself, you make kind of questionable decisions. Whereas on the side of Splice, I like that they were playing the Feralock Shaman to begin with. They're like, you know, this actually isn't really working. We should maybe not try and do this. Let's just play something that we're confident with.
Yeah.
Make the comfort choice, play with what you're familiar with, and it blew them out of the water.
Yeah.
Like, the Splice just looked phenomenal in those past 2 games playing that mirror matchup.
Definitely. So Splice will be moving on through this tournament. Soar Gaming will be eliminated, but they do have 2 more chances ahead of them in the follow-up qualifiers. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and we'll be back with more action here very, very shortly.
All right, welcome back, guys. I am Jared Colston, aka VHill. I'm here to cast with Sid. I was just doing some spectating, so those games are really, really exciting. I loved that mirror at the end.
Yeah, every series today has been intense, and I'm sure that they're going to continue being intense. This next matchup we've got two heavy hitters. We've got Tempo Storm and Northern Gaming Black, so the sister team to Northern Gaming Red that we saw earlier. Different players, though. We can see Tempo Storm has Jamili. He's going to be mostly playing a mage. Peekaboo mostly going to be playing a rogue. Gareki mostly going to be playing either a Resto Druid, maybe a Resto Shaman, and then Chanimal backing up on the Warlock, the god of damage himself. And then for NG Black, we've got Wealthy Man mostly playing a mage, Jax mostly playing a rogue, CMG mostly playing a Shadow Priest, and Rubcub backing them up with the heals on that Holy Paladin. Now, composition selection could be interesting here. I was kind of predicting a Tempo Storm victory overall in this series, but as we are jumping into the match pretty quickly, it looks like Tempo Storm has actually decided to go with a Lock Shaman Druid matchup. Jamili, you know, he's known for criticizing people for playing these comps, saying like, oh, you stall the game out, you're not doing anything, you're stalling the game out, but now Jamili himself
play to win, man.
is going to be playing this kind of slower paced composition. So Tempo Storm looking to stay alive and stabilize throughout a match and get that spread pressure on 3 targets moving into the match, whereas Northern Gaming Black are going to be playing a Holy Paladin Arcane Mage Assassination Rogue. So we saw a bit of this comp last year at BlizzCon. It's kind of something that's been discovered as pretty powerful. Its CC chain is very long and very hard to stop, as the Arcane Mage has a lot of immunities, so he can't be interrupted and he can't be stopped on his crowd control. So Northern Gaming Black are going to be looking for crowd control chains on Gareki and then pressure either onto Chanimal or Jamili, Dampener in this case, on the Elemental Shaman. Let's see if Northern Gaming Black can get that initial pressure.
Yeah, as Jax right out the start is going to land the sap on to Jamili right away. Trying to find his target. It is going to be Jamili, actually. As you can see, the mark for death already coming out on to Jamili, doing a bunch of damage, plus the Vendetta. This is everything. He's going all in. Yeah,
Dampener could be in a bit of trouble. He did predict this damage, though, with his Shamanistic Rage up. That will reduce a lot of it, and he's just tanking it. This is incredible right now. I expected way more damage to come out from Northern Gaming, but Jamili just deflects all of it. Gareki looking for a Cyclone, lands it over onto Rubcub, a Hex onto Wealthy Man, and Tempo Storm actually using crowd control and singling out Jax. Jax is completely alone right now, down to half HP. A lot of damage following up. Barely gets his Cloak of Shadows to immune that wizard damage coming in on himself, but he does instantly get re-dotted here. That was a lot of cooldowns out from Jax, and he's going to be exposed moving forward. They're trying to pressure him so that he cannot overextend and chase down this Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, now Wealthy Man is trying to do some damage in this match, but as we saw at the beginning, he's really not getting much damage off. Lots of crowd control coming out on him throughout this entire match. As you see, they're switching it up onto Rubcub just a little bit. He's taking damage, having to using that Divine Protection already. And it looks like a great ring was also landed onto Gareki, followed by that Poly. So the CC is definitely coming out from Wealthy Man.
Yeah, we can see Jamili, the Elemental Shaman, in a lot of trouble right now. If they have any more crowd control for Gareki, they could just take the game. The full blind follows up. Gareki trinkets out of that right away to connect the heals. He knows how dire this situation is, but now Jamili has no trinket. Gareki has no trinket. Really, there's nothing to stand in the way of Northern Gaming right now, as long as they can stabilize. Rubcub trinketing out of that stun, trying to save, but he trinkets into a full fear, and that's luckily going to break to some of those damage over time ticks. Rubcub with a close call here to try and save Jax the Rogue, but here comes the setup to win. A full stun over onto Jamili the Shaman, but Chanimals is just peeling the world. Chanimal completely keeping Jamili topped off there with those fears. Really well done from Chanimal, and he's going to keep his team in this match.
Yeah, it's interesting watching the positioning of Jamili, who's playing right on that pillar, right in their faces nonstop, with both Chanimal and Gareki staying really far back, you know, kind of LOSing when they need to. As Rubcubs is going to push up for a stun or just get out of line of sight, as Chanimals is going to port over to him and try to get it off. Dark Soul comes out from Chanimal, tossing a bunch of damage out, and Rubcub needing to bubble for that damage.
Yeah, Rubcub is under a lot of pressure right now. There's a huge kill window for Tempo Storm. They could basically annihilate anyone right now. Chanimal definitely going to be looking to maybe get more dots out. It seems like Tempo Storm are trying to play a very stall-based game and use crowd control instead. So they've got a full clone on Rubcub. They're looking to try and get Jax's Cloak of Shadows with this setup, but they're not getting it. They don't have enough damage to follow it up. Now this next kidney shot out from Jax will be easily deflected by Jamili's Shamanistic Rage, and Rubcub needs to be careful about pushing in. Rubcub needs to cross the map and get those stuns on Gareki. You can see him trying to cross the map right now. He's trying to get in Gareki's line, but Gareki's just running away from him. He finally lands the stun, but he's exposed himself so long. Rubcub in so much trouble on the run, trying to get away from Chanimal, and Dampener barely able to get out of line of sight, gets some casted heals off, and top himself off. Wow, that was brave for him to cast there. Chanimal could have locked them out.
Yeah, and that Save by the Light did proc right there, so it doesn't seem like that was a good trade just to get the stun off. As we see, the bash goes out with Wings up on Rubcubs as he's going to be able to top his team off, but gets feared away as Jax is going to start taking some damage. As you can see, he's constantly on the back of Jamili non-stop, forcing that cloak out also. Not looking great for Northern Gaming Black right now.
Yeah, it really isn't. Tempo Storm are looking solid in this stall-out match. Now they need to look for kill windows. Right now, Jax doesn't have very much to stay alive, and Tempo Storm aren't under a lot of pressure, so they should be able to push forward and try and take Jax down. Let's see if they can get in there and get dirty. A full stun on Rubcub. Channel looking for a fear. Lands that full fear. Now Jax in a lot of trouble. On connects, he drops the defensive smoke bomb to try and line aside of his opponents, but even still, that might not be enough. Jamili's just going to finish him off. He's trying to hide in the cubby hole on the side of the map. Wow! Great awareness to go and run towards that cubby hole and dodge the damage coming in on himself. Really well played from Jax. He's going to stay alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, and that's one of the features of this map, that little crowd control. Oh, wow, as we do have the Divine Protection coming out from Rubcubs right there, as he's barely gonna live, needs to get behind the pillar right now, as even Goreki's was tossing out some damage there.
Yeah, we can see Rubcub, he's in a very dire situation. His team basically has nothing left to stay alive through Tempo Storm's pressure, and they're still trying to stay aggressive, but Rubcub gets locked on his heel. I think that lockout might just be the end of the game. Jax getting stunned in the middle of the map with nothing left. Great Soul is up. They're looking to finish him off, but Rubcub, the healing lord, is able to keep him alive with nothing towards that middle part of the match. Wealthy Man sitting through a Hex, Ribbit, just not able to really do too much. It seems like Northern Gaming Black, they need to focus on their interrupting. They need to lock down this CC coming out from Dampener and prevent those Hexes so that Wealthy Man can get more damage out.
Yeah, and needing to Wings while his entire team was behind the pillar. It looks like they're going to push with this, though, as Rubcubs is going to get a little bit offensive and gets a stun out on to Goreki. They're going to go on to Jamili yet again, the Shaman, as the ring follows up that CC onto Goreki. Let's see if they can get anything out of that ring, and it doesn't look like it.
Jamili's just laughing at Northern Gaming right now. He just kited that entire setup and avoided so much damage, just running around the pillar, and Tempo Storm are looking so good in this position. Now with Rubcub's healing cooldowns running out, he's running out of time, really. Caught into that full bash now. He may need to use his bubble to immune damage here. It seems like Jack is doing a good job healing so far, just preventing Dampener from getting any lava bursts out. He's looking for that Hex, full Hex over onto Wealthy Man. It's a 3-on-2. Wealthy Man deciding to trinket out. They're trying to get a setup going here. The full polymorph connects. Jamili still has Shamanistic Rage, and he's still holding on to it. Northern Gaming Black just have no damage. Where is it? They need it now. Doesn't look like they're going to find an opportunity. There's the kidney shot finally over onto Dampener, but it's too late. The CC isn't coordinated well enough, and they get no pressure with it. Now Northern Gaming Black are against the wall. Rubcub getting locked on his heel, falling further and further behind. Chanimal and Dampener are just tearing them apart.
Yeah, as he did have to use Aura Mastery right there, as Rubcub's needing to bubble.
Whoa, where's this damage coming from? Dampener barely almost dying there through the Shamanistic Rage. Goreki wasn't really ready for it either. They traded out a lot of cooldowns to stay alive, and if Northern Gaming can get a few more surprises like that, maybe they can pull off a miracle.
Yeah, that sack is saving Jax right now, but Rubcub's taking a bunch of damage from it as it does fade, and this is a scary situation. Wings comes up yet again, but he does, looks like he does fake it, or maybe he got locked there. There we go, now we have the flash of lights coming out. Jax is in trouble by himself, trying to stick to Jamili, but look, their health bars just aren't moving.
Yeah, the peels from Chanimal onto Wealthy Man are just locking him down. Wealthy Man can't get anything done. They finally get some CC onto Goreki, but Dampener not taking any damage. He's trying to kite away to the pillar. They need to stun him. They need to lock him down, but they're just not able to. Jamili's just kiting them and outplaying them very well in this match, and as long as Dampener can stay away from these stun combinations, he should be all right. They do drop the smoke bomb. Goreki blinks in. Chanimal peels with a double Shadow Fury. Really great peels up from Chanimal there to provide some pressure relief. Goreki sitting through that blind, trying to play greedy. No, I'm not going to play greedy. He decides to trinket out. They know they're so far ahead. They just need to get on top of Rubcub. They need to put him in the dirt. He's got nothing left. Chanimal's just soloing him right now. Rubcub faking the interrupt, though. A very important moment for Rubcub here to stay alive. He should be able to get some casts off and try and stabilize his team. In the meantime, Jamili now in trouble. Down to 30%. Are they going to pull off a miracle? Dampener will go down. And Northern Gaming Black, despite being dominated this entire match, find a miracle opportunity out from nothing almost. Rubcub with the miracle play to stay alive at that end of the match. What a GG moment there. I can't believe it.
No, what was really impressive is Jax actually used his smoke bomb in the engagement before that, and I saw that he had a few seconds left on Vendetta, so I was wondering why he wasn't going to pair both of those together, you know, toss out a whole bunch of damage into the smoke bomb, but I guess it paid off. You know, he had the Shadow Reflection ready for the next go, along with Vendetta, and he just did a ton of damage.
Yeah, I could tell maybe Wealthy Man was getting upset in that game because he was getting CC'd a lot. Wealthy Man was locked down for most of that match, and finally he's like, you know what? you can't CC me anymore. I'm immune to your CC right now. I'm killing you. This is the end of the game. They had like 2 really good setups, and that's all that it took. So I feel like Tempo Storm were playing that matchup extremely passively, more focused on crowd control, more focused on stalling the game, and it kind of ended up backfiring because they didn't get on top of Rubcub when he was weak, and then Rubcub was able to push in with cooldown. So I think that Tempo Storm, maybe they're going to take a little bit less of a cautious route and get more on top of Rubcub, get dirty when they know that there's not enough damage available, because it seems like even if they stall the game out, Northern Gaming Black can still find opportunities.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, there was a couple times with Rubcub, he had to use, he used wings while his whole team was behind the pillar just to catch up at that point because of the amount of damage that was coming out. I really liked the earthquakes that were, the area denial around the pillars that Jamili was doing. I mean, he played great throughout the entire match because there was so many times that he was just tanking damage and he knew exactly when he had to run, when he could stay right in their faces.
Yep.
And it basically let Chanimal do whatever he wanted during the match.
I mean, that final moment at the end of the game is what decided it. If Rubcub had been interrupted on that final heal, he was done. He was going to go down. So that just knowing if Chanimals was going to interrupt him, predicting that and faking the interrupt allowed him to stay alive and actually end up winning the match. So literally the last 20 seconds of that game decided everything.
Yeah.
That was like spectacular. I counted Northern Gaming Black out from like the earlier stages of the match, and then they finally like, we're getting comfortable. Let's try and get something done. Okay, boom. And then it's the end of the game. So I'm wondering if Tempo Storm are going to change their compositions. Like, they have so many available. Tempo Storm now kind of has the nickname of Counter Storm because they play so many different classes. They have so many different strategy options. This time they decided to go with the slow-paced, cautious, stall the game out, kind of almost bore your opponents to death and try and make them make a mistake. But Northern Gaming Black, they didn't fall for that. They stayed in for the long haul. They pushed through with the dampening and found an opportunity for victory. So now Tempo Storm can say, that didn't really work. Let's try something else, maybe a control-based composition like Rogue, Mage, Druid, which is something they're known for with Peekaboo on Rogue, Jamili on Mage, and Gareki on Druid. They're the highest-rated team in North America right now as that composition. So maybe they're like, yeah, let's just play what we know, our bread and butter, our control-based composition, because I feel like that stall out the game, you need to know the moments to push, and it seemed like they were just too afraid to commit to that.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we actually have a short clip from that game, a replay of this was the Cubby play, which was really cool. As you can see, Jax is in a lot of trouble right here. As you can see, Rubcubs is feared right now as the bomb goes down to prevent some damage, as he's just going to try to run away. As you see, it was actually lucky fear pathing. Wow, that is incredible. I didn't even notice that during the game right there, but that fear actually sent Rubcubs back towards that Cubby. So the second he was able to get out of that fear, he was able to toss some heals out without worrying about being LOS'd by that little corner.
There were so many moments where between Jax and Rubcub, those two people were being pressured the most, and they still found opportunities. It's like, I'm really low health. Where do I need to go? Rubcub, where are you? Where are you? It's like, go run into the cubby hole. I've never seen anybody actually do that in a match. Like, on the sides, there's these two little caves almost, and you can run and hide behind the little nook in the corner, and that's not something you see players do often, but with the way the fear pathing was, that was the perfect place for him to go, for Rubcub to get out and then to heal him up afterwards. So just really good awareness and coordination.
You can tell that audible on the play right there, and their Discord channel or whatever they're using for a communication must have been crazy at that moment. Like, I'm gonna try something. Oh, you're getting feared here. Let's do it.
We need to do something now, basically, for Northern Gaming Black, and that was an upset. I have to say, Tempo Storm, Chanimal, and Jamili were doing really well on the Warlock and the Shaman just to stay alive and get CC, but now they need to find a way to end the game, and it looks like we're going to be jumping into Tolveron Arena, so I would expect the Lock Shaman Druid, the stall-based composition, to be picked again with this big map.
It is Lock Shaman Druid, but there is something else going on here, as you guys will see once we get into the game, as there is going to be a slight change in what's going on with Jamili. As we know, he can play so many different classes, so many different specs, and he is going to be switching onto that Enhanced Shaman. I like this change because it looked like they were, making the game last forever. And then when you have that Enhanced Shaman to make it last even longer, plus a lot of constant pressure, not worrying about that one moment when you have the Ascendance and that type of damage.
Yeah, so Jamili on that dampener is his name for his shaman here. He went from being a ranged class, so sitting far away and just chucking spells out. He went from that ranged class, and now he's going to be playing a melee class with two weapons, just be chucking away at his opponents. And enhancement shamans have access to instant healing. They can build up Maelstrom and then use that Maelstrom to heal their partners, heal themselves. So much more stable, which means that they can push in a little bit more safely. We can see that Northern Gaming Black, they are unafraid, moving in a full sap over onto Jamili the shaman. Are they going to follow this up with any more CC CC is the question. It looks like Channel actually got a haunt off for free. That's going to boost his damage a lot if he gets the dots out. Here comes the kidney shot over onto Jamili the Shaman. Gorecki reads it. He's going to use that Iron Bark to reduce a lot of this initial damage. Really well done from Gorecki. Jamili needs to be a little bit careful though. He wants to make sure that he doesn't overcommit his position. He's trying to pull back over on top of Gorecki, but Jax in the meantime just getting annihilated, forced to use that Cloak of Shadows. Jamili's on the run. Good positioning right now out from Tempo Storm.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of kiting a bunch of damage. He's going to connect back to his target. Looks like they're going to switch it up onto Rub Cubs, as they're going to get him down to about half right there, as he hasn't used anything except for Divine Protection just quite yet. Great Shadow Fury on the entire team, as both Jax and Rub Cubs are in trouble right now.
Yeah, we can see evasion used from Jax, so he will dodge all of Jamili's attacks. Rub Cubs still getting pressured now as well. Good CC on Wealthy Man is kind of locking him out of the game. He does follow up this full stun with a poly onto Gorecki, and I believe that Jamili just gated to the opposite side of the map. He's running laps on the desert, but now he's very far away from his team. Gorecki needs to get back, but they drop the smoke bomb. Really good time smoke bomb from Jax, forcing Gorecki to use a lot of gap closures to get inside of that and start healing him up, but now he's going to be blinded, forced to trinket out of that now as well. The only thing standing right now for Jamili to survive is his Shamanistic Rage, and he might need to trade that out. In the meantime though, Jax has his Vendetta, so that's the Rogue's ultimate ability. It's going to provide a lot of burst for him, and he's really looking for a good opportunity, and they might just decide to pull the trigger here. Maybe they make a swap. No, going to be committing over onto Jamili. He's down to half HP. They're choosing not to use the Vendetta. They do get the Iron Bark out, but they really don't have much time to bait cooldowns. They need to commit a strategy. Rubcup forced to use his Avenging Wrath to recover through the damage. He should be able to deal with this pretty easily. Chanimal not landing an interrupt there. Rubcup will stabilize his entire team, and you know, the longer that Northern Gaming Black wait, Tempo Storm can find more opportunities.
Yeah, as Chanimal's damage is going to drop a bit because that Dark Soul is down. He did a great job of forcing those wings from that one spell, basically, because of the amount of spread pressure he was doing. As you see, Jax does have his evasion up. He's going to land a kidney on to Jamili, as he's going to dump a bunch of damage into him, but looks like the CC onto Gorecki from Wealthy Man, that ring is going to fade.
Where is this damage coming from?
Wow.
Jamili dipping below half HP,
It's
forced
Vendetta.
to use his Shamanistic Rage, finally trading out that cooldown for the Vendetta. Well-played trade for Jamili on that Shaman, and now with that trade being over, Rubcup running out of cooldowns, Tempo Storm need to make something happen. They need to get into the faces of their opponents, start dishing some damage out. It seems like they're going after Jax for now, but they are setting up a kill here over onto Jamili with no rage and no trinket on Gorecki. They need to keep this chain going on Gorecki. If they get him locked down any longer, Jamili will just fall, but they don't follow it up. Great stops from Chanimal and Dampener. Now Jax got into a stun, tricketing out. He really doesn't have much remaining, and Jamili, he's half melee, he's half magic damage, so he can kind of go through that Cloak of Shadows a little bit. Doesn't look like he gets enough damage to finish him off. Now Rubcup getting stunned up. Everybody DPSing into Rubcup. He's trying to fake the interrupts, but he could lose the game if he doesn't. It does look like he's managed to fake them. He's going to get a lot of healing off here. Gorecki caught into a stun. Wealthy Man follows it up, but he doesn't get the sheep. Grounding Totem preventing it. Oh, but he follows up again. Unfortunately, Jax actually kind of needs to run away. He wants to push forward, but he doesn't want to line of sight his healer right now. Finally getting in there, trying to get some damage. Rubcup in the meantime forced to bubble, and Northern Gaming Black not looking good in this position.
Yeah, and that was while Wings was up too, so that is pretty scary. They're not going to have very many cooldowns, especially because Saved by the Light did proc onto Jax too. So if they're going to continue damage into Jax with the CC onto Rubcubs, they might be able to score a kill here.
Yeah, it seems like right now Rubcub is their only target, and it seems like he's able to deal with the damage very easily for right now, and as long as they keep this predictable strategy, I'm wondering if they're even going to be able to ever get a kill. Gorecki caught into a polymorph. There's really no defensive cooldowns for Jamili. If they lock him down in a stun, they could just tear him apart. He's trying to go for the defensive hex. He gets the hex off in the faces of his opponents, and Wealthy Man is going to have to sit through that hex, doing no damage. Really well played from Jamili, landing that CC at a critical moment.
And that was a great choice to hex Wealthy Man, since he's the only person on the team that could remove it. As Rubcubs is going to get down to about half right now, tosses the execution sentence on himself, but that still wasn't enough, as it looks like Jax isn't going to be able to heal very much for him, as Rubcubs is going to be able to heal himself.
Whoa! Gorecki getting swapped over to, not expecting this really. He's dipping so low. He's on the run right now, trying to escape his opponents. A crazy swap out from Northern Gaming, unfortunately, will not pay out. Now they're making a swap over onto Jamili. He's going to trade out his Shamanistic Rage, but Rubcup has no mana, 30% HP remaining. He has to deal with so many interrupts. He's just casting. He says, screw it, I got nothing left. I'm just going to cast through this. I don't care if you interrupt me. I have to keep my team going. We need to keep pushing in if we want to find a kill here. Dampener now dipping kind of low. The Iron Bark will reduce a lot of that damage. Gorecki caught into a stun, locked down. They need more damage. Jamili knows that. He's going to gate away, try and prevent any pressure from Northern Gaming Black. If they can stay alive a little bit longer, they might be able to finish this. Jamili caught into a full stun, but with no CC on Gorecki, he should be able to easily heal through this damage. Looking for a defensive clone, not really able to get it. Nice line of sight from Jax, seeing that Cyclone and avoiding splitting it.
Oh, and Rubcubs is healing on fumes right now, sitting at the 1% with the wings up. So this is going to be a scary moment if any more damage is going to come out onto Jax. But look at them chase and make sure that he can keep his rogue offensive. It's extremely important right now because both teams are very, very low on cooldowns.
Yeah, right now, here comes the setup to win the game. Chanimals knows that his team is under so much pressure. He's peeling, doing a good job, keeping Wealthy Man locked down. And now Jax is dipping low with really nothing remaining. Rubcub is in desperation mode, just casting heal after heal after heal to keep his team going. And Rubcub is a fake lord, man. You cannot lock this guy out. He's doing an amazing job so far with no mana remaining. They need to stay offensive. They've only got maybe one more opportunity left to take Jamili down on this Shaman, or they're just going to fall to the pressure of Tempo Storm.
And that's what's going to happen. The bubble comes back up for Rubcubs as he uses it. He's used just about everything recently as Jax is taking so much damage. Full line of dots plus Jamili attacking into him. The triple Shadow Fury comes out with a follow-up Fear, and that seals the deal for Tempo Storm. Wow.
Yeah, it was so close. There were a couple of surprise swaps. I'm wondering if maybe if they do that earlier in the match, they might be able to take Gorecki out, because most of the time as the Restoration Druid Gorecki, you're going to be trinketing blind. That's the CC coming out from the rogue. It's the longest, it's instant cast. You're just usually trading them to the same cooldown. Blind happens, I trinket out of blind. And because that is so predictable, I think that Northern Gaming Black could make those swap opportunities a little bit more often. Say, you know, oh, he's going to trinket blind. I've got Kidney ready, got Vendetta. Let's just go right through Barkskin. And if Tempo Storm aren't ready for it, Gorecki could go down. He almost went down in the swap that we just saw there. So maybe a little bit more surprise from Northern Gaming Black, and they might be able to claim victory moving forward. Either way, this series is now tied 1-1.
Yeah, and the pacing on those swaps is absolutely insane. I love how much damage is coming out from Northern Gaming Black. They just know exactly how much damage they can do. Like you said, if Gorecki is going to waste his trinket on that blind every single time, they know they can go with that Vendetta. And it's interesting to see, like we saw in the round before, that sometimes Northern Gaming Black isn't afraid to break up their cooldowns. Like a lot of teams, when you're getting used to a comp, you know exactly how many cooldowns you can blow in that one moment just to score a kill. But then when you're thinking the long game, you got to think, okay, I need to unpair my Vendetta from my Shadow Reflection maybe for a little extra CC during that burst if they don't line up very well.
Yeah, splitting up the cooldowns and calculating how much damage you need to kill through something is very important. Northern Gaming Black with the Vendetta on their Rogue. That's like the Rogue's ultimate ability. He's looking to try and set those up perfectly. We saw the first one over onto Jamili, but Jamili saw it coming and he was ready for it. Northern Gaming kind of spent too much time trying to bait it, and because of that time spent, they fell really far behind. Maybe they should just commit it like they did in game number 1, because it can provide an astonishing amount of pressure when you use that Vendetta. And so maybe they're going to use it earlier and more often. That way it cycles more often, because this game is going to be long no matter what versus a Lock Shaman team like this. So getting your cooldowns up more often might be the better option rather than trying to bait them out. It's a strategy decision. And, you know, some Northern Gaming Black have played this composition more than I have, obviously. So they wanted to bait cooldowns and try and get a kill later from baiting them, but Tempo Storm didn't fall for that bait.
Now, what do you think if you are the team of Northern Gaming Black at this point? Do you think you switch it up, knowing that Tempo Storm might be able to counter anything that you throw at them?
I just don't know what options they have. I mean, I'm looking at the compositions that they have. They've got God Comp, which is the Shadow Priest with CMG and the Mage and the Holy Paladin, but as that comp is like Warlocks, no. I don't want to see a Warlock, so they're kind of forced to play this Arcane Mage Rogue Holy Paladin composition. And I don't think that it's a terrible matchup. I mean, that map, you could see it play so importantly. Jamili just crossing the entire map with that gateway into Sprinty and Ghost Wolf. So they used the map very effectively to beat Northern Gaming Black. Now in this situation, Northern Gaming Black get to pick the map. So it's like, you got away too much. That map was too big. We're going to pick a small map. You're going nowhere. And kind of take them down. So it's going to be kind of a back and forth. And Northern Gaming Black have the advantage because they won the first game. They will always have the map advantage in the series as long as they win this next game.
So what do you think about this pick? They're deciding to go on to Ruins of Lordaeron. Do you think that's small enough? Do you think Sewers may have been a better choice for these guys?
I think they're maybe afraid of Jamili using line of sight. Like, if you give Jamili a pillar, at least so far in the series, I think he will run circles away from you. You just can't catch him. So Ruins of Lordaeron is a map that doesn't really have a stable pillar to run around and line of sight your opponents. So they really want to expose Jamili by picking this. It also exposes the Resto Druid if they want to make a swap, because there's nowhere to hide on this map. So I think this is a smart choice from Northern Gaming Black. And as long as they keep their confidence, keep a solid footing, like we've seen kind of questionable decisions happen in tournaments where you get pressure. Like, there's no way we can win. How do we do it? How do we do it? And then they make some questionable decisions. So they need to keep a level head. They can win this, and they've just got to keep it going. Let's see if they can pull it off on Ruins of Lordaeron.
Yeah. All right. So as we can take a look, it looks like we did have another switch. Of course, this is great. Playing the mind games. Tempo Storm choosing to use an Elemental Shaman again this time. So maybe they thought Northern Gaming Black got a little bit too comfortable against that enhanced shaman, so now they're going to go with this elemental on this map.
Well, there's no pillar, so as the elemental shaman, you're just going to be chucking out spells everywhere and blowing people up. So I think that was a good reaction to the map pick, honestly. So Tempo Storm reading into a different strategy, going to be using more wizard abilities. We see Jamili getting sapped, and Northern Gaming Black are unafraid to just push in and get CC early on. Looks like they're going to want to set up a smoke bomb drop. Are they going to commit all in here? The Shadow Reflection comes out over onto Jamili. Gurecki reads this setup like a book, trades out that Iron Bark, reducing a lot of damage, but it looks like they're just going to try and cut through that cooldown. Jax committing his Vendetta. Jamili trading it out for the Shamanistic Raid, just trading back and forth between Tempo Storm and Northern Gaming Black. And with these good trades from Tempo Storm, Jamili is stabilizing so well.
Yeah, and he's trying to fake over and over and over to get that Hex, and he finally does get it. So that was great patience, wasting so much time there, but able to get that Hex off as Rubcup's taking a lot of damage right now. Does get locked on that Holy, so he is going to have to wait to heal, as there we go. Now the wings are going to come out and bring him back up, but also Jack's taking a lot of damage too.
Yeah, and Gurecki has no Trinket. Jamili has no Shamanistic Rage. This next CC chain, which is happening right now, might be the end of the game if they get any more damage. They follow it up with CC. Where's the damage, man? Jax, we need to see you. Where's your deeps? Jamili's just sitting through that with taking no pressure at all. So NG Black, they need to find a way to get more damage when they get that CC, because that could have just been the game for them right there.
Yeah, as you see, Jax constantly keeping that feint up, which is costing him a bunch of energy right there, so he's really not able to stay as offensive as he would like, as he does use the on-use Trinket right there, and he's going pretty hard into Jamili, as Jamili has the backup from Gurecki, who does get stunned right there. Let's see if Wealthy Man can land that poly out of it. All right, so the chain is going to start onto Gurecki, as he's going to have to sit that full poly, but look at this, that Iron Bark saves the day.
Yeah, once again, we can see pressure onto Jax. Jax and Rubcub, the primary targets. He needs a cloak. Wow, that was barely escaping death at 15%. Now Rubcub is low on health as well. He's going to use his Aura Master. He can't deal with Chanimal's Interrupt right now. He doesn't want to deal with fake casting it. There's too much pressure on his team, but Chanimals has now used his Dark Soul. His damage is going to be so high. Crazy damage coming in over onto Rubcub. Instead, pushes in for CC. Despite being pressured, says, you know what? We're going to commit. We have a window of opportunity, but there's no damage. Where's the damage? Jamili's still sitting very healthy on HP. Great peels from Chanimal right now, keeping him topped off with these fears onto the rogue Jax. Really well played from Tempo Storm to make sure that these setups that should be the end of the game don't happen.
Yeah, and Northern Gaming Black is only focusing. Oh wow, look at Jax.
Gurecki's gonna finish him off. Gurecki literally just killed him in cat form. The healer.
The shreds
Gurecki the healer was like, you know what, I'm done with this. I don't like you anymore. I'm gonna kill you in cat form. You're not running away. And you can see that map backfired. So Tempo Storm with a good swap. Jamili playing Elemental instead of Enhancement allowed him to just chuck so many spells out because you can't hide anywhere on this map. And Northern Gaming Black are going to lose game number 3.
And look at that. It was his highest damage was that Moonfire, which means each of those shreds did under 8.6k damage each. So it was just that one moment.
He just tickled him to death at the end of the game. So.
Sometimes you have to seize that moment. Yeah. You can see your opportunity, and he took it.
Yeah, Gurecki definitely playing very well towards the end. Usually as a healer versus setup-based comp that Northern Gaming is playing, it's a risk to just get in there and try and get something done. But he took the risk, and it paid out, now leading 2-1. Tempo Storm 1 win away from advancing in the winner's side of the bracket, whereas Northern Gaming Black will be going down to the loser's side. Both of these teams are kind of undefeated since they're coming through the winner's side of the bracket, so it's a pretty intense matchup. I'm wondering, now that the map pick is in favor of Tempo Storm, what Northern Gaming Black can do to kind of reverse this pressure and try and get a win on the next map.
Do you think it's like a moment where they'd pick something like Blade's Edge, since they both have an elemental knockoff? You know, they have the Druid with Typhoon if needed, or another Bash, or plus it's a small map that they can use at gateways, plus the personal portal of the Warlock? Or do you think it's just they want to be able to chase their target?
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, Tempo Storm Blade's Edge seems good in theory because it provides a lot of escapes for your Warlock. But right now the pressure is on Jamili, so unless he's in a good position throughout the match to knock people away off the side of the bridge, it could be a bit of a gamble because you can kind of get lost from your team on Blade's Edge, since there's a Z-axis, like there's 2 levels to the map, and you can kind of get lost on either side. Like, do you want to play on bottom? Do you want to play on top? The bottom's really good for stopping crowd control. The top is really good for dishing out damage, and it's like you need to pick which side of the map you want to be on at what time. And if you make the mistake, let's go on the top. Let's do damage. Oh, we don't have any. Oh, they're attacking us. We're gonna die now. So Blade's Edge is a really risky map, which is why you don't often see it.
Yeah, and it looks like Northern Gaming Black is going to go with Tiger's Peak at this point, and it looks like we do have a comp chosen from Tempo right now. So it's interesting to see these comp picks based on the map. It's really interesting that we go through this order every single time, and we let the teams kind of math it out and figure it out. But I will say, Tempo Storm is one of the fastest teams to lock in their comps. You can tell they're very, very confident in all their picks, that they've played this before. They've seen this. They know exactly how to react to it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a decent strategy for Tempo Storm to against Holy Paladins. Holy Paladins hate fighting Warlocks. Like,
yes.
To spread pressure on multiple targets is very challenging for a Holy Paladin to deal with. Holy Paladins run out of mana very quickly as well to this kind of damage, so Tempo Storm are trying to get that advantage with Chanimal over Rubcub. And in the previous matches, Rubcub was doing a really great job of faking interrupts and avoiding getting crowd control so that he could keep his team aggressive. But unfortunately, on that last map, they were maybe a second away from being able to survive, but Gorecki took the second away. So they were unfortunately not able to. Now opting to go with Tiger's Peak, which is a very neutral map. It's a medium size. It's not huge. It's not small. There are some pillars to use. There's some kind of cute little balcony moves you can do as well. So this is more of a neutral map, and they're not really taking any risks with it.
And pretty straightforward picks from all the talents and glyphs out of these guys. There's nothing out of the ordinary. They're pretty much playing what you play in these matchups. Yeah, pretty standard.
Yep, no surprise decisions just yet. I'm curious if Rubcub's running. He is going to be running the Save by the Light unless my UI is incorrect. So that's going to grant his team a shield at low HP. When they dip very low, a shield will proc on them and preventing them from dying for a few seconds. We can see NG Black moving in stealth, so they are invisible to their opponents. They've been aggressive at the start of every match, and it looks like they're continuing that aggression. A sap over onto Jamili. Wealthy Man cleaning him off, just purging every buff off of him to slow down the healing and slow down the damage. Smoke Bomb gets dropped by Jax. Are they going to commit an all-in like last time? Doesn't look like it's fully committed just yet. They're going to use the blind, but Gorecki, usually you trade your trinket automatically, but in this situation, he knew that NG wasn't committing any damage, so he gets away with sitting through that full blind. A very important move for Gorecki.
Yeah, and it looks like Jamili able to get away with that gateway, tossing the capacitor totem down, as it looks like Jax is just going to run right by it, as it looks like they're going to chase Gorecki's all the way across the map, as Rubcubs is going to come in too and try to toss some damage out with those denounces, as he's doing a decent job right now. Heart of the Wild does come out. Gorecki taking a lot of damage through Bark Skin, as it looks like they need to switch the pressure around back.
Whoa, man!
Gorecki taking so much damage, down to 5% health, barely living through it. No? Is he going to? 2%.
I cannot. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, Gorecki. I get it. You're having a heart attack. You're going to give me a heart attack. Because that was crazy. Jamili was really the MVP to keep Gorecki alive as long as he did. It was just like, healing surge, I'm trying to keep you alive, Gorecki, please. But I think at the end of that match, he got silenced on his Nature Swiftness. So Nature Swiftness gives him an instant heal. And because he got silenced, he couldn't use it. And then Wealthy Man just stole that off of him. So he wasn't able to connect that big heal that he was expecting. And Northern Gaming Black are going to take game number 4, I believe now. Another 2-3 series. Every single series, man, it's just so crazy.
Yeah, and we saw that Jax chased all the way across the map. After Jamili gated, he followed up and just, instead of sticking to Jamili, he just chased Gorecki completely across the map from where they were. At the exact same time, Rubcubs called out that he was going to be able to toss in a little bit of damage also, and was up there with the wings and the denounces, as you can see.
Whoa, Rubcubs 6-0.
Yeah.
I mean, the match went on for a little bit afterward. But
Yeah,
I mean,
but still, 50,000 Holy Shock adding to that damage that, from that 60k in Venom. So it was a great job by Rubcubs and Jax to chase Gorecki down.
Yeah, Northern Gaming Black, definitely a surprise choice to be going on Gorecki. And like I was saying, they need to take these opportunities. It's a risk. The aggressive team is always taking a risk to push into their opponents, but if you don't take risks, you don't get rewarded. So they definitely played a lot more aggressively in that match. They caught Gorecki off guard and they took him down. So as long as they can keep these surprises going in this series with the final game coming up, Tempo Storm doesn't know what to do. Are they going to go after Gorecki? Maybe they go on Channel. They need to be ready for whatever they're going to throw their way. Otherwise, Northern Gaming Black might take the series in a very surprise fashion. I would not have normally been able to predict that.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw before, because they are running that Assassination Rogue and that Arcane Mage, they don't have any spread pressure whatsoever. So you can kind of tell who they're going for. Like throughout the entire match, Chanimals hasn't been touched damage-wise whatsoever. So he's always able to play a little bit more offensive if needed. We haven't seen any swaps onto him whatsoever so far in these matches. But that quick swap onto Gorecki really threw them off.
Yeah, it definitely did. And it looks like Tempo Storm is going to go with Blade's Edge Arena, and I was talking about how it's a bit of more of a risky map, as it has 2 levels on top of the bridge and on the bottom of the bridge, but it will allow them access to like blink around, teleport up on top of the bridge, and avoid a lot of damage that way. So it could still work out with them. They're saying that it's their favorite map choice. I don't know if that's true, considering that it almost never gets picked.
Yeah, I mean, but when you're down to it at this point, you kind of have to pick. I mean, you're picking between that and sewers, so.
Yeah, I think if I was going to run LSD into this rogue comp, I would not go with sewers. It's too small. So Blade's Edge just gives them a lot more space and a lot more opportunities to drag the game out. So I'm really curious to see if Northern Gaming Black are going to change, or if they're going to keep with this composition. It seems like it's their most practiced composition, the most well-rounded with options. As we can see now, they're making swaps. They're becoming less predictable. And as this bursty comp with an arcane mage and assassination rogue, you need to have surprise on your side if you want to take victory versus stall-based composition.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Tempo Storms.
And that's the thing. They can throw the wrench into the plans of Tempo Storm, which really wants that long game. They want to get into dampening. They want to be able to overwhelm you once the healing isn't going to be great for that spread pressure.
Yep, definitely, and it looks like Northern Gaming Black are going to lock in the composition that they've been playing, so Rogue, Mage, Paladin, and now it's going to be Tempo Storm's decision. We picked Blade's Edge Arena. I'm expecting the Lock Shaman Druid again, because it's just much more favorable to the mobility that comp has, but they could change. I mean, it's still entirely in their option. I know Peekaboo also plays a Shadow Priest, and Shadow Priest Mage Holy Paladin does do very well versus this Rogue Mage Holy Paladin comp, so if they wanted to, they could change it. Maybe they're just going to keep playing what they're comfortable with. We've seen changes in the past kind of go a little bit haywire, because you're like, oh, that was like, maybe we shouldn't play this, maybe we should play something else. If you start second guessing yourself, that's when you end up losing a series. So
well, that's what happens in these 2-2 series, especially when everything seemed like it was going well for them at the start of that match. Like Jamili got away without any issues whatsoever, and they just decided to chase down Gorecki instead. Kind of makes you second guess your decision. Was that the right? Should we have stuck with this comp at this point? Yep. We know that they have that burst potential and can catch us off guard at any moment. So now that they know that Gorecki is killable, even at the start, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't even predict what Northern Gaming Black is going to do in this next match because of the surprise factor that they have. You know, in the safe sense that going after the Shaman over and over tends to be the best option. Just strategically, you can kind of force through the cooldowns and eventually create a window of opportunity where the Shaman has nothing to survive. But at the same time, that's predictable. Jamili's positioning himself very far away, constantly running laps away from the rogue and forcing him to like stun him before it would be optimal. So Jamili seems to be too slippery, and you can see that Northern Gaming see that. You know, this guy is too hard to lock down. Let's go on the Druid. Okay, let's go. And then Gorecki's like, wait, what? And he doesn't expect it. So I really hope that Northern Gaming Black decide to have that surprise factor and swap around on different targets rather than kind of committing into this stall-based and baiting strategy.
Yeah, and it was incredible to see Jamili around the pillars, especially in Nagran and Tolveron, where the second he got his Windwalk totem down and was able to Spirit Walk, I mean, he was out. He was gone. There was no way that the rogue could keep up at that point. And so it forced him.
You're not going to hit me. Sorry, I'm untouchable. Jamili is really good at making himself untouchable in that sense in these previous matches, and Northern Gaming Black have acknowledged that you're too hard to hit, I'm not chasing you anymore, and we're going to make some swaps over onto Gorecki. I don't think they're going to pressure Chanimal. Just this map is very good for a Warlock because they have access to a portal ability, which allows them to jump off the bridge, portal back up. If the enemies follow them, you're down there. I'm sorry. You're not coming back to me anytime soon. So I don't think Chanimals will get pressured, which means that Chanimals needs to be at the forefront. He needs to be right in the face of that team Northern Gaming the entire time, pressuring them, getting CC, and really being the playmaker, because he's not going to be under pressure. And that player that's not under pressure kind of carries the match.
Oh, he really does. And, you know, Chanimal just doing a phenomenal amount of damage throughout those matches, as he really set it up so that Jamili can just toss in a couple lava bursts when needed to add in that little damage, you know, soften the whole team up. Sentence comes up, can rock those lava bursts out.
Do you think Jamili's going to play Enhancement?
I don't know. See, that's what I'm wondering. Of course, we said the Thunderstorm would be really, really useful on this map, and so maybe that's what they're thinking, but maybe they were expecting them to possibly change, and it looks like...
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
No way! The balls on Tempo
that's
Storm.
What it is. The confidence. That's what this is. This is confidence.
I don't even want to ruin it.
No, you guys will see it.
Yeah,
we're going into the game in just a second. You will see what exactly is going on, as I love this. This is so great. This is why WoW tournaments are so great, being able to change your comp at any moment, and the enemy team can now see it now that we're in the match, and you guys at home can now see it. And what is that?
It's a
Look
mirror.
at this. not only is it a mirror class-wise, but if you look, Peekaboo is actually going to be running a sub in this setup too. However, both mages are going to be playing Arcane, as it's really interesting to see, you know, this style of confidence, being able to pick the comp that the enemy team is running. The big difference right now is Jamili is going to be running Ring of Frost, and it looks like Wealthy Man is going to be playing Frostjaw this time, so that's pretty interesting, as it looks like Glyph of Blink is just tossed in, and let's see, the Holy Paladins are playing, oh, a little, is it the same? Yeah, we have a Glyph of Hand of Freedom versus a Glyph of Cleanse. So Rubcup is going to have those double dispels.
You know, you might say to yourself, hey, it's the same classes, but with Peekaboo playing Subtlety, his ultimate as that Subtlety spec is Shadow Dance. You can see that down on the cooldowns. That comes up every minute and gives him a huge amount of burst. So let's see if Peekaboo can set up some good Shadow Dances. It seems like early pressure onto Wealthy Man over here. Caught into a full stun. They're looking to just burst him down in the beginning parts of this game. Rubcup barely able to save him here. Gorecki now caught into a stun. Now into the full polymorph. Pressure onto Peekaboo as Northern Gaming Black turn this around. Maybe swapping onto Jamili. Here comes the Vendetta out from Jax with that death from above, bursting him down pretty heavily, but not nearly as much as I expected now. Now this means that Tempo Storm can reverse this pressure. A full polymorph onto Rubcup. Now a full stun, locking Wealthy Man down, trying to chase him down and finish him off. Now Peekaboo reversing the pressure with his Shadow Dance, and he needs to make a play with this. Rubcup sees the Shadow Dance, acknowledges the cooldown, trades out his trinket to remove CC and keep Wealthy Man completely topped off.
Yeah, Peekaboo got gouged on the very end of that, as you see him constantly using the death from above to do the extra eviscerate damage when he needs to. Looks like they're gonna just ride Wealthy Man non-stop. The bop comes out on to Rubcubs. I assume that was to stop a blind right there, as it looks like Peekaboo is gonna stick on to Wealthy Man as the bomb does come down, but Wealthy Man is just going to walk out of it.
Yeah, Wealthy Man's still low on HP right now. He pops the Evanesce to immune damage, but that does not last forever. He goes for the Palm Sheep. He goes for the kill anyway. With being so low on HP, Wealthy Man has huge balls to stay in the face of Tempo Storm right now, with Rubcup still in crowd control. Peekaboo maybe looking for a swap. No, committing that damage fully over now onto Wealthy Man. Rubcup is forced to bubble, and I mean, look at Gorecki and the cooldowns on the bottom. Gorecki hasn't had to use anything. Northern Gaming Black are just getting dominated right now.
Yeah, as you see Peekaboo, again, trying to do as much damage as he can on to Wealthy Man, as Wealthy Man's going to be able to blink and get back to his healer, as he's very briefly creeping back up. There we go. Now Shadow Dance is going to fade, so he did definitely use that for damage, not the crowd control, which we normally see out of the Shadow Dance.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice for Peekaboo. I would have maybe liked to see it committing for a kill because they forced so many cooldowns. And here comes the setup to win the game. Jamili looking for that sheep, but he gets gouged. Great play from Jax. He trinkets and stops the polymorph coming in onto Rubcup. That was a sick play from Jax to keep his team in this match. They really had nothing else to stand against Tempo Storm. Now they need to find a window of opportunity. How are they going to get CC? Rubcup needs to find a way to get over to Gorecki and get that stun, but he's so far away. It looks like he's trying to. They go for the polymorph first instead. Now they need some damage. It looks like Jax sitting through a gouge. Now following up with the kidney shot. Are they going to make a swap? No, they're just using that to lock him down and prevent any peels. Gorecki's still getting polymorph, but no damage. And Northern Gaming Black's weakness throughout the series is not following up with damage, I feel.
Yeah, and one of the things to note is that you'll see is because both these teams are playing Arcane Mage with that Supernova, you'll see the enemies stand near their healer so that Supernova will break.
That double Ring of Frost out from Jamili just CC'd the entire team of Northern Gaming Black, and Wealthy Man is under fire. Jamili under fire as well. Both these mages in a lot of trouble, but Gorecki has his bubble to immune CC. It's just a race at this point. Who gets locked out? Rubcup gets locked on his heal, I believe, there, and Wealthy Man's in so much. He spell steals a bop to immune the DFA. A sick play out from Wealthy Man to keep himself alive, trying to keep his aggression, trying to keep pushing in despite being so far behind, and Northern Gaming Black are still trying to fight this out.
So that Frostjaw is going to fade onto Gorecki, but the follow-up poly is going to land. But Peekaboo and Jamili are sitting pretty good right now, as Wealthy Man is definitely taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, we see Jamili actually below half HP. Jamili could be in trouble here. Gorecki has his trinket. They don't follow it up with any CC, unfortunately, which means that Gorecki should be able to start healing him back up. But this game is way closer than I expected. Looks like an attack over onto Wealthy Man. He blinks away to the center of the bridge, avoiding a lot of damage from Peekaboo. Jax doing a good job peeling Peekaboo and Jamili to keep him alive, but here comes the Shadow Dance. Do they have anything to stop Peekaboo from taking the game right now? Doesn't look like they do, but it doesn't look like Peekaboo had very much damage either. Gorecki caught into a full sheep. Let's see if they can get anything done. Both of these rogues are just doing an amazing job of locking each other's teams down to prevent any damage. Jamili dipping low, uses that Evanesce, goes for CC, now burst over onto Wealthy Man. Rubcup sees it coming, chooses to bubble out and get some casted heals. He doesn't want to deal with the interrupts out from Tempo Storm. He will stabilize his team, and suddenly we've got a tied match on cooldowns.
Oh, we definitely do. Rubcup is going to be Fist of Justice right out of that bubble, but he is still going to have 5 seconds on his wings, so he's constantly getting that heal out. As we see, the Sheep is not going to land by Wealthy Man, as a great job peeling by Peekaboo, as he is going to stick to Wealthy Man, just dump a lot of damage. They know Rubcubs really doesn't have very many cooldowns to deal with this.
Yeah, Jamili under fire right now. He's dipping very low on HP. Gorecki needs to be careful. Jamili just blinking away, says, you know what, Gorecki, I don't need you. I'm going to go over here. Jax follows it up with that Shadow Step. Can they get any more damage? Gorecki needs to be careful here. If he gets interrupted, it could be the end of the match. He gets full polymorph with no way out. And is Jamili going to go down here? He's down to 27%. Vendetta comes out from Jax. Arcane missiles are firing in. Jamili going for a cheeky invis. Nice polymorphs. Jamili barely staying alive. Sick plays. He's still in trouble, though, down at 30%. But these peels on Jax have been amazing. Jax finally reconnecting, and boom, Northern Gaming Black are going to take the mirror match against Tempo Storm. You know, Tempo Storm were being cheeky, saying, you know what, we're going to beat you at your own game, but Northern Gaming Black actually come out ahead and take this series 3-2. What an upset.
All right, that was quite the series. Look at this. Already third series into the game, and it's this crazy. Oh, this qualifier is so great. So many great teams are here, and look at this. Northern Gaming Black taking the match 3-2 over Tempo Storm. I would say Tempo Storm, if you were to poll people in chat, probably that's one of the favorite teams. You're expecting this team to make it all the way through pretty easily just because of how great they are. You look at all the team members, you know, they were able to add into Gorecki this year, and so they have a really well-balanced team, but then to be dethroned by Northern Gaming Black already?
I would give Northern Gaming Black the title of the comeback team, because most of those games, they should not have won. They were up against the wall with nothing left, and they're like, you know what? We have nothing, but we're still going to try and keep pushing through. So I would definitely give Northern Gaming Black the comeback title. They're the king of comebacks, and that was an upset if I could ever say or see one. So this has just been intense, man. I can't wait for the games later today.
Yeah. Tell you what, the momentum really shifted on that Tiger's Peak map when they were able to kill Gorecki right at the start.
Yeah.
I think it kind of threw them off for the next match.
Yeah, it might have put them on tilt a little bit. Yeah. It's like, you know what? Gorecki, why'd you go down? It's like, oh, I got corroded on my NS. I couldn't heal. And it was just like, okay, let's switch it and mirror them. And I wonder if Peekaboo actually thought that it would be better as subtlety. Like, it's not a mirror matchup I get to see very often, especially with Peekaboo going for that subtlety spec, which is the strategy choice. It's a little bit more burst more often, but it's less burst than Vendetta from the Assassination Rogue, which is just huge. And we saw it at the end of the game. Jax got that Vendetta on Jamili when he had nothing left. One connection, you're done. That's the end of the match. So that was just really well played. I mean, both of the Rogues were peeling for their team the entire match, just shutting each other down, which is why it's so hard to kind of predict what was going on or why damage wasn't coming out. But they both played that match phenomenally. And but Northern Gaming Black are going to come out ahead 3-2 and advance in the winners. Tempo Storm are going to come out behind 2-3 and move into the losers.
Yeah, so they still both have chances to make it all the way through. Of course, Tempo Storm needing to fight their way through additional more matches, and hey, they might have to face these guys again.
It could be an intense rematch, and I'm sure that Tempo Storm are kind of like, okay, we're coming back. This was never going to happen again, and make no more mistakes, because that definitely was not my expectation to see Tempo Storm knocked down to the losers bracket this soon.
All right, you guys, we're going to get our next matchup, which I do believe is 2rets versus Method. And I know there's a lot of Method fans waiting for this match, but we're going to take a quick commercial break and get those games set up for you guys.
You ready?
All right, thanks guys for waiting. We now have an exciting matchup coming straight off of that 3-2 and now going directly into Method versus 2rets. This is going to be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, every single series today has been 3-2, right?
Yeah.
It's basically as close as it can possibly be. This next game, of course, is going to be Method against 2rets. Very, very exciting. I know I personally am very happy to see Method playing. Definitely pulling for them. And we are going to take a quick look at the brackets and see how far we've gotten today. Of course, we do have Northern Gaming Black in the winners finals, waiting to see who their opponent is going to be the next game. Of course, Team Method against 2rets. In the losers quarters, we still have Temple Storm against Northern Gaming Red and Splice, waiting to see who their opponent is, the loser of this next upcoming match.
Yeah, even the games that were off stream, of course, a 3-2 Team Jennings losing to Method, so that was a 3-2 to put Method in here, and of course, then you look at 2rets taking it 3-0 over Northern Gaming Red. So I don't know. Do you think Method is a little scared at this point? You know, seeing this team come in.
Well, I think 2rets is an incredible team. I think anyone would be foolish to sort of second guess how good they are. Like, they're going to have to bring their A game, absolutely. Method's going to have to do a great job. I think they're going to have a very difficult match up in front of them, depending on what both teams decide to run. I'm not exactly sure what's going to be happening because, of course, both teams do have multiple compositions.
They do. They can play a lot of stuff. Of course, 2rets is going to be eventually non-Ret Paladin Inviolable on Hunter, and he's been doing a phenomenal job this tournament. GCD-TV has been giving us some updates, you know, really telling us how the games off-stream were going, and they were really impressed with Inviolable's play. And of course, Zev's playing that Feral Druid and Joxy on Resto Shaman, so they can play, you know, probably 2 different comps if they stick with their main characters, either that Cupid or, of course, that Jungle. And of course, then we have Method, and you guys know these names, very well-known players. Of course, that is going to be Sea-Doo playing Resto Shaman or possibly Resto Druid. We could see Sea-Doo coming out. And of course, we have Bean Slayer or BSX on Feral Druid, Smexon playing Warrior, and Snuts on Warlock. But again, Smexon is one of those players that can flex and play a whole lot of different classes at high ranks.
Yeah, he can play but the Warrior and the Enhancement Shaman. Basically any melee he needs to play, he can pick up and play. Method, of course, is going to be having that WLS comp available to them, FLS comp, as well as LSD and some Mage Druid shenanigans that they can run.
So they have lots of different things. All right, if I have to put you on the spot, which team do you think is going to take it in this set?
Well, I think no matter what happens, it's going to be an incredibly close series. I think if Method plays well, I'll give them the slight edge. But either team could take it, absolutely.
All right. So this is going to be an exciting matchup. Like we said, you know, 2 very well-known teams. You know, they've been in the tournament scene for a very long time at this point. I know Inviolable sometimes doesn't get the attention he deserves. You know, from talking to some other players, they know that he's really a star. He's one of those great hunters and just, you know, kind of a goofy player, you know, isn't always the most serious, you know, when playing on streams or on ladder, for example. But, you know, you can definitely change the mindset completely when you go into tournaments like this.
Yeah, he's one of the most fun people to play with just because he's so, I don't know, I won't say goofy, but he's pretty goofy when you play. But it's incredible to see him when he's on his A game because he is an exceptional player, absolutely.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to get into this game very quickly. Of course, we do start every matchup on the Grand Arena with double blind picks from both teams. So it's actually a surprise to us up here what these guys are going to be playing. So, you know, Nagrand Arena is, you know, the first ever arena map that was around, so we love starting on this one. It's pretty much balanced for just about every comp. You know, if you had to pick one map that it would be this one, and that's why we started with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we do actually have the compositions that these 2 teams are going to be running. It is going to be Jungle Cleave for 2rets against Method's Feral Lock Shaman. I think this is a matchup is classically kind of gone either way. I don't think either comp has a huge advantage going forward, so we're just going to have to see what strategies these guys come out with out of the gates. It's going to be a high-pressure game either way, depending on what 2rets does. We'll have to see what their target choice is.
You know, of course, Inviolable is going to be playing a survival. Love that constant pressure. He's going to have a lot of setups and a lot of crowd control for his Feral, so we'll have to see how well both these teams play. You know, Resto Shamans are always a great target to kill, so we're going to have to see how well Sea-Doo and Joxy can play to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how they decide to open up. It looks like Snuts is the target of choice. Sea-Doo getting bashed up immediately, and Viable trying to push in to get a trap onto Sea-Doo. It does land. Snuts doing everything he can to minimize the damage taken. Shadow Fury coming out onto his team. Joxy actually getting bashed up as well. Looks like Beanslayer is able to connect on him a little bit. The Cyclone going out onto Panther as well. Snuts popping that Demon Soul. Wants to get aggressive, wants to get some damage out, but so many of his dots are just being dispelled by Joxy over and over and over. And Viable taking a little bit of pressure right now. Beanslayer still has his Incarnation as well as his Berserk available. Snuts only using one of his Demon Souls as well. A lot of pressure coming up from Team Method early, though, onto 2 Rets.
Yeah, I like this damage, but that Dark Soul, again, is going to fade right there. Of course, he is going to be playing Archimonde's Darkness, so he's going to have 2. But look at the health pools of Joxy. Knowing he's not going to have to just quite use his Spirit Link just yet, as we do see that Incarnation coming out from Beanslayer. It is about half gone at this point, so he has been putting out a lot of damage along with Snuts, so that was their first big offensive push with cooldown. Yeah,
Sea-Doo actually decided to trinket early, so he has no trinket available for the next incoming CC chain. Snuts is going to have to do a great job playing defensive, use his Dark Regen, using his Gateway as well as his Portal to kite as far away as possible, immediately porting as soon as Sea-Doo gets bashed. The Gateway coming out as well. Sea-Doo caught into that full trap. Snuts is on his own, but Joxy and Viable and Panther all taking so much damage. That is the Incarnation and Berserk as well as the last Demon Soul coming out from Snuts. If Joxy can sort of recover here, they might be okay from now, but he's having such a hard time getting out these heals. Healing Surge coming out, and Viable getting so low, down to 10% HP, that Deterrence comes out at the last second, and Joxy is getting put into that full cycle, and he still has Shrink as well, both links available, but it doesn't do too much if everyone's dangerously low, and Viable's second Deterrence coming out as well. Joxy throwing out the every single heal that he has. Beanslayer getting trapped up there by Viable as well, but Joxy just cannot top off his team. Finally getting some big heals. Sea-Doo getting caught into a clone. Snuts in a little bit of trouble right now. Does still have his regen available if he needs it, but he's taking a lot of damage at the moment.
There's a great play by Joxy right there. You know, he did dispel off that UA off of Inviable and then stone formed it off, so that is going to put his trinket on cooldown, as it is going to come back in 15 seconds. But look, even Zev's taking a bunch of damage playing the Feral Druid Panther, down to half right now. So it looks like Method can just go on whoever they want during this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Joxy now caught into a bash. It looks like he is the target of choice for Method. Snuts trying to load him up with dots at the moment. He's trying to get away the best he can. Snuts still in a lot of trouble, though. Sea-Doo doesn't have his trinket for another 24 seconds. This is the full bash. Snuts has to live this, spamming out the fears over and over and over. Panther actually caught into that Cyclone. Beanslayer just throwing everyone into a Cyclone. And Viable, Panther just getting CC'd over and over and over. The Stampede and Roar coming out from Beanslayer, trying to help Snuts get away, trying to help him kite just a little bit. Sea-Doo caught into the full trap, doesn't have his trinket available for another 6 seconds. And he doesn't have a Spirit Link as well, so it's going to be hard for him to actually top off Snuts when he does get out of CC.
Yeah, and Snuts ported immediately when he saw that Sea-Doo was going to get crowd controlled right there. Really bought him some time. Sea-Doo was able to sit through that without burning any cooldowns and was able to heal Snuts up after that moment. As you see, Zevs is really pushing in. Looks like he is going to get a main mon to Sea-Doo, tries to Cyclone, but he does get Cycloned himself by Beanslayer, so he is going to be able to get that full Cyclone off. Inviable also being Cycloned.
Yeah, Snuts actually having to use a Void Walker right now as well, so he doesn't have that spell lock available. Beautiful port, getting as much distance as possible as Sea-Doo is caught in that full trap. He does have Trinket available. The Crow's coming out, though, from Inviable on his Snuts. Snuts dipping dangerously low, hovering around 50% HP right now. Joxy getting cloned up from Beanslayer. Wanted to get him low and then put him into that Cyclone, so the 2 Rets' entire team rots down a little bit from the spread pressure of this Warlock and Shaman. A huge clutch heal coming in from Sea-Doo onto Snuts before he gets the Bash Cyclone onto him. Snuts was topped off before the CC chain, so well done by Sea-Doo. At the moment, Joxy doing a great job just dispelling off Snuts' dots over and over. It's so hard for Snuts to actually get out pressure with Joxy dispelling and being trained down by this Feral and this Hunter.
Now that is going to be both the Berserk and the Incarnation coming out of Zevs, but Sea-Doo doing a great job of keeping his team alive during this, as Snuts isn't taking too much damage quite yet, but Joxy is going to have to use that Ascendance, burning through those defensive cooldowns. He still has the double Spirit Link available, though, which is huge.
Yep, absolutely. Sea-Doo actually getting maimed up there, pounced up there into a trap, so well done by Panther and Inviable getting that CC out. Snuts very, very in trouble here. He does have his Dark Regen coming up right now, but he's hovering around 20% HP. Sea-Doo does not have any cooldowns to top him off, just trying to do everything he can. So not spamming out that damage still. Joxy's mana actually getting dangerously low. Sea-Doo is winning that mana war, so if they can stall this game a little bit longer, that might be something that factors in. But right now, Snuts is just having such a hard time getting healed up from Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo finally able to top him off right before the bash comes in. So once again, well done by Sea-Doo. Spirit Link is coming out for Sea-Doo as well, so he is going to be able to fall back on that cooldown. Joxy having a hard time healing up his team, though. Everyone is rotting down to around 50% HP. That was Beanslayer's second Incarnation Berserk, though, just a little while ago. Joxy now down to 15% HP. Dispels you away. 2% is going to go down. That Dispel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that was rough.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, look, he still had, you know, a couple seconds left on his trinket, so maybe he just didn't have a choice in terms of damage, but he's sitting on 2 Spiritlings.
Yeah, he had both Spiritlings down. Maybe if he didn't dispel, he would have been able to get that off. I'm not exactly sure what happened there at the end, but that was a little bit unfortunate for Joxy. I mean, he had a lot of cooldowns to deal with the damage coming out from Beanslayer and Snuts. He just wasn't able to get it off.
Yeah, and look at Sea-Doo tossing out those 60k lava bursts. So he's even tossing, and he must have done 2, as you can see his damage dealt. So, you know, finding those opportunities to add in extra damage for your team. And of course, if you look at the time in CC, they were really controlling Sea-Doo throughout most of that match. A couple times, Snuts was, you know, getting dangerously low, but like you said, every single time that Sea-Doo knew that that crowd control was going to come in, whether he was off DR or that the Feral was going to push in, Sea-Doo was able to toss out a large heal before he was CC'd.
Yeah, I don't know if that was well timing or a little bit of luck there, but yeah, that was definitely fortunate for them. Snuts was able to get topped off before the CC chains, and he could use his gateway as well as his portal to do as much kiting as possible.
Yeah, so what a way to start off this series, of course. You know, we saw a lot of damage very quickly from the team of Method, you know, Inviolable's team with Joxy, just their health bars just rotting down dangerously low, to the point where even though he did have 2 Spiritlings at the start, it almost wouldn't even been worth using.
Well, at the start of the game, Snuts has 2 Demon Souls, which increases the hasten, which is Dot's tick. It makes him do an incredible amount more damage, as well as Feral Druid's having the Incarnation and Berserk. Those are the cooldowns we sort of talk about throughout the game. And at the start of the game, a comp like FLS, which Method is running, they just have so much pressure because of those cooldowns. And once they come back up, they're able to get a lot of route pressure, and it's hard for Joxy to actually top everyone off.
Yeah. So so that is going to be Method 2-1 over 2 Rets, and of course you were saying that you probably thought if Method played really well that they'd be able to take it. So I wonder if 2 Rets is going to switch it up. You know, of course their name 2 Rets. They're not going to be playing 2 Rets, but Evangeline, it definitely is going to be able to be tossed onto that team for that Ret pressure, which you see sometimes.
Yeah, they could come out with their Ret Hunter Shaman, which we've seen historically do pretty well in these tournaments, especially against RMD. I think it's one of the only comps in the game that does really, really well against RMD consistently. Fortunately for them, they have that if they ever fight an RMD, but Method is not an RMD, so I think they're going to continue with that Feral Druid against the FLS.
Yeah, and it looks like the map choice is going to be Dalaran Sewers by 2 Rets, so very small map, which is good for them. The Feral Druid is always going to be able to connect to his targets when he needs to, if they choose to go Feral.
Yeah, I wonder if they might switch up their strategy a little bit. The last game we saw them on Snuts pretty much the entire game. On a smaller map, it might be easier for them to connect on a target like Sea-Doo the entire game, get a lot of CC onto Snuts as well as Beanslayer, and make it very difficult for Sea-Doo to actually keep himself up, as well as getting out those dispels, which he's going to need to do in order to pressure down Team 2 Rets enough.
Yeah, and a map like Dalaran Sewers, where if you get pushed off your boxes and you have a long way to go, you can definitely try a little bit LOS, you know, between the upper and lower areas on the outside. But there are times when you're a couple minutes into a match, you're a healer, you try to switch, switch sides on the boxes, and then suddenly you're caught out in the middle, down bottom, by yourself, and it's a scary situation. So we'll have to see how well both of these shamans can handle the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't expect a composition change from either of these teams. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to see how it plays.
Yeah, it looks like Method has locked in. That is going to be, of course, Affliction lock, the Feral Druid, and the Resto Shaman, so no change from Method. But now, because we let Method pick first, 2 Rets is now going to be able to pick and react to it. So maybe they were hoping small map, maybe they would change their comps, but looks like they're sticking to their guns with that FLS.
They might be able to actually switch. You might be right about potentially switching over to that Retribution Palette on a smaller map. If they are going to do a strategy like train down Sea-Doo, try to get him down as quickly as possible, they might be able to take advantage of the Ret Paladin, who does have that Wings, which is a crazy offensive cooldown, increases his damage by a lot for a long period of time. So if they can get a good burst window down on him, they might be able to take him down with that Ret Paladin on a smaller map like this.
Yeah, so we're just waiting on 2 Rets choice, of course, and it looks like they are going to be the exact same. So we are going to have Survival Hunter and Feral Druid as a DPS, and of course Joxy is going to be playing that Resto Shaman again. And even though we saw a lot of that spread pressure like we saw at the start, Joxy handled it very calmly. You saw him constantly dispelling those UAs, and that really was shutting down Snuts' damage after those Dark Souls.
Yeah, it's frustrating as a UA Warlock trying to get out as many dots as possible. The enemy Shaman just dispelling everything you do. Meanwhile, you have to deal with the interrupt of the Hunter, the Shaman, and the Feral. So I think Snuts, all things considered, did an excellent job that game, making sure he was keeping up as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, now just to compare these setups, it does look like both Joxy and Sea-Doo are running the exact same talents, and I do believe the exact same glyphs too. Yeah, they are. So they're going to be evenly matched in terms of cooldowns. Again, when you guys see down below the cooldowns, if you see that 2, that means they're playing a talent or a glyph that gives them 2 charges. So of course, both of them are going to be playing Echo of the Elements for 2 Spirit Link charges, and of course, they're both playing the glyph of Purify Spirit, which gives them 2 charges of Dispel, as you can see.
And we'll have to see which strategy that 2Rets decides to open up with this game. It's kind of up to them what they want to do at the beginning of this game. Snuts getting that Demonic Gateway out. Very, very useful last game. Looks like Panther is going to open up onto Snuts right away. Sea-Doo being put into that bash. Beanslayer actually eating the trap. Well done by him. Sea-Doo not going to be CC'd at the beginning of this game. Snuts going to be A-OK for now, getting out his first haunt of the game. Joxy being loaded up with dots at the moment. Looks like he is the target of choice for Team Method. Demon Soul being popped by Snuts, immediately having to use that Voidwalker, so he's not going to have that counterspell available from his other pet. Joxy actually getting cloned up from Beanslayer, so well done by Beanslayer, making sure he's pressuring Joxy and putting him to the Cyclones and just making it really hard for Joxy to get healed out on his entire team.
Yeah, Beanslayer did use the Incarnation, followed by the Berserk after they had that short Cyclone onto Joxy because they were switching it onto Inviolable. And of course, those great memes are going out on to Zevs, who's playing the Feral Druid Panther, as Inviolable is down to half right now, taking a whole lot of damage, but we do see the full trap onto Sea-Doo, but Snuts, wow, Snuts now taking a bunch of damage. In response is going to turn it around, which is second Dark Soul, as that Earth Shield comes back up, so Sea-Doo is out of CC and is able to toss some heals, and look at that massive healing surge coming out due to that
Yeah. Joxy actually getting Shadow Feared with Inviolable there. Got Shadow Feared on his heel. Well done by Snuts. That is the second Demon Soul coming out from Snuts. Beanslayer and Snuts don't have cooldowns available for a little bit of time, but they do have quite a bit of pressure right now. Joxy being loaded up with dots once again on that Dispel of UA. Snuts getting dangerously low, down to 20% HP. Sea-Doo having to throw out the first Spirit Link of the game. Luckily for him, he still has his Trinket available. Just wanted to make sure Snuts was topped off. Didn't want to have to use his Trinket a little bit later on, so the preemptive Spirit Link coming out from Sea-Doo. Knew he didn't have the healing to top off Snuts, so well done by him there. Joxy getting a little bit low right now. Beanslayer is on his back, but he does get away, top himself off. Snuts still in a little trouble, down to 50% HP. Sea-Doo just really having a hard time getting out those casts to top off Snuts when he needs to. I'm sure Inviolable and Panther are doing an excellent job with their interrupts this game, but it looks like Snuts is just trying to load everyone up with dots. Beanslayer pulling away a little bit, full clone onto Sea-Doo at the moment, so Snuts is in a little trouble. They can follow that up with a bash into a trap. Sea-Doo might have to trinket that. That is a full trap out of the Cyclone. Snuts down to 20% HP, needs support on top of Sea-Doo. He gets bashed, isn't able to get the port off, and he does go down. Well done by 2Rets, making sure Snuts isn't able to port safely over to Sea-Doo, and they're able to take him down because of that.
No, that was really good. That CC chain on to Sea-Doo. Of course, Zev's peeling off right at the start, leaping over to him and getting the Maim out, followed by the Cyclone and waiting for the trap to land also. So great CC chain right there. You know, without that comp swap, you know, they just needed to beat them at their own game, you know, at the start. So it was great. You know, Snuts taking a lot of burst damage in that moment when Sea-Doo was crowd controlled.
Look at the damage that game. Panther 2,900,000, Inviolable 2,800,000. Basically the exact same numbers coming out of Beanslayer and Snuts. So very evenly matched in terms of damage done that game.
Yeah. Another exciting match, you know, on Dalaran Sewers, that small map. Always the moment where the Shaman is always in leap distance from that Feral Druid, you know, playing that wild charge, able to get over to him. So that was a great job by both teams there. Of course, you know, Sea-Doo having to sit through that CC chain, you know, trinketing right at the end and getting re-CC'd, so a rough time.
Yeah, I think the play of the game there was absolutely the bash that allowed them to finish off Snuts before he could safely port over to Sea-Doo. I think Sea-Doo still had a Spirit Link available as well, so if he did get that port off, he would have been completely fine. But because he wasn't able to, they were able to take him down.
Yeah, and scary moments for both Resto Shamans during that match. Of course, you know, Joxy at the start was taking a whole lot of damage, but then they'd switch it right on to Inviolable, so I like that the switch pressure can happen because you do have that quick burst switches when you have a Feral Druid on your team, plus an Affliction Warlock that's kind of softening up the entire team.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of map, what do you think 2Rets is going to be moving onto, or sorry, Method's going to be moving onto this game?
They had a lot of success on a small map, so maybe Ruins of Lordaeron at this point. You know, they definitely have that Hunter and that Feral Druid that can constantly stick to a target, and it's not like a Warlock can exploit the range on that map very well, you know, with their Gateway and their Portal. You know, they can choose to maybe play in the starting area, but then when you have that constant damage out of that Survival Hunter, I think it would work well for them.
So you think the smaller maps sort of are heavily favored for 2Rets? just because Snuts can't really get away.
Yeah,
and the bigger maps are nicer for Snuts because he can use the Soulburn port, he can use just the port in general, he can use the gateway and sort of create some distance and make it harder for them to reconnect, as well as CC Sea-Doo at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that both the Shamans right before that kill were almost beside each other down on the other side of the map, and then when we saw the crowd control come out onto 2 reds, Sea-Doo saw the moment to get back to his friendly box basically and was hiding behind it, but Zevs immediately turned it right back onto him, and then Snuts was stuck out in the open. Like you said, that bash sealed the deal.
Yep. Absolutely. So I think we're going to end up seeing Method choose a larger map. Something maybe like Tolveron or Tiger's Peak would be my guess.
Yeah. All right. We do have that last moments of Sea-Doo's life in this match, so let's take a look at it. And here it is. As you can see that, Snuts, they were both playing down there as Sea-Doo gets away, and this is a moment that led up to it. So he's out over with Joxy. As you see him now, he's going to switch back because it's weird. He gated away, and then now he's going to run all the way back. And then the second that you see, there you go. And now you see the leap over followed by the maim and the cyclone. So now he's sitting in that crowd control right now, and this is what we were talking about. You see him precast that cyclone, getting ready for the trinket, and then now we have, there we go, and the trinket out of it and gets binding shot, but that doesn't proc, and then that bash.
Yeah, Snuts is basically trying to delay his port as long as possible. I think in hindsight, it would have been a lot better to just get to Sea-Doo.
Yeah.
Sea-Doo had Trinket, he had Link available. If he was just there, he would have survived. Unfortunately, that's a Shaman's worst nightmare. You have all your cooldowns to keep your teammate up, but they're just too far away to actually get them off. And I know Sea-Doo's yelled at me plenty of times for that, so I feel the pain.
So it looks like we are waiting on the map choice from Method. So again, maybe a Tiger's Peak, would be pretty good for them, given the choice. But what do you think about any comp swaps? Both teams played really well in both the second and or the first match on Grand, and maybe just Method got thrown off a little bit by that swap. Do you think they'll stick to their guns with this?
I think they'll end up sticking to the same compositions. They're going to choose a map that's much bigger. It's going to be easier for Snuts to get away, and we saw what happened on the Grand Arena. They were able to slowly whittle them down and eventually take down Joxy. But both games are exceptionally close, so I don't think the map is going to make a huge difference, but I do think on the bigger maps it's a little bit more favored for the FLS.
All right, and it looks like it is going to be Tolveron Arena, like you said, a large one, and we'll have to see if there's any comp swaps. Look like there are not. Yeah, looks like we're going to go right back into it. So, when it's tied 1-1, might as well stick with your guns.
Yeah, a lot of the time these teams know what the other team is going to run. They think about it a lot, what composition is going to give them the best chance of winning, what composition is likely the other team is going to be running, and they get caught in the situation where it's just like this. There's no more favorable matchup they can run. It's fairly even. They just need to play well to win.
All right, and let's look. And it looks like both teams are running the exact same glyphs and talents on both the Feral Druids and the Resto Shaman, so they're equally matched up in their decisions there. And of course, we have a Survival Hunter again with Inviolable, and I don't see anything odd out of him. He is going to be playing Crows and Glaive Toss, as it looks like Snuts is going to be playing Blood Horror this time. But again, Soulburn Haunt, Archimonde's Darkness, the usual stuff that we expect out of an Affliction Warlock in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's likely we'll see 2 Rets once again stick on to Snuts the whole game. The reason they do that is they can lock down his damage as much as possible. Like we were saying, Joxy can dispel off Snuts' dots, it stops some of the rot pressure, and it just makes it hard for him to actually get up his dots, when Inviolable and Panther are on him so hard. Sea-Doo immediately being put into that bash is a good start for 2 Rets at the moment. Snuts playing as far away as possible, trying to get his Haunt up, gets shocked on it though. Sea-Doo caught into that full trap. Snuts in the middle of the map right now. Panther's able to connect, get up his bleed. Snuts in a little bit of trouble right now, running back to Sea-Doo as far as he can. The DR hacks coming in into the cap totem. Snuts immediately so low. Sea-Doo having to throw out the first Spirit Link right away.
And gets killed instantly. Oh no, there it goes. All right, as it is going to be Sea-Doo in that Cyclone, and we saw the initial damage onto the pet, onto Snuts' pet, and he had to take out the Voidwalker at that point, and it is going to die again, or did he resummon it at this point?
It looks like he has his pet up right now, so he does have the Voidwalker. That means he's not going to have Spelllock available, so losing a little bit of that Warlock utility. Sea-Doo still, once again, being put into the trap. Hasn't been able to get off too many heals, finally able to get off some, but that is his trinket. He only has Spirit Link left. Snuts does have his Dark Regeneration available, as well as his Gateway when he needs it, so he is going to be able to kite and get away. Joxy right now still just spamming those dispels over and over. He is at 50% HP right now. Beanslayer has connected onto him. That is his Incarnation as well as his Berserk, so a lot of damage coming out, but Joxy using his cooldowns, topping off his team, and now Snuts is in a lot of trouble. The full Cyclone onto Sea-Doo. Snuts needs to get away as best as he can. The Shadow Fear comes out, spamming out those spheres. Sea-Doo, little break in the CC, able to get off that Spirit Link Totem, so well done by him. Snuts was there that time, so he's going to survive.
Oh, and Viable almost caught that explosive trap before Sea-Doo and Snuts were able to sit in that Spirit Link. So that was a great job of, trying to precog that and get that off. As Joxy down to half right now, but like we're saying, he's constantly dispelling. So he's keeping himself at half, but he's keeping his team offensive, which is huge.
Yeah, Snuts does have those crows on him right now. Still not out of the woods yet. Sea-Doo able to get some healing surges off finally. Gets interrupted though into a trap. Snuts is in a lot of trouble. He needs to get away. He does have a gateway available if he needs it. The the Soulburn port coming out does give him a little bit of freedom. Gates back to Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo still in the main though, and Snuts is going to go down. 2 refs just sort of dominating that game from start to finish. Sea-Doo just had such a hard time because he was CC'd the entire game. Look at that, 41 seconds in CC. The next highest was 17 seconds on Joxy.
Yeah, that was a dominating win by 2 Rets at that point.
Yeah.
Sea-Doo constantly getting crowd controlled. They really switched it on to Snuts and dumped a lot of damage. Beanslayer was doing as best of a job as he could. We saw a lot of Cyclones coming out, even when he had his Berserk and his Incarnation. So he was wasting that damage time just to crowd control for his team, but it just wasn't enough.
I don't know what Method can do. Like, what went wrong for that game? I mean, perhaps Beanslayer can use his Incarnation and Berserk to try to generate a little bit more pressure in the opener, but it just seems like no matter what they do, Sea-Doo is caught into CC at the beginning of the game, and they're sort of forced into a defensive position where Snuts' pet is dying, and then he no longer has Spell Lock. He has to get the Voidwalker out, and then they're sort of playing catch-up the entire game.
Yeah, they were. And there was never a moment, even though Joxy was constantly dispelling, sitting at half health most of that game, he never was a good target for them because they constantly were on the back foot, needing to peel for Sea-Doo, needing to peel for Snuts as much as they could, and they just couldn't get that damage out.
Yeah, perhaps we could see, I think Beanslayer is getting out a lot of Cyclones, but I think Snuts and Beanslayer need to do perhaps maybe even better job of getting out those casts so Sea-Doo doesn't have to deal with so many interrupts. He has to deal with the kick coming out of Inviolable, as well as Panther, as well as Joxy. They all have interrupts for him, and he just CC'd so much he doesn't really have free time to actually get off any casts. Unfortunately for him, when he finally does get out of CC, they still have those interrupts available, so maybe Snuts and Beanslayer need to try and eat some of those interrupts more, but I think it's very hard with how many interrupts they have.
Oh, it probably is. Everyone having an interrupt on that team doesn't help very much for the team of Method. And like you said, trying to get more CC out is great, but Beanslayer is going to be costing his damage at that point to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he doesn't want to get put in a position where he's using his big offensive cooldowns and he's just getting CC'd on it. And Snuts is having to play super defensive, so they're not able to get pressure with it anyway. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, unfortunately for him.
It is, and now we're waiting on the map choice from Method at this point. It was their map choice last, so we'll have to see if they can go with another big map maybe at this point, or if they're going to go with something smaller, maybe a comp swap, but the fact that they've lost 2 in a row, kind of rough.
Yeah, what map do you even go to at this point? Something like Tiger's Peak?
Yeah, I think that's their pick.
Yeah, they already went to the biggest map available, so something like Tiger's Peak makes sense. I think they feel like they have a bigger advantage. I think they just had a really rough start at the beginning of the last game.
Yeah. All right, and we'll see. Method is, we're allowing the teams, a little bit of time. They don't have to pick right away. We saw Tempo Storm, for example. They like to lock in their stuff right away. They want to get back into the games. But a team like Method, where they're down, those last 2 games that they lost, they really need to think, let's talk about every possibility that we have. Let's talk about every comp we have at our disposal. Let's talk about every comp that they could possibly counter comp into that. What map we pick, what will they pick at that point? It's a lot of different choices that you have to go through as a team. So we give them that 5 minutes, max to make all these decisions. Plus the time if you need to run to the bathroom, in between all these long series.
Well, sometimes it happens in tournaments, especially especially in World of Warcraft, but in just the esports in general, where teams, they maybe get frustrated at what went on in the game. They're like, no, just get into the next game. Like, we don't need to talk about it. We just played bad. Where in reality, it's so much better if you can just keep a little bit of a level head, talk about what went wrong, how could you get a little bit better of an opener, and how could you just clean up the game a little bit? Because sometimes little changes like that can make a huge impact on the overall game.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, because you do have that 4th man, they can be the guy that is taking notes during that match. Okay, here's where it all went wrong. Here's something we might be able to change a little bit. That 4th man maybe picking up that coach role for the team if he's going to be sitting on the bench in this matchup the whole time.
Yeah, and perhaps maybe we'll see Smexon come out in this matchup. But the thing is, I feel like I said earlier, these teams, they know what the other team's going to run, and they're already choosing the best possible matchup. But maybe we'll see that Warrior Dream coming out here in this next game.
Yeah, and the big thing is I don't see two Rets changing at this point because of the amount of success they've had so far in these matches. Like first round was really close. Second round, sort of, and then the third round was just completely in their favor.
But what was the matchup we saw earlier? I think it was Splice against... Who's the other team?
Soar.
Yeah, Soar. Yep. Splice against Soar, where Soar was actually beating FLS as jungle. So it's the exact same matchup. They ended up having to switch jungle versus jungle. So I think this is maybe a little bit of a rough matchup for FLS. But I definitely think Method, if they clean it up a little bit, does still have a chance moving forward.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of exciting matches already in this Qualifier Cup. And of course, this is just our first Qualifier Cup. You know, we have 2 more coming. We're going to take 2 people from this, or 2 teams from this cup, the top 2. You know, they definitely are going to play out the finals for the extra money. You know, that $3,000 first prize versus I believe it's $1,200 for second prize. So you know that's a pretty big difference in money to play out that last round. You know, but what's great is they've both qualified at that point.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, you care because it is a lot of money, like you said, but their overall goal is just, we need to make it to regionals because they want to get to BlizzCon. All of these teams want to win BlizzCon. That is the ultimate dream for any serious World of Warcraft PvP player.
Absolutely, you know, and it's funny seeing people after every time that a tournament ends and you listen to people, they're like, oh, I want to go play. I want another tournament to come out, especially after BlizzCon, you know, every year. It's like, oh, well, I'm going to win BlizzCon next year. So what do we have to do during the off season, you know, because our tournament normally starts, you know, sometime around the summer and then goes through qualifiers to regionals and then all the way to BlizzCon.
Sometimes it happens too, where after BlizzCon, teams are like, oh man, like I'm done. Like that was just too much work. And then as soon as the tournament gets announced, they're like, we need to do it again. Like this is the most exciting thing ever. It's like the highlight of a lot of World of Warcraft players a year. So yeah, all these teams very much so want to qualify in this tournament. And if they don't in this one, they have 2 more opportunities like you were saying.
And this is really interesting. Blade's Edge is a map pick from Method. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, it kind of makes sense if your Warlock's being trained down.
That's true.
I mean, having the Z-axis port, it's going to allow him to get away. I'm actually surprised I didn't pick this map a little bit earlier. Why didn't we think of this earlier? The Z-axis port for Warlock's very, very important. So Snuts, if he does get targeted down, he's going to be able to jump off the bridge onto the floor. And if the DPS chase him down, he'll be able to port up. And then it's hard for them to get back up and reconnect on him. So it gives CD a little bit more time to get out of that CC and get some heals off on his Snuts.
Definitely, you know, like you said, if Sea-Doo is CC'd, you know, and he knows there's no way out, or he doesn't even want to burn his trinket and Spirit Link at that point, like you said, Snuts can just run away, you know, try to make the enemy team commit and follow him. However, on the flip side, you've got a Feral Druid who can possibly talent into a knockoff, probably won't, and then you have the Survival Hunter, which is always going to be running that explosive trap glyph for the knockoff.
Yeah, and when they get traps on Sea-Doo, they can actually knock Sea-Doo onto the floor, so they can force the game from being on the bridge down to the ground just by knocking Sea-Doo down and forcing his position to be compromised a little bit. And then what Snuts actually does port up top, he's LOSing Sea-Doo, which makes it even more of a nightmare for Sea-Doo to get off those heals that he desperately needs to.
And it looks like 2 Rets is going to be sticking to their guns. Like we said, Survival Hunter, Feral Druid as the DPS, plus of course Joxy on that Resto Shaman again. So that FLS comp, or I'm sorry, that jungle comp, they're going to stick with. So we'll have to see if Method makes any changes. I don't know, do you think Blade's Edge was like a call that they're going to switch comps, or maybe like a fake out to see if the enemy team is going to...
I don't think they'll end up switching comps. I just think this map is going to be a lot better for Snuts to actually get away and get out the damage he desperately needs to. I mean, they're having such rough starts. Sea-Doo's just getting CC'd right away. Snuts' pet is dying immediately, and if they can stop that from happening, at least keep Snuts' pet up so they don't just get onto Snuts immediately, because they do definitely need to get that pet down. Snuts having Spell Lock is incredibly dangerous for Joxy, especially since he's dispelling so much. It's important for them to keep that pet alive for as long as possible.
Yeah, and we saw, you know, on the Tolveron match, that pet died so quickly, like right from the start. He had to summon out the Voidwalker almost right at the start of the match, which wasn't too great. And of course, we are going to be getting into this game very quickly for you guys. Of course, we do have the same matchup as we had in the previous rounds. As it's going to be, looks like 2 Rets and Inviable, and looks like we might have, going to have another start by Method as they're going to leave the game really quickly, you know, because players are allowed to do that, because once the gates open, that's it.
Yep.
The game has started. If anything happens at that point, there's no replay available. So we're going to let these teams just take a moment to get requeued back up. But, you know, with no comp swaps and you're on Blade's Edge, you know, do you think that having to replay is now going to kind of give two Rets time to discuss their strategies a little bit more, or do you think this is just so straightforward?
I think it's pretty straightforward for them. They just need to shut down Snuts, put as much pressure onto him as possible, and CC Sea-Doo at all costs, while Joxy does a good job keeping them alive. Yeah. I don't know if there's too much they can change or deviate from that path. It's going to be up to Sea-Doo and Snuts to make sure that, as well as Beanslayer. I mean, Beanslayer has to come in with those clutch cyclones. He has to come in with the clutch stuns to make sure that Joxy, Panther, and Vabble aren't just doing whatever they want the entire game.
Yeah, and it really seems like Panther, also known as Zevs, the Feral Druid, has really done what he wanted to in these matches. Like, we saw a couple times when both Inviable and Joxy were pressured, but not Zevs very much.
Yeah, it's hard to kill him as well. That's one of the another nightmares about being a Warlock against this is the Feral Druid, of course, does have that decurse as well, so he can decurse high stacks of Agony, reducing Snuts' damage even more, because that is the highest dot that Warlocks have. Yep. It is the Curse of Agony, so if it stacks up really high and the Feral Druid dispels it, he's basically helping his Shaman prevent a lot of damage that's incoming.
Yeah, especially because, you know, even though the Shaman can dispel curses, he's also going to hit that Unstable Affliction every single time and silence himself. So it's a very big difference when you have somebody who can dispel curses off on your team. So we'll have to see how this is going to go. Of course, the teams are getting right back into the match. You know, really excited to see where this goes for both teams. Of course, 2 Rets is up 2-1 if you're just joining us. So that does mean Method, which is one of the crowd favorites, is now down the game. And it's a pretty scary moment for that team.
Yep, absolutely. We'll have to see how they can deal with the opener of 2 Rets at the beginning of this game. It seems like that sort of sets the pace for the rest of the match, of course. Yeah, I think Snuts needs to do a good job just getting his pet away. Like, if they want to tunnel down his pet, he needs to throw it away as far as possible. So at least if they kill it, he can create a lot of distance for them to like reconnect onto him, and he at least can prevent Sea-Doo from using any defensive cooldowns at the beginning of the game.
So it looks like both Feral Druids are going to be playing Typhoon, so watch for those knockoffs by both of them. You know, other than that, everything is very similar to last match.
Yeah, and the gates are about to open. Method's life is on the line, or sorry, not their life, but they are facing elimination down to the losers bracket right now. 2 Rets smells victory right now. They are 1 game away from advancing. Looks like they are going to open up onto Snuts right away. Sea-Doo not getting CC'd at the moment, just sort of camping the gateway at the moment, getting caught into that bash. Snuts using the Demon Soul, wants to get aggressive as fast as possible. Joxy getting out the Dispel. The full bash, though, onto Joxy. Beanslayer going aggressive as well. The Incarnation and Berserk coming out, getting out a lot of pressure at the moment. Joxy's in a little bit of trouble. Snuts able to fully load him up with dots. Sea-Doo could sit that full trap at the beginning of the game. This is the opener that Method wants. They're able to get out a little bit more pressure. Snuts in trouble, though, down to 20% HP. Dark Regeneration coming out. Sea-Doo running on top of him, dropping his first Spirit Link. Just didn't have the heals to keep him up, having to trade out that big cooldown Spirit Link right away.
Yeah, as it looks like Joxy's looking pretty good right now in terms of keeping his team alive, as that Ascendance does come out, so he's going to have a little bit more spread healing coming out, as those heals will splash. Now, Snuts is going to have his Demon Soul up. He's about halfway through that. That was his first one, I do believe. Or, oh no, that was his second one already?
Yeah, Sea-Doo does have 1 Spirit Link left, as well as his Trinket. He just needs to make sure that he's near Snuts. He actually got knocked away. Beautiful knock coming out from Inviable. The double Shadow Fear, though. Inviable getting dangerously low, down to 10% HP. He is fully loaded up with dots, though. Joxy getting caught into that bash, deciding to Trinket. He needs to get the Spirit Link off onto Inviable. He needs to get close enough. Catches a heal, does Inviable from Joxy, so he's going to be okay for now. A lot of pressure, though, coming out from Method. Method now getting bashed up. Sea-Doo dangerously caught into that trap. So Snuts is going to be in a little bit of trouble right here. The full crows as well as full bleeds onto Snuts at the moment, taking a lot of damage. Down to 14% HP. Sea-Doo needs to get the Spirit Link. He needs to get close. He needs to get on top of him. He gets jumped down. Snuts jumps down in desperation. The Spirit Link thankfully connects onto him. He's going to survive another day. But right now, 2 Rets has all the pressure on their side.
Absolutely. Both Spirit Links are down. Ascendance is down. Sea-Doo does have his Trinket and Stone Form available. The big thing that's the difference between these 2 Shamans that I've seen so far is Joxy, in those moments of high pressure, hasn't been using those Spirit Links and has just been saving them. Able to do gigantic heals onto Inviable, helped out by that Shaman's Mastery.
Yeah, and Vabble wants to get aggressive, though. He is using his offensive Trinket. Snuts down to 40% HP. Sea-Doo does have Trinket available. He doesn't have basically any healing left. He needs to do everything he can to keep Snuts up. Beanslayer getting CC'd up there a little bit, too. Still, 2 Rets has all the momentum in their favor. Snuts in a little bit of trouble, still at 50% HP. Sea-Doo trying to get out those heals. Caught into the Snake Trap. Demon Soul coming out from Snuts. Wants to get aggressive. The offensive cooldowns coming out from Method. Sea-Doo, though, caught into the full clone. Decides to Trinket that right away. Wants to keep Snuts aggressive on this Demon Soul. Joxy down to 50% HP. Does have 2 Spirit Link's available if he needs it, but he doesn't have a trinket. He could die in a stun, potentially. Sea-Doo topping off his team, the full bash coming out. This is most likely going to be followed up with a trap. Joxy now caught into the full clone. No trap, looks like it is coming in. Snuts, everyone's dogpiling onto Sea-Doo, making sure they can't get that trap up. And it looks like for now, Sea-Doo's able to get out some heals onto Snuts. Full trap finally coming in, but Snuts has been relatively topped. He needs to get away. He needs to do a good job kiting right now. Jumps down. He is going to be able to use that Z-Access 4 like we were talking about when Sea-Doo gets out of CC when he needs to. The Haunts, though, coming in. Looks like Team Method is going aggressive at the moment. Panther taking quite a bit of damage. Joxy just dispelling off those dots one more time, but he's a little bit low. Beanslayer opening up onto him. This is the incarnation coming out from Beanslayer. He does have Berserkers available as well. Joxy going to be in a little bit of trouble at the moment. He doesn't have any dots on him, but Beanslayer causing a tremendous amount of pressure. Now switching over onto Inviolable, who does have full dots from Snuts at the moment. The pounce is coming in over and over and over, and it looks like Method has swayed the pressure into their favor.
They have, as Sea-Doo is able to toss some heals out, as he is going to be... Oh, it looks like they are going to get back onto him as that full trap comes and lands on Sea-Doo, but look at Inviolable. There we go. First defensive coming out, or the second deterrence, actually, but he is going to have his deterrence back up in about 20 seconds, as Joxy is going to use that Spirit Walker's Grace and the Ascendance to toss out a little bit more healing onto his team, but he gets bashed on it as he's down to about half right now, but Joxy not having any follow-up CC. Normally we see those Cyclones coming out after that, as we do see the Spirit Link finally coming out from Joxy. That's one of the first Spirit Links from Joxy this entire
but Snuts is in a lot of trouble. The trap on the Sea-Doo. Snuts trying to get away the best he can. Down to 4% HP. How is he going to live? Ports up. 1%. Gets finished off by Inviolable, and Sea-Doo drops the Spirit Link. Oh. So close. Snuts almost made it there in time. Sea-Doo was just caught in CC a little bit longer. Sea-Doo actually had his trinket coming up in around 5 seconds, so that was a well-timed kill by 2 Reds, taking advantage of the fact that Method had no more cooldowns left. An incredibly close game, incredibly close series. 2 Reds is going to take it against Method 3-1.
And that coordination between the crowd control, we saw the Cyclone come out on to Sea-Doo, and then the follow-up was the Capacitor Totem by Joxy. The second that Cyclone ended, the Capacitor Totem landed, and that was it. Sea-Doo wasn't able to get to Snuts at that point and toss that Spirit Link, as you saw on his screen right at the very end. So, wow, what a series.
Yep, and this is the first series of the day that didn't end in a 3-2. Surprising fashion, so I guess, yeah, I don't know what I'm saying with this, but just a fun little fact.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's pretty good so far, as we saw both Joxy was tossing out those lava bursts, as he did have a surprising amount of damage, actually. But that lava burst, doing its job, 44,000 damage, just helping his team out just that little bit that he needed. And of course, even if you look at the damage difference, the big surprise, of course, to me is Snuts versus Inviolable. Inviolable having about 5.3 million damage. He just has that constant low pressure damage. And of course, Snuts dealing 6.4 million damage. But of course, that damage is definitely compressed into those Dark Souls that he tosses up at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and I think the story of the game is really how much time Sea-Doo spent in CC. 1 minute and 40 seconds of that game, he was caught into Bash, Trap. What other CC did they have? Cyclone.
Everything.
Yeah, just everything under the sun. Sea-Doo, I think Team Method did a good job, all things considered, that game in a difficult matchup. Snuts, once again, getting out that 6.4 million damage, topped the damage that game, which was well done by him, as he has been targeted down the entire game.
Now, of course, because this game is ended, that does mean our next matchup, I do believe, is going to be Northern Gaming Red versus Tempo Storm.
Oh, really?
So that's going to be another very exciting match.
I wonder if that's a potential RMD mirror.
It could be.
Yeah. I think we're all excited for that. That's like one of those staple matchups that everyone gets hyped for.
Oh.
Who is the best RMD is always so exciting. So we'll have to see what compositions those guys decide to play against each other.
Yeah, and if it's a high-stakes match like a mirror like that, not only is that exciting to watch, but these are both, that's an elimination match for them, because they're both in the loser's bracket at that point. So they're, they get knocked out, they're going to have to wait until Cup 2 to try to qualify again.
Yep, and of course, we do have that exciting match coming up right after this commercial break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MLG studio here in New York. We are just plowing our way through these qualifiers here today, working our way through the first North American Qualifier Cup. We've had some ridiculous games so far. Like every matchup, and every series up until this point, with the exception of the last one, has ended in a 3-2. And even the last series was so incredibly close that it was really hard to predict how that was going to go the entire way through.
Well, at the beginning of the day, when we're looking through the teams that actually qualified the top 8 for this tournament, they were all so good. I don't think anyone could have predicted who was going to win. Yep. This next matchup, of course, is going to be Northern Gaming Red against Tempo Storm. And like me and Jared were saying a little bit earlier, is we think this is potentially going to be an RMD mirror, and this could be one of the best matches of the day.
Yeah, of course, this is down in that losers quarterfinals, as you can see on the right side of your screen, which means that whoever loses this series will be eliminated from the Qualifier Cup. And of course, whoever wins will move on to eventually face the winner between Team Method and Splice. So that's already kind of a congratulations, you won, but now you have to face either Method or Splice. Like you win, but you kind of lose at the same time, because that's going to be a tough matchup no matter who they end up facing up against later on. But yeah, Tempo Storm versus Northern Gaming Red. This is a really tough one to call. Like you were saying, we were thinking this is probably going to end up being an RMD mirror. Both teams play RMD, which is Rogue Mage Druid, at an extremely high level. And of course, RMD. I love watching RMD mirrors because they're just so technical, and it really just comes down to who can do their setup the best, who can play through the setup the easiest, who can capitalize on the tiny mistakes here and there. And I really feel like Northern Gaming Red has a good shot at that. Of course, Tempo Storm, also a very, very strong team. But if we look back to last year, Tempo Storm versus the players that are now on Northern Gaming Red, of course, Roasty and Cubsy were playing last year. I believe they were playing for Cloud9 last year. And that game turned out to be super, super close. And they actually ended up winning. Northern Gaming Red did. Well, Roasty and Cubsy did at the time. So that's why I kind of feel like that's probably the direction. If I was going to make a prediction, I would probably predict in the direction of Northern Gaming Red for this matchup, but really it's going to be super close. And wow, actually, our prediction of the RMD mirror is actually completely wrong. It's actually going to be FLS versus RMD.
FLS against RMD. Is it FLS? No, it's actually LSD. So it's
sorry,
that Resto Druid. Yeah. It's all the same. Same variations.
Same colors, just different order, yeah.
There's going to be Goreki on that Resto Druid, of course. Jamili playing, I believe, is he Elemental? Yeah, the Elemental Shaman and Channels on that Warlock. I'm very surprised we're not seeing an RMD mirror right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you think could make them decide? You know what our better chance is going to be? We'll go with the Lock Shaman Druid composition instead of trying to go for that RMD mirror. Why would they? What's the actual purpose of this?
I don't know. Maybe they know something we don't. Samayam, though, interestingly enough, is playing that Evanesce spec, so he's going to be able to use Evanesce to get that CC onto Goreki's when he needs to. Channel is getting opened up onto right now. Goreki's actually caught into a sheep immediately by Samayam. I don't even know how he got that sheep off so fast. I think Goreki just got caught out of form. A DR sheep coming in onto Goreki. Dampener taking a little bit of damage right now, down to 50% HP. Goreki getting caught into that blind. He's going to have to trinket that. The NS coming up gets it off onto Jamili, so he's able to top him off for now, but he's already gone through his trinket as well as his NS.
Yeah, that's a lot of cooldowns already from Goreki. He does still obviously have his Iron Bark available as well as that Heart of the Wild, but without any trinket, it can actually be hard to use those if he needs to in a hurry. They're trying to turn it around now, though, onto Northern Gaming Red. Samayam taking a little bit of damage, and Dog Filter, which I believe is Roasties, taking a little bit as well. But now there's the Kidney Shot coming out on Dampener and the Deep Freeze onto Goreki. This is the setup we're looking for. They do get the Polymorph off of the Deep Freeze, so Dampener is going to be taking a big chunk of damage here. The Shamanistic Rage comes out. Are they going to get any more follow-up CC onto Goreki? They get the Smoke Bomb out. Goreki's going to have to blink in to try and get some healing out, and he does manage to land that Iron Bark onto Dampener. He should be okay, but a very nice Cyclone's going to land, and that's going to just deny any potential benefit from that Iron Bark.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get any incoming healing for the time being. Goreki actually getting, I think it was a bash onto Samayam there that he did trinket. Right now, Dampener is still in a lot of trouble. Goreki caught into the full sheep. Dampener does not have any cooldowns left for this. If Samayam and Rosis can get out the damage they need to, Dampener could fall here. The full Cyclone going out onto Goreki as well. Dampener doing an excellent job, though, kiting, just getting away, throwing the healing surges onto himself, realizing he was in a dire situation, but he's still not out of the woods yet. Goreki's still in CC. Rosi's able to reconnect on him. Goreki's still CC'd into the bash. Dampener doing everything he can to survive. Channel was throwing out as many spears as well. Samayam taking a little bit of damage too, so Temple Storm doing a great job cross-CCing, but this is the full Kidney Shot onto Dampener. He does have that Shamanistic Rage coming up in 1 second. He's going to need to use it right away. Garrote, though, onto him. As soon as that fades, he does use that Shamanistic Rage. Goreki does have his Heart of the Wild up as well, so he's going to have that empowered hot. He is going to be able to top off Jamili, but Northern Gaming Red actually able to get off so many cooldowns from Temple Storm.
Yeah, they're really keeping Tempo Storm on the back foot through this whole setup. Goreki will have his Trinket available again very soon, which will help, but with that Heart of the Wild now used, that's a long cooldown. He's not going to have that available again for another 5 minutes. It's a long time. There's the Deep Freeze now landing on a Goreki. He was in bear form, however. He was did a really good job recognizing that was coming. He does get caught in the Ring of Frost. Dampener, aka Jamili, caught him that cheap shot there for just a second. The blind comes out onto Goreki. Jamili could be in a lot of trouble still here, but it looks like, unfortunately, Samayam is not able to connect onto him very much. Just a little bit of, I believe he was trying to get a sheep out, but it was just Roasties hitting Jamili, so Jamili was able to get away from that pretty much scot-free, and now they're turning it around over here onto Cubsy, going to force him to get over here out of line of sight. They're going to get a Cyclone onto Samayam, and I'm wondering what direction they're heading now, who they're going to try and pick for their next target. Cubsy, though, getting a drink right now.
Goreki had an excellent Cyclone there onto Samayam. Rosi actually kind of wasting their go. Got the Garrote onto Dampener and the cheap shot onto Channel, but Samayam wasn't able to get any CC onto Goreki because of that Cyclone. Right now, Shadow Dance, though, is coming out from Rosi. Channel is the target of choice, taking a lot of damage at the moment. Goreki's realizing the situation, though, and was able to get a lot of hots on him. He is caught into that Cyclone at the moment. He does have Trinket available. He does have his Barks, or Iron Bark available as well, so it looks like Channel is going to be completely fine. They weren't able to really force any sort of defensive cooldowns from Temple Storm, and I think going on to Channels might be a mistake at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they need to keep putting as much pressure into Jamili as they can. It looks like maybe they're swapping back over onto him now. The cheap shot comes out into the Garrote. They've got a full bash onto Goreki. No healing coming from Goreki for the time being. He's going to get caught into that full polymorph as well. Jamili could be in some trouble. He tries to go dog form just long enough to get over to that portal. He's going to take the Warlock portal, get over here, toss a heal on himself. He's going to be feeling totally fine right now, even though Goreki is still caught into that Cyclone. Now the question is, can they turn it around? They're putting a bunch of damage into Roasties on dog Filter, but is that going to be enough for them to actually start to put some serious pressure on? The Smoke Bomb comes out. He's trying to put a bunch of damage into Chanimal right now, but Sam-I-Am still taking some big chunks of damage. Actually has to catch an Iron Bark there from Cubsy to slow that damage down. And they actually did a really good job of reacting to that overall. But Chanimal is not out of the woods yet. In fact, he's super low. He does get the Iron Bark from Gorecki just in time, as Gorecki is now caught into that full Cyclone. Gorecki does have his Trinket. He's just trying to hold on to that as much as he can, and it looks like that Iron Bark is going to be enough to let Chanimal stabilize.
If Northern Gaming Red can actually get Gorecki's Trinket without them using Blind, Gorecki actually saved his Trinket for the last Blind. So if he has to use it within those 2 minutes before Blind comes up, they actually have that opportunity for the next Blind to get a super long CC Che on him, and they might be able to capitalize onto that. Something to consider in this game as well is Sam-I-Am gave up his blazing speed to get this Evanescence spec, so he doesn't have quite the mobility that a Frostmage normally does. So when Dampener and Chanimals are kiting him around, it's hard for him to actually really connect and get out as much damage as possible. And I think Temple Storm is utilizing that to their advantage.
Yeah, one of the other downsides, of course, of the Evanescence is that you then don't have Ice Block. But we'll see. So far, it hasn't been a problem. We've now got a full Ring of Frost on a Gorecki. He's finally going to come out of that. Once again, doing a great job being in bear form. The blind comes out. He's actually holding on to his Trinket, even though he's wandering around in that blind right now because Jamili had that the Shamanistic Rage active. Now as that Sham Rage falls off, Gorecki still just being chained CC over and over and over again. But it looks like Dampener actually doing a great job staying alive. Now he finally catches that Iron Bark in the split second that Gorecki was out of CC. With that Iron Bark active, he's going to use the Demonic Gateway, get over here out of line of sight, and try to catch another couple of heals. He does have a couple of heal over time effects ticking away at him at this point, and that's going to be enough to top him back off again. Tempo Storm clawing their way back in, tooth and nail back into this game, and now it looks like they're trying to turn it back around on the Cubsy.
Yeah, Cubsy actually having to use his Iron Bark on himself there. Sam-I-Am taking a little bit of damage too, but this looks like Northern Gaming Red is going offensive. The full sheep onto Gorecki, kidney shot onto Dampener. He's taking a lot of damage, doesn't have Shamanistic Rage up for another 5 seconds. Gorecki might have to Trinket this Polymorph, being a little bit greedy here, but it might pay off for him. The triple DR Polymorph coming in. If Cubsy can get a Cyclone, no, he cannot. Channel's doing an excellent job interrupting that. Cubsy also taking a little bit of damage, having to use that Barkskin. The Cyclone, though, comes out from Cubsy onto Gorecki. I think he's using the Aura Mastery Glyph on his Barkskin, so he was able to get the full Cyclone onto Gorecki, the full kidney shot as well going out on him. Jamili's still in a lot of trouble. The Frozen Orb has come out from Sam-I-Am, doing a lot of damage onto Jamili at the moment. He does have that Shamanistic Rage up. Gorecki, Dampener, and Channels all have their trinkets available, so they're going to be A-okay for the next couple of goes if they rotate properly.
Yeah, I think the big thing that's sort of hurting Northern Gaming Red right now is they're allowing these tiny little gaps in the CC on Gorecki, and as soon as he comes out of CC, Druids have so many instant casts that he can just quickly throw something onto Dampener, Jamili, as soon as he pops out of any of that crowd control, and it's allowing him to keep Dampener alive despite these really, really long CC chains, just when that split second between another bit of CC shows up.
Yep.
So now both teams have actually disengaged a little bit. They've fallen back. Looks like they're just waiting for their next opener. We actually see Dog Filter, aka Roasties, now moving in, looking for a good opportunity there. He looked like he wanted to get a sap onto Dampener, but Dampener wisely started firing off some lava bursts there, got himself into combat, so no such sapness will be happening. Sapness? Apparently that's a word. I just made it up. But now it looks like here we go. They're moving in. There's the full deep freeze onto Gorecki, following up with that sheep. He does have his trinket available, but he's holding on to it. They're actually going after Chanimal right now. Chanimal has that dark regeneration active. It's going to give him a little bit of extra healing. The smoke bomb comes out, but he just moves right out of it. He's still so low though, but Gorecki just hanging on to that trinket for so long, manages to get the Iron Bark out again in one of those tiny little gaps in the crowd control, and Chanimal, for no good reason, is still alive.
Yeah, Jamili actually doing a great job throwing out those healing surges. Gorecki able to get off the NS as well as the Iron Bark, which was a big factor in keeping him alive. Chanimal still, though, dangerously low. Gorecki using that Heart of the Wild comes up again in this game, so big long cooldown finally up for him again. He's going to be able to power his healing with that. Cubsy now caught into the full fear. Sam-I-Am going to be taking a little bit of damage. He does still have one charge of his Evanescence back if he needs it defensively. Ideally, he wants to use those offensively every single time so he can become immune and get out the Polymorphs when he needs to on the Tempo Storm. And I think what we were talking about a little bit earlier is the CC breaks on a Gorecki, and I think to Chanimal's credit, he's been doing an excellent job making sure he's getting the clutch Shadow Furies and the clutch Fears onto Sam-I-Am and Cubsy to make it very hard for them to actually get the follow-up CC on the Gorecki.
Yeah, Gorecki, though, caught into a blind, and he had already used his trinket, so he's going to be susceptible to the full might of Northern Gaming's fully charged and operational CC chain. But now they're just turning it around. They say, you know what, you're going to try and CC us? That's fine. We'll just kill your rogue. Dog Filter takes a whole bunch of damage, and that forces them to pull back just a little bit. Gorecki caught into even more CC, just chain after chain after chain, getting caught into these cyclones now. He's going to be able to get a couple of heals out onto Dampener. If he can get in line of sight, actually a little bit of a positioning snafu there for just a second, but he was able to toss out a couple of heals onto Dampener, and now it's Sam-I-Am who's in trouble, dipping down to 5% health. A whole bunch of burst damage just comes out of nowhere, and Tempo Storm turns it around, just erases Sam-I-Am.
I think Sam-I-Am actually had one charge left of his Evanesce, so that was sort of a down goes moment for him. I think he might have actually got interrupted on the polymorph, which what ended up making it so he couldn't use that defensive cooldown. But just a whole bunch of damage coming out from Tempo Storm, and sort of, to me, in a surprising fashion, taking this first game against Northern Gaming Red.
Yeah, and look at Chanimal's damage, 12 million damage. Now, it was a kind of a longer match. It was about a 10-minute match, but still 12, almost 13 million damage over the course of that. Plus, obviously, Dampener almost doubled Sam-I-Am's damage as well. So Tempo Storm just with that constant pressure, forcing Northern Gaming Red to turn that around, almost playing like straight to the name of Jamili's enhancement, Elemental Shaman.
Dampener.
They definitely played into dampening that game, I think.
I think to their credit, they did an incredible job rotating through their defensive cooldowns. There wasn't much overlap throughout the entire game. We saw, we saw Gorecki, pardon me, brain fart, actually hold on to his defensive cooldowns for so long, even in very scary situations. He knew as soon as he got out of the CC, he was able to get out that Iron Bark as well as the NS and a couple clutch situations, which kept his team alive and made it so he didn't have to overuse defensive cooldowns.
Yeah, he was doing a really great job, like we were saying, of just every time there was a tiny little gap, Iron Bark. Every time there's a tiny little gap, here's a Nature Swiftness. You know, he was able to just throw something out. He always had something ready. So as soon as he had that opportunity, he was able to throw something out, despite all of that CC coming in. And obviously, Chanimal doing just an amazing job breaking up that chain that Northern Gaming Red was putting out. So really well played first match there from both teams, but Tempo Storm in particular. I gotta say, we were expecting the RMD mirror because we figured that would probably be the easiest option for them, but they went with that Lock Shaman Druid, and it worked really well for them.
Well, I think what we're seeing here is Tempo Storm thinking that maybe LSD has an advantage in this matchup, or that they can, I guess, easily beat Northern Gaming Red. So instead of going for that mirror, they're trying to get every little edge that they can, and I think in a tournament like this that's so important, it's nice to be able to check your ego at the door, and instead of saying, no, we're going to beat you in an RMD mirror, just sort of, you'll beat them as a team. You have a better, I mean, the team is just better overall, and they think they can beat anyone, and they're just trying to get every advantage they can. I think it's smart.
Yep. So we will be finding out here very shortly what compositions they'll be locking in, but we know that Northern Gaming Red is going for Tolveron Arena, much larger map. It's an interesting one to pick that into an LSD comp, because Lock Shaman is known for wanting those big open spaces, wanting to be able to pull back. So I do kind of wonder if Tempo Storm is going to change up their composition a little bit here. Like I believe it was Sid was saying earlier, they've kind of been known as Counter Storm for a while, because they do a really good job of saying, okay, this is what you're going to play. We're going to pick the composition that exactly beats you, and using that to their advantage, and multi-classing really well. It's actually very difficult to be able to play multiple characters at that high of a level, and Tempo Storm is a team that can do that, and they can do it well, and maybe they'll end up using that to their advantage here, but yeah, and
it looks like Tolveron is the next arena match that's going to be coming up. It's going to be a similar matchup. It's actually going to be the exact same matchup, the RMD from Northern Gaming Red against Tempo Storm's LSD, with Jamili on the Elemental Shaman, Chanimals on Warlock, and Gorecki on that Resto Druid.
Yep, so no comp swaps here. I was kind of wondering if Northern Gaming Red would want to switch themselves up a little bit based on this map pick, but no, it looks like they're just sticking with what they know and going for it, and fair enough. We'll see how this ends up working out for them here, as the gates are just about to open.
Yep, and we might see Northern Gaming Red. I mean, we saw at one point in that game they were able to run away and sort of get a full reset. I think we could see that a lot more from Northern Gaming Red. Anytime they feel like they're in trouble, they can just pull back to the pillar, wait for cooldowns, and I think it's really hard for Tempo Storm to sort of chase after them.
Yep. Well, yeah, no, that's a very, very good point. We'll have to see how that works out here. We do have Northern Gaming Red just moving in here looking for that sap. They are going to land the sap onto Dampener and immediately open up onto Chanimal, just going hard onto him right away, actually dipping him down pretty low. Goreki already caught into a polymorph there, actually able to force out multiple cooldowns there from Goreki right away. Chanimal still super low. Goreki getting caught into that full blind. They're going to be able to just chase Chanimal down and actually just kill him off here.
They might be able to. Goreki actually got bashed on his NS, and then it got dispelled, so he doesn't have that big heal that he needs. Chanimal's still dangerously low. The Garrote coming out from Goreki does have that Heart of the Wild up. The Cyclone, though, coming out from Cubsy onto Chanimals. He has no way to get out. If they can get any follow-up CC onto Goreki, surely Chanimals will fall here. The cheap shot, Smoke Bomb coming out, death from above. Chanimals is going to get smoked, and Northern Gaming Red ties up the series 1-1.
Wow. Okay, so Northern Gaming Red's new strategy was, well, we lost in the long game, so we'll just make this a 20-second game and see how that goes.
The same exact thing happened at the beginning of the game. Goreki went in for an offensive bash and immediately got sheeped by Samayam. Samayam just cast the polymorph on him and got the free sheep, and that's what started this pain train onto Chanimals. So I think he's going to have to be very careful about that in the next game.
Yeah. Honestly, there's not much to say about that game just because it was so fast.
Yeah.
Like there's not that much to unpack, but we were able to really see how that RMD, if it gets the right opener, if they're able to really put their full pressure out early on, it's a lot of damage that you have to be able to deal with. And like you say, being able to bash on the Nature Swiftness, like he obviously used the Nature Swiftness, but after you use Nature Swiftness, you then have to cast a spell in order for that to actually go off. So when you get stuck with your Nature Swiftness active, but you can't cast a spell because you're caught into the bash, they were able to dispel that off, meaning that he used his cooldown but didn't actually get anything for it.
Which is super important when you have that Heart of the Wild up. It's such a huge heal. But really the nail in the coffin was that offensive Cyclone coming out from Cubsy. As soon as Goreki was out of CC and could get some heals onto Chanimals, he got blocked. I mean, he got Cyclone and they just weren't able to do anything, and with that they were able to get some follow-up CC and actually just get the cheap shot Smoke Bomb, and Cubsy just couldn't make it there, Goreki just couldn't make it there in time.
Yeah, and this is the sort of game that we were seeing out from last year from Cubsy and Roasties, aka Dog Filter. Like the way that we were able to see them playing last year, this is what we saw, was they would just up and kill somebody at some point, and just being able to capitalize on those tiny little mistakes. So well played to Northern Gaming Red. They're going to tie it up 1-1, and very soon here we will find out what Tempo Storm's map pick is going to be.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Tempo Storm responds. Obviously, like we said, also known as Counter Storm, they can run a plethora of compositions, so maybe they'll switch over to that RMD, maybe they'll just say that was a throwaway game, things went wrong very, very quickly. If we play our game and we play consistent, we should be able to beat this team, and I think that's what we'll end up seeing from them. We'll end up seeing them just say, you know what, cool it, that was a throwaway, that was a waste, we can beat these guys, and they just need to stick to their guns, play this LSD, and I think they definitely have a good shot of winning.
What map do you think they'll want to go to at this point? Because obviously now Tolveron is out of the picture, and I would have pegged that as the LSD's map of choice, is Tolveron. I mean, they could decide they want to play on something smaller, maybe, like go for a Ruins of Lordaeron or something?
Dalaran could be another option. I think the larger maps are much better for the RMD because, like we said, at any point they can just run across the entire map, reset, get drinks, and if the LSD pushes into them, Tempo Storm decides they want to get aggressive, it becomes really, really hard because they have to go through saps, and then Samayam gets to build up his damage as they cross the arena, and then they can just go aggressive before they're ever put on the back foot.
Yeah, so we will find that out here very shortly. In fact, we have already found out it is going to be Tiger's Peak is the map choice from Tempo Storm. And I always like Tiger's Peak as a map choice, partially because it's really pretty. I think I say this in every single cast, but I like that there's like the snow and stuff on Tiger's Peak.
Reminds me of Canada.
Yeah, it's really good. It reminds me of back home in Michigan. But I also really like it as a choice conceptually, because after Nagrand Arena, Tiger's Peak is probably one of the most evenly spaced maps. The pillars are they're big, but they're not massive. Like it's probably, if it wasn't for Nagrand Arena, we would probably start every game every match on Tiger's Peak. Yeah. Because it's just so evenly balanced. So that to me is a team saying, you know what? We're just going to beat you straight up. We don't need a real heavy map advantage here. We just need to be able to play our classes, and we'll play them better than you, and we'll score the win.
Yep. I think in the first game, a big key too was, like I was saying, Sam I Am when he is playing that Evan S spec, which is very, very good. For those of you that don't know, Evan S replaces your Ice Block talent as well as your Blazing Speed talent, and it makes it so you just become immune to everything for 3 seconds. So when you want to push in and you want to get the Deep Freeze onto the healer and you want to get the Polymorph after, you don't have to deal with any interrupts. You don't have to deal with anything. You just use your Evan S and you get full CC that can't be stopped.
You can cast, you can move, you can do whatever you want as long as while that Evan S is active. So it is a very, very interesting choice, but like you said, it replaces both Blazing Speed and Ice Block. So you have a big sort of trade-off for doing that. But the game is just about to start, guys. The gates will be opening here very, very soon, and we have looks like a Rogue Mage Paladin coming out for Tempo Storm. Jamili rocking that Arcane Mage.
Oh wow!
We've seen him do this before. It's going to be really interesting to see how it works out for him. And in fact, he is running Evan S. I'm checking Sam I Am real quick. Sam I Am has gone back to Ice Block. He's running Blazing Speed, and Ice Block. So these two teams might look very similar. They both have a Rogue and a Mage, but they are very, very different in terms of how they're going to play.
Yeah, we're going to have to see which team does a better job getting out the CC. Peekaboo actually playing Subtlety. Usually with this composition, you see the Rogue playing Assassination, but he's deciding to put his own spin on it, play that Subtlety spec, which he's so known for at the moment. We'll have to see who gets a better opener. I think if things play out perfectly, Northern Gaming Red will get the better opener because obviously Goreki can't go invisible like Cubsy can.
Yeah, definitely. So it's going to kind of be, the game is kind of now, the ball is now sort of in Northern Gaming's court as they can see Goreki and they can start to open up on him if they want to. But what they're going to be wanting to do, well, actually Jamili now running around spamming Arcane Explosion, trying to get people out of stealth, but it did not work out for him. He's immediately going to get opened up on here as that sap goes out onto Goreki, but Northern Gaming Red does a good job of shutting that, Tempo Storm does a good job of shutting down Northern Gaming Red. Wow, Sam I Am dipped down to 1% health, just barely got that Ice Block off in time. Cubsy caught into that full bash, and he's going to be caught into the Ring of Frost and the Polymorph after that. They're just going to throw every single CC they have at him, kind of overlapping them a little bit, which is not ideal, but it seems to have worked out well for him. They've shut down Northern Gaming Red entirely in this opening push.
Goreki actually able to get a bop onto Jamili before he goes into that CC chain, so well done by him. Now Jamili's going to be completely fine at the moment, spamming out those spell steals over and over and over, removing Cubsy's hots from Sam I Am. Dog Filter now caught into that full kidney shot. Jamili, though, taking a little bit of damage at the moment. Sam I Am getting crazy aggressive. Goreki still caught into that CC chain. Cubsy doing a great job with the Cyclones. Jamili save out the light proccing onto him. Now Sam I Am's the one that's going to be in a little bit of trouble if they can get CC onto Cubsy. Goreki still not out of the woods though yet, caught into that kidney shot. Now Cubsy caught into that full sheep. I think that was the Presence of Mind sheep coming out from Jamili. Goreki going to be using those wings to top off Jamili. The blind as well as the Hodge. A little bit of an overlap there from Temple Storm onto Cubsy. He is just going to safely trinket both of those. Goreki actually having to use his bubble as well to keep Jamili aggressive. Shadow Dance though coming out from Peekaboo. Sam I Am going to be in a world of hurt right now. The double Garrote coming out from Peekaboo onto Cubsy as well as Sam I Am. Cubsy doing an excellent job throwing that bash into a Cyclone on Peekaboo, shutting down that Shadow Dance and keeping Sam I Am alive for now.
Yeah, it's always awesome to see a healer decide, I'm not going to cast healing spells, I'm just going to do everything else that I have possible, just prevent the damage from ever happening in the first place. So well played by Cubsy there, with the Presence of Mind to be able to do that. Speaking of Presence of Mind, you pointed out the Presence of Mind sheep just a second ago. That's one of the other major advantages of Arcane, is just having that instant cast Polymorph, so that you don't have to worry about being interrupted on that, along with the Evan S that most Arcane mages will choose. Just makes it really, really hard to ever stop Jamili's crowd control, but they've been doing a great job of it, especially with these Cyclones. We can see now Jamili caught into a full Cyclone there, not able to get anything out during that entire period of time. Now he's just trying to keep up the damage as best as he can.
We might see a swap onto Peekaboo here. The gouge onto him. He is kidney shot. This could be big trouble for him. The full sheep onto Goreki. He has no trinket, no bubble available. Peekaboo just getting shredded, saving the light procs on him, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Into the triple DR. Cheap shot is going to go down, and Northern Gaming Red did an excellent job setting that up, making sure that Peekaboo had no feint up, and they were able to just kill him with that Shadow Dance cooldown coming out from Roasties. Well done by Northern Gaming Red, now up in this series 2-1.
Yeah, they've really come back swinging. We talked at the start of the broadcast today about how winning that first match gives you such an advantage, and this is what Northern Gaming Red needs to do, is actually win on their opponent's map choice at that point. Now they have the advantage in this series. If they win the next game, that's it. They're fine. They move on. They can afford to lose the next game as well, which is very important, which then, if they lose the next game, it would then be their map pick, their their ability to counter comp to be able to win the whole series. And against a team like Tempo Storm, which is so known for countering every single thing that you're able to do with your composition, that's extremely important. So that was a huge win right there for Northern Gaming Red.
Oh, absolutely. Now, as Tempo Storm, what do?
Yeah.
You lost as LSD, and you switch to what you thought was another counter, and then you lose again. Now, do you go into the RMD mirror? It might be too little too late because you're already down a game, but it's definitely an option for them. Of course, they are one of the best RMDs in North America. I think they can definitely roll with Northern Gaming Red in a mirror match.
Yeah, Northern Gaming, I have to say, they're doing a really good job right now of showing how sometimes comp isn't everything. Like sometimes even if you play the right classes, I'm doing finger quotes, right classes, you can still end up losing just because the other team played their classes better. Northern Gaming, I think, is just playing flawlessly right now, and that's kind of what I expected to see coming out of these guys going into this. But like you said, Tempo Storm, they do have that option for the full-on RMD mirror, and maybe that is the best choice at this point. Maybe we know that they play RMD incredibly well, so maybe that's their best bet. That said, like I was saying earlier, these guys faced off against each other last year at the Americas Regionals, and it was actually Roasty and Cubsy's team that won in the RMD mirror versus Tempo Storm. So we'll have to see. My guess is as good as anyone's at this point. It's going to be an exciting next game for sure.
Yeah, I think, like you said, no matter what composition they decide to run, it's going to be an exciting game. I think we do know what the next map is going to be. It's going to be Blade's Edge Arena.
Yep.
So what do you think with Blade's Edge Arena, Tempo Storm is thinking right now? What composition do they feel like gives them the best advantage on this map?
So it's a tough one. Like they can go back to the Lock Shaman composition. They can use that sort of Z-axis port. We talk about it all the time. The ability to go up and down between the bridge and be able. It just basically turns the Warlock's Demonic Circle teleport ability into a huge survival cooldown because it basically stops all the damage that you're taking for a long period of time just because no one can hit you. So that could be a good choice here if they want to go back to that. That was what they beat them with on the Grand Arena. Was with the Lock Shaman setup. So maybe that's what their bet's going to be here. That's kind of the direction I'm leaning, but I've been wrong before. So
I feel like Game 2 was a little bit of a fluke. Like, it wasn't a fluke. I mean, Northern Gaming Red played exceptionally well, but it was a lot of unfortunate events that sort of led to the game going down that road. And I think if Tempo Storm sort of plays it cool, thinks about it, I think that's still a very good option for them to sort of get a little bit of an advantage going forward in the next couple of games.
Yeah, so we will have to see. We are allowing these teams just a little bit of time to sort of recollect themselves. They've been playing some very, very intense matches thus far in this series, so giving them just a second to say, okay, let's grab some water. Let's just, we'll calm down for just a second, get a moment to breathe before they move on, because this is an elimination series. Whoever loses this series is knocked out of the qualifiers. And when you've come this far, like we were saying earlier, we started with a round of 256 for these. When you've played that many matches and worked all your way up this far, like sure, you can go back to the next couple of qualifiers, and whichever team loses, I have no doubt that they will. But you don't want to. You kind of want to just go on to the regionals from here. So
it's funny to see these two teams in the lower bracket, and that really just proves that anything can happen, because these are two of the teams running RMD, which a lot of players consider to be one of the best compositions in the game, and they are two of the best teams that run it. So seeing them both fighting for their lives in the lower bracket is a little bit surprising to me.
Yep, so it looks like the game will be getting underway here very, very shortly. We may end up needing to restart this one. We'll find out here in just a second, as it looks like Tempo Storm was not quite ready yet for that queue, but that's totally fine. Like we said, we give them a little bit of time to sort of reset and get back into the swing of things. So we'll get this match underway here very shortly and be able to find out exactly what's going to end up happening here. However, I believe, if I can check here real quick, it looks like we did get the comps locked in just before this started, and in fact it is going to be that full-on Rogue Mage Druid mirror. Both teams have locked in Subtlety Rogue, Frost Mage, and Restoration Druid as their compositions. So they are going for that mirror match. That
is very exciting. I don't know how to call it either way. I think that either team could absolutely win it. I mean, Cubsy, obviously an amazing wrestler druid. Samayam, I think, is an incredible mage. He's probably one of the most underrated players in this tournament, I think, for how good he actually is at mage. I don't think he gets the credit he deserves. Of course, Roasty is very, very consistent, very good rogue as well. So Northern Gaming Red has its stacked lineup. And then, of course, there's Tempo Storm, Peekaboo, Jamili, as well as Gorek, considered some of the best in the world at their classes. So they obviously will be able to hang with this team, and I think it could go either way.
Yeah, and I think it's worth calling out Go Gorecki in particular on Tempo Storm. Like we talk about how, you know, it's tough to play multiple classes at a high level, and like, oh, 1 or 2 classes, like sure, whatever. That's one thing. Gorecki plays like 8 classes at a high level. Like he's ridiculous. This guy can play. You could sit him down at a computer with a character he's never seen in his life, and somehow or another he would be able to play it at a high level. He's absolutely crazy. But it looks like the match is now about to get underway. We are in round 2. Going in, queuing into this match. So that will be going very, very shortly. Fortunately, this time looks like both teams are set and ready to go. So just another few moments here, and we will be into this game.
Yeah, just want to take a look at if there's any differences in terms of like glyphs and talents that these teams will be running. It looks like Jamili and Sam-I-Am are evenly matched, running the exact same talents and glyphs. Roasties as well as Peekaboo look like they're going to be running the same things as well. So very, very evenly matched on both sides. Let's look at the Resto Druid really fast. Cubsy going to be using Glyph of Cyclone, Glyph of Nature's Cure, and Glyph of Barkskin, whereas Gorecki is going to be using the exact same thing. So I guess these teams have discovered that this is the best way to run this matchup, and it's just going to come down to strategy, execution, and skill at this point. Yeah,
and that's really, really exciting. That's why I love watching RMD mirrors. I was saying before, because they get so technical, and it's which team can mix up which team and who can capitalize better on which mistakes and so on. So it's going to be really, really. This is going to be a good one. I can tell you from the start. Peekaboo, I love Peekaboo. He's got this little. I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but he's got this little hiding spot in a corner that he's just sort of hanging out in. You can kind of see it at the top of your screen right now. It's really funny. Just sitting over there. He's doing his best to not get pulled out of stealth right now, basically. That's why he's just hiding in that corner, because he does not want to give Sam-I-Am or anybody from Northern Gaming Red the ability to spot him. But now here we go, moving in. They managed to catch Jamili, put him into that sap. Gorecki's immediately going to come out of hiding and start throwing out some heals, but he gets caught into a full blind. Is he going to use his trinket, or is he going to hold on to it? Yes, he is going to go ahead and use his trinket and drop the Iron Bark immediately onto Jamili, which is going to allow him to start turning this around a little bit onto Northern Gaming Red, but nice job breaking up that incoming crowd control from Northern Gaming Red. Cubsy was caught into the deep freeze for just a second, but there was no follow-up from that. Now the blind comes out. He's also going to answer with his own trinket and Iron Bark. So not only are these guys playing a mirror match, but they're also doing the exact same things so far in this series.
Sam-I-Am actually getting cloned up there by Gorecki. Beautiful clones coming out by him. Rosie wants to go aggressive with the Shadow Dance, gets the cheap shot onto Gorecki. Ring of Frost being followed up by Sam-I-Am. Jamili actually forced into his first ice block, so Temple Storm having to use sort of the first big defensive cooldown at the moment. Jamili going to be coming out of that. Heart of the Wild pop by Gorecki. His healing is going to be empowered because of that. Kidney shot into Cyclone on Roasties right now. Sam-I-Am running away the best he can, trying to avoid as much damage as he can. Peekaboo on his back though. Peekaboo does have that Shadow Dance coming up in around 10 seconds, so the next to go by Temple Storm is going to be incredibly scary. Sam-I-Am actually caught into that ice block. Now Sam-I-Am has no ice block for another 30 seconds. Cubsy has no trinket, and Peekaboo does have that Shadow Dance available. They might be able to capitalize. Looks like he is going to open up on the Sam-I-Am, gets down to 10% HP, 2% HP, and uses that Shadow Dance to finish him off.
Yeah, wow. So Sam-I-Am got erased. Like that is, like that was so fast that that's not even I didn't even know if what he had available in terms of ice blocks or hypothermia or any of that point. But that damage was so fast that you can't blame him if he didn't hit it in time. It was just ridiculous.
I think he had the ice block. He had just come out of it on his hypothermia, but they were able to force cooldowns without Peekaboo actually using his Shadow Dance. So as soon as he came out of that ice block, I mean, Cubsy still didn't have his trinket. Sam-I-Am didn't have an ice block available because of hypothermia, and they were able to just do raw damage and finish him off.
So that is going to tie us up 2-2. Northern Gaming Red versus Tempo Storm. We've got another Game 5 on our hands. I gotta say, just as somebody who likes to watch these things as well as commentate them, like getting this many Game 5s, we're getting so much amazing action in this this is just the first qualifier. This is the first qualifier. Like this is the start of this year's Road to BlizzCon.
I don't think we've ever seen a qualifier like this before that has so many amazing teams. Like this could easily be a regional tournament with how good these players are and how well these games are going so far. But very nice to see Temple Storm coming out with the RMD. I'm going to admit I'm a little bit happy that it ended up playing out this way so we could see these two teams duke it out in a mirror match.
Yeah. definitely. So that is going to bring us to Game 5. Whoever wins this next game will be moving on in the lower bracket. Whoever loses will be eliminated from the first Qualifier Cup. And of course, they want to. You obviously want to qualify. That's why most of these people actually. I mean, obviously the $6,000 prize pool. It's nice. It's a good extra little like bonus, and like it's awesome to see that as WoW Esports continues to grow. That now we have prize pools for the Qualifier Cups, or in previous years we didn't.
Yeah.
But really, they want to make it to regionals because like the $6,000 prize pool for a qualifier is great. The $100,000 prize pool for regionals, that's a little bit more important.
It's funny because then once you make it to regionals, you're like, I want to get to BlizzCon. I want the $200,000 prize pool, you know? So
yeah,
it just keeps going up from here, and the games are just going to get better and better. It's nice to see that the competition in North America is so strong this year.
Yeah, it's really cool too. Like looking at comparing this year to last year. Warlords of Draenor has now been out for quite some time, so we're in these qualifiers, which are still being played in Warlords. Obviously, later on in the year, we're going to be moving on to Legion once Legion releases. But in these qualifiers, we're seeing like people have been able to play this for a long time now. The meta has had a chance to stabilize a little bit. Obviously, there's still been a little bit of balance happening here and there over the past several months, but it started to stabilize quite a bit, and we're seeing people playing this the best that it realistically can be played.
Yeah.
And that's when you start to get these really, really amazing tournaments like this. It's absolutely fantastic. We will be getting the map choice here from Northern Gaming Red very, very shortly so that we can find out where we're going next. Let's see what maps are available. It's only the 2 small maps that are available now, right? It's the Ruins of Lordaeron and Dalaran Sewers.
Yeah, I believe you're right. And do you think this is going to be a mirror match again? Do you think there's anything Northern Gaming Red can do? I mean, what are the other compositions they have available? They can switch over to an LSD, which I think is unlikely, and they can also play that Moonkin Mage Paladin, which I also think is a little bit unlikely.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the map choice, and I believe, assuming I just heard properly in my ear, I believe that Ruins of Lordaeron is going to be the map.
Okay.
And at that point, if it had been, so I think that's a smart choice, because we know that Tempo Storm has the LSD available to them, they have the Warlock available to them. So if they had gone with Dalaran Sewers, there's lots of different places that the gateway can go on Dalaran Sewers, which would have made that actually a kind of a bad choice to go into a potential Warlock comp. Whereas if they go onto Ruins of Lordaeron, that's one that you tend to see a lot more RMD mirrors on. You see RMD just generally doing better on Ruins of Lordaeron compared to Dalaran Sewers in these situations. So I think that's a really, really smart choice by Northern Gaming. We're now just waiting to find out what composition Tempo Storm is actually going to lock in.
Yeah, and did you actually know the map? Because looks like Ruins of Lordaeron has been locked in. So you're right.
I heard it. I had a little, I had a little
you had a
bird
heads
telling
up.
me in my ear. Yeah, the production.
I was like,
staff
wow,
here.
that was a really good guess.
Yeah. No, it was ESP. I just predicted.
Very nice, very nice. So yeah, this is gonna be exciting. We'll have to see. Once again, guys, one of these teams is on the verge of elimination. Of course, they will be able to come back in the coming weeks and have a chance to qualify for the North American regionals, but both of these teams want to win. They want to secure their spot. And I think, like I was saying a little bit earlier, these two teams are some of the favorites to actually move forward and do exceptionally well at regionals as well as qualify for this event.
And that just... we kind of said this earlier, but that kind of just speaks to the level of competition here.
Oh, yeah.
These two teams were, like, if you started at the round of 8 bracket, you say, yep, Northern Gaming, Tempo Storm, those are going to be the two teams that qualify. And now here they are in the lower bracket. Yeah. One of them is going to be eliminated, and one of them is going to have to fight their way back through just to get up to the top. That's how ridiculous the competition is here at this first Qualifier Cup. And it's only going to get better from here.
Yep.
So
it's exciting.
Yeah.
Very, very exciting. Do you have a prediction going forward in this game? Just sort of put you on the spot.
Man,
who do you think is going to take it?
That is a tough one. I have to say, at this point, so at the start of this, I kind of predicted Northern Gaming Red. I'm still kind of leaning in that direction, but it's a coin flip at this point. Like, just watching how they've been playing through these matches so far, it's clear that these guys are so evenly matched that it's just going to come down to somebody makes a mistake.
Yep.
Someone makes one tiny mistake, and that's going to be it.
So just to talk about the opener, if it is going to be an RMD mirror match again, which it most likely will be, just talk about the opener and like the little advantages that teams can get. What both teams want to do is they want to delay their invisibility as long as they can and delay their Shroud of Concealment as long as they can. That way, if you do that, you have a slight advantage in the fact that you can get a sap on the enemy team's mage. And we saw that at the beginning of the last game where Roasties saved his Shroud, was able to push in, get a sap onto Jamili, and Samiam was able to build up some damage. So instead of actually attacking Jamili, obviously he can attack Peekaboo, and he can attack Goreki, so he attacked the Water Ellie, and that
Yeah.
allows him to build up Icicles, it allows him to get Brain Freeze procs, it allows him to get Fingers of Frost. So just that little cheeky opener there allows them to build up a ton of damage and get a little bit of advantage at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and RMD is it's almost in a lot of series you see it's almost won or lost in the opener. If they can force out a whole bunch of cooldowns, they're gonna win. If they don't, if they get shut down, they're gonna lose. Like especially when you see them during versus the Lock Shaman compositions. That's really that opener is super important because the longer the Lock Shaman game goes on, the worse position it is for the RMD because of dampening. So it definitely is really important. We're just trying to come up with the final composition lock-ins for both of these teams. Obviously, we're just giving them time to make absolutely sure it's an important match for both guys or both teams. So, yeah, we'll be getting into this match here very, very soon.
Another thing we saw last game, which is kind of funny, you commented on, is like the teams are sort of trading back and forth. Both rogues go in for a blind on the druid, both druids immediately trinket, they throw out the iron bark, and basically what both teams are trying to do is prevent as much pressure as possible so they can keep that aggressive edge, keep their druid aggressive, make sure the hots are rolling, make sure the druid can get out the cyclones when needed. That makes it very important for both mages and both rogues to have well-timed trinkets. They need to use their trinkets to stop CC on the enemy druid or to just survive. And I think last game, one thing that ended up hurting Northern Gaming Red was Sam used his trinket to try to get off some CC, and Peekaboo was able to stop him still, so a little bit of a wasted trinket there.
Oh, okay, so we do have compositions now for these two teams. Tempo Storm is now going to be sticking with the RMD.
Oh, wow.
But Northern Gaming Red is going with the Boomkin Mage Holy Paladin.
I just, all right then. I mean, I would have never suspected it. I mean, both of these teams obviously can run multiple compositions at a very high level, like we were saying. It's just like, usually when you see a matchup like this, you expect them to sort of know what comps they need to run to have the best edge, but it looks like both teams are kind of just throwing everything under the sun and seeing what works. I mean, maybe on this particular map, Northern Gaming Red feels like they're going to have an advantage on Ruins of Lordaeron, and of course them winning the first game on Nagrand does give them that sort of option, which is nice for them.
Yeah, so we will be getting in this match here very shortly. It has now started up, so just as soon as it gets a little bit closer to those gates opening, we'll be pulling it up for you guys, and you'll be able to see what we're dealing with here. We do have on the left Tempo Storm, 2 games in this series, tied 2-2 with Northern Gaming Red. It's going to be Peekaboo on the Rogue, Jamili on the Frost Mage, and Goreki playing that Restoration Druid. And on the right side, that's going to be Sam on the Frost Mage, Asber playing the Balance Druid, and Cubsy playing that Holy Paladin.
I've never even seen this glyph before, but Asber is using a glyph of Celestial Alignment. It makes it so his Celestial Alignment lasts 1 minute, or until he's used 8 casted spells. So he's going to have that cooldown for a long time to get out a lot of damage, and they might be able to just roll with the pressure. And if they can get out the proper damage in CC, they might be able to just steamroll Temple Storm right at the beginning of the game. Of course, Temple Storm doesn't want that to happen, so they're going to be playing it very safe, and probably as soon as they see that offensive cooldown coming out of Asper, trying to CC him as long as possible.
Yeah, it's a really interesting glyph because of that CC. It means that when you use your Celestial Alignment, you're gonna get 8 spells out of it, pretty much no matter what. So it's so much more difficult for Tempo Storm in this situation to actually lock out Asper on his Celestial Alignment and prevent that damage. They're gonna have to deal with it no matter what. But here we go. Things are now getting underway here. Asper's caught into a bash, just slowing him down a little bit at the start here. And now the Celestial Alignment has already come out. We'll have to see what he decides to do with it. He's just trying to put out as much damage as possible here in this opener. Already getting an Ice Block out of Jamili. Goreki getting caught into a whole bunch of different CC there, now into this Cyclone as well. Things are looking really bad for Jamili. And the other nice thing is Asper was able to hang on to a couple of his final casts there, get a couple more of his Celestial Alignment abilities out after that Ice Block ended, I'm pretty sure. So it's actually really interesting that he's chosen that glyph. Now the Smoke Bomb comes out. It looks like they're just trying to put a whole bunch of counter pressure onto Asper here. He's sort of caught by himself. Did, though, manage to get into bear form as well as get his bark skin out. So that's going to drastically reduce the damage he's taking and allow him to just feel very comfortable as this game continues.
He has a lot of defensive cooldowns there. He has no trinket, no bark skin available for the next 45 seconds. Looks like he has the target again. Cubsy actually getting caught into a blind. He has to trinket that. Asper taking a lot of damage. Death from above coming out from Peekaboo onto him. Sam doing everything he can to slow down the damage, spamming out those polymorphs onto Jamili. Actually, after getting a Cyclone onto Peekaboo as well. So Northern Gaming Red is going to be able to survive for now. Cubsy only really working with his bubble. He has 2 bops as well as his Avenging Wrath. So if he gets the well-timed bops off onto Asper before he goes into that CC, he can mitigate sort of those kidney shots and stuns coming out from Peekaboo. Asper, though, getting caught into the bash. The deep freeze onto Cubsy. Asper taking a lot of damage right now. Still doesn't have his bar skin up. Save of the Light is going to proc. So luckily for him, he has that. He's going to displace away, get the Cyclone out onto Peekaboo. Going to be able to hold on for one more setup.
Yeah, so far going back and forth with these Cyclones has really sort of been defining this game, and it's fairly well documented that when you play the game of clones, you win or you die. So we'll have to see how the game of clones continues to go here. Jamili getting caught into a Cyclone there for just a second. It's just constantly, as we're doing a great job of just throwing those out here and there and making sure that Tempo Storm never really gets the opportunity to do everything that they want to at any given moment. Jamili does catch the the Iron Bark there from Gorecki right as soon as he comes out of that CC. They're just trying to stay as aggressive as possible. Both teams sort of playing defensively in an aggressive way, if that makes any sense. They're kind of trying to put damage in, but they don't want to lose the game over it. So now we see Samayam actually moving over here, dropping that Ring of Frost, or trying to. He actually did get locked out on that, and then he gets put into the Cyclone as well. He was trying to lock down Gorecki for a while, but wasn't able to do it, and now he could be in some trouble here. The Save by the Light is going to proc. There's a big bunch of damage coming out from Peekaboo as well. Samayam, he's getting super low. The Ice Block at 5% health, just barely coming out in time, but Cubsy is still Cyclone. Is he going to be able to get any healing out onto Samayam in time? He gets a few heals, but Samayam's still at 40%. He is still in trouble.
Yeah, they were able to force both of Samayam's Ice Blocks in the last like 40 seconds, so Samayam has no more defensive cooldowns left. The Bop coming out from Cubsy. They want to get aggressive. The Hodge onto Peekaboo. The Cross CC coming out. Jamili in a little bit of trouble. He does almost have 2 Ice Blocks up. Going to be using one of those right away. Cold Snap going to be available for him. And Shadow Dance being used by Peekaboo. This could be the end of the game for Samayam. Cubsy doing an excellent job throwing out that Blessing of Sacrifice onto Samayam, preventing some of that incoming damage and making it so he can't really be CC'd by Jamili at least. And it looks like both teams have sort of stabilized for the moment, but both mages don't really have too many cooldowns left. Of course, Jamili does have that 1 Ice Block. Samayam in a little bit of trouble right now. The Bop going out onto Cubsy. He's caught into that Deep Freeze, though. Avenging Wrath is up for him as well. He just needs to get the cast off to top off Samayam. Samayam wants to get aggressive, uses the Icy Veins. The Hodge onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo taking a little damage, but the Jamili is the main target of choice for Northern Gaming Red. Gouge onto Asper. Peekaboo doing everything he can to CC Northern Gaming Red to prevent Jamili's Ice Block, but they are able to get that second block from Jamili. He's not going to have another one available for 2 minutes, so both mages, very, very scary situation for them. Luckily for Jamili, Gorecki basically has every single one of his defensive cooldowns. Peekaboo has that Shadow Dance coming up. Samayam in a lot of trouble. Cubsy might get put into the full clone at the moment, but he does line of sight at the bash, though, coming out. Might be cloned out of that. Doesn't look like there's going to be any follow-up. The Hodge, though, onto Peekaboo. Deep Freeze onto Gorecki. Not going to be any follow-up CC onto him. Jamili should be okay for the time being, but they're not able to get out the damage they want onto Samayam. Peekaboo does have that Shadow Dance available. Here it is. Looks like he wants to get aggressive. The Garrote cheap shot onto Samayam, clone onto Asper. Every single member of Northern Gaming Red is CC'd right now. Cubsy does get the Blessing of Sacrifice up. That might be able to keep Samayam up for the time being, but he's taking so much damage from Jamili and Peekaboo, just hovering around that 30% HP. Smoke Bomb coming out from Peekaboo as well. Gorecki now caught into that full polymorph. Hodge onto Peekaboo. Jamili just trying to run away, trying to line of sight, making it so Gorecki does not have to trinket, but he might have to. The Bash coming out. Iron Bark onto Jamili. He should be fine with that. Kitty shot onto Asper. He decides to trinket out of that. He wants to keep the aggressive plays going. Cubsy now caught into the Deep Freeze, into the Sheep. Samayam in a little trouble. Cubsy having to use his bubble as a response. Samayam should be able to survive with that as we're trying to get out as much damage as possible, but Jamili's just going to be line of sighting once again.
Yeah, Northern Gaming Red is doing an amazing job right now just turning this game around. With that bubble from Cubsy, that gave enough time for Samayam's Cold Snap to become available, so he will
but
have
Jamili
no
getting
Ice Block.
dangerously low.
Jamili does not. Down he goes.
Oh my goodness gracious. Just so much damage coming in there from both teams. I mean, Northern Gaming Red, that was like one of their last opportunities to kill. Peekaboo had that Shadow Dance up. The next swap onto them would be really hard, but Northern Gaming Red held on, and they were able to best Tempo Storm, and they are going to take this series 3-2. In sort of a surprise fashion.
Yeah, of course, Tempo Storm not really giving up just yet. They're still trying to stay in. I mean, and why not? Like this is the last game, their last chance to really claw their way back into this. So Goreki's just going to keep healing as much as he can, seeing if maybe somehow Peekaboo can get some sort of miracle kill. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Goreki now down super low. Peekaboo is actually Peekaboo has given up at this point. He's just standing there. So that is going to be it. Northern Gaming Red is going to end up taking this series 3-2 over Tempo Storm. They're going to move on, knocking out Tempo Storm, who was easily one of the favorites for this qualifier.
Yeah, if not the favorite, 100%. Yeah. And what matchup do we have next, actually? I think it's going to be Northern. This is the upper bracket final that's going to be happening next, right? Oh, never mind. We have the losers quarterfinals, too. It's going to be Method against Splice coming up here next.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting one to watch. Method versus Splice. Seeing like Absurge versus Sea-Doo. There's been like that sort of shaman rivalry going on there for a while, especially among the viewers, because it's like, oh, who has the better spirit links? Is it Absurge or is it Sea-Doo? And
who can Trinket link better?
Yeah, who can use that macro better? Well, yeah, we'll see how that ends up working out. But yeah, in terms of this series, Northern Gaming Red is going to be our winner. They'll be moving on through the lower bracket.
You know what the craziest thing about that series was is just how many different compositions we saw. I mean, we both kind of thought it was just going to be an RMD mirror the whole way through, and they proved us wrong. We only saw one of those. Other than that, how many different comps did we see that game? We saw Arcane, Rogue Pally, we saw LSD, we saw RMD, we saw Moonkin Mage.
Yeah.
So 4 different compositions.
It was probably there's almost certainly something else that these guys could have pulled out.
Yeah,
all of a sudden there's a Windwalker DK or something in there. Like I'm sure there's someone on one of these teams that could have done that. But yeah, that was an intense series.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, all the series today have been intense. Like we were saying at the beginning of this, every single one of these teams is capable of winning this tournament, and pretty much every single series has gone to a 3-2, except the one, which was a 3-1.
Yeah.
And all of those games were close too.
Yeah.
There's been no blowouts at all.
Yeah, so we will be getting on to this next series of Method versus Splice coming up here very, very soon. But first, we're going to take a short commercial break. We'll see you guys in a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Qualifiers. I'm Josh Allen, aka Lore. Joining me here at the desk once again is Sid Compton, aka Supatese. We have an extremely highly anticipated matchup coming: Method versus Splice. These are some veterans of the World of Warcraft arena community right now, and they're about to face each other, and we're gonna find out who wins and who gets eliminated.
Yep, two of the best restoration shamans are going to go head-to-head to decide who is the victor. Earlier, Splice was knocked down to this loser's bracket by a jungle cleave composition. So this is a druid, a hunter, and a shaman or a healer in general. And Splice has that composition available. So if you're Team Method, you've got to be thinking, you know, we just lost to that. Is there anything new we can do? Is there anything we can improve on? Because Splice might just wreck us the same way that we got wrecked earlier. So Method might be pulling out some curveballs, and you can actually see that Method have actually locked in the composition called Kitty Cleave. So they are definitely against the ropes, which is why I would kind of give this matchup in favor to Splice. Method are going to have to take a lot of risks if they want to come out ahead, and this risk that they're going to be taking in game number 1 could be maybe a little bit questionable. So definitely leaning more towards Splice taking this series overall, but you can't count C2 out, you can't count Smexen out. This is the first time we're going to see Smexen on stream playing the warrior, leading the charge. Let's see if he can get something done. It's going to be very important for his team that they get a victory here.
Yeah, personally, I am definitely hoping for some grade A Smexecutes in this series. I just
Slam dunks.
I just love saying it, but yeah, the way like Smexen has this very particular way that he uses execute, where he uses his heroic leap and then executes immediately after that, and so that way he tends to get a kill immediately.
Yeah, we can see Smexen and Beanslayer just running in right away, getting onto Absurge, the enemy healer. Let's see how much damage they can dish out. Not too much just yet. Walter and Jellybean seem to be doing a good job. Now finally following it up, Absurge very low on HP, decides to trade out an Ascendance, and he's able to escape, but he gets feared on the escape. He's in a lot of trouble here, barely connecting a heal in time to stabilize his HP. And Method, man, they are smashing Splice right now. Absurge forced to use his first Spirit Link to stabilize, and maybe Method have found the answer to this jungle cleave composition.
Yeah, by the way, just to point out, apparently... Whoa, Absurge getting super low on health there. Just to point out for the viewers at home, apparently the game is refusing to recognize the power of Beanslayer X, so it is just not willing to show us his unit frame at the moment. We apologize for that little bit of a glitch, but hopefully it won't end up being too much of a problem. You can kind of tell just from looking at his unit frame that he was taking a little bit of damage there for just a second, but it looks like the pressure is still heavy onto Absurge right now. He's finally having to pop out with his second Spirit Link. So Method actually doing an amazing job just countering the pressure that the jungle cleave of Splice is usually able to put out with even more pressure.
Beanslayer in a lot of trouble right now, down to 17, down to 4. That's going to be it for Beanslayer. The rallying cry out from Smexen will not be enough to keep their aggressive push going. But, you know, I like the creativity out from Method. What we were doing before just wasn't working. We're probably getting frustrated. It's probably not worth our effort to keep trying to run that same composition. So they're going to try a different one, bring Smexen out on Warrior. They looked really strong in the first seconds of the match, but unfortunately they kind of just fell apart towards the end, and Beanslayer does ultimately go down. So Splice leading 1-0 in this series. Now Method will have a composition advantage. I know that Snuts has been practicing a mage a little bit. Beanslayer can play a Feral Druid. Sea-Doo's been practicing a Holy Paladin. So a Holy Paladin, a Feral Druid, and a mage. I feel like this is a pretty decently structured composition to take out the jungle cleave. I'd like to see them at least try it once. I know that they're going to be playing an alt. Maybe they're not 100% with that in a tournament environment, but compositionally, that's their best comp option. So I would like to see them try it once, especially when they have the advantage of knowing what Splice is going to play.
Yeah, definitely. Now that they've lost that first match, which again, apologies for the little error with the user interface. We actually have a backup, and both computers had the same issue at the same time, which is extremely unusual and also very unfortunate. So apologies for that. But yeah, Method, now that they've lost that first match on the Grand Arena, they will have the option to choose their map, and they will have the option to choose the counter comp if they want. And maybe that is the direction that they would want to go in a situation like this. I know that the characters that you're most comfortable on tend to be the ones that you perform the best on as well. So if that's not something that they're super comfortable playing that comp, maybe that would be a reason to not go for it. They do have several other compositions available though, so we'll have to see what they end up doing as soon as we find out from our admin team where that's going to go.
I mean, Method have been struggling with this composition jungle cleave throughout the tournament, so it's obviously a problem for them. So figuring out an answer for that is #1 priority. We need to figure out what works against this, because what we're trying, maybe if we practice some more, maybe it can get there, but at this point, maybe they should just take the risk. Let's try playing an ult. Here, Snuts, you try Mage. We need to try something different that might be a little bit more solid of an option, just to get a win, just to make sure that it works. And then if they've got that, then at least they can take a couple games back in their favor in the series overall, because it would be, I don't know, I just feel like it's a terrible feeling when you go down and you lose 3 games in a row. It's better to at least take some wins and then kind of get some practice with it too. So I'm really hoping that Method tries something like that. If they do decide to go with their main team, the Feral Lock Shaman again, or even the Warrior Lock Shaman again, unless they play literally above flawlessly, I feel like Splice is still going to win. So Method are against the wall right now.
Yeah, it's definitely worth noting that even in this situation where maybe there is that counter comp option, Splice is just really good at this game. So when you've got teams and both teams are playing extremely well, that's just kind of how that happens. So we will find out very shortly, once we can get into the second match, how that's going to go. We did find out that the map is going to be Ruins of Lordaeron, and that's going to be Method's map choice. So that's an interesting one to me, considering that they just lost to a Jungle Cleave.
They might be playing the Kitty Cleave again. This map's really good for killing healers. So Kitty Cleave, a really good composition at killing healers. So put the two together, maybe it's gonna work.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually be upset at all if they went for the Kitty Cleave again. Like, that was a short game, the last one, and it did actually seem like they were able to put out some pretty serious pressure into Absurge. He actually used both of his Spirit Links before Sea-Doo used both of his. So that maybe they just look at that first game on Nagrand and they say, you know what, that was just, we didn't quite do it right. We had a slight error here and there. We can fix those. We can go in and actually get this win the second time. That might not actually be a bad approach here. Sometimes, like, it can be really easy to say, oh, we lost, change comp, but maybe sometimes you just want to go ahead with it and try it again, if that's what they end up doing. We do have the composition from Splice. They are once again going to lock in that Jungle Cleave with the Feral Druid, the Survival Hunter, and the Restoration Shaman, and hopefully we will soon find out here what composition Method's going to play.
Yeah, and you know, it's a strategy change for Method. In the previous rounds of the tournament, they've been playing a strategy based on stalling the game, dragging it out as long as possible, and creating pressure amongst 3 different targets. Now they've changed their strategy to a composition like Kitty Cleave, which is all about burst, like killing you in literally the first couple minutes of the game, or you're probably not going to win. So a much more all-in composition. So maybe they're not comfortable with that. I don't think they probably practice it very much in the ladder. It's more of a stylistic decision to try and play this Kitty Cleave composition, and it's definitely had pressure in the last game, so maybe if they can clean it up, maybe it will work for them. So with the Runes of Lordaeron lock-in, we might see Smexen again. Yeah,
I think definitely. I think we should absolutely see Smexen again, excuse me. It's just, to me, kind of a question of, do they stick with the Feral Druid, or do they bring out the Warlock and go for the WLS? I'm not sure that would be the wise choice necessarily, because Ruins of Lordaeron is such an open map that having that ability to stay stuck onto your target as the Feral Druid and the Arms Warrior, it really helps a whole lot. But if they're going to make a swap, I kind of feel like that's where I would be looking for it, is maybe bringing in that Warlock instead, giving that a try, seeing how that can go. I feel like they have some options available to them here. It's just a question of which ones they end up going towards, which is what they're discussing right now. We'll be finding that out very shortly before we can move into this game.
Yeah, they're spending a lot of time thinking about what composition they want to pick. This is very important to Team Method. They're facing elimination. If they lose this series, they're going to have to try again in Qualifier Cup #2, so they want to figure out what works. And this team and the previous team, 2 Rets that they lost to, these teams seem to be very hard for them. They need to find better options to deal with this situation when they get put into it, which is why they tried bringing Beanslayer and Smexen together rather than Snuts and Bean, or Smexen and Snuts. So they might just keep with that. I actually would like to see it again, the Kitty Cleave, the all-in strategy on an all-in map, whereas Nagrand might be a little bit bigger. Absurge is able to get away. Runes of Lordaeron, he's not going to have that same luxury. I would like to see Method play Kitty Cleave again.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think I'd like to see them just give it another try, see what happens. It is a best of 5. If you lose 2 games, you're not out of it yet. Obviously, that's then a lot to have to come back from, but it's still not the end of the world necessarily. So we'll be finding out here very shortly. And in fact, they are going to stick with that Kitty Cleave, the Feral Druid, the Arms Warrior, and of course Sea-Doo on the Restoration Shaman. It's smashy time, yeah. I think on a much more open map like this, the whole match could actually go very differently.
Yeah, I mean, this composition is kind of really brawl-based melee, just getting in the face of Absterge and starting to pressure him as much as possible. So I'm kind of glad that they're going to keep with the strategy, try and practice it a little bit. They could still pull off a win. I mean, Arms Warriors can crit huge. Like Mortal Strike, their hardest hitting ability, can crit upwards of 130, 150,000 damage, and you've only got 460,000 health, so half of your health can disappear. Feral Druids as well, with their Ferocious Bite as their hardest hitting ability, that can hit upwards of almost 150,000. So if those hit at the same time,
sometimes you just
get
erase
deleted.
somebody. Yeah.
So
just get absolutely deleted. And Beanslayer X has been known for that sort of play in the past. Smexen has been known for that sort of play in the past. So we'll have to see if this comp can, if they can do any better with this comp this time around, as the gates are just now opening and Game 2 is underway.
Yeah, we can see Smexen leading the charge across the tomb. Abster just bravely running into the middle of the map. He's kind of forfeited his defensive advantage. He's going to get opened on for free by Beanslayer and Smexen. Jellybeans needs to maybe peel a little bit here for his Shaman healer. It doesn't look like they're deciding to peel just yet. Shockwave out from Smexen, unfortunately only hitting Jellybeans. We see the Avatar Recklessness. Smexen's looking for an early kill. Is he going to get the crits he needs? He's just bursting Absterge right now. Absterge drops that Spirit Link in the nick of time to save himself, and Sea-Doo actually into a trap, so Beanslayer could be in trouble. Trades out his Survival Instincts that will reduce a lot of damage, and he's able to keep the chase. Absterge in trouble, pops his Aura Master. There's no way to stop Absterge from healing right now. Great move by him to stabilize, and now Beanslayer's under fire. Vigilance out from Smexen to try and reduce more damage, but even with the Vigilance, he's still just dying. Sea-Doo barely saving him in time, and now they need to keep aggressive. They need to stay on top of Absterge and finish him off. They've got him down below half HP. Caught into another stun, execute! Might connect. Absterge barely getting his Spirit Link off in time, and Method are full smork mode right now, but Beanslayer's gonna lose his life maybe at an expense. The full trap gets trinketed. Sea-Doo barely saves Beanslayer, and suddenly both teams are against the ropes.
Yeah, definitely. It's going well for Method, but it's not going that well for Method right now. The only real saving grace they have is they still have another Spirit Link available, whereas Absterge has none. He does have his trinket, but it's not going to save him from dying if he gets super low. But Beanslayer, once again, down really, really low. That's going to be the second Spirit Link out from Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo now really low as well, maybe vulnerable to a swap, but they're just sticking onto Beanslayer right now. Walter Bear and Absterge just sort of like, Absterge just trying to run away as best as he can. Here comes the big damage once again from Smexen, but Beanslayer still in so much trouble. He's not going to be able to survive through that just ridiculous pressure and high damage coming out from Splice. And so that game is going to end very similar to how the first one did. And I think at this point we can say, all right, the kitty cleave isn't working.
I mean, it didn't work necessarily in that game, but if they practiced that, maybe got some like skirmishes with a team that could play jungle cleave, maybe they could make that work. Because
it's not working for them right now, I guess is a better way to put it.
Yeah, you might say to yourself, well, why did Method play so aggressively? Why do they keep running into the faces of Splice? But that's the way that composition should be played. It's a very aggressive, a very in-your-face team-based comp, so you want to be always pushing, and I really appreciate that they kept that. They didn't try and run away and try and reset and stuff like that, because it ultimately won't work. You have to take the gamble. You're playing an all-in comp, you better go all in. So Method gave it their all with that last match. I'm curious if they're going to keep playing it, because that would have been their best map to take victory. Came kind of close, didn't achieve it. Now they've got to reconsider, okay, maybe Snuts Mage time, and we'll bring out Sea-Doo's Holy Paladin and try and get an advantage that way.
Yeah, they could end up going for, like, just switching it up entirely, going to a large map like Tolveron, bringing out the Mage or the Warlock, bringing out the Paladin, anything along those lines. There's lots of different directions that Method could go from here. I think dealing with this jungle cleave for the comps that they have available is just going to be difficult no matter what. It's a very strong composition at being able to put out ridiculous burst damage, and what Method has available to them, they don't have a really good solid counter option to that. Maybe the Holy Paladin is a good choice, because then at the very least you could, can use Blessing Protection to remove crows. You can deal with a lot of that physical damage in that way, because that's really the bulk of the damage coming out from Splice is physical. So maybe going in that Paladin direction could be good, but if Sea-Doo doesn't feel comfortable playing a Paladin, then he should absolutely not play a Paladin, because you're just going to lose anyway.
I mean, yeah, at the same time, I don't know. I'm wondering if there's... we saw Beanslayer change one of his talents, so normally they take Bash, which is a stun, a 5-second stun. He opted to not take that and pick up Disorienting Roar, which is an AoE disorient for 2 seconds. You just blind anyone around you in melee range. And it kind of worked, it kind of didn't work. I'm wondering if he could have maybe used that a little bit better, and maybe they just should focus all of their damage on Absterge. Don't spread any bleeds out. That way the Disorienting Roar will sit on as many people as it hits. Maybe Smexen should go Fury. break out the two-handers, because that would be way more single target pressure. Maybe he's kind of worried about the armor value on the Resto Shaman, but I feel like with the way they're playing, they need more single target consistent damage. Arms Warriors, which Smexton is playing right now, is more about cleave, hitting multiple people and spreading your damage out. So he might opt to change to that Fury spec. I'm not 100% sure, but obviously right now Method are facing elimination from Qualifier Cup #1. This is it. They need to at least win this game to stay in this tournament.
Yeah. And we do know they faced a jungle cleave earlier. They lost to that jungle cleave. They lost to 2 Rets. And now they're facing another jungle cleave. It's easy in those sort of situations to say, okay, we just keep hitting the comp that we can't deal with. We'll try again in the next cup or something. But you got to give it your all whenever you can, right? You gotta do your best to try and make it through here, because if they can come back, win 3 games in a row and win this series, their next team that they'll be facing is an RMD. So that's a much different situation for them to find themselves in. They have a much better chance, I think, of winning in that situation. So if they can pull out a win here, I think it's absolutely still worth it for them to go for it, do their best, see what they can do. We'll have to see what they can decide to do in terms of changing up any sort of composition, changing up the map.
I'm just literally thinking of as many creative options as I can right now for Method, and I'm just thinking, what if Sea-Doo is the only one that changes? What if they play Kitty Cleave, but a Holy Paladin? That gives freedom to Smexton. He's getting out of roots. He's having more uptime. That gives him the Blessing of Protection to remove a lot of Jelly Beans' damage, get Beanslayer out of stuns. And also the Holy Paladin class does a lot of damage. He could support his team by doing damage as well. I really don't see a disadvantage other than his comfort level on the class.
Yeah.
So
I think that really is the big... Like, I watch Sea-Doo stream fairly regularly, and I know he doesn't play a ton of Paladin, at least on his stream. You usually find him on his Shaman, you usually find him on his Druid. He plays those incredibly well. He hasn't been playing the Paladin as much, so maybe he just doesn't feel as comfortable with it. It might be a cool sort of like, hey, maybe for Cup 2 we'll practice the Paladin some more and we'll have that available sort of thing for him. I don't know. I definitely agree that if they have the option of going with the Paladin and he feels comfortable playing the Paladin, that the Paladin is the best way to deal with this jungle cleave that they're running into. We do have a map choice, and it is going to be Tiger's Peak, which is a fairly well-rounded, all-around, fairly balanced map. It doesn't really give any super heavy advantages to any specific compositions. So basically, we don't really know anything based off of that map choice.
Oh, but we do know now. It does seem like Snuts is going to be getting back into the fight. So Method are going to be playing one of their main compositions, Feral Druid, Warlock, Resto Shaman, and they're going to be facing Splice, which of course are still playing the Jungle Cleave. If it's not broken, don't fix it, don't change it, just keep playing the same thing. I mean, you're up 2 games, you're maybe about to take the 3rd. So Method, they need get in the game, get their heads in the game, focus 100%, try their hardest here. Even though they might be slightly disadvantaged, they can find a way, and Splice isn't perfect. Splice can make mistakes, so if they notice those mistakes, capitalize on them, punish them, and just 100% in the moment. Method needs to be if they want to come back in this series.
Yeah, so we will find out here very shortly how that is going to go as this game is just about to get underway. We can see Method facing elimination here on the right side of your screen. That's going to be Beanslayer, X, Snuts, and Sea-Doo. And then on the left side, we're going to have Splice. That is Walter Bear, Jelly Beans, and Absturge. So if they can pull this off, Method, they've still got a long road ahead of them. They're going to have to win 2 more games if they win this one to be able to take this series. But we've seen some crazy stuff out of these guys in the past, so all of a sudden it just clicks, and just like that, you're able to take those wins. So let's see if we can't get a Spirit Bomb going for Sea-Doo here. See if he can pull something out and take this win.
Yeah, pray to the Shaman gods. Sea-Doo needs as much help as he can get right now. His team is facing elimination. 1 more loss, and that's it for Qualifier Cup #1. CS actually going out onto Jelly. I'm not sure if that was actually intended. Either way, it looks like a double Shadow Fear onto Walter and Jelly Beans. A lot of damage onto the Hunter, but Absurge dispelling it immediately, just reducing any potential damage there out from Snuts. And Snuts actually trinketing out of CC. He wants to get pressure. He wants to build early momentum for his team. He's trying to do his best right now, but he doesn't have any dots on Absurge. He really needs to focus on getting those dots now, getting that full row of dots onto Absurge. But unfortunately, Walter peels Beanslayer, so Splice are splitting up Snuts and Beanslayer. They're never connecting at the same time. And if Method want to be able to take down Absurge, they definitely need to be able to coordinate together.
Yeah, there's a full trap onto Sea-Doo, which could signify some damage coming into Snuts here. Sea-Doo's just going to sit through it. He's feeling fairly comfortable at the time, and it looks like it's going to pay off for him. He did not have to use anything coming out of that. Snuts now is going to use his Dark Regeneration. Could be in some trouble, down to 20% health. Does catch a nice big heal there from Sea-Doo, who has now popped his Ascendance, which is going to allow him to help keep his teammates alive very strongly, and also allow them to get a little bit aggressive here. Looks like they're going after Absurge. No, excuse me, that must have just been a Dispel. Looks like maybe Jelly Beans is their target of choice for the time being. They're sort of pinging back and forth, and I think that's important to point out as well. The Feral Lock Shaman, they want exactly what they're seeing right now. All three members of Splice getting super low. They don't want that though. They do not want Snuts to just up and die. That was a Spirit Link, I believe, coming out from Sea-Doo, keeping him alive, but Snuts still in trouble. Sea-Doo's still caught in that. He had to just barely got out of that and got another Spirit Link off, and so now that's a ton of cooldowns having been used for Method. That is not what they want right now. They really needed to have those available to be able to stay through this game and be able to stay aggressive. Maybe if they can get something happening out of Jelly Beans here. Absurge caught into that Cyclone means that Jelly Beans has to reply with his deterrence. He has one more available. If Method can keep up this pressure, they may be able to make something happen here, but a big heal lands on a Jelly Beans, which is going to shut that down, and now Snuts once again is in trouble.
Yeah, Method needs a miracle right now. They've used everything in their defensive arsenal. They're trying to make something happen onto Walter, but not able to accomplish too much. Beanslayer's just going to Cyclone him up, pause his HP at 50%, maybe look for crowd control and Absurge. Nope, deciding to clone him again, but Snuts is in so much trouble. How is he going to stay alive? He's caught into a stun, completely locked down. Sea-Doo unable to assist. Beanslayer unable to assist. Snuts is completely alone, portaling away, trying to get back to Sea-Doo, barely getting out of that crowd control to save him. Walter is under a bit of pressure, trades out his survival instincts that will keep him going aggressive onto Snuts, but Sea-Doo and Snuts have been doing a great job despite having no cooldowns. Now pressure over onto Absurge. Will they be able to get a kill? He's locked down into another stun. They're going to clone him up at low HP. They need more spread pressure. Snuts getting a lot of dots over onto Walter, full dots over onto Jelly Beans. They definitely want to make sure that those dots stay up for as long as possible. Full trap on the Sea-Doo. Snuts needs to be careful. There is the Dark Regeneration available. He could pop that to heal himself back up, but it actually doesn't look like Splice have been able to do any damage. Great peels from Beanslayer have prevented any damage onto Snuts, and now Method are starting to stabilize. They're starting to pull this game back into their favor. Full dots out from Snuts. Maybe they can make something happen.
Yeah, Absurge actually getting really low there for just a second. Those dots are just going like crazy, keeping the entire team of Splice with that full row of dots on them, just ticking down constantly. It's so difficult to deal with that constant spread pressure. Sea-Doo now caught into this trap. Looks like Snuts is just going to go ahead and port away. He's actually standing next to Absurge, says, you know what, I'm just going to hang out over here by you. It's fine. It's nice over here. I like it. He's keeping that constant pressure rolling, though. Now with that Cyclone onto Jelly Beans, I got to say, Beanslayer doing an amazing job in this match, just disrupting every single time Splice wants to turn around and put on some pressure. Now Absurge, though, caught into that Cyclone. Looks like they're trying to make something happen onto Jelly Beans, putting a whole bunch of damage into him, forcing him to back off a little bit. Jelly Beans trying to get some traps down, but unfortunately for him, Beanslayer was not falling for it at all, and he's actually just moved away from that entirely. And yeah, Method's actually clawed their way back into this. Now Sea-Doo has his Trinket available. He just now has his Ascendance available. They've actually got to be feeling fairly comfortable at this point.
Beanslayer is just tearing Splice apart right now. He's got Jelly Beans at 30%. He's been pressuring Absurge as well. Finally getting off Absurge, allowing him to get some casted heals out. Now they're trying to build some pressure onto Snuts. They've got CC on Sea-Doo. This is the perfect opportunity. Method need to trade something here. They're trying. Okay, Sea-Doo is going to trade his Trinket. He's not going to play that too greedy. He wants to make sure his team can keep pressure going because Absurge is pretty low in health. Luckily, he's very far away from the fight. Beanslayer's trying to cross, dodges that cap totem. Nice awareness from Beanslayer. He actually gets a re-stealth, so he's going to be able to get an opening stun here. He chooses to stun Jelly Beans. Jelly Beans Trinket's out. I guess Jelly Beans feels like he's going to be able to get a kill here pretty soon. The next trap could be the end of the game. There's the stun onto Sea-Doo, but Jelly Beans gets cloned on the follow-up. Beanslayer is carrying this game so hard right now. A full fear over onto Absurge. Snuts is trying to get some damage out onto Walter, it would appear for now, but no pressure just yet. The Haunt finally connecting. That's going to burst up his dots a lot. Here comes the Dark Soul out from Snuts. He's ready to tear Splice apart. Let's see how much pressure he can really get going here. Sea-Doo caught into a trap with no Trinket, but it's actually Splice the ones still under pressure. Snuts just needs to get a couple more dots out to get this pressure going a little bit more. Maybe Beanslayer should swap onto Absurge, stop him from getting these casted heals, because right now Absurge is just able to free cast.
Yeah, they've been able to chew through so many different cooldowns, and they've actually managed to claw their way back in. Method has. Absurge now got bashed at super low health. He's going to have to follow that up with a Spirit Link. Snuts is super low. Can Sea-Doo get the Spirit Link out? He does. Sea-Doo gets the Spirit Link out just in the nick of time, and that's going to stabilize Snuts, and now they're going to turn it back around. Jelly Beans had to use his last deterrence there. Absurge gets super low. He actually got interrupted on his cast there as well. He's going to be able to recover from that, though, and start getting a little bit more heals out. Jelly Jellybeans still maybe in some trouble here, but Snuts also taking just tons of damage. This is so back and forth, it's actually hard to keep up with who's about to die at any given moment in time. The cooldowns are just now coming back up for Absterge. He's going to have his Trinket available. He's got one Spirit Link available. He's got his Stone Form as well. Sea-Doo caught in this full bash. He has nothing to respond to it with. He has literally nothing that he can do about that. He'll have his Trinket in about 10 seconds. If Snuts can stay alive just a little bit longer, he should be in the clear. He's doing his best right now, and the cross CC has just stopped happening, but there's still just so much pressure. There now, Walter Bear caught into a Cyclone. Snuts getting super low. Sea-Doo has his Trinket available again if he needs it. Jellybeans now caught into the Cyclone. Beanslayer doing an amazing job disrupting Splice, keeping his teammates alive.
Yeah, the pressure that Sea-Doo was under right there was so immense. He had to deal with multiple interrupts to be able to heal Snuts up, but Walter gets a full Cyclone. How is Snuts going to escape the situation? He's almost completely alone. If they can chain any CC on Sea-Doo, he might go down. They don't follow it up, and now Absterge's team is in a lot of trouble. Beanslayer landing the clone. This clone might just win the game. He's got his teammates completely isolated. Snuts is just going to town with so much damage. Absterge struggling to deal with it. He may need to use the Spear Link, but with his entire team so low HP, it won't even do very much. Walter and Jellybeans might just die at the same time. Snuts is doing so much pressure, but unfortunately, Absterge has slowly recovered. Maybe not. Beanslayer looking for a kill, popping his ultimate incarnation to finish off Absterge, but he's not able to connect. Snuts could go down. He portals away at 5% HP. Sea-Doo has no Spear Links. Both teams in the most pressure I've ever seen in an arena match. Snuts recovering. Jellybeans barely recovering now as well. Method are fighting for their tournament lives right now. Sea-Doo caught into a stun. Snuts down to 50%, but a full clone once again out from Beanslayer is keeping Snuts alive.
Sea-Doo has his Spirit Link in 3 seconds. If Snuts can just stay alive, he should be able to survive through this. He does not have a Trinket, so he will have to be able to use it ahead of time, but Jellybeans is getting so low, down to 10% health, and Jellybeans is just gonna go down. Method is able to turn this around, and that looked super good for them. They are just clawing their way back into this series. We got a series.
We definitely do. I have to say, in that game, man, Beanslayer was the king of peels. King of peels. Snuts was the king of kiting. Like that, he was basically untouchable. And Sea-Doo was basically the king of clenching his butt because he had to deal with people getting so low so often and just know that he had enough healing to keep them alive. I can't believe that they were actually able to turn that around, and now maybe they can sink their feet in and get some momentum with that win.
Yeah, the unfortunate news for Method at this point is that now it will be Splice's map choice as well as their ability to counter comp. So there's no more FLS surprise for Method available to them. Obviously, I think that the FLS worked out for them much better than obviously they won. The FLS worked out much better for them than the previous attempts that the previous comps that they were trying with that Kitty Cleave. But I do think that it's going to be tough for Method from here on. Even though they have now won this and they have now taken this series 2-1 or 1-2, I guess is a better way to put it, in favor of Splice still. But it's just going to be tough for them to fight their way back through. And I don't actually really know. I don't really know what to expect out of the rest of the series at this point.
The thing is that they played that matchup near flawlessly, and like I said, maybe a bit above flawlessly. Like the kiting, the cyclones were perfect out from Snuts and Beanslayer, and to be able to play that well for 2 more games, that's what they have to do. They literally have to play that well for 2 more games if they want to win this series. Can they do that? Do you think they can?
I actually do think they can, and here's why. We know that obviously the Jungle Cleave, the map of choice that they would want to play against Pharaoh Lock Shaman is Ruins of Lordaeron. That map's already out. We've already played that map. So they don't have that available to them. The map choice is going to be Dalaran Arena, so it is a similar, very small map, but on Dalaran Arena, the Pharaoh Lock Shaman, I actually kind of give a slight advantage in their direction, just because there's so much more places for you to be able to get out of line of sight. You can get away from the Hunter a lot easier on a map like Dalaran Sewers, and the Warlock Portal, there's so many good places on that map that you can put it to where the portal will actually get you out of line of sight in a hurry. So I actually feel like this could be a ray of hope shining through for Method. I know I just said a minute ago that they've got a lot of work to do to get through this series, and they still do. But I actually kind of like, now that I'm thinking through it a little bit more, I've had time to process what just happened and everything. I feel like Ruins of Lordaeron being out of the map pool actually really helps Method a lot in this situation.
So it was a long-term strategy decision. Let's pick the map that sucks for us, just so it gets out of the way fast, and we don't have to see it again.
It's actually, if that's what they did, and maybe because obviously it was the right choice for Kitty Cleave as well. If that's what they did, it would still be really, really smart, because then what they're saying is, instead of having to get counter-comped on Ruins of Lordaeron, we'll pick the comp that can play really well on Ruins of Lordaeron, get that out of the way. If we win, then great. If we lose, well, at least it wasn't a straight-up counter-comp pick at that point. So it actually could be really smart.
Yeah, and we are jumping into the 4th game of this series. Method still against the wall, able to pull victory off in that last game, which was basically a miracle. They were getting dominated at the start of the match, but they found their footing. They started playing flawlessly with their kiting and peels, and they were able to take victory as a result. Now they need to do that 2 more times in a row if they want to stay in this tournament. Can they do it? Splice, on the other hand, they don't want that to happen. They just want to win and move on and not have to deal with this, so they're obviously going to be trying their best as well. So Jellybeans and Walter, they need to work well together to get crowd control on Sea-Doo. Walter's going to lead in with a stun. Jellybeans will follow that up with a trap. And every time that happens, Snuts should have to use a cooldown. And eventually, he's going to run out. So as long as Splice can keep that crowd control chain going every time, every 30 seconds, they're definitely going to be looking strong. Let's see if they can get it done here on Dalaran.
Yeah, nice little... just tiny little advantage there on the opener for Method. Beanslayer was actually able to find Walter Bear in stealth and pull him out, so they don't have to deal with too scary of an opener coming out from Splice. And now Sea-Doo caught into this trap. He's just going to be able to sit through that right now. Snuts has his Demon Soul active. He's trying to get as much spread pressure out as he can. Nothing too crazy just yet. Splice doing a good job of just hiding from Snuts right now and actually putting out a whole ton of pressure onto him. He does have his Dark Regen active, but he's getting really, really low. This could actually be a lot of trouble for him. He needs to get back over to Sea-Doo and get some heals. Sea-Doo now spamming out those healing surges. Actually got interrupted on that last one with that, I believe it was a very short stun onto him. Now that Cyclone, he's going to go ahead and trinket out of that and use, he's actually used both of his Spirit Links, or is he not? He is running Echo of the Elements, so he's actually used 2 Spirit Links so far already. Sea-Doo is out of Spirit Links in this match.
This is panic time for Method, man. I think they had a little bit of a freak out when Jellybeans knocked their entire team away. They're like, oh no, where are you? I need to link you. I need to link you. Get back to me. And they ended up overusing cooldowns. And with Splice having that huge advantage right now, they should be able to end this game pretty quickly. Method, again, have to pull off a miracle. Let's see if they can do it. Right now, Snuts isn't under the most amount of pressure, but they're trying to push up. Could this end up being a mistake? Beanslayer's trying to take down Absterge, knocking him down and trying to just maybe solo him. I don't think he's going to be able to. Maybe he gets a lucky Ferocious White crit. Abster's caught into a 1-second stun. They're trying to kill him. They're actually going to clone him on the link. And Jellybeans now in trouble, down at 18%. Walter trying to peel for his team, but he gets stopped on that Cyclone. So Walter is unable to assist. Absterge is struggling to deal with the damage. And Method might pull off a miracle. Jellybeans down to 14%. Absterge barely saving his team in time. Well done from Splice. And now they need to turn up the aggression and bring the fight to Method.
I actually almost just fell out of my chair as soon as Jellybeans dipped that low and that Cyclone landed on Absterge. That was amazingly played by Method, and that's what they're going to have to keep doing if they want to claw their way back into this match. Sea-Doo now caught into that trap. Is there any follow-up CC onto Sea-Doo at this point? Snuts is taking a lot of pressure. They need to be able to keep that healing flowing onto Snuts. They need Beanslayer to come in with those Cyclones. He gets locked out. Beanslayer got locked out on his Cyclone. He's not going to be able to cast that. Snuts trying to get the Fear. He lands the Fear onto Jellybeans and then onto Walter Bear. Amazing play there by Snuts, able to actually cast both of those. I don't know how he managed to actually get both of those casts off. That's ridiculous, but he's going to stay alive. Sea-Doo now caught into that bash. Snuts going to gateway away immediately in response to that. Sea-Doo's going to get caught into an additional crowd control there. Snuts just going to port right back and say, you know what, I'm going to stay actually, I'm going to hang out with you, Sea-Doo. It's actually much better over here. He's going to get his Dark Soul active, and he's starting to put out that counter pressure again, and Splice is actually running out of options to deal with that. There's only one Spirit Link left available for Absterge. He does have his Trinket, but in that bash, he's taking a ton of damage. The triple Shadow Fury comes out. Can Method find a way to force Absterge to use his remaining cooldowns and then kill the entire team? They're getting him so low at this point. Absterge now having to get over here out of line of sight and cast some heals here, and that's given Method time to stabilize.
Whoa, Walter's overextending a little bit, maybe overstaying his welcome, and Snuts is looking for a triple kill right now. Absterge needs to be careful. If Beanslayer gets a clone, it might be the end of the game. Sea-Doo caught into a trap, but they have no pressure. Snuts is just going to portal away, completely line of sighting Splice. Well played from Snuts, kiting like a god right now, and Jellybeans and Walter are in so much trouble, struggling to stay alive as Absterge is caught into a Cyclone out from Beanslayer, and Method might be able to pull off a miracle right now as long as Snuts can keep dishing out the damage. Absterge trying to get a heal off. He does not want to get interrupted. If he does, his team could just die. He's trying to get out of line of sight, but Beanslayer's keeping the chase going, trying to get right on top of Absterge. Snuts is moving in. Method, it's time to go. Getting right on top of Splice. How much damage can they do? We see Incarnation, Walter Bear activating his ultimate cooldown as well as Beanslayer, but Absterge is the one taking so much damage, forced to use that Spirit Link to connect his team's HP, keeping him alive for now, but for how much?
That was Absurge's last Spirit Link for 30 seconds, and his Trinket as well. Sea-Doo just used his Trinket. He had that available again, and he also has a Spirit Link available. Method has actually got a cooldown advantage at this point. Absurge is in a lot of trouble. He's taking so much damage, down to 20% health, 15% there for just a second, catches a couple of heals onto himself, but the entire team of Splice is under so much pressure. As soon as Absurge heals one target, another one dips down super low. Jellybean's now down to 30%, or excuse me, 37% health, dipping even lower and lower. He has no deterrence available for another 6 seconds. They might be able to score a kill onto him right here. Snuts with that Dark Soul Active is doing so much damage. Jellybean's at 3% health. He gets a heal. The deterrence comes up. He's still alive. 10% health on Jellybeans. The Spirit Link comes out from Sea-Doo, keeping his team alive, keeping them aggressive. Somehow, Absurge Splice is still alive. I don't know how he's keeping his team alive right now. Absurge at 11% health. Their entire team is at death's door, just knocking away. Snuts gets Cyclone. That's the only one saving grace going for Splice right now. Method is just on a rampage.
Oh my god, Absurge is literally a god. What? He just brought that game back from the brink of destruction. Everyone was at 10% HP, and he still hung into the bitter end, and he's managed to recover his team. Now, if they can rotate some CC on Sea-Doo, they might be able to kill Snuts. Here comes the full trap on the Sea-Doo. Snuts needs to be able to evacuate. Unfortunately, he's got nowhere to run. He's going to jump off, portal back up, try his best to line of sight the incoming damage, but Sea-Doo is still in crowd control. Sea-Doo has no cooldowns remaining. He gets knocked away by Sea-Doo. Snuts is trying to stay alive. Sea-Doo connecting a little bit of healing right here. Good peels from Beanslayer. Once again, Beanslayer with these Cyclones, keeping Snuts alive to keep it in this match. And now we're kind of stabilizing at this point. It's really Splice that need to push in. Walter is going to jump in on top of Snuts. He's looking for a clone. Not able to connect it, unfortunately. Snuts doing a good job. Full dots onto Walter. Full dots over onto Jellybeans with the full trap on the Sea-Doo. With no trigger for 10 seconds. 10 more seconds. He just needs 8 more seconds. How is Snuts going to stay alive?
I have no idea. This game is absolutely ridiculous. Snuts is somehow still alive. He gets back over to Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo comes out, but not in time. Snuts is gonna go down. That was an absolutely ridiculous back and forth game. Splice, I feel, barely actually managed to take that, but they do take it 3-1 versus Method. Method is going to be eliminated, and Splice is going to move on to face, I don't even remember, it was so long ago at this point, the other team that they're gonna have to fight. What was this series?
I need a moment.
That was crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, they're going to be going up. Splice will be moving on to face Northern Gaming.
You literally go from one side where Splice is 10%, literally. I've never seen health bars go that low. And Absurge is like, no problem.
Yeah, no, it's fine, whatever.
Easy, Riptide, heal you up. I got this. There's no pressure at all. Literally everybody could have died in that 1 second. Every single choice of spell that they made was so crucial. Riptiding the wrong target, like knowing who Beanslayer was attacking at that moment was so important for Absurge, and he was able to keep his team alive and then just get that kill, getting the traps over on Sea-Doo, freezing him up, preventing him from healing Snuts. And it was kind of one of those things where the aggressing team ends up risking it because Method had to push in if they wanted to end the game, but then Snuts sacrificed his portal positioning, which allows him to get away, portal back out of line of sight. So he's in a weird spot where he's like, I guess I'll jump down and portal up here and then try and line of sight, but it wasn't the same effectiveness as it was previously in the match. And it was just unfortunate that they weren't able to finish off Splice, but kudos to Splice, kudos to Absurge, pulling off a miracle basically to save his team.
We actually have a replay available of that moment in which Absurge was just somehow miraculously keeping his team alive. Like, just look at this. Like 3% on Jellybeans, 3% twice, just in time for that deterrence to come up. Absurge just sitting around 10% health, healing other people other than himself. It was... I have to give them props for this. That was an amazing, amazing turnaround in that moment there.
I think that Absurge faked Beanslayer's interrupt right at the end, which would have been the only thing to stop this healing surge that ended up allowing his entire team to recover. It's a great place from Absurge. The healers today are phenomenal. Yeah. Like the amount of pressure that these healers are thrown under, there's low HP, crowd control chains, everything. Like these healers are playing so well. Unfortunately for Method, they will be eliminated from Qualifier Cup #1. Splice will advance, and I believe that they're fighting Northern Gaming Red.
I believe so, yeah.
That just won the previous series. And so these teams have met each other in a lot of online tournaments, and it's kind of back and forth. Sometimes Northern Gaming is winning those tournaments, sometimes Splice is winning those tournaments. So it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out ahead today.
Yep, and we will be finding that out here very, very shortly, right as we're about to take a very quick commercial break, but we will be right back immediately after that with that next match. We'll see you guys in a minute.
My son. A terrible darkness has returned to our world. As before, it seeks to annihilate everything that we hold dear. I go to face it, knowing I may not return. All my life I have lived by the sword. I've seen kingdoms burn and watched brave heroes die in vain. It's been difficult for me to trust after losing so much. But from you, I have learned patience, tolerance, and faith. Open fire! Anduin, I now believe, as you do, that peace is the noblest aspiration. But to preserve it, you must be willing to fight.
All right, guys, welcome back. What a series that was. I was able to spectate that and was following Absterge right at that moment. His Ascendance came up that second that he needed it. It was crazy watching. Even in the replay, you can watch the time ticking down as his whole team is almost dead. Ascendance comes up. He gets that huge healing surge off. What a series.
That was pretty insane, and Splice are probably going to be feeling pretty good coming off that victory. They are going to be moving into the next match that we have today, and they are going to be fighting up against Northern Gaming Red in the losers semifinal. So both these teams are still facing elimination from this qualifier cup. Northern Gaming Red was able to 3-2 against Tempo Storm. Such a close series that they were able to bring out Asper on the balance druid and blow up Tempo Storm in that final game. And now against Splice, it's a similar situation that balance druid burst is really good against Splice's jungle cleave. Not so good against Dota on Warlock. So this is another matchup where they're going to be mind gaming each other. What comp are they going to lead with? What is our best bet overall? And I kind of feel like Northern Gaming Red, the safest composition is going to be Rogue Mage Druid. It's their most practiced composition overall, and it's definitely probably the smartest choice for them to lead off with. And then Splice have to consider what's the best option for us. Are we going to bring Dota? Are we going to bring Jelly Beans? I'm going to just say bring out the beans because it's nice, it's fun to say.
Yeah.
But Splice are the ones that really need to think hard. What are we feeling capable with? We've been playing jungle a lot today. Maybe we're warmed up on it. We should keep playing it, and they need to be ready for Northern Gaming Red's RMD.
Yeah, and this is such an exciting match coming up. Northern Gaming Red and Splice. You know, we've seen so much out of these two teams, especially Splice coming off of that last victory. Now, of course, the winner of this is going to play against the loser of 2 Rets versus Northern Gaming Black, which is also two powerhouse teams too.
Dude, those two teams, I was kind of saying like, maybe they can do it, like maybe, but the fact that they've made it that far, like, is a tremendous amount of like practice on those two teams, because the teams that like this team and Splice and Northern Gaming Red, I would have expected to see them in the winners. The last series, Tempo Storm and Northern Gaming Red, I would have been, that's the grand finals. That's what I was predicting would be the grand finals. Tempo Storm is gone. They've been eliminated, and now Northern Gaming Red are against the wall as well as Splice. So these are all teams that played at BlizzCon that are just disappearing, and now we've got kind of new blood coming in on the winner's side. So it's really cool. I'm completely happy with being wrong about all my predictions, because it's awesome to see these kinds of upsets.
Now, if you had to predict a winner of this match, what would it be?
My prediction for this match, I definitely am going to be giving it to Splice, only because of that momentous like win that they just got. Absurge was able to stay alive long enough. I feel like they are 100% in the zone, and as long as they stay in the zone, I think that Northern Gaming Red are going to be in trouble.
All right, and of course we are going to start on the Grand Arena, and both teams are going to be having a blind pick on their comps, so we'll have to see what these two teams are deciding to use in the opener of this match. And it does look like that Northern Gaming Red is going to be playing that Rogue Mage Druid, such a popular comp this expansion, and these guys have been playing it for a really long time.
Ooh, for the Horde, man. Splice are going to be breaking out Horde characters.
This is kind of the wild card, because most players online, when they queue on ladder, they're all playing Alliance right now. You know, there's a lot more people to play with if you want to switch out different comps, but having a Horde Shaman that is Orc, being able to sit through those stuns is incredible, and you guys will see it. Those stuns will be so short on Upsurge.
Yeah, I think Walter Bear, the Feral Druid on Splice, he's known for role-playing a little bit on his stream. He does role-playing streams, so I'm wondering if Gugdian is one of his role-playing aids. I don't know. Either way, Northern Gaming Red are going to be pushing in. They are invisible right now, looking for that triple crowd control onto Splice. If they can land crowd control onto 3 targets, it's going to spell trouble. Cheap shot over onto Dota, the Warlock. Walter Bear sitting in stealth, looking for a target to pounce. He's playing very patiently, actually opening with the Cyclone, but I believe he does. Oh no, he does land that Cyclone. That was so critical to clone the Rogue and prevent this opening pressure. Now that's going to open up Dota to pop his Dark Soul and start annihilating Northern Gaming.
Yeah, as Absurd, you see, comes out of that Frost Jaw, immediately getting deeped. I don't know if they get the follow-up CC, and look at how much damage they are doing to this Feral Druid. You know, you have the Icy Veins up, and it does look like the Shadow Dance was used also, so 2 offensive cooldowns definitely bursted him down a ton.
Yeah, we can see Splice have recovered through that initial pressure, and Walter not able to get too much done with his Incarnation ultimate, only getting Cubsy's Trinket to remove a stun. He would have liked to get the Bark Skin from Cubsy, but he didn't find it. We see Cubsy now going clone crazy. Polly's over onto Dota. Northern Gaming are just shutting Splice down right now, trying to get an even footing for their next attack in here. They're going to use the blind onto Absurge the Shaman instead, with a full stun over onto Walter, and Walter's caught in the middle of the map. He could be in a lot of trouble right now if they keep this CC chain going. Walter just completely locked down, trying to get back to the pillar. Great peels from Dota on that Warlock, really kept Walter very healthy, but the CC is still going on to Absurge. Walter needs to still be careful. He's going to use the bash over onto Roasties the Rogue, clone him out of that and stop all of the pressure. Really good peels up from Splice.
Yeah, I was really surprised how Splice handled that triple CC coming out on the entire team. You know, we saw the Cyclones, we saw the Blind, the Polys coming out. As you watch Sam I Am, every other cast seems like it's going to be a Polymorph. He really wants to get that pressure out for his team.
Yeah, Northern Gaming playing a very control-based composition. Splice are playing more of a brawl-based, let's just cleave everybody down. Right now, Dota's doing his best to get dots onto everyone. They've got Roasties caught into a stun, a clone over onto Sam I Am, and Roasties could be in trouble, trading out that Cloak of Shadows barely in time, but Walter Bear is a Feral Druid. He deals physical damage. He can cut through that cooldown, so Roasties is forced to run away. He's getting very far. Cubsy evacuating now as well. Sam I Am in full retreat. I think Northern Gaming might decide to pull out here, and this is where Splice have to make a decision. Are we going to cross the map? Are we going to go into Northern Gaming territory? Because it's a big risk to be that aggressive team.
Oh, I think they barely got a water elemental kill right there, so we'll have to see if Sam I Am, if that's on cooldown or not, because he's not going to have that extra control and the extra fingers of Frost from Freeze. And it looks like they are just going to sit back and wait. As you see, Roasties is in stealth. He's trying to find his target right now. Looks like he kind of wants to open on Absterge. Wow, he's standing right on top of him. There we go. Now he's going to open up on to the Warlock as the deep comes out onto Absterge. And look at how short that deep was. There almost was a split second in between that.
They're setting up a kill over onto Dota the Warlock. Good CC out from Northern Gaming. Here comes the burst. It seems like Dota is going to gate away, teleport into the other side of the map, trying to line of sight his opponents, but Sam I Am jumps right into line of sight. Death from above. He portals the death from above, but unfortunately, that means Roasties goes with him, and now Absterge is forced to drop his Spirit Link. He's going to have another one coming up in 26 seconds, so he's really going to be relying on that cooldown moving forward. We see maybe a swap over onto Walter. No, they're going to use that stun to set up some control for Cubsy. Dota getting locked down in a Frostjaw silence for now. Seems like Roasties just trying to get a re-stealth, and Northern Gaming Red, their strategy is hit and run, hit and run. Go in, get CC, get a cooldown, get the hell out of there, come back later and try and get a kill. And this hit and run strategy is really working for them so far, and if they can keep this up, I think they're going to be able to take Splice down.
Yeah, Roasty's playing very calm and collected during these matches. You see him a lot of times being able to get re-stealths off and then staying in stealth for a while, as we see a lot of damage coming out on to the Feral Druid. But look at this, the timing of all the cooldowns is coming back up for the team of Northern Gaming Red. That Shadow Dance is almost able to be used as we see the kick coming out. I don't know if he hit anything with that, but that forces his Spirit Link also, as he is Frostjawed right before that too. So a lot of crowd control coming out on to Splice.
Yeah, right now Northern Gaming, they're in the running mode. They're trying to retreat away. Walter has his ultimate Incarnation. He wants to pop that. He's just going to pull the trigger right now and try and finish off Roasties. Roasties sees it coming. He's going to trade his trinket and reverse the pressure over onto Walter, who has overextended quite a lot into the middle of the map. Absterge doesn't have very many cooldowns remaining to deal with this damage. He's going to need to maybe get some casted heals off. He's just using the Unleash, using his instant healing for now, and Cubsy knows the kill is lost. He's going to clone up Walter instead and prevent any more incoming healing. Northern Gaming Red, they need to find a solid footing here, but Walter's not allowing them the time of day. He's just going in and going crazy. Cubsy could be in a bit of trouble here as he throws out the bash. No, he's going to be jumping over onto Sam I Am the Mage. That Ferocious Bite, unfortunately not critting, so it's not going to be able to kill Sam I Am or force an Ice Block. Cubsy caught into another fear. Good CC chain out from Splice onto Cubsy. His teammates are dipping low on HP right now. Cubsy struggling to deal with the pressure, and they're actually going to force the Cloak of Shadows out from the Rogue, so he's going to immune all that magic damage, now trying to turn the aggression on. Northern Gaming engaging a CC chain. Will they be able to get? No, they do not. Splice shut them down. That shutdown was so important. It should allow them to play more aggressively now.
Oh, but there goes the blind, which is immediately trinketed. And now this is a great job. What they did is once they saw that the blind was trinketed, they put the clone on the Feral Druid instead just to stop so they can set up that poly. And now look, they're going back into the Feral Druid. Walter taking so much damage as he is behind the pillar safely, as Sam I Am is going to try to push in because Roasties looks like is on the retreat also.
Yeah, we can see these CC chains out from Dota the Warlock onto Cubsy. He's looking for fear crowd control onto Cubsy, and burst onto the Rogue or the Mage. And so far, it's not proving too fruitful. Northern Gaming Red are just always able to retreat and pull far away, and Splice don't want to take the gamble of pushing forward to try and get kills when there are windows, which means that Northern Gaming Red almost always have a cooldown to trade. Where Cubsy right now trading out his Iron Bark. That means that Roasties the Rogue should be completely fine for this pressure. We can see maybe a setup onto Absterge. He's caught into a kidney shot. I think they're going to use that for CC instead. They do follow up with a full polymorph, but there's a full fear on the Cubsy. Cubsy trinkets out. He knows that he needs to support his team, but Dota fears him on his trinket. Right now, Walter Bear, though, is in a lot of trouble. There are no cooldowns remaining. How is he going to make it out alive? Survival Instincts at 17% HP remaining. They break up the crowd control onto Absterge. Absterge should be able to recover now. Unfortunately, just not able to, and that forces Walter to gate away to the opposite side of the map. Absterge now caught into a kidney shot, and Northern Gaming CC chain is just endless on Absterge into the full cyclone. Walter, run! Walter, run! I feel like I'm watching a game of Kitty Run. He's caught into the cheap shot finally, and they should be able to finish him off. Death from above connects. Roasties needs to take him down by himself, but a War Stomp clone out from that Tauren Feral Druid is going to prove to be useful. Really well done from Walter to stay alive.
Wow, that was incredible. A lot of things went very well for Splice there. The Capacitor Totem ended up hitting Sam I Am as he pushed up, so it really was single damage onto Walter the Feral Druid at that point. As we do see Absterge again in that short kidney due to the Orc Racial, as he is going to get Nova'd also. so, and it looks like the one problem with what's going on right now is Walter is just running. He's not able to put out any damage just quite yet. Of course, he is just wasting time until his Incarn and Berserk, which are just coming back out. And look at that, the second it comes off a cooldown, he's going to leap immediately into Cubsy, and look at that damage coming out onto Cubsy.
Yeah, but good peels up from Roasty are going to deny a lot of pressure. I really like that Hex from Absurge over onto Samayam. They're locking Samayam completely out of the game. He's not able to support this attack. It's so important, but actually the blind sap was used over onto Walter to prevent any damage from his incarnation there. That was well done from Roasties. That will keep Cubsy completely safe, as Cubsy doesn't have any cooldowns right now. If they could connect, they might be able to take him down. Instead, they're going to clone him up, try and get some pressure over onto Samayam. I'd really like to see a swap on the Cubsy right now. You can see on the cooldowns at the bottom that he doesn't have very much remaining, at least for a couple of seconds. That's the window of opportunity that Splice need to take. They're just still playing defensive, still trying to stall out the game. Their composition is built to stall the game for the long points where dampening reduces the healing by a significant amount. We're at 18% healing reduction overall, and that's just going to keep ticking higher and higher. We can see Dota doing his best right now, maybe looking for some fears, not able to get it. Full kidney shot over onto Walter. Here comes the attack out from Northern Gaming. They've got the CC in all of the right places, but Dota completely shuts down all of the damage.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of fearing exactly when needing. Roasty's actually using his cloak to stay on the target, getting him down to about half as the full clone is on to Absturge, as he is going to be out of it now, tossing a few heals coming out, that Ascendance coming out too, swapping the Earth Shield back on to Walter right there as he gets another big heal, and an interrupt too onto Samayam, who does get cloned off that too. Great job by Splice to recover.
Yeah, this is really amazing actually from Splice. I thought this game would have been over a long time ago when they ran out of cooldowns, and now they've got a lot of momentum onto Roasty as the rogue. He's down below 40% HP. He's got evasion up to dodge Walter's attack, but the Dota's just going ham. They're forced to block up from Samayam. Roasty's still dipping low. Cubsy now fully dotted. They got one more opportunity. Here comes the attack out from Northern Gaming. They have to get a kill with this. Will they be able to? Absurd says no. Trinkets out, connects that Spear Link, saving his team, and now with that Trinket Spear Link, I feel like they need to go. They need to push. They need to make something happen, but instead they're choosing to play passively. They don't want to risk it. They're going to be playing for a little bit longer of a game, but I feel like they're losing a great opportunity.
Yes, Cubsy does use the Tranquility right there to try to pick his team up, because he did have that moment of breathing where they ran, but look at his mana at this point. Cubsy really needs to maybe go for a drink at this point. I don't even know if he has time to.
I mean, he might try to, but with Samayam, usually when you're the Druid going for a drink, you rely on Ice Block and Cloak of Shadows, but those aren't available, so Cubsy might not be able to drink. Full Fear over onto Cubsy, a full blind over onto Absturge, CC getting thrown back and forth onto the healers, following up that blind with a full Polymorph. Walter could be in trouble, doing a good job so far to just avoid getting stunned, and he actually stuns Roasty first, and Roasty's going to trink it out. He wants to try and reverse some pressure here. Shadow Dance is now coming up in 1 more second, so Roasty's ultimate Shadow Dance, he needs to get something done with this. He chooses to pop it, he's going all in onto Walter. Walter sees it coming literally the millisecond that it happens and responded perfectly to that situation. Will he be able to deal with it even still? Just so much damage. Mark for death, double evisceration, and Walter is getting torn apart, hanging on by a thread down to 2%. Oh my god, no, there's no way. He needed 1 more second. Literally 1 more second for Absturge to get the Spear Link. They were all together.
That was so close.
So close.
What a round. As you saw towards the end there, when the camera was looking at the cat that was in stealth, Cubsy did actually find that moment to go for a drink, but Roasty's doing a great job. Maybe Walter hit Survival Instincts like a split second too early because that crowd control chain, maybe that would have saved him. I mean, it was great for him to kind of precog that death from above with the Shadow Dance, but maybe pulling the trigger a little too quick on that one. But look at that, 100k eviscerate, so maybe that would have just finished him off at that point.
Cubsy actually hit for an 80k Ferocious Bite, so Cubsy actually found time to go into cat form, build up combo points to get that Ferocious Bite. So it's cool to see the rest of Druids get aggressive like they do. I think Dota did a pretty good job doubling the damage in that match. So
no, that was great. Dota, every single time that they pushed up and tried for that triple CC, he was there to answer it, to break it up. Absturge sat a lot less CC than he could have, specifically because of that.
Yeah, I just feel like that last clone, literally, you don't often think, let's interrupt a 1 second CC. Oh, you needed 1 second to live. I should have probably stopped that, because he would have been able to Spirit Link, and at that point, Cubsy had no mana, like we were saying. Samayam had no more Ice Blocks to immune damage. Roasties had no way to immune damage, and at that point, that's what Splice is waiting for. They're waiting to stall the game out till that point where Northern Gaming have no cooldowns, and they needed 1 more second to be able to do it.
What a round. So that is going to be 1-0 at this point, and of course we are going to wait for the map choice from Splice because they did lose on the Grand, so it's their pick, and then of course then the winner locks in the comp, and then the loser gets to counter comp based off of that. So this will be some really interesting picks. I think both sides were really close in terms of match and how they played. Both teams playing their comps at such a high level that I think they're just going to stick with it.
Yeah, I think they're going to stay with Walter Bear, Dota, and Absterge as well. They looked good in that match. They were stopping CC. I feel like at that one point where I was like, they need to push in, and then they kind of did. But it just took a little bit longer. I guess they were worried. Like, Absterge traded his trinket. They're like, can we go? And then they decide, you know what, we have to.
Yeah.
And that's what I said is the risk that teams have to make. They need to know when to push and when to run away. And unfortunately, they took maybe a little bit too long. Like, if they were already in there, maybe they could have got to the point where they were winning.
Okay, we're actually going to get into the next round just now, but I do believe we have a quick clip of the end of that last match. And there we go, and this is what it was. The death from above, you see the survival instincts is already ticking at this point. The frost jaw into the clone that were overlapped, but they knew that they just needed the damage out at this point, as you can see. And he's just going to die right here. And look at how close this is. His Spirit Link is off cooldown.
Right there.
He's cloned, and that was it.
Right there, Walter had an interrupt. He wasn't stunned, but you don't often think, oh, I'm going to stop this 1 second clone. It's more like, wait 1 second, I'll save you. But they really needed that 1 second clone stopped. And Splice have to designate their interrupts and their stops perfectly, really, to deal with Northern Gaming's assaults. Because Northern Gaming, basically, it's 3 phases. Their first phase is develop damage, build up icicles, prime up a target. The next phase is initiation. So they jump in with Blink. They jump in with Shadow Step. They get crowd control with the triple stuns on all 3 players. They follow that up with crowd control. And then after that initiation and follow-up, it's time to execute some damage. And that's when you can see Roasties flying through the air and bursting down his opponent. And Northern Gaming just repeat that over and over and until they get a kill onto Splice. And you can see Splice have picked Valorant Series, a much smaller map, so this way that Northern Gaming can't retreat as far.
Yeah, and no changes to the comps like we expected, as we do see immediately a sap going up on to Dota, as we're going to wait for that to fade as Roasties is looking for his opener, as he is snared a little bit, and there we go. Now he is going to actually open onto the Warlock, and this is something we didn't see last round. They really were going on Walter almost beginning to end in the last match.
Yeah, but at the start, Walter is in stealth, so I'm guessing they're just waiting for him to come out, and they're instantly going to pounce on him. Roasty getting a little bit of burst there. Cubsy actually had to trade out his Inez, but here comes the attack. Northern Gaming setting up that triple crowd control. Dota is going to trinket out to try and stall out the match, fearing Samayam, preventing quite a bit of damage here over onto Walter, but Walter traded his trinket nonetheless, so a bit of an overlap from Splice. Dota is going to lose the ability to break that crowd control later into the match. Let's see if they can get any damage done. Now that they've stopped the attack, they need to get onto the aggression. Warstop actually was trinketed by Roasties. Cheeky little play from Walter, and Roasties is going to stop him, though, with that full blind. He needs to sap it. It doesn't look like he's able to get the sap, which means Walter should have a few more seconds of his incarnation rolling. Nice shadow step. Roasty's actually waiting for Walter to jump to him and then shadow stepping defensively to his healer to avoid any damage. Now Samayam is on the forefront trying to get some icicles, build up some damage. We're in the developing phase of the match for Northern Gaming. They're trying to prime up their targets, trying to get up some icicles to unleash on the next attack, and every frostbolt that Samayam casts, he gets an icicle above his head. Every one of those icicles is damage that he's storing for later. So right now he's got 5. That's the most he can get. He has the most burst potential right now, and we can see Roasties has his Shadow Dance, so that's his highest burst potential. And Northern Gaming Red have a lot of damage whenever they decide to push in.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are going for the reset right now. Looks like Cubsy is going to drink to full, as we're going to see if they can push up, as Walter is going to get a re-stealth. So let's see what he does with this, and it looks like Dota is going to be out in the middle dotting up Samayam. The big thing to note that we saw is both casters almost went for pet trades at the last point, trying to kill each other's pets, but because the healers were sitting back playing really passive at that moment, they were all okay. So that'll be interesting. We've seen a lot of Warlock pet kills so far in these series, so we'll have to see if that will happen.
Yeah, but Northern Gaming's composition, it has burst, and it has a limited amount. So if they spend burst on the pet, then they don't have that burst for the player. So I'm not surprised that they're not going for pet kills. We can see Roasties was actually forced to use a lot of cooldowns. They're setting up a smoke bomb. So Walter Bear completely alone in the middle of the map with no trinket for 4 more seconds. Absterge barely coming to his side to save him. Well done from Absterge. He had to waddle across the entire map to get to Walter's side. And now that Splice have recovered, they've dealt with the attack from Northern Gaming. They need to bring the aggression. They're not. Once again, trying to play passively, trying to stall it out. I don't blame them for wanting to play into the strengths of their compositions, but every time they do this, they lose opportunities. In this position, Northern Gaming have the least amount of potential damage. They don't have Shadow Dance, they don't have Frozen Orb, they're the least threatening right now, and Splice have a lot of cooldowns to deal with damage regardless, so I'd really like to see Splice kind of bring the aggression in these moments.
Yeah, it seems like they need to. Both teams playing at moments just pulling way back as we see Roasties and Cubsies just constantly running. As look, Sam I Am also coming back. Maybe Cubsies realizes that they don't have the moment to stay, or they don't have the cooldowns to stay offensive, and they're going to want to get some drinks off possibly. There we go. Now he's going to prowl while drinking. So he is going to have a full mana bar coming out of this. Absurge down to about 75% right now, so not hurting too badly, as looks like Dota's just trying to find a target to hit at this point, as looks like Roasties is going to be sitting off to the side of him. They're not, can't see where he is because he's in stealth, so let's see what Roasties does with this opener. Like we said, he does have his Shadow Dance available if he wants to burst for it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be going after Dota. They're trying to bait some cooldowns maybe. They're not committing a lot of their damage right now. Walter's still sitting in stealth. He's playing very patiently. He has his Incarnation, his ultimate ability. He can activate it and just tear Northern Gaming apart. He's playing very patiently, waiting for an opportunity. But Dota, in the meantime, is getting pressured so hard. And Walter gets sapped on his opener there. Great play from Roasties. That's going to stop any potential saves. And the CC is still coming. Dota's on the run. Will he be able to escape in time? A full polymorph over onto Absurge. Dota's just running laps around the box to try and escape death right now. They're still following up. Dota's still in a lot of trouble right now. Absurge's gone to the cheap shot. Trinkets out, gets the Spirit Link to save his team. And now that they've saved their team, Northern Gaming is trying to retreat. Splice cannot allow this retreat to happen.
Yep, the second that they forced out the second link, they just ran because they know that it's their advantage at this point. They have about 40 seconds on Shadow Dance remaining, but if you look, there is both 45 seconds on both Link and Ascendance, plus his trinket is down. So this is a very, very rough situation. As we see, here comes the opener again. We see the cheap shot plus the sheep onto Absturge with the short kidney onto Walter, followed by a clone onto Absturge, as looks like he is going to try to stop the offensive pressure by using his own offensive pressure with that Incarnation, but not getting too much done with it, as it looks like Rossi's evasion is going to fade right there. Really saved him.
Yeah, Absurge is trying to lead the charge for his team. They don't want them to retreat, but now that this is a position where I would agree with them not pushing. Roasties has the most damage available right now. Sam I Am has the most damage available to him right now. They should be retreating right now. They want to be in a good defense position when Northern Gaming lead the attack. We can see some pressure onto Roasties. He doesn't have very many cooldowns remaining. Cubsy needs to be careful. Cubsy actually got interrupted on his heal. If Walter Bear can get any big crits here, he might be able to take him down, but they set up the kidney shot onto Walter. They're going to swap over onto Dota. They're just locking him down in the middle of the map. The smoke bomb gets dropped. Everybody out of line of sight. Dota desperately trying to get back to Absurge the Shaman. He gets by his side, but that brings Roasties right next to him to stun him. And now Roasties is following that up with more CC. Sam I Am following up with the sheep. Dota completely alone at the moment. Walter trying to save him, but not really going for any Cyclones. They're now trying to look for a Cyclone. Cyclones up the mage, stalls out the game. Absurge connects the Link. Now that they're stable, this is where they need to push. Are they going to be able to push?
So now we're starting to get into dampening. As you can see at the top of your screen, that negative 8% shows how much healing reduction, and that will keep continuing going up as the match wears on. And of course, this Feral Lock Shaman team is so good in deep dampening, as it looks like Roasties is down to half right now, as he's going to run a bit. And again, his team resetting over and over and over. It'll look like maybe Cubsy is going to go for a quick drink after he tops Roasties, because both teams are sitting really far back at this point, just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, overall, to be the aggressive team pushing in, you risk a lot. Northern Gaming, on the other hand, their mobility works both ways. They can go in and go out with their mobility. Dota, on the other hand, as a Warlock, can only go out. If he goes in, it's very hard to to be able to deal with the positioning. So I don't blame Splice for not wanting to push in, but they are losing opportunities. We see a setup here over on the Dota, the Warlock. What's he going to do to deal with it? He portals away. And again, this defense positioning, very important for Dota. He escapes a very critical attack there. Well done. Will he be able to stay alive to continue it, though? We see good defensive fears. Now Dota needs to get some damage, though. He needs to start dotting all the targets. Cubsy positioning very well towards the outside. Walter unable to really swap. And Northern Gaming, they pushed in. They looked for a cooldown. They didn't get it. Time to run away. So Northern Gaming strategy, hit and run, hit and run. We're in the running phase right now. Obviously not the most exciting, but with dampening ticking up higher and higher, it works both ways. Absurge's healing is going to be less and less. Walter's hybrid healing will be less and less, so it can benefit both teams.
Yeah, and it looks like Dota's having some problems keeping dots up this round, actually. probably because of how much running the team of Northern Gaming Red is doing. It's just rough because if you look at the dots right now, they're only on Sam I Am. Roasties doesn't have any, Cubsy doesn't have any at this point. We'll have to see what Walter can do with this because if he doesn't have a Warlock supporting him, his own damage by himself, it's going to be rough to get a kill.
Yeah, we see Cubsy maybe looking like he wants to move in, but he gets stunned by Dota. Dota seeing that aggressive play from Cubsy and then reversing it in his favor. Now popping his Dark Soul, looking for a kill onto Roasties. Roasties has a lot of cooldowns to deflect this. Should be able to easily deal with it. He's setting up a kill onto Walter Bear. Here comes the defreeze. They don't get the sheep. Well done from Dota. He broke up all that CC on Absturge. They're still trying to get it. Roasties trying to help Sam I Am. He helps him. He gets the full sheep. Walter is forced to trade out his Survival Instincts to reduce this damage, but that cooldown will be fading. Looks like he's popping his Incarnation now to try and turn some counter pressure over onto Cubsy. He catches him into that stun. He goes for the War Stomp. I'm not too certain. Maybe he was trying to pull Roasties out of stealth, but that War Stomp not really useful there. Now we can see Walter getting cloned as an Incarnation, and this is probably the last Incarnation of the game, and he basically wasted it.
Yeah, that's not too good for Splice, as we see. Here comes the triple CC coming out, the double cheap shot, followed by the trinketed, or that was Unbound Will on that Cyclone, as look at the damage coming out onto Walter at this point with, there goes the blind coming out and immediately trinketed, and that's what you really have to keep track of, that both the blind and the trinket are on basically the same cooldown for Resto Shaman.
Oh man, well, it's going to be so hard for Walter to create pressure. He's going to really rely on Dota to get dots out if they're going to end up getting a kill here. We can see some crowd control being thrown onto Absturge. Walter doing a good job shutting that down from Sam I Am. They will break up all the CC. Dota has his Dark Soul rolling, but Northern Gaming are just running away. This is the most sad moment for Splice. They're like, I'm going to do damage. I'm ready to attack. Oh no, you're running away. And they're really reluctant to push in. And in this position, you can respect it. They don't have many defensives. You can see Roasty has his Shadow Dance, Sam I Am has his Frozen Orb, so once again, Northern Gaming have their highest potential burst. So Splice are kind of forced to just sit back and wait so that they make sure they have the defensive advantage.
Yeah, and Dota actually picked up the Shadow Sight at that point, but they are too far away for him to capitalize on it, as there you go. Now he's going to try to get some dots out, and he's going to be able to at least put Corruption onto Sam I Am, as it looks like Roasties is trying to push up near the boxes, as both Walter down by himself down below, as Roasties is going to open, and it looks like that's what Walter was waiting for. Is he going to turn it back around? But look at this. Already knew it was coming and had the evasion ready.
Yeah, Absturge is actually getting swapped over to. They're trying to make a healer swap. He should be able to deal with this. They've already stunned him 3 times. He has Spirit Link. They should punish Northern Gaming for this offensive push onto Absturge. Just maybe trade out a cooldown and then go, go, go. Try and take Cubsy out, because Dampening is starting to ramp up pretty high. We see the full stun. They are going to do that. Splice are jumping in right onto the face of Cubsy. They need to be able to kill him in this stun combo. They're not able to do it. Cubsy blinks away, and now Roasties is turning the match in his favor. He's got Walter Bear locked down in the center of the map. How much more damage does he have to dish out? Absturge caught in the CC. They need to stop it. They don't stop the polymorph. No trinket available for 9 more seconds, and I feel like I've seen this situation in the last game as well. Can Walter run circles to stay away from his opponents long enough for Absturge to leave the crowd control?
Yeah, as he knocks Sam I Am down with that Typhoon. That was a great job right there, as Roasties is going to try to stick on the target, and a huge heal comes out by Absturge that casted Healing Surge at that point. The blind comes out, and there you go. Again, trinkets immediately, because Walter is going to be kidney shot right there, as we have the deep. Is it going to be followed up? Oh, looks like they weren't able to. Oh, it was the Fear that broke it up, which was trinketed by Sam I Am also. Looks like the Frostjaw is going to come out on to Absturge. Again, trying to set up that CC chain, and here it starts. Now we have the poly. Cubsy down to about half right now, but he's able to get away because of the crowd control onto Walter. And again, like we were saying, that Berserk and Incarnation is used, but Roasty's just shutting it down.
Yeah, Splice are making a move. They're trying to go in, but they might have overcommitted. Absturge getting completely annihilated. The one time that Splice decide to push in, they get punished so hard. But now they've recovered. They need to go, go, go. Splice might be able to pull this back. They need to stay in Northern Gaming's face. Every time Northern Gaming rotate around the map, Splice need to go, go, go. Dampening is so high right now, and Sam I Am could fall. Walter Bear finally finishing him off with that huge, ferocious bite, and Splice are going to tie this series back 1-1.
Wow. These are intense games. It's so back and forth nonstop. throughout the entire thing. I like all the resets. It was really smart by Northern Gaming Red to do it every time. I mean, think of how many incarnations were wasted during that game, basically.
I was surprised to even get to that last incarnation that ended up happening. And, you know, Splice, they did what I wanted them to do earlier, but they wanted to make sure that dampening was high enough, that the healing was reduced enough that they could actually get a kill. So Splice played very patient in that game. And, you know, it might be like, oh, they were just sitting behind the box, but it's like they have to make that strategy choice. Are we going to go? Are we not going to go? Do we feel like we can get a kill with this? No? Okay, let's all stay back. And there towards the end, they're like, you know what? Let's go. Let's just go. I'm done with this. We've stalled out the game enough. We're going to go in and push, and it ended up working for them. So I'll eat my own words. Splice can play patiently and still take the match.
And that we ended up at 45% dampening at that point. So, I mean, what can you do?
Yeah.
You know, with both healers in those burst situations, you're putting out everything possible, and especially the hybrids helping out too. It's going to be rough.
The one thing that I liked about that final push from Splice is that Absterge led the charge, and Absterge had defensive cooldowns, so they kind of threw a bait. They're like, here's our shaman. You want to attack him? Here he is. He's walking into your base. Like, you can have him if you want him, and they kind of baited the attack onto Absterge, just instantly deflected it with the cooldown that he had. So I like that push from Splice. They worked as a unit to get it accomplished. They used a little bit of a bait, and then Northern Gaming just fell behind and fell apart with dampening being so high.
And what a round that was. I mean, the first two maps already extremely exciting now that it's tied 1-1. I mean, I don't even know what these teams are going to do at this point because they're so closely matched. I think they're going to stick with their guns. They're going to stay with those same comps. The map choice for Northern Gaming, I mean, there's a couple maps they can do. You know, as we saw, they like to run a lot, you know, but you don't want too much room for a Warlock to be able to do his stuff, you know, every time that you push up.
I don't know. I feel like we were saying with Warlocks, their mobility is defense-based. So if they're well-positioned defensively, they can really use that portal to teleport back to their team over and over and over. Whereas Northern Gaming, they blink all over the place. They're just like crazy. Like, I'm over here now, I'm over here now, and they can go in and out and in and out. And that's the advantages of their composition and the way that it's built to burst people down. So a bigger map, I feel like, is favorable for Northern Gaming because they can get into their faces, try and get some cooldowns, and then if it doesn't work out, let's go out. Because whenever Splice want to go in, you can see how stressful it is, and they're trying to play as patiently as they can. It ended up working out for them. I feel like Northern Gaming maybe should have punished Walter for using that incarnation the way that he did. I felt like they kind of just passively waited, and that Walter just sat in stealth until Incarn came up again. So I kind of feel like Northern Gaming maybe could have pushed in there towards the end. It's such a hard choice to make because when you're the aggressing team, you are risking more. So both these teams under a lot of stress. They are in the losers bracket, so they are facing elimination. Who would have guessed you'd see Splice and Northern Gaming Red in the losers bracket as well? I'm so looking forward to the future matches of today.
So the map pick is going to be Tolveron, so that is that big map. So like you said, they'll be able to poke in and out, which is really important. As we saw in that last matchup, you know, they almost won many times because of that. You know, shout out to Dota, breaking up a lot of CC, doing such a great job supporting his team.
I feel like Sam I Am's probably frustrated at the fact that Dota was able to do so much. Every time, usually Sam I Am the mage, he leads his crowd control chain on Absterge with Deep Freeze. It's a stun, locks him down in place long enough for him to chain it into a casted polymorph, which lasts for 8 seconds. So Dota was preemptively predicting when Sam I Am was going to go in for Deep. So he's like, Sam I Am's getting close, he's going to go for it. And he was casting Fear right as he Deep Freezes in that 2-second window where he has an opportunity to get CC was lost. And he did that multiple times. And when you can do that multiple times, that's where you create windows of opportunity to win. So it was really well done from Dota.
Yeah, great players all around. You know, exciting match. You know, we saw a lot of resets during that. You know, if you're an RMD player, a lot of times people expect you to just go all in. You know, get the triple CC, try to win right away. But it was really interesting to see them pull back. You know, and go for those opportune moments where they did have the Icy Veins and the Shadow Dance to go with.
Yeah, I mean, Northern Gaming, they played the map out the best that they could with it being so small, and they just did those hit-and-run tactics. I feel like that go at the end onto Absterge could have been onto somebody else, and I feel like maybe they got overconfident. They're like, what are you doing, Absterge? Like, you're just running into us. Like, we're going to kill you. There's no way you're making it out alive. And maybe if that attack was on somebody else, like Walter had nothing. Dota, I think he might have had Dark Regeneration, but I feel like Walter should have been the target there since he gets locked down. He doesn't have any way to escape at that point. And I feel like that last target choice that Northern Gaming made ended up losing them the game.
All right, we'll have to see what comps they are picking. We are going to give these guys a few moments for a breather and to talk strategy to see if they want to make any choices. You know, a lot of the times, even though we give them a bunch of time to make composition changes, a lot of the times it's deciding, you know, glyphs, talents, strategy choices, you know, okay, it looks like they're playing this way. We need to respond with this every single time, or what happened last round.
Well, also, they don't need to keep playing the same thing. Like, even though they might be like, oh, we just won, we're doing well, let's keep playing the same thing, but they don't have to. So if Splice want to bring in the beans, they want to bring jelly beans in on the hunter, they could. They might say, there's no way we win on this map with that comp. It's too big. We're never going to be able to chase them down. Maybe they just change and play the jungle cleave, which is much more in your face, kind of pressure on Cubsy, and they kind of try and take that advantage or that look at it instead. I would like to see that, to be honest. I feel like it's going to be very challenging for them with Dota on the Warlock, that slow-paced damage over time. It's going to be hard for them to chase down Northern Gaming. Rather see them switch to a hunter composition that's really good at chasing people down on this big map.
All right, looks like the match is about to start. We'll have to find out what comps they are playing. It is going to be Tolveron Arena, like we said. And as we are getting into this arena, it does look like...
More of the same.
More of the same, yeah. Definitely more of the same. I don't see any changes spec-wise. Talents are pretty straightforward, as it looks like. As, you know, the Warlock's playing pretty standard. Shaman's playing pretty standard. As Samayam is going to be playing Ring of Frost this time instead of Frostjaw, which he did last time. And, you know, is that more like for mages and RMD? Is the Frostjaw Ring of Frost choice, is it better to use Ring of Frost on a larger map like this, or?
I'm just wondering if it's not updated.
Or you think it might be Frostjaw still?
I think Frostjaw is a better choice. Maybe he's just like default Ring of Frost. Huh. Yeah, he did change it to Frostjaw, and he's actually going to run Evanesce. Oh. So Evanesce was a talent we've been talking about a lot throughout the day for mages, and they opt to lose their ice block, so that immune giant block of ice they turn into, they lose that to be able to take Evanesce, which is a temporary immunement, if that's a word, for 3 seconds, and that allows them to get guaranteed crowd control. That's how they use it. So the mages can blink in, Evanesce, cast Polymorphs, and not deal with being stopped. So let's see if they can accomplish anything with that. We can see Roasties and Samayam ready to start an attack. A Sap over onto Dota, Frostbolt's over onto the Pet. That's going to allow Samayam to get some icicles, building up that damage. Here comes the death from above now over onto Dota, but no CC on Abster just yet. Samayam blinking over, connects that defreeze, connects the sheep, as would be expected, but Walter shut Northern Gaming down. They cloned Roasties and prevented a lot of damage. Really well played from Walter there.
It looks like Walter is going to use as much damage as he can with this incarnation onto Samayam, but the cheap shot coming out, followed by the gouge. We see this a lot out of Roasties, more so than almost any other rogue that we've seen at tournaments so far, is the ability to shut down an incarnation, and a great job by Northern Gaming Red, almost negating all of that damage, as Samayam is going to be living through this, but we do have the Shadow Fury onto Cubsy right now, and he gets a huge Nature Swiftness regrowth.
Yeah, definitely good timed heal by Cubsy there to keep Samayam going. We see Northern Gaming trying to pull the trigger, but did he ground the defreeze? No, he did not. Samayam will get this polymorph, and now Walter is on the run. He trades out his trinket to activate his defensive cooldown. That will keep him alive. Dota doing a good job to peel, but Cubsy's going to stop him from any more peels. Walter on the run still, trying to make sure that Absters is able to get through that CC comfortably, staying at high health and avoiding Roasties for as long as possible. I believe he pulled him out of stealth there with Fairy Fire. Really well done from Walter. He's looking for a clone, but he gets gouged. Roasty on the run to try and avoid getting cloned. Good job getting out of line of sight. Now Northern Gaming Red, they're kind of in the retreat mode. They don't have their highest damage potential right now, so maybe it would be the best for them to run away. Cubsy is really far out there in the middle of the map. He's trying to bait Walter out, so if Walter gets baited to the middle of the map right now, it could be the end of the game.
Yeah, as we see a bash coming on to Roasties by Walter, followed by a clone. This is interesting because Dota was kidney shot during that with his Dark Soul up as he gets a fear off onto Cubsy, but it's really short. The DR clone is going to fade. There we go. Triple DR clone onto Roasties will fade as he does get a pretty big heal from, again, that Nature Swiftness regrowth, again, picking him up as Samayam looking to try to start crowd control change. Here we go. As, they're going to go for the cross crowd control now as the Frostjaw, the second sheep coming out onto Absterge, and they're just going to go in on Walter with all that damage.
That was really well played from Walter. Yep. He was already in a good defensive position, and it stalled out the stuns from Roasties. So Walter is playing excellently in this match. I think Dota is playing well as well. He's getting good crowd control into Cubsy, but they need to execute damage. I mean, I guess at this point in the match, without dampening, they're playing to survive more than anything else. That's Team Splice. They want to get to a high point of dampening, a high point of healing reduction so that Cubsy can't deal with their damage over time. It looks like a setup onto Dota the Warlock. He's going to pop his Dark Regeneration to try and heal through this pressure. Good peels from Walter should allow him to do that, but if Cubsy gets a clone here, he could spell trouble. He goes for it, but he does get interrupted on it. Good stop by Dota there to stop Cubsy from getting that clone on Absterge. Absterge should be able to heal him back up. They're actually just going to poly him, say, you know what, you're not going to die. We're just going to spam sheep you, try and annoy you a little bit while we're recovering. And Northern Gaming Red haven't been doing that full retreat strategy so much on this map, but they're not really being forced to. Dota popping his Dark Soul looking for a fear, but he does get stopped temporarily by Roasties, and Roasties is looking for a kill. He's got his Shadow Dance up. He's trying to get some burst pressure onto Dota, but Dota's just line of sighting him. Great kiting from Dota here with his portal and line of sight. He basically negated that entire Shadow Dance. Roasties is still going for it though. He goes for the death from above. Absterge needs to be careful here. He definitely wants to trade out a Link. He gets that Spirit Link right in the second that there was no crowd control.
And
really well done. And now Walter bringing the aggression forward. Cubsy blinking away though. Amazing reaction time from Cubsy, avoiding that ultimate out from Walter. Really well done. And Northern Gaming Red have diffused this incarnation almost perfectly.
Right, they're just running at this point. He did get the gouge off onto Walter. Like we said before, stopping all that incarnation time as the deep goes out. And it looks like Roasties is actually going to go on the offensive again. He's just trying to walk his way over to Dota, but Dota's doing a great job of staying away from Roasties. But Sam I Am is going to continue to polymorph as we see the kidney shot, the cyclone, all of that cross CC going off. Dota's going to get hit really... Wow, that actually didn't do too much damage to him.
Yeah, I'm surprised that didn't kill him, but Absterge needs to be careful. Triggering that 1 second clone. A 1 second clone, once again, almost deciding the game. And Northern Gaming Red, here come, they did their hit. They got the cooldown. Time to run. Time to kind of stall the game out. Wait for our stuff. We've got Shadow Dance. They should be able to maybe even kill Absterge. I would like to see that. Northern Gaming surprising Splice and going after Absterge for the next attack because he has no Trinket and no Spirit Link. Shadow Dance would lock him down completely. Looks like they're not going for that. They're going for the safe route. They're going to be attacking the Warlock instead. Absterge has been doing a good job so far avoiding crowd control. I'm not sure if he was able to ground that deep freeze, but it didn't actually land, so really well done from Splice. They broke up the attack that should have been the end of the game, and they're making it look easy.
As a full blind is going to land onto Absterge, and he doesn't have a trinket up, so like we were saying before, normally they stick with both of them, but he did have to trinket that Cyclone before, so those cooldowns are kind of staggered at this point.
He got feared with an S-Op. Absterge is trying to purge it, never lucky. He did like 5 purges on the Cubsy to get that NS off and just didn't get it. Absterge is going to be feeling pretty salty after that attempt, and Splice though, they're getting defensive cooldowns up. They might want to be looking to get a little bit aggressive here as Cubsy did trinket. We see a setup here over onto Dota. He's locked down in that stun, but no CC once again onto Absterge. Absterge just line of sighting and healing with his totems through the pillar. He's doing a good job of avoiding Sam-I-Am's attack. Sam-I-Am just trying to catch up to him right now, but he's not able to. Absterge is just running circles and avoiding so much crowd control. Splice have finally found their footing.
Yeah, as you see, Sam-I-Am is going to try to start another chain if he can. The 2 polymorphs on to Dota that did get broken, but now we have the deep followed by the poly onto Absterge. Let's see if they can make something happen because Absterge still has 20 seconds on his trinket. You see the Frost Jaw come out onto Dota as, looks like they're going to spread their damage a bit, and now it's going to be on to Walter with a follow-up clone. This isn't good. The clone's coming out, and does it land? Oh, I don't think it landed.
No, his War Stomp unfortunately was DR'd, so it was only half duration, and he wasn't able to follow it up with a Cyclone. I like the attempt either way. It looks like Northern Gaming Red have run out of CC. Nope, following up with a Frost Jaw the moment I say that they don't, they do. But it now finally doesn't look like there's any more crowd control. Walter Bear has that incarnation coming up. You can see it, the blue icon down in the cooldowns, and that's his ultimate. He's going to be looking to get a kill every time he uses that ability. Let's see what he can get done with it if he chooses to pop it. Is he going to save it? Here comes the attack from Northern Gaming Red. Splice need to survive this. They have so many cooldowns to do it. It seems like Walter has decided to trinket out and try and counter pressure instead, but he does get cloned up. That will immune him to the blind, so Walter is going to have free kitty time right now to tear anyone apart. Who's he going to go after? He's going after Sam-I-Am right now. Now leaping over onto Roast. He's just hitting everybody at this point. Cubsy might need to get ready for a swap as well. I'm curious if Walter's going to take that risk. Doesn't look like he wants to just yet. He's caught into a gouge. I think Roasty's looking to set up a stun out of that. He's just positioned for it. Here comes the stun out from Roasties. They smell blood in the water. They're looking for a kill. Full blind over onto Absterge. I'm surprised he's not tricketing this right away. He's trying to be greedy. He's trying to wait till he can connect the Spirit Link. They do connect the Spirit Link. Smart read from Absterge, and Splice stay alive.
Yeah, that was really good as that Spirit Link goes down, and now Walter is going to be okay. As you can see, Absterge having to trinket very recently. He has his Ascendance coming up pretty soon, which is okay, but he's out of Spirit Links. As you can see on the opposite side, Cubsy has a little while longer till his Iron Bark is back up, but his Nature's Swiftness is off cooldown, and here we go. Now the crowd control is starting, the deep into the poly with the cross CC with that Cyclone. Dota's going to try to break it up again, and it looks like he was able to stop it for a second, but they canceled that poly into a Cyclone. But look at this, Walter is very far. Oh, that was so close.
That was so cheeky by Walter. He knocked him out of stealth and stalled out that stun DR, so really well played from Walter. Throughout this entire match, he's just been surviving like inescapable odds. Unfortunately, I think this might be the end for him. Absurge caught into a stun, locked down into a full polymorph. Walter is alone right now with Dota. They need to keep each other going. We can see Roasty's actually offensively cloaking to finish the game, and Walter Bear is just going to get annihilated by Roasty's aggression. Overextending maybe a little bit too far. I mean, you can't even say that was too far. Splice just have nothing left.
No, he was in a defensive position. He was already running. Absurge was making his way back over to the pillar, but just caught in the crowd control. Of course, Roasty's smelling the kill, used that cloak to cloak the clone coming out, and was able to score the kill off of that. So great job right there by Northern Gaming Red, taking it 2-1. This is exciting, and now it's Splice's map choice.
I'm wondering what they go for in terms of map choice. Dalaran definitely was their best map overall, but do they have another option? I guess Tiger's Peak is like the neutral map. Yeah. It's not really heavily advantaged for either team, so that's a safe pick. Blades Edge Arena, it could work for them. They have been swapping to Dota, so that would allow him to have a little bit of breathing room whenever they go on the Warlock. But if they pick Blades Edge Arena, they're basically just telegraphing we're playing the same comp again, and then that allows Northern Gaming to know, okay, well, we're just going to play RMD again because you've picked this map. So I don't know. I'm wondering if it just seemed like at the end of that match that Splice just burned through cooldown 1, cooldown 2, cooldown 3, and eventually get to the point where, hey, there's no more cooldowns left. I'm going to try my best, but maybe it's not going to be enough, and Roasty's just had so much damage lined up at the end of the game for Walter, so they weren't able to survive. I don't know. I feel like if Northern Gaming play like they are right now, which is on fire in that last match, they're looking pretty untouchable.
Yeah, it was an incredible match right there. They stopped all of the offensive push by Walter every single time. They really broke up Dota's damage. There was so many times when there wasn't dots out at all. Absturge was doing a great job, but eventually you just run out of cooldowns, like you said. And when you start to get into deeper dampening, it's just more and more tough to just recover on your own, especially as a Feral Druid. Yeah,
the Feral Druid relying on the hybrid healing that his class gives. It also has a penalty for dampening going up. So I'm wondering if Splice are going to change their strategies at all. We've seen in the past where Absurge breaks out a Priest. The healer for Splice will actually break out a Priest, and they'll play Jungle Cleave, and they'll just go all in on the Cubsy. The rest of you just, you know what, we want you, and try and get a kill that way. And it could be a strategy option. It's a risky one. It's an all-in strategy option. And with that being said, I don't know if they'll do that. I don't know where. I'm trying to like think in my head where Splice made like a critical mistake in that game. Like, could they have done something better in that position? I feel like Walter had no choice but to go to the opposite side of the map. But at the same time, maybe if he stayed next to Dota, Dota could have peeled Roasty's, because Roasty was the one that really was in the driver's seat to get the kill, whereas Samayam was kind of like out of line of sight. I'm not sure if they could have spaced that out. I know earlier in the match he did go for that Warstomp clone, but it was DR'd, so he couldn't get it. So maybe like that opening pressure forced a cooldown that he wouldn't have normally needed to use. It's like little stuff, literally the littlest of mistakes that end up leading to you running out of cooldowns. So I'm curious if Splice can keep playing as well as they did in game number 2 to be able to come back in the series.
Well, we do have a replay quickly about the previous map. As you can see, I think this might be it, actually. This might be, there we go, the Warstomp into the clone, and there.
He didn't get it. So did he have to overuse cooldowns is the question. So he dips, yeah, he had to use 2 survival instincts right there, both of them gone, just because that Warstomp was on diminishing returns. So he would have had that cooldown to use later. The smallest mistake. This matchup is so cutthroat for Splice's team, and that one little tiny mistake actually just ended up costing him the game.
Yeah, and of course, as you can see, this is kind of what led up to it, this clone right here, and then they're going to switch the CC back onto Dota and Absurge in a second. But this is where the damage just started in, and we see the deep into the poly, and this is where, like we said, they negated his incarnation yet again, and that happened so many times during this match.
I can't believe it. Just that one minor little decision, because then he would have had that to use later, or Absterge might not have had to Trinket and use Spearlink, which they would have had later. So yeah, Splice, they have to space out their cooldowns one by one. Anytime they overlap something, that's Northern Gaming's opportunity, and they really seized that moment in the last match, and they're one win away from advancing and knocking Splice out of this first Qualifier Cup.
Yeah. And that means it is going to be down to the wire for Splice, and we're waiting for their map. Looks like Ruins of Lordaeron, is the map choice. Okay.
Oh, bring on the beans.
All right. Maybe. I mean, that's kind of telling. Or maybe it's the fake bring on the beans.
Oh, yeah. That could be a good fake out.
That could be a good fake out,
because if they expect that, then they might want to play with Asper on Moonkin. Moonkins deal with that physical damage in that composition really well, so they might be faking them out to try and then pick up Dota instead and try and get a counter comp matchup. And this is why I think it's so cool with the way the map pick happens, and then the winner gets to pick their comp, because you can kind of make reads. Northern Gaming Red, they say, no, we're going to keep with our bread and butter. We're playing the same thing. Rogue Mage Druid, once again, out from Northern Gaming Red. And now it's Splice's decision. Okay, they didn't fall for our little fake out. Now are we going to commit to this bluff? Because Feral Lock Shaman on Runes of Lordaeron, this game's going to end very quickly. So maybe they want to go for their jungle leave.
Maybe they thought that the last match really went so much in the favor of Northern Gaming Red that you have to try something like this. You have to try the fake out. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be rough.
Yeah, maybe they weren't. Maybe they feel like this map will be better for them to stay on top of them. It's a much smaller map, much like Dalaran. Some Splice might be playing more aggressively leading into this match. If they don't and they try and kind of go half in and out, this map is going to backfire, I think, for them.
Yeah. All right, and they are going to stick with Horde yet again, especially playing against that RMD. Horde is so important to have for your Shaman. As you can see, it is going to still be Roasty's on sub Rogue, not changing that. He's constantly playing sub, not really switching it up very much. And Sam I Am is going to be playing Frost yet again. Let's see, looks like, see if these are the updated talents that he has.
Yeah, and
if he's playing Evanesce or not.
If you're ever getting lost with what's going on in the match, if you're looking at Northern Gaming Red, as soon as you see Roasties fly up into the air, that's his death from above ability. You can tell that he's looking to get something done when you see that happen. So make sure you're keeping an eye on Roasties. It's really important. That's when you can tell that he's committing damage to try and get a kill. So let's say if Northern Gaming Red can pull off another victory, they would take the series 3-1. If they do, Splice are against the wall, facing elimination. It's not completely all, because there are 2 more Qualifier Cups, but you would like to make it.
Yeah, might as well get it out of the way early and have the whole summer off. As you can see, Walter is going to try to find his target there, and he actually does find Cubsy out of here. Let's see if they can capitalize. But look at the damage already onto Dota, as that CC is going to land onto Absterge, the Poly with the overlapped Frostjaw. Followed by the blind also, and Dota is going to respond on his own to try to put out pressure. He's going to sit this entire blind, followed by the kidney. And now he has to Trinket and Link.
Yeah, and that was Incarnation out from Walter. Cubsy really didn't have to do anything.
Yeah.
So Northern Gaming Red are looking pretty solid. Cubsy has good control on Walter right now, and they're looking to try and set up another attack. I would like to see them swap onto Absterge. I feel like they're up a game. They can make a risky swap like that because Absterge has no Trinket. Doesn't look like they want to. They're going to commit to Walter instead. They got him locked down in a smoke bomb. They're looking to just end this quick and clean. Walter Bear taking an immense amount of damage. Survival Instinct's barely being used at 13% HP. He's on the run. He knocks away Northern Gaming Red, trying to get away. War Stomping, trying to land that on the entire team, barely staying alive. Absterge goes for the Aura Heal, gets stunned on the Aura Heal. Do they have any way to stop Absterge from healing? Doesn't look like they do. Great peels out from Dota, and Walter will survive.
Yeah, that clone onto Sam I Am really saved him right there. Walter went for it and was able to successfully get it. Looks like they're going to go into Cubsy, actually. I do like that they found him in stealth and they started the momentum on him, but of course they immediately had to play defensive because of the amount of damage that Dota was taking.
Yeah, we can see Cubsy gonna go for that Tranquility way behind the cart. This will heal his entire team for a significant amount, and no one can really stop it with his positioning. And now Splice have the decision. Northern Gaming, they're in that running mode. Let's pull away. Let's drag Splice into the open, and Splice have to make the decision. Do we go after them? In this position, I think it's smart for them not to. Roasties has Shadow Dance coming up. They don't really have any trinkets to remove crowd control. Splice need to be defensive right now. They need to stop this next attack if they want to stay in the match. Dota looking for some CC, connects that full fear onto Cubsy. That will stop any Cyclones from coming out, but Dota Dota needs to keep these peels going. Walter is still in a lot of trouble, down below half HP. He has that survival instinct, activates it to reduce the rest of the damage. Now he's on the run. He might even have wasted it a little bit. No, they do commit the Ice Lance now into it, so he should be able to survive. Absterge actually dropping his Link, that was a huge overlap. I guess Absterge was feeling really nervous here in this maybe final game, but that was a huge overlap. They need to get something done. They're trying to attack Samayam, but Cubsy just completely deflecting that attack. And now Splice, once again, not having too many cooldowns to keep Walter going.
Yeah, as Samayam is going to get his pet back out. And remember, I do believe he is playing Evanesce this time again. So that's probably why that they thought he was a good kill target, as Dota's Dark Soul is out right now, as Roasties is fully dotted. Samayam is missing UA, but still a lot of damage coming out on to Roasties due to all those dots.
It looks like they wanted to set up a kill onto Walter, but Walter was already running away. He saw the attack coming and was managed to escape before it even happened. So really well played from Walter. He's kind of been the live lord for his team. And at this moment in the game, when they have nothing left, they have to be as careful as possible. But here comes Samayam. He's moving in. He can pop that Shadow Dance. Here comes a lot of damage over onto Walter. What are they going to do to be able to survive? Do they really have any way to make it out? They do not. Walter down to 10%, 14%. Absterge just doing anything to try and keep him going, but he's caught into a full polymorph with no way out. Walter, you've survived everything, but this is literally an apocalypse. How are you going to stay alive? Down to 17%, dropping that War Stomp, stuns onto everyone. Walter barely hanging on by a thread. What on earth did this guy eat for breakfast to be able to still be alive? Splice, stay in it.
Wow, and that Spirit Link came up just in time as he dropped it. His Incarnation has 20 seconds left, so he's going to have a nice cushion if they can survive that long. But this Incarnation, look at the damage that they're putting out, both with Dota and the Incarnation. It looks like his Dark Soul is coming back up in about 30 seconds, but look at the damage onto Roasties right now. They need some crowd control onto Cubsy.
Oh my god!
And they're just going to drop him.
Wow, I can't believe that Splice brought that back.
That wasn't Dark Soul. That wasn't Incarnation, it was just Berserk coming out, and Berserk by itself, that is a massive cooldown. You know, you layer it on top of Incarnation, you could do a whole bunch of damage, but wow, and it wasn't even some crazy high damage Ferocious Bite that caused it, or a really, really high Unstable Affliction tick. I mean, that was crazy.
Yeah, I like that.
I didn't see that coming.
I didn't see it coming either, and I don't think that Northern Gaming did either, but I really appreciate that Splice picked an aggressive map and kept an aggressive strategy.
Yeah.
It's risky. They were one game away from being eliminated, but they picked the strategy, committed to it, and then accomplished it, executed it very well. And they're going to tie this series 2-2, and that's a score that I think we've seen almost all day. And it's awesome to see. Like, these series are like,
they're really
I couldn't really ask for anything better. So now we're moving into the final game 5. Both of the heavily advantaged maps have been played. So now it's more of a neutral, Tiger's Peak map, I believe, is still open. So Tiger's Peak will probably be the final option for Northern Gaming Red here, I would imagine, is a much safer pick than Blades Edge Arena. Yeah. So it's going to be an even map, an even footing for the teams. And if Walter can keep these miracles going, like, I don't know how he lived there. I don't know.
Like he hit Incarnation to try to make them run, or maybe try to make Roasties think twice about crowd controlling him instead of killing him, or something. I don't know. But yeah, it is going to be Tiger's Peak. I'm going to have to go and watch that replay myself to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, I can.
Because that Spirit Link came back up. Absterge was able to, top his team back off. They stayed really offensive. They turned it immediately around onto Roasties. Just that whole end of the match just played absolutely perfect for Splice, and I didn't even expect it to.
Yeah, I can't believe that. Their tournament lives were on the line. They had one last chance in a situation that should otherwise be impossible to survive, and Walter and Dota managed to pull it off together, peeling for each other to be able to keep them going in that match, and they just eventually connected onto Roasties and took him down. So Splice are, can you be confident with that? I mean, it was cool that it happened, but how often can you replicate that? Like, how often can you stay alive with nothing remaining? It's kind of like, I don't know. Unless they have some guardian angel sitting behind them saying, it's okay, Absterge. Or no, it's okay, Walter, you will live. There's literally an angel rubbing his shoulders like, you're fine. You will make it out of this alive. And I believe that we do have a replay of that last epic match. We can see just how dynamic towards the end. So this is the situation Walter should die in. He has no cooldowns. Absterge is CC'd. He gets one Riptide in between. He's down at 7% HP. They literally need like 2 attacks to kill him, but he just barely hangs on. He's rejuvenating himself, healing himself. He goes for that War Stomp. He stuns up the entire team, and he should have died. This is the part where he should have died, but Walter stays alive. And because he stays alive, they're able to reverse the pressure.
Frost Jaw almost landed. The Spirit Link came back back up at a perfect time. I mean, that was exactly what needed to happen at those exact moments. As we are going to get into this next round, of course, these teams are ready, as it looks like I don't see any changes. Again, this is going to be on Tiger's Peak, and I really like that Splice is now showing that they can go after anyone. You know, they found Cubsy in the opener, they put some damage into him. They have been doing a lot of damage onto Roasties and really try to kill him throughout these entire series. But Sam was pressured, Cubsy was pressured, Roasties was pressured. Yep. They kept them guessing the whole way, and especially with having that fallback of that Affliction Warlock just dumping damage over the whole team, it lets Walter really pick and choose when he wants to use that incarnation to set up that burst.
Yeah, Splice spreading out their damage is very important. Cubsy, as a Resto Druid, he heals with heal over time, so he casts spells onto all of his teammates. You can see like Rejuvenations and Life Bloom on Sam. Those heal over time, and if he has to spend a lot of time keeping those up, then he can't go for Cyclones. He's actually looking for an early Cyclone at the start of the match and gets locked out, and they might even look for an early kill. No, instead choosing to continue that crowd control into a Cyclone. I would actually maybe like to see Incarnation onto Sam. He's not running Ice Block, so they might be able to get a surprise bursty kill on him. Doesn't look like they want to commit for it. Cloning him up now instead. Walter just going clone crazy. Now finding his target over onto Roasty. Splice really trying to confuse their opponents.
Yeah, and Splice, I don't know why they didn't go for Sam. He just trinketed also, but it looks like they do want to go onto Roasties. A Shadow Dance coming out. They're going to turn it right back around as you see the blind coming out with, wow, bringing him down to half health really quickly with that Shadow Dance. Just the massive amount of pressure coming out as that Garrote is going to fade off of Absterge, so Absterge is going to be able to heal up Walter Bear. But look at this, they're going to switch it back on to Cubsy, who's going to use that Bark skin also, but that was a lot of cooldowns used so far by Splice.
Yeah, I still think that was a way better start for Splice. They've got both of Cubsy's Bark skins, so he won't be able to reduce damage on the next stun, and they need to push with that. They need to just trade cooldowns, get into the face of Northern Gaming if they want to end this match. Looks like Northern Gaming are the ones on the offensive right now. Dota completely shutting it down. He gets a full fear over onto Cubsy. They don't follow up any CCs. Sam in trouble. Barely. He evanesces the Ferocious Bite. Oh. Sick play from Sam. He denied so much damage from Walter right there. And now Walter trying to recover, getting clones over onto the Rogue, trying to stall the game out as Cubsy and Sam are rotating away from Splice. They're trying to retreat, trying to develop some damage right now before they initiate another chain.
So during that attack, Dota did use his second Dark Soul, so he's not going to have another one for about 40 seconds. As we see, is that the second Evanesce from Sam already?
It might have been there, which means he's not going to have any defensive cooldowns remaining to stay alive.
They're going to go right on him. Look at that. You see the rip coming up on, or the rake coming up onto him. The damage just coming out. There goes the rip. Nice big rip going out. But they still have a long time on that incarnation, so this is just going to be a lot of pressure to force Cubsy to heal. As you can see, he's already down to 50% health, or 50% mana. But with the amount of pressure that's going out, it's going to be a lot of trouble for him to go and drink during this match, as Sam is going to try to get some polys out, and he did. The deep into poly on to Absterge.
The attack over onto Walter Bear. He's down to half HP. Absterge needs to be the playmaker here. He's the only one that can remove crowd control and save Walter. It actually looks like Walter's just going to save himself, cloning up Roasties while being attacked. It's not something that usually is accomplishable, so Walter doing a great job to peel for that setup that allows them to hold on to some cooldowns. I guess Absterge wants to play it safe, trades out that Spirit Link. I'm not sure if he really needed to, but he wants to keep his team safe. It will allow them to play a little bit more aggressively here. Absterge caught into a kidney shot. Here comes the Shadow Dance. They follow it with the Polymorph. This is the CC chain Northern Gaming have been working for. Walter Bear in a lot of trouble right now. Absterge trinkets out, gets this Spirit Link. Good reaction from Absterge, but because he used the other Spirit Link earlier, he's kind of got nothing left.
Yeah, you know, that was a risky Spirit Link. Let's see if that is going to play defeat for Absterge, as he is going to take a little damage. That gouge onto Walter Bear yet again, as Roasties going to get him cloned up with the help from his teammates, as Roasties is getting feared again. Dota really doing a great job of fearing the enemy team, as it looks like Roasties still trying to find his target. I think he's going to stick onto Walter Bear. There we go. The kidney going out, the deep onto Absterge, the clone onto Dota, but it looks like that follow-up poly was stopped onto Absterge.
Absterge actually made a smart move, and he ran into the Frozen Orb. He saw Sam put the Frozen Orb down, and he just ran right into it and said, you know, deep me, you can't sheep me in your own Frozen Orb. So that was really good positioning from Absterge, and that setup could have been the end of the game. So smart moves from Absterge to break up that attack, and now his team are the aggressors, trying to lead the charge over onto Cubsy and Sam. But Walter needs to be careful. He's overextending quite a lot. He's got a stun over onto Roasties. I'm surprised Roasties didn't trinket that. He could have done a lot of pressure right here. I guess he wants to play it patient. He doesn't want to throw the game, as it is the final game 5 for both of these teams. Everything everything on the line. Roasty's chasing them down for now. I think he's going to look for a re-stealth. Yeah, he does get the re-stealth, so he's going to be able to have a surprise attack. Walter finding him, but he gets sapped. He actually gets sapped again. I'm not sure what ended up breaking that, but they should be able to get a free, clean setup on Walter if they want it. I guess they don't want it right now. Roasty's pulling back. Sam I am trying to get some icicles, and at this point, I guess Walter's going to try and stall it out for his Incarn. He's just going to sit in stealth, and right now, the ball is in Northern Gaming's court. They are the ones that need to be aggressing right now.
Yep, no, it's totally true. That because Walter was able to get away, this is what's going to happen next. Now, as you see, the Fear lands onto Roasties with the Shadow Fury right before that, and he's going to sit the whole thing, as it looks like he's going to get a re-stealth off too. But again, Walter just hiding out at this point.
Why not? I mean, their composition is based about stalling the match, so if he can just sit in stealth and Northern Gaming aren't going to go in, that's his advantage.
Oh, wow, he didn't see him. There he goes. He found him as he is going to get the sap off onto Walter, as but he's just going to walk away. Again, this is really interesting. That Evanesce came out, so he's going to try to get the poly. That was a good setup. The Shadow Dance comes out. He immediately trinkets the clone. Roasties is going to be using all of his offensive cooldowns onto Walter, onto Dota, sorry, who does with the clone onto Walter too, but Abster's doing a great job of healing up his team.
Yep, Splice have been playing phenomenally. They went from a situation where they were about to lose the game, and they've managed to make some outplays to make it to this point, and now they've stalled the game to dampening. This is where they want to be in the match. Now, who are they going to be going after? The targets are so important for Splice, and it looks like Northern Gaming are actually going to pull the trigger first. An attack launched over onto Walter Bear. A lot of bursts following up, but Dota diffuses it. Nice stun out from Dota. Will stall out that damage, keeping Walter aggressive. Seems like he's just attacking Sam I am, now trying to run away as Abster is still crowd control. They need to stop Cubsy. Cubsy needs to be stopped. Nice stop from Dota. If they can keep this stall going, Abster should be able to avoid getting cloned, and he does. Really well done from Splice. I think they're trying to play as patiently as they can until all three of their trinkets come up, so that they can go one by one, removing CC, and kind of make pushes every time they have one.
Yeah, as Dota's going to try to get his dots out onto the enemy team. Looks like he was able to get a UA onto both Roasties and Samayam, but Roasties using his Shadow Dance, and it looks like they're going to go on to Dota again this time with the poly onto Absterge that he's going to sit the full duration. Even though he did have a trinket, there's the half poly on top. Looks like Dota's going to be okay throughout this whole fight.
Cubsy dipping kind of low here. He blinks away. He escapes Walter Bear for now, but he did get that bark skin without using Berserk. So Walter has a big cooldown to pair with this incarnation right now, and if he gets back onto Cubsy, he might be able to rip him apart. Here comes the Berserk. He's going after Samayam. He baits out the Iron Bark. Walter needs to get... I would just love to see him trinket this blind and go in onto Cubsy. He doesn't want to throw the game, but I feel like he's going to get CC'd too much. Now caught into that half sap. He's really not able to accomplish a lot with his cooldowns, and now it's a free setup for Northern Gaming. They're going to be going after Dota, and Dota used a big cooldown in the last attack. He's going to have to be careful with this one. He's down below half HP. Walter really needs to save him. They need some Cyclones. He's going to stun up Roasties. He goes for the clone, gets the clone. Really good read by Walter to peel the attack from Northern Gaming. Absterge can kind of safely sit through this. Cubsy knows that, though. He reads the plays out from Splice and clones Dota, denying any healing, giving Roasties to continue the chain onto Absterge, and Dota now in a little bit of trouble. Caught into a silence. This could easily be Absterge's trinket. He's being greedy. He's caught into the 1-second stun. He needs to link. He gets the Spirit Link down just in time to save Dota. Well done from Absterge, calculating the damage and not wasting his trinket.
All right, now Dota is going to look to put out some more damage as you see the haunts coming out and trying to get the UA onto all targets. There he goes. Now he has a full line of dots onto everyone, and now you can see the damage is starting. Walter Bear still has a very, very long time till his Incarnation and Berserk are up because he wasn't able to score a kill with them before. Cubsy looking like he's kind of hurting on mana as he is going to get a drink off. That's really important. It looks like both teams are going to go for it as Absterge really needs to try. But he has his elemental keeping him in combat right now, so he wasn't able to drink, and he's down to 60% mana as Cubsy was able to drink up a bunch.
We saw this situation in Dalaran Sewers, and this is where Walter wants to just sit in stealth and wait for Incarn. But he gets popped out by the Blizzard. Samayam sniping him out of stealth. Now this could be devastating if they get any stun locks. Here comes the stun lock out from Northern Gaming. They need to follow this up. Full sheep over onto Absterge. Cubsy looking for a clone, follows that up onto Dota, and Walter in a lot of trouble. Nobody is responding to this setup. Walter responding now finally with his survival instincts. That should keep him alive a little bit longer, but he needs to be careful. He's leaping over onto Cubsy, but death from above comes up from Roasties, and he's still in trouble. Spirit Link dropped by Absterge to save him. They keep their trinkets, so with those trinkets, they might be able to make a push later on.
Yes, Walter is going to be cloned up right there, and the second clone comes up, and the cross crowd control is coming. The deep on to Dota, the cheap shot onto Absterge, the follow-up clone onto Dota, but it doesn't look like they're going to push with it quite yet. Saving his smoke, or saving his Shadow Dance, probably waiting for Smoke Bomb, which is just coming off of cooldown also right now, as Absterge is going to sit that half sheep, but you know that Poly DR is going to be ticking on him during this entire push, so we'll have to see. The clone comes out, Walter taking so much damage right now. He's going to have to sit this clone. He does have a trinket, but no other cooldowns to pair with that trinket, as Walter is down to half. Looks like he's going to recover, and as Roasties and Samayam are going to run a bit.
Yeah, at this point, we're at 30% dampening, so 30% healing reduction for everybody in the game. Oh my, Rosie's been so cheeky with these saps, just catching Walter every time he tries to re-stealth, and it gives them a really clean opener. Look, they get the sheep for free onto Absterge. They're making a swap onto Dota. They're trying to punish him for using his trinket earlier. He kind of needs to respond to this. He's not using the Dark Regeneration. He does stop the crowd control instead. It's a fair trade-off for Dota, but now he's trying to load up some dots. He's got full dots on the entire team. This would be the perfect time. Walter sees it to pop the Incarnation and get more pressure. They need to try and get a kill with this Incarnation. Roasty sees it coming. He's doing a good job peeling with this Vanish, just stopping Walter Bear, just stopping Dota, doing a good job. Now he's forced to run away though. Cubsy forced to trinket out a clone. He's gonna blind Walter on his trinket. Roasties might just die to dots. Cubsy really struggling to deal with the damage right now onto Roasty. He's finally recovering a little bit, not really even. Cubsy caught into a bash. He barskins that right away. Cubsy's entire team is on the brink of defeat. They could just be eliminated. Shadow Dance comes out from Roasties in these final moments to try and get something done, but Absterge sees it coming. He uses his trinket to break out of that crowd control to try and save Walter, but even still breaking out of that crowd control, Walter is still dipping very low on HP. He's trying to retreat away with Absterge, trying to get away from Roasties and top himself back off, and at this point, anything goes. Either team are just running on nothing.
Oh, absolutely, as the Dark Soul is coming out from Dota, as he does have a line of dots on both Roasties and Samayam, but not Cubsy, who is running away at this point, as Absterge is sitting right near Walter, so he's able to heal him up, and there you go. Now you see Cubsy and Roasties running for it. Oh, there we go, as Walter is going to leap on to Roasties. It's going to gouge him and wait as he breaks it to get the extra, the quick combo points, as he is going to use a kidney shot onto Walter right there. The deep followed by the poly plus that cross CC that we've seen this team do so well throughout this whole tournament.
Okay, this is literally... Okay, did Walter actually use the survival instincts there? I was going to say he needed that to survive Roasty's next attack, but I think he actually just used it. So the only way that Splice can really survive this next attack is if Absterge preemptively Spirit Links. He needs to predict the CC, or that or Splice need to break it up, because Splice don't have anything else really. It seems like Dota's trying to set something up. He gets a full fear over onto Cubsy. Unfortunately, that just actually breaks to the dot tick, so he really wanted to set up a kill on Samayam, but here comes the attack. This is it for Northern Gaming. They're going to have to kill Walter with this setup, and if they don't, they might be in a lot of trouble, but they have all the tools available to do it. Walter going for that panic war stomp at 13%. Is that going to be enough to keep him alive? He needs to get out of line of sight, but he just cannot escape Northern Gaming. What on earth? He's not going to make it out alive.
That crowd control chain was never going to end onto Absterge at that point because his trinket was down. Even though he had a link, like you said, you had to preempt it. Maybe he just should have shoved one since the second one just came back up. Like, go for it, get lucky, you know, before the CC chain started. But that was such an incredible match.
I think the mistake was made when Walter used his wall in the attack just before. He really wasn't under pressure. Absterge wasn't CC'd, and just that one minor mistake, using that cooldown a little bit too soon, ended up costing him the game. Because, I mean, imagine at that last moment if he had it.
Yeah.
Again, just like on Tolveron, he probably would have survived.
Damage. Dota doing 15 million damage that round.
All of the damages. More dots.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, he will not have an opportunity for the rest of this cup to do more damage, but he can come back.
Those guys did such an incredible job this match. Throughout this entire tournament, actually, so we'll definitely be seeing these guys yet again in the next Qualifier Cup when they can come back and try to qualify for regionals yet again. But of course, that does mean that Northern Gaming Red is going to move on.
And I believe that they are who are their opponents?
I do believe they are going to fight the loser of 2 Rets versus Northern Gaming Black.
Okay, so we've got a nice series here, and I believe that Northern Gaming Black and 2 Rets, they were kind of the underdogs of the tournament.
Hey,
but they're in the
doing
winner's
really
semifinal.
well.
They're doing really well.
Yes,
so
they are.
That's the cool part about these like online tournaments. It gives an opportunity to anybody. Like, hey, I'm going to step in. I want to try. I'm going to prove myself. This is my opportunity. And these 2 teams that are about to play are definitely proving themselves. So I'm really excited to see that match.
All right, you guys, we are going to be going into our winners bracket finals at this after this quick commercial break, so stay tuned.
So many clans in one place, Ogren. It will be our mighty warband.
Ogren Doomhammer is a big bad orc, Duratan's best friend and longest-serving confidant.
Where's Draka? Safe.
And a great warrior. Orgrim is as much a fan of the orcs' way of life as anything else, but Orgrim is much more of a warrior than Duratan is. Duratan is a leader and a chief, but Orgrim is much more base in many, many ways. Orgrim, he isn't a xenophobe, but he cannot countenance choosing humans over orcs.
I do not see how we could side with the human. It's our own kind.
Even Gul'dan, as awful an orc as he might be, orcs come first.
I found a true orc!
All right, welcome back, guys. What an amazing match to go through to make it to this winners bracket final. I am so excited for this match. Like Sid was saying, two Rets, kind of the underdogs coming into it, kind of a lesser-known team in the tournament circuit over the last few years. So it's great to see both of these teams. You know, they are going to be playing against Northern Gaming Black, which does have some famous names on it. But you know, CMG playing Shadow Priest if they need. I don't know if we've seen him yet.
No, I don't think we have seen him in the tournament so far.
And I actually don't know what they played in the prior rounds.
They played that Arcane. Oh yeah. Well, at least the game we saw them today, they were playing that Arcane, a Mage, Assassination Rogue, Paladin, which worked out really, really well for them. We are going to take a quick look at the brackets, guys, and see how this day has unfolded so far. Right now, the next game we have for you guys is the winners finals, which is Northern Gaming Black against two Rets. The loser of this will go down to the losers finals to face off against Northern Gaming Red.
Yeah, and these are going to be all exciting matches. You know, if you look at the losers quarterfinals, those were all incredible matches so far. Moving on to the losers semifinals, which we just saw on stream, and it looks like we are going to get into this next match, which is going to be the winner finals again. Northern Gaming Black versus two Rets. Of course, Northern Gaming Black is comprised of that is going to be Rubcub on Paladin. He's been doing an incredible job so far. You know, with Paladin spacing out all of your cooldowns, playing offensive when you know, like we saw it. I mean, he really was the second DPS that sealed the deal for that kill on Tiger's Peak against Cubsy. So it was great to see him throw in the damage. Of course, Wealthy Man is going to be on Frost Mage, and then we have Jax, who is going to be playing Rogue, and he's been playing a lot of Assassination Rogue that we've seen and doing a great job at it. Of course, two Rets is going to be Evangeline on Ret Paladin, Inviable on Hunter, Zev's playing that Feral Druid, and Joxy on the Resto Shaman. Now, actually, as we get into this game, we can see that we have a little comp swaps from the last times that these teams played, so this is pretty exciting. We're going to see a Ret, finally Evangeline playing that Ret Paladin, and then we have Inviable on the Hunter, and it looks like he is going to be playing Survival, so that Ret Survival combo just does so much damage. And of course, Joxy playing the Resto Shaman. CMG on Shadow Priest. Again, we were just saying we haven't really seen much out of him yet, with Wealthy Man playing that Frost Mage along with Rubcubs on the Paladin.
Yeah, Evangeline being put into that disarm right away. A little bit of damage coming out from him, already having to use his shield wall there. CMG also taking a lot of damage. Rubcub throwing out that Blessing of Sacrifice onto him, trying to prevent some of this incoming damage from Evangeline and Inviable. It is going to work for now. The Hodge coming out from Rubcubs. They want to get aggressive. Joxy has Sacrifice on him that was used to break out some CC from him, so that's one of the tools that Retribution Paladin has to break out his healer from a little bit of CC. But CMG in a little bit of trouble right now. Rubcubs into that Hodge. CMG down to 20% HP at the moment. Save of the Light does proc onto him. Rubcub's going to be using his Avenging Wrath as well as his Execution Sentence, tossing a huge heal onto CMG and stabilizing his HP for now.
Yeah, it's incredible to see how far pushed up Rubcubs is, you know, staying a little bit behind Wealthy Man and CMG, knowing that this team has to stop a lot of damage from both CMG and Wealthy Man, so he knows that there aren't going to be as many interrupts that will hit Rubcubs. So CMG tossing those dots around, but Joxy, like we've seen in the last couple matches that he's played, he's doing a great job of keeping his team clean, just constantly dispelling those dots off.
One thing I find really interesting is Evangeline hasn't used his Avenging Wrath yet. That's the huge Retribution Paladin cooldown. Makes him do 20% increased damage for 20 seconds. He's been holding on to that this game, waiting for a very opportune moment to pop it. Yeah. When he does, that's when it gets scary for Northern Gaming Black.
Yeah, and it looks like he is going to be playing Final Verdict instead of Empowered Seals, which, you can go back and forth depending on the type of match you're playing. And Evangeline, again, really isn't pushing in too much. They are waiting for their opportune time. I wonder what cooldown they're waiting for at this point. Maybe Crows, because they have 20 seconds on it?
That's the only cooldown. Maybe they're stalling out for a Hand of Sacrifice to come out as well, so they can get Joxy out of CC when they need to. Maybe they just feel like there's no real reason for them to be in the opener, but it looks like Evangeline wants to get aggressive now. They are going to push in. CMG taking a lot of damage. He has freedom from Rubcuz. He's going to be trying to get away. Gets the fear onto Joxy. Now Evangeline taking quite a bit of damage. He does have his wall up, so he's not going to be taking as much damage as he normally would. CMG, the Crows coming out onto him from Inviolable. They do get bopped out immediately. Rubcuz, realizing the situation, throws out the Blessing of Protection, but he's still taking quite a bit of damage with this Ret Paladin magical damage, as well as the magical damage coming out from Inviolable. The wings being popped. CMG in a lot of trouble now. The Save by the Light does proc, as well as Dispersion being used. CMG has no more defensive cooldowns. Rubcuz still has that Avenging Wrath. He still has Bubble. Trinket almost coming back up. So Northern Gaming Black, although that was a little bit scary for them, they do have the cooldowns to hold on for quite some time.
Yeah, but again, I have a feeling that the team of 2 Rets is going to play very defensive now because that Avenging Wrath is so important for them to get the kills. But it looks like they're just going to sit near the pillar, as Evangeline is going to be disarmed into stun, as he's down to about half health right now because Joxy is going to be sitting that full poly. Evangeline is trying to get some heals off on himself. You can see those flash of lights just being pumped out non-stop, not doing a huge amount of healing, but those denounces coming out from Rubcub also, as Joxy's able to use the Spirit Link to get his team back up.
Yep, pressure being turned around though onto CMG. Wealthy Man has had enough and wants to use his Icy Veins to turn around the pressure, eventually having to retreat back to the pillar. He's a little bit scared right now. They don't have too many defensive cooldowns left to work with. Joxy now caught into a deep freeze into the Polymorph. Evangeline immediately responding with his bubble, so he's not going to be taking any incoming damage. Joxy, of course, does have his Trinket as well as Link available, but he might have to use it here. And Viable down to around 40% HP. Might have to consider using a Deterrence. Right now, Northern Gaming Black has all the pressure in their favor. CMG, though, loaded up with Crows right now. And Viable trying to turn around the pressure. Massive Spell coming out from CMG. Wealthy Man actually caught into a trap there as well. But yeah, Rubcub basically has every single one of his defensive cooldowns left, and Northern Gaming Black has a bit of a commanding presence in this game.
Yeah, it's great to see Joxy just hold on to his defensive cooldowns, something we've seen, especially when we were comparing him against other Shamans that were playing, that at this stage in the game, for him to not have any of his cooldowns used, it's great, because it's going to go into this huge CC chain that he is going to dispel that Vampiric Touch and get Horde out, followed by a full poly, as Evangeline is going to be the target, as you can see those Devouring Plagues coming out onto Evangeline. That's how you can tell who CMG is gonna... Wow.
What just happened? Did you see that? I mean, I feel like I missed something. I mean, maybe we can get a replay on what just happened there, because, yeah.
I mean, we saw that the Devouring Plague, followed by the follow-up Devouring Plague, damage from Wealthy Man, plus some damage from Rubcubs, too. So maybe it was just that bit.
That was an incredible amount of burst. I'm pretty sure Joxy still had his Trinket and Spirit Link. Yeah. I could be wrong, but I thought they did have the defensive cooldowns to deal with that, but that was crazy.
It was.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that to happen at that moment, but, Northern Gaming Black doing a great job playing throughout that game. They really forced 2 Rets to make some decisions about playing extremely passive, waiting for their cooldowns, knowing that if it's just a race of who's going to do the most damage, PvE in the center of the map, it's definitely going to be Northern Gaming Black over time that's just going to dismantle the team.
There was never really a moment in that game where Northern Gaming Black was really that scared either. They always had defensive cooldowns available. They were rotating very well, and it just felt like from start to finish they had all the momentum and pressure in their favor.
And we actually have that replay so we can find out exactly what happened.
Thank goodness, just in case any of you guys missed it as well.
Okay, so it looks like so he did use Divine Protection pretty early. Even the Earth Shield gets swapped over at this point, so it's just lots of damage.
Yep. Joxy wasn't even CC'd. He just couldn't get there for the Spirit Link totem. I guess he was just too far away. Divine Protection had faded. Damage.
I guess.
Yeah, mages and Shadow Priests do a lot of damage, so that's one thing we learned here today. But yeah, well done by Northern Gaming Black, taking the first game on the Grand Arena. Now, do you think that 2 Rets is going to switch up their composition. The other comp they have available to them is that jungle cleave.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think so. I think this is a good call on what, you know, who knows?
Yeah.
That was such an upset right there and something unexpected. And that's one of those moments in tournaments where, you know, somebody on your team dies pretty quickly.
Yeah.
You have the defensive cooldowns available. And so you're like, well, let's just write that one off. Let's just get right back in, play the next map.
I think we do have a map locked in for the next map. It's going to be Dalaran Sewers, I believe. So a little bit of a smaller map. It's going to have some line of sight that 2rets is going to be able to sort of abuse. They're going to be able to push in and out when they want to get aggressive. But on the other hand, it's going to be easy for CMG to sort of rush in with those freedoms he's getting from Rub Cubs and actually land big fears onto the team. So they have to make sure they're spread out when he does decide to push in for fears, so they're not getting double and triple feared on cooldown.
Yeah, and it looks like Northern Gaming Black is going to be playing that Frost Mage, Shadow Priest, Holy Paladin from the last round. So we'll just have to wait and see. And it looks like, yep, no changes happening. And they're going to queue right back up. Both teams very, very excited to get back into it. You know, with how fast that last game ended, you know, we'll have to see. Yeah, there was nothing really gigantic damage-wise. I guess that 78k Mind Blast, you know, definitely did play a role into that. But we'll have to see with a small map like this if Evangeline can just stay on his target or if they're going to, you know, every time that crows and wings are down, if they're going to run. Because like you said, these pillars aren't that big. There's always a way for CMG to get the fears off if he wants to, between Spectral Guise and having freedom, and if he's playing Feathers, you know, just being able to sprint over in stealth to Rub Cubs, or to Joxy. I think
it's going to be super important for this game. I mean, what we saw last game is Joxy actually had a Spirit Link available for his team. He just wasn't close enough to Evangeline, or Evangeline wasn't close enough to him. So they need to make sure that when they have that cooldown ready, unfortunately, you have to be very, very close to each other to actually get the life split. So that's one thing they're going to have to do a little bit better this game. But Northern Gaming Black looking very, very commanding in the series so far.
Yeah, as you can see, they're going to ride right in. Both Wealthy Man and CMG are trying to find their targets. Joxy and Inviable setting up on to the left boxes, as Wealthy Man is just going to be building up some icicles, actually using his orb already. And look at that, instantly diving away, getting a kill on a totem and sheeping Joxy. Great job, but CMG taking so much damage as he does have that sack out by Rub Cubs. It's going to stop a little bit of the damage, and actually that was a full duration.
And Evangeline actually having to use his bubble there. So much pressure going out onto him right away, just deciding to trade out his bubble. Joxy still has every single one of his defensive cooldowns. Evangeline still has a blessing of, or Hand of Sacrifice left, as well as Avenging Wrath. So they still have some cooldowns to work through, but this is a very good start for Northern Gaming Black. I mean, they basically got bubble at the expense of no cooldowns whatsoever for themselves.
Yep, and you can see here comes the Feather as CMG does get trapped for a second there and is now out, immediately dispelled away as CMG looking to start some damage, does get the Fear onto Joxy, and looks like they're going to set right up onto Evangeline. The Divine Protection comes out. Is that going to be enough? The sack. Oh, that was a preemptive sack. I don't know if that didn't work on that Poly, as Evangeline is going to hit his wings and try to toss out some damage.
Pressure, being turned around on a CMG. Evangeline using those wings, like you said, actually got CMG to be forced into that dispersion. So defensive cooldowns also being forced from Northern Gaming Black. Rub Cubs actually using his Avenging Wrath too. So a little bit of an overlap in defensive cooldowns, but I think it's fine. They have a lot of momentum in their favor. 2rets needs to make sure they don't overextend once again, but CMG charging in, trying to get that big fear, gets the silence onto Joxy, so he's not going to be able to get that Tremor Totem down, but he actually gets knocked away by Inviable. So Inviable having a very nice, nicely placed explosive trap there, denying the fear from CMG, but he's going to end up getting it anyways. But I think Joxy actually Tremor Totemed it, so well done by him.
Yeah, CMG taking a lot of damage. No dispersion right now. Trap onto Rub Cubs. Rub Cubs doesn't have his trinket. Saved by the Light is going to proc, but CMG is still in trouble. There we go. Bubbling that Wyvern Sting. He had to at that point to keep CMG alive. But this was damage without even Avenging Wrath being active, and Crows weren't even used. There they go. Now the Crows are going to come out. They're going to continue the damage. So Inviable just using that. Maybe they should have held on to the Crows at that point to line up for the next Avenging Wrath, which is coming in about 45 34 seconds. Although, you know, Crows has about a similar cooldown, so maybe it was worth using.
Yeah, CMG pushing in. He realizes that Tourette's doesn't have any more defensive cooldowns. Joxy finally has that trinket coming up in around 2 seconds. The disarm going out onto Evangeline, using that divine protection, trying to get away, gets hodged up on his trinket. Joxy now caught into the full polymorph. He does have trinket link available. He's most likely going to have to use it. Divine protection is going to fade from Evangeline. The spirit link comes out from Joxy. Still has trinket available. CMG taking a little bit of pressure right now. Rebcubs is caught into that full hodge. He has his wings up as well, trying to get out some big heals. CMG dipping dangerously low, though. Doesn't have that Saved by the Light proc for another couple seconds. He does have that available now, so he is sitting relatively pretty. He does have Dispersion coming up in around 10 seconds as well. So once again, Northern Gaming Black does have defensive cooldowns to rotate through. Joxy still has his trinket, Divine Protection, back up for Evangeline as well as his trinket. So both teams have a lot of defensive cooldowns that they can work with.
Yeah, in that last engagement, Rubcubs actually had Sacrifice up onto CMG, which broke the Wyvern Sting, which probably saved his life. So that was a great job by Rubcubs. We see the Deep coming out, followed by the Poly onto Joxy. Joxy does have a trinket, but no link available at this point, as Evangeline is taking a bunch of damage. That Divine Protection comes out. The Bop going up onto CMG also, which CMG is still taking a lot of damage. Saved by the Light procs yet again. Rubcubs had to use his trinket during that too, so both teams' healers are pretty dangerous in pretty dangerous situations.
Yeah, Avenging Wrath though coming out from Evangeline. He wants to get aggressive. CMG immediately trading out the Disperse. He doesn't want to get too low. Rubcubs does not have his Avenging Wrath to deal with this, so CMG is still going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Wealthy Man doing everything he can to slow them down, spamming out those polymorphs over and over onto Evangeline. Finally swaps it over onto Joxy. They want to get aggressive now. The Silence going out onto Evangeline. He's going to be taking a little bit of damage right now, but doesn't look like they had too much burst available for him. CMG also in a little trouble. The full Hodge into a trap going out onto Rubcubs. CMG trying to get away. The Wings Execution sentence coming out from Rubcubs there, so CMG is going to be completely fine for the time being, but now Northern Gaming Black has no more defensive cooldowns to really work with. Joxy does have that trinket available, and Evangeline once again still has his bubble, so Tourette's looking very, very nice in this position, and it might be Northern Gaming Black that decides to play a little bit more passive because they're running out of defensive cooldowns.
Yeah, and CMG was able to Mass Dispel Rubcubs out, which is what saved him yet again. So a lot of lucky breaks for Northern Gaming Black right there, as it looks like they're going to go on to Evangeline again as the Fisted Justice comes out, does get dispelled, but that does proc the VT Dispel also, which horrifies Joxy just for a second. Looks like he's going to try to get some purges off there. He got the Blessing of Sacrifice purged off, you know, pretty quickly, which is lucky for him, but there's the Wyvern Sting going out yet again. They're going to dump a lot of damage into CMG. CMG doesn't have his Dispersion for 30 seconds. Saved by the Light procs yet again, as the Aura Mastery is going to come out, Devotion Aura from Rubcubs, so he's able to heal a whole bunch. And Wealthy Man stealing the Blessing of Sacrifice, which was used on a full Poly right there to break Joxy out, so that was a good move. Evangeline is going to be horrified right here by Psychic Aura and having to bubble because of this CC chain that's onto Joxy.
Yeah, CMG still a little bit low. Does have Dispersion coming up in 10 seconds. Available actually being swapped to now. Wealthy Man and CMG doing a tremendous amount of damage onto him. Joxy, though, does use that Spirit Walker's Grace. Going to be able to get off those casts. Going to be able to top off Inviolable. And now Evangeline wants to get aggressive using those wings. Going to be doing 20% more damage. Rubcub caught into the full Wyvern Sting, deciding to trinket that immediately into a Hodge. CMG now might be forced into Dispersion once again, down to 20% HP. Gets the Dispersion off. Rubcub also has his Avenging Wrath up, so he should be able to heal through this damage, but he's dipping dangerously low on mana. We hit 8% dampening right now, so both healers sort of running on fumes for the time being as healing gets harder and harder. Rubcub now caught into full trap. CMG trying to get the Mass Dispel off. He gets knocked far away. CMG needs to get over to Rubcub. He has no cooldowns to help him out. Saved by the Light procs onto him. Wealthy Man doing everything he can. Polymorph, trying to slow down the damage. Rubcub's now caught into the full Hodge. CMG in a little bit of trouble still. Joxy now caught into the full Polymorph. They want to turn it around onto Evangeline, who has to play a little bit defensive. Divine Protection onto him. Gets caught into the Hodge. He's also taking a tremendous amount of damage. He does not have bubble available. Joxy does not have any way to heal him. Evangeline might just go down here. Caught into the... Yeah, and it looks like he is just going to go down. The Double Fear going to seal the deal, and just too much CC and damage coming out from Northern Gaming Black at the end of that game.
And it really was back and forth a whole lot. Each offensive push was answered by the enemy team's defensive cooldowns. You know, we saw a lot, like we said, the Sacrifice breaking CC. We saw the Hand of Sacrifice from the Ret, you know, pulling Joxy out of that crowd control exactly when he needed to. Evangeline was pushing forward when he had wings. They were playing defensive when they didn't. Smart plays by both teams, but it ended up that, you know, the team of Northern Gaming Black just was the aggressor in most of the situations.
It's funny because at the end of that game, Rebcub actually had no mana at all.
Yeah.
I think he was at 1% mana or 2% mana, so that was like their last ditch effort. He managed to keep CMG alive after a long CC chain, and they were able to turn around the pressure, which I think is like, that's one of the things that separates like a pretty good team with a really great team. Is like, you have to realize the only way sometimes to turn around the pressure is by going aggressive. You have to realize like you have your CC up, you have your burst up, and that's the only way you're going to turn around the game. You can't play defensive forever.
Yeah. All right, so this is going to be 2-0 in favor of Northern Gaming Black at this point. You know, this is our winner bracket final right now. So the loser of this is still in the tournament, and we'll be playing later in the next matchup. And it does look like, let's see, so it is going to be 2 Rets map choice.
Yep.
And so Dalaran Sewers was one of the smaller maps that they picked. I wonder, are they going to go to Ruins next?
Well, I think if they want to stay in the spirit of going to a small map, they'll probably end up choosing something like Ruins of Lordaeron. It's going to be pretty easy for them to get the Fist of Justice on cooldown into a trap and stick to their target, which is most likely going to be CMG again. That's what we've seen the most success for them so far in the series.
Yeah, I will say CMG's debut into this tournament so far is really, really well. He's been doing a ton of damage. He's been constantly got a couple good mass dispels off, you know, pushing in for fears when needed, you know, constantly dispelling when needed, you know, just doing such a great job.
That's one of the cool things about Holy Pallies, this expansion, is like traditionally we've seen them sort of as like a super defensive healer, but this expansion they've been giving a lot of damage and a lot of offensive tools, so it's cool to see them get aggressive, especially when they have that Avenging Wrath up and they can do some serious damage.
All right. Oh, this is exciting. I mean, we're getting right down to it. You know, there's only a few teams left at this point. You know? So this is going to be... Again, Northern Gaming Black, if you're just tuning in, versus 2 Rets. Of course, Northern Gaming Black is up 2-0. You know, they won with a very, very fast kill onto Evangeline, onto the Grand Arena. And then the last match was sort of the, okay, both teams, all of our defensive cooldowns are down. Whichever team plays really offensive at this point was going to win, and that's what happened for Northern Gaming Black.
You know, one thing we haven't really mentioned so far is Northern Gaming Black is 1 game away from qualifying for the North American Regional, so they just have to win 1 more. I'm sure it's so close they can taste it at the moment. 2 Rets, of course. If they do get eliminated right here, they are going to go down into the losers bracket and fight Northern Gaming Red. So both Northern Gaming teams, it is possible for them to both qualify on this first go, which is really remarkable.
Yeah, it's great to see that, you know, they're a new esports organization. Of course, Soda Poppin being one of the owners of the team, which is great to see. You know, he has lots of different teams. Actually has a couple Overwatch teams, which we see in tournaments that are doing really well too. So great to see these guys first showing, you know, as an esports organization into this tournament doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you are Northern Gaming Red sitting in the losers bracket, like, who do you think you would rather be fighting? Like, what do you think they want to happen in this series?
I don't know. That's a tough one. Probably I would say 2 Rets. I think just because of the comps that they can play against them, you know, being able to use something like an RMD, you know, or you know, the Ret Paladin can be dismantled by a lot of CC, you know, although they do have the Hunter Feral Druid that they did such a they used so well earlier in this series.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a toss-up. I think at this point, where both teams are in the winners bracket and they haven't lost yet, you know, both teams are probably pretty scary.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I think so too. Like Northern Gaming Red's probably just like, well, whatever happens, happens. Like it's hard to predict, and I think both teams will be hard for them. So. Oh,
looks like they are going to go on Tiger's Peak, actually. Cool. So it looks like it is going to be Frostmage, Shadow Priest, Holy Paladin, and Survival Ret, and Resto Shaman again, as the game is going to get going. And again, you guys, if Northern Gaming Black can take this round, they are our first qualifiers to the regional tournament happening later.
The first team from all of North America to qualify. Very, very impressive. I mean, looking at all the teams today, all the teams are incredible, but if I had to pick one team, like this is kind of like, I didn't expect them to qualify like this if they do, just being honest, but they've been playing tremendously and obviously proving that they deserve it. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Of course, this is going to be Tiger's Peak, like we said, on the top left, Northern Gaming Black. You know, if they win this Tiger's Peak map, they are going to be qualified, and of course, 2 Rets. If they lose this map, they still have a shot, but let's see. We've had lots and lots of 3-2s this qualifier, so hopefully they can bring it back 2 rounds and give us an incredible winners bracket final, but we'll have to see. No real changes that I can tell from here. Of course, Inviolable playing that Survival again, and Evangeline on Ret.
Yep, and we'll be looking to see CMG push in. He's going to get freedom from Rub Cubs, use that Spectral Guys, and push in and try to get double or single fears at the very least onto Joxy, and that's how they're going to start off their CC chain most of the time. Evival being put into a Sheep, Joxy actually getting deep frozen into a Sheep. It gets immediately sacrificed from Evangeline. He wants to make sure Joxy's available to get those purges and interrupts off onto Northern Gaming Black. CMG taking a little bit of damage right now. The Blessing of Sacrifice coming out from Rub Cubs onto him, though. Looks like CMG is going to be decently fine for the time being. Rub Cubs actually just running as far away as possible, trying to get off cast as many as he can, but the Wyvern Sting is going to be going out onto him. CMG might have to be forced into his Dispersion. Sable the Light proccing onto him, just doing the best job he can running away. Rub Cubs actually trinketing there, making sure that CMG does not have to disperse before Evangeline uses his wings.
All right, CMG down to about half, is going to toss a Psychic Horror out onto Evangeline just to stop some damage as Rub Cubs is going to be able to pick him back up. Actually, he's running away from Rub Cubs at this point just to get the fear. A risky move right there, but it paid off as he does get the fear off of Joxy, which sets him up directly into the Frostjaw. So 2 CCs means Evangeline is going to get down to about half, but they didn't earn any cooldowns out of that. So it was a little bit of risky play. Of course, Rub Cubs still has his bubble, the bops if needed, and actually, as I say that, he's having to bubble.
Yeah, CMG actually got the Master Spell off on that CC on Rub Cubs at the same time he bubbled, so a little bit of a wasted bubble there by Rub Cubs. CMG was going to Master Spell him out of that. I guess he just felt like he needed to get those heals out at that time, but yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for him. It looks like both teams are sort of pulling back into like a soft reset. Now 2 Rets pushing in. CMG deciding to grip Rub Cubs out of the action, giving him some distance to actually get off the cast he needs. Evangeline being disarmed, silenced into a Hodge as well, but Joxy's able to dispel it. Evangeline now wants to go aggressive. Yeah, the wings coming out onto actually Rub Cubs, bopping himself. Divine Protection out onto Rub Cubs as well. Looks like there's a little bit of a target choice swap for 2 Rats onto Rub Cubs. They are CMG getting Wyvern Sting up as well. He doesn't get he doesn't have to actually trinket. That was a beautiful dispel coming out from Rub Cubs. Evangeline getting silenced up, and Babel looks like is the new target for Northern Gaming Black as well. Both teams sort of swapping up their strategy at the moment, but Rub Cubs dangerously low, doesn't have bubble, doesn't have trinket available, gets kicked.
Yeah, he got kicked on Holy, and that's what it was. He bopped himself, to stop a little bit of the damage, but because you have a Ret on him, so much damage was going through. Final verdict.
Yeah, that was amazing. I love to see 2 Rets sort of capitalize on Northern Gaming Black, overusing cooldowns. They realized Rub Cubs didn't have Trinket, he didn't have Wings, he didn't have Bubble. How are they going to live? How are they going to respond to Evangeline using his Avenging Wrath? They just didn't have the healing to keep him up.
That was pretty good. So 2 Rets stays in the winners bracket and stays alive 2-1 right now. Northern Gaming Black, of course, are going to be able to pick their map next. So, I don't know, man. Are we going to come down to another 3-2?
I don't know, but at least there's no blowouts today so far, right?
Yeah.
Which has been really good. Every single series today has been quite amazing. If you are, obviously, it seems like Northern Gaming Black wants to play on the bigger maps. They've done well on pretty much every map, but I think it's likely we see Northern Gaming Black selecting something like maybe even Blade's Edge.
Yeah.
Anything that makes it easy for CMG to push in and get those fears, get the double and perhaps even the triple fears, because that's really where all their setup comes from. It makes it easier for Wealthy Man to push in, get the deep freeze and Sheep out of the fear, and then makes it hard for Inviolable to actually get peels off when he's caught into that fear as well.
Now, do you think a map like Tolveron is too big?
I don't know. Setup? Yeah, maybe it is.
Oh, I guess not.
Yeah,
because they just
decided to Tolveron. Huh.
All right, and so we'll have to see if there's any comp choices. Of course, Northern Gaming Black, since they just lost the last round, are going to be able to pick the map. And of course, that does mean 2 Rets is going to have to lock in their comp first, followed by Northern Gaming Black choosing their comp based on what 2 Rets comp is. And it looks like 2 Rets is going to be, again, Survival Hunter, Ret Paladin, Resto Shaman that they've been playing almost non-stop in this tournament.
Yeah, we're going to see the exact same compositions coming out of both teams. We saw in Nagrand Arena, that was sort of, it's expected that they would choose something like Tolveron, because I think out of all the maps, that's the closest to Nagrand Arena. Yeah. And that's really where Northern Gaming Red had their best showing, sorry, Northern Gaming Black.
And it looks like Northern Gaming Black isn't going to change anything. They've been having a lot of success so far with both CMG and Wealthy Man on DPS, so we're going to see them again. And Rub Cub's just doing such a great job this tournament again. Got to give him some shout-outs. Been holding it down on Holy Paladin really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I think what cost them the last game was just that one little overlap where CMG was able to get the Master Spell. And he ended up using the bubble, and I think 2 Rets, to their credit, did an excellent job capitalizing on that little mistake, and they're going to be looking for stuff like that to pull out another game.
All right, so is going to be Tolveron. And yet again, if Northern Gaming Black wins this map, they are going to be our first qualifier for the North American Regionals. But if 2 Rets can come back, you know, they could win 2 in a row, seal the deal with 3-2, and they'll be the first. But the loser of this will be going down into the losers bracket final. So they still have a tournament shot no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to see how these teams open up. This is 2 Rets, I guess, regional dreams on the line right now. Northern Gaming Black, of course, 1 game away from making it, just immediately winning pretty much every single game. So that's exactly what they want to do. Right away, RevCub's getting hodged up. He actually gets the Blessing of Sacrifice on a CMG, so he's going to be reducing some of that incoming damage. Well done by RevCubs there. Wealthy Man just spamming out those polymorphs, trying to get some setup going. Joxy caught into the deep freeze, into the polymorph. Evangeline actually deciding to shrink it out, using his Blessing of Sacrifice on a Joxy to get him out of that polymorph. Both teams using a lot of defensive cooldowns at the moment. And Bible still getting polymorphed up by Wealthy Man, who does have that Icy Veins up right now. So using that offensive cooldown, trying to get the game going very, very strong for his team.
Yeah, they overlapped Frostjaw and Priest Silence onto Joxy, but a bubble coming out from Evangeline. That was interesting. I didn't expect it right there. Maybe wanted to stay offensive onto CMG, because Joxy looked like he was doing really well, as it looks like CMG is taking a bunch of damage. RubCubs needs to pull out some huge heals onto him, as we see the Devotion Aura and the Wings coming out to top CMG off. But here, there they go. They're going to
Evangeline in a lot of trouble, down to 30% HP. This could be Joxy's Trinket Link, and it looks like he didn't even have to Trinket. He got the Link off, though. Frostjaw coming in. They need to kill that Spear Link. Hodge going out on the RubCubs. They're trying to turn around the pressure on the CMG. RubCubs using that bubble. MD coming out from CMG once again. RubCubs a little bit of an overlap once again on that MD, unfortunately. The double fear, though, coming out from CMG onto Joxy, as well as Evangeline. Divine Protection coming out from Evangeline, sorry, trying to prevent some of this incoming damage and stop the burst coming out from CMG and Wealthy Man. And right now, 2 Rets only really has Trinket Link available from Joxy, which is a huge defensive cooldown. They just need to make sure that they're in range of Joxy when he needs to use it. So Evangeline can't be running too far off the pillar at the moment. Right now, RubCubs basically has no defensive cooldowns left. He has that Hand of Protection. CMG luckily also has that Dispersion available if he needs it.
Yeah, this is interesting that they're waiting on this and they're not just pushing in, because Evangeline didn't have a Blessing of Sacrifice up, and you know, Joxy didn't have too much to use for it. But on the other hand, you know, RubCubs doesn't either, so maybe they were waiting for both, as it looks like the damage is going to come out onto both CMG and Evangeline, as looks like the Execution Sentence is going to be used defensively by Evangeline.
Yeah, the Hodge coming out. Joxy actually caught into that Frostjaw right now. Polymorph on Inviolable. Everyone CC'd on 2 Rets. Evangeline dipping dangerously low, down to 10%. Is going to go down, and you know, it's out of range of the Spear Link.
So
Joxy actually almost got that Spear Link off, but he just wasn't in range. Unfortunately.
That was so close. One step closer, or if the Shaman turned his back, the Spirit Link would have been closer.
Yep. Absolutely, but that does mean that Northern Gaming Black is going to be the first team to qualify for the North American Regionals. Congratulations to them. Played excellently. Didn't lose a single series the entire way here.
Yep. Wow. What an exciting ending to that matchup, and of course that means 2 Rets isn't out quite yet. They are going to have another shot at it.
Yeah, they have to fight the other Northern Gaming team, Northern Gaming Red, waiting patiently down in the losers bracket right now. Now that they know their opponent, they have a little bit of time to prepare and discuss what they want to do against 2 Rets. And
we're gonna make them play.
Yeah, and I think if I check my notes, that actually they lost. So the last time these two teams faced each other was earlier in this tournament, and I think 2 Rets actually beat Northern Gaming Red.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, they did.
It was a very close series.
Northern Gaming Red lost to 2 Rets in a very close series. That's what our notes are.
Yep.
That's
so, I mean, but it was a close series. It was 2-3. Of course, these games have been going either ways, but yeah, both teams definitely have an opportunity to win this next match, and I'm sure it's going to be great.
All right, and you guys, we're going to get these teams ready for our losers bracket final shortly after this commercial break.
The fuel for my magic is life.
My name is Daniel Wu, and I play Gul'dan. He is a warlock orc who practices evil magic, which makes him kind of the most evil orc there is.
Gul'dan's a badass. He's destroyed the orc world with his lust for power and his lust for magic.
Gul'dan thinks that magic is what they need to ensure the survival of their species. He has to take other souls, humans, other animals, and he feeds off of it. That's his fuel. And although it's corrupting and it makes them turn into huge monsters, he thinks that's the only way to go.
Be feared, or be fuel.
I have a special relationship with Warcraft because my wife plays. We had a baby last year, and I promised my wife I would take a year off of work because I'm constantly working in Hong Kong. And then in November, I get a call to do an audition. So I tell her about it, and she's like, you can't do it. And I'm like, but it's for Warcraft. And she goes, oh, then you really have to do it. And so she's the major reason why I'm actually doing this movie now, is because she gave me permission to take the audition. What I'm enjoying so much about this mocap experience is it is an interesting way to really disappear into a character.
Now claim my new world.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Qualifiers. I'm Josh Allen, aka Lord, joined once again by Sid Compton, aka Super Tees. We've had several intense series today. We've had so many Game 5s that it's kind of ridiculous. Like, how many of these series can actually go to a Game 5? And apparently the answer is all but like 2 of them. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick look at the bracket and just bring up to speed. Obviously, that last series we just watched was Northern Gaming Black versus 2 Rets. They were able to take that 3-1, and then of course they will be moving on to the grand finals. And then now what we're about to see here is Northern Gaming Red versus 2 Rets. Northern Gaming Red and 2 Rets, of course, they did meet earlier on in the tournament, like the casters Jared and Elliot were saying just a minute ago. They met earlier, and they did actually. Northern Gaming Red actually did lose to 2 Rets previously, but that was a 3-2 series. I don't know, man. Sid, what do you think? Do you feel like we're going to get another 3-2 series here?
I think that we are probably going to get another 3-2 series, and I kind of made like a little bit of a prediction that the Ret Paladin Evangeline's going to make a comeback, as they did defeat a similar team like this, and they're able to beat Rogue Mage Druid, basically. That's what Evangeline's team is able to do. Their composition with that Ret Paladin does extremely well against that Rogue Mage Druid, which means that the team of Northern Gaming Red have to play a different composition, and that different composition means that they're playing alts, so they might not be the most familiar on those classes, whereas Evangeline's team, they get to stick on their mains, they get to stick with what they're comfortable, and we've seen that throughout the day, that the teams that are the most comfortable with the most confidence are usually the ones that end up winning.
Yeah, that does seem to be mostly the case. Like when you're really good at playing a comp, turns out you're pretty good at it, so just by definition. But yeah, these are the 2 teams we're going to be seeing here. Northern Gaming Red, of course, that is Roasties, Cubsy, Sam I Am, and occasionally Asper has been rotating in as well. I kind of feel like we're going to see them going with the RMD, but maybe we'll see Asper breaking out that Moonkin at some point. And of course, we do have 2 Rets as well. We just watched them in the last series. It was a pretty close series. It did seem like Northern Gaming Black kind of had 2 Rets figured out, and they were able to sort of punish them for the certain ways that they were playing, and like finding those little opportunities to just put a giant chunk of damage into Evangeline. What do you think? What's your prediction?
What's my prediction? I'm giving it to 2 Rets. I believe in the Ret Paladin dream. I have a dream, and there's a Ret Paladin in it. He's gonna live it today. I'm very confident in their team. They in that one game that they won in that previous series, in a matchup where they normally shouldn't win any, just that Mage Paladin synergy is so strong against a Hunter class. They normally shouldn't even be able to win a game, but they found an opportunity even amongst that, and were able to take one game off of Northern Gaming Black. So in this matchup, they're going to be coming in with a lot of warm-up from that previous series. The composition that they're going to be facing is very similar, I would expect. I think the Mage Moonkin Paladin is the safer pick. It's just, again, mages and paladins together, better than hunters. So in Viable and Evangeline have to find a way around those cooldown rotations that those classes have and find opportunities. So like we saw in the previous series when Rubcub used his bubble, so that's his ability to immune damage. As soon as they saw him use that, they're like, hey, we could maybe hit him instead. That's probably a good idea. Okay,
Yeah.
let's do it. And then they managed to get a kill. And as long as they're looking for opportunities like that, punishing people for overusing cooldowns, I believe in the Red Dream.
Yeah, that is kind of the sort of the risk of the Ret Paladin. As soon as he uses that bubble, he's very, very vulnerable. But if they can find a way to hang on to that bubble as long as possible, only use it in the most dire of circumstances, and using it to nullify their opponent's cooldowns, so that you use the Divine Shield, then you don't have it available, but also you don't have to worry as much about the offensive cooldowns that the other team has at that point. That's kind of what they're generally aiming for. So yeah, and obviously, like we were saying before, Northern Gaming Red did lose 2-3 to 2 Rets earlier on in the qualifier cups. So I feel like 2 Reds, they kind of got to prove that they can do it again at this point. Like, it's kind of on them to say that wasn't a fluke. That was absolutely how that series should have gone. So we will find out. We'll be finding out here very shortly. Just as soon as we can get into this match, we are just letting these teams lock in their compositions. And actually, it sounds like Northern Gaming Red is actually going to be running with the Boomkin. I was not expecting that, but they are going to be running
the battlefield.
Yeah, they're going to be going with the Balanced Druid, Frost Mage, and Holy Paladin composition. We've seen that a few times already. I believe we actually saw them play it earlier. If I'm remembering correctly, I don't know. I've done other things.
It was a very close
since then.
series against Team Jennings.
That's right.
Series against Team Jennings with the Death Knight. So this composition normally is strong against the Hunter team, but because it's Northern Gaming Red's alternate composition, I don't know how much practice they have it. I would say that Asper is definitely the king of this comp, like by none across the world. He's probably the best Boomkin at this composition. Sam I Am pairs very well with him, but Cubsy, he's really good at Druid. Arguably one of the best Druids in the world, but going onto that Holy Paladin, kind of like where Sea-Doo didn't really want to switch onto the Holy Paladin. It's one of those things where, like, you're not really comfortable. You don't have the exact 100% plan, and when you're fighting a team like Evangelines where they are going to punish you immediately if you make any mistake, that you need that confidence in your class. So we're going to look to see if Cubsy has that confidence playing this alternate class, and then we're also looking for Evangeline to find opportunities to punish any mistakes.
Yeah. We do have the composition locked in for 2 Rets, as well as the match will be starting here very, very shortly. And 2 Rets is actually going to be playing the same composition we just saw them playing, which is that Hunter, Retribution Paladin, and the Resto Shaman as the healer. It's often called Cupid Cleave for a very, very loose reason, I think I would say.
I don't think Red Paladins spread love.
Yeah.
They're pink, but they don't spread love.
Yeah, I believe it's called Cupid Cleave because the Paladin has wings and the Hunter has arrows, and that's about it. That's about as close of a definition as you can really get. But then again, with these cleave names,
I have to say, with regionals on the line, Evangeline is not going to be blowing kisses. He's going to be blowing vengeance. He's going to be wanting to take victory here in this best-of-5 series. Both of these teams are facing elimination from Qualifier Cup #1, and the victor gets a nice, shiny seat, the second seat at the North American Regionals later this year. So I'm really excited to see this match, as the gates have opened. 2 Rets are going to be using that hit-and-run strategy that we saw earlier from Northern Gaming Red. So they're going to be jumping in, trying to force some cooldowns, and then jumping away to try and survive. So look for 2 Reds to be going in and out over and over.
Yep, and they're already starting to put a little bit of pressure in onto Asper there, just putting a couple of hits onto him. And now Inviolable taking tons of damage, down to 5%, already has to use Deterrence and Roar of Sacrifice. He did use his Crows as well, but he also pulled he actually got an execution sentence from Evangeline just to be able to heal him up, unless that was an offensive one from Cubsy, but I kind of doubt that. Inviolable taking giant chunks of damage. He's still in trouble, has to actually use his second Deterrence already. No Spirit Links yet from Joxy, which I find kind of surprising, but at this point, like, there's just the sheer amount of damage that Inviolable is taking, I don't blame him at all for using those Deterrences. In fact, it's probably good that Joxy hasn't used his Spirit Links, because he's going to need those at the rate this is going.
Asper is literally dominating Inviolable. I have never seen a level of domination like this. Asper just wants this so bad, but we see Evangeline counterattacking now onto Asper with no Barskin. This could be an opening, trying to punish that cooldown usage later, but Cubsy sees it coming. Good reaction from Cubsy. He's going to save Asper through Evangeline's assault. Inviolable is the one that needs to be careful. He's hugging his shaman. It's like, here, please stay next to me. I need you. Keep me alive. I have nothing to keep this match going, and as long as Inviolable and Joxy can stay together, I think they're going to be able to stay alive for this next attack. We see actually a stun on Evangeline to deny his ability to remove this polymorph, and everybody's crowd controlled at the moment. He doesn't have any any sacrifices, so Inviolable's completely alone. How is he going to make it out of this alive? He's just desperately running circles around the pillar. Star Surges are coming out, and Asper's looking to finish this. Solar Beam over into Joxy. He gets freedom out into a full clone, and Inviolable will fall. Asper just start to finish annihilating Inviolable. Northern Gaming Red are going to lead this series 1-0.
That was, let's call that convincing. I would say that was a pretty straightforward, convincing match. Northern Gaming Red just basically saying, yeah, you guys beat us earlier. Just sit down, please. Just calm down. Inviolable, you're gonna have to take a nap for a minute. And in fact, that was what happened.
That was a dirt nap.
Yes, and exactly. Wow. So that was a 2-minute match. Bit of a change of pace from some of the series we've had so far. Just crazy amounts of damage coming out from Asper. That's the thing. Every time you attack a Boomkin, every time you attack a Balance Druid, there's a possibility that you give them a proc, which gives them an instant cast Starfall, which hurts.
Well, instant cast Starfire most of the time.
Or Starfire, yeah, sorry.
And
there's too many Druid abilities that have
too many stars.
Whatever names.
It gets confusing.
Yeah, but that instant cast Starfire, it hurts. It hurts a lot. And when he can chain a couple of those together, because you can get up to like a couple different charges of that, and it's just tons and tons and tons of damage.
I think the important part at that end of the game is the way that Northern Gaming split up their initiation. So the initiation of crowd control starts with stuns. In that situation, you normally use your Fist of Justice on the kill target, but he wasn't in line of sight. So they decided to actually use Deep Freeze on the kill target and Fist of Justice on an off target and Bash on the healer to continue the chain on all three of them. So Northern Gaming Red, they had a lot of synergy in that match, and I think that Inviolable is going to be a little bit more careful at the start. He had to use just too many cooldowns at the beginning part of that match. He could definitely space that out, be aware of what Asper's trying to do, because Asper basically first global popped his ultimate, just said, I am annihilating you, and almost made him disappear in the first 3 seconds.
We actually have a replay of that exact moment that we can take a look at. Just to unpack that again, you can see, watch Inviolable's health on the right. It just disappears. Basically, Asper found his damage button. He just pushed it a couple times, and Inviolable just had to panic mode deterrence. And then very shortly thereafter, I'm not sure if we're going to play this replay long enough to see it, but very shortly after that, Inviolable actually had to use his second deterrence again. That was 2 deterrences in under the first minute coming out from Inviolable. Just ridiculous damage coming out from Asper. And that's the sort of damage, that's the sort of burst damage that a Balanced Druid is capable of. It's really, really scary to deal with.
Asper really brought the boom.
He really did. He brought the boom and also the kin, incidentally. So this next match that we're about to go into, it is 2 Rets map choice, and they have chosen Dalaran Sewers.
I think it's a smart choice. It's smaller, so that way when they make their push to the center of the map, they then have an opportunity to retreat back. They're not locked into the center of the map. They have a little bit less distance to cover to get back to the pillar, and it seemed like Northern Gaming Red were just so aggressive. They just the first minute of the game, just right on top of them, start to finish, which I really wasn't expecting. So that's a lot of confidence coming out from Northern Gaming Red, and now 2 Rets. And be like, okay, you guys can do that. We're going to make sure that that doesn't happen the same way again here in game number 2, because they are facing elimination from Qualifier Cup number 1 right now.
Yep, the winner of this series will qualify and move on to regionals in Columbus later this year and have a chance at that $100,000 prize pool. The loser will just have to try again next time. So the gates are just about to open here. Northern Gaming Red up against 2 Rets, up 1-0. We'll see if 2 Rets can turn it around here on Dalaran Sewers.
Yeah, we see the gates have opened. 2 Rets, a little bit reluctant to run in. Asper is not. This is a huge amount of confidence to just stand on top of the entire enemy team. Asper is just playing right in their face. He is taking a bit of damage, though, in return. We see the Celestial Alignment popped right away from Asper. They're going on to Joxy. What on earth is going on? Asper is just destroying everybody. Joxy barely getting that Spirit Link. I think he hit like 0%.
He was at 1%,
Asper, though, now is pretty low on health. He has Bark Skin, but he's not using it. Finally deciding to use that Bark Skin to deflect that initial pressure. 2 Rets finally able to force a cooldown back. Despite that scary pressure, Joxy kept a cool head and only used 1 cooldown.
Yeah, actually, it's amazing that he got away with just 1 Spirit Link in that opener. So now, with that Celestial Alignment down, for Asper, it's no longer active. That means that 2 Rets now has the opportunity to sort of take a breather and try to figure out what they're going to do. Right now, what they're going to do, though, is take a whole lot of damage. Looks like even without that cooldown, Inviolable's still just struggling to stay alive here, taking big chunks of damage from Sam AM. We saw the Ice Novas coming out there just a second ago, just chunking him down. Now caught into a Cyclone. That's a nice offensive Cyclone from Asper Asper. The point of that is just to lock Inviolable at low health until they can maybe follow something up onto Joxy. We're gonna be watching to see if any sort of cooldowns or any sort of CC can land on Joxy. Doesn't look like they were able to get into the positioning for it, so not quite able to work out for him in this case, but still that's a good move from Asper just to even try for it. Now he's moving in once again. He's got that solar beam down, trying to put some damage into Inviolable here, but Asper actually seems to be taking the brunt of the damage himself, trying to get a Cyclone out, does not actually able to land. It looks like that got grounded by Joxy. Great move there. And now Asper may be in some trouble here, dipping down about 30% health. He's going to have to go ahead and use his Stampeding Roar and get back out of there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a close call, but he will survive. Cooldowns actually looking pretty solid for 2 Rets. They've got a lot of cooldowns to keep their momentum going. Unfortunately, Avengeling only got the Avenging Wrath out from Cubsy, so just a 1-for-1 trade from the Paladins. They were looking to get maybe a little bit more than that. I was surprised that they didn't swap to Cubsy. Cubsy used his bubble to break out of crowd control. I was expecting a swap, but they didn't do it. Here comes another attack out from Northern Gaming. Red Inviolable is completely alone at the moment. Avengeling finally leaving crowd control, giving him a bit of a heal, trying to pick him back up. Inviolable actually choosing to trinket, so very important that he chose to trinket without using his cooldown. That's his #1 way to activate, but I guess they're just looking for a kill. Asper on low HP, he's trying to get away. He's finally getting punished for this aggression that he's been putting on, and Cubsy's struggling a lot to deal with the pressure. If he gets interrupted on any of these heals, Asper could go down, but unfortunately, Northern Gaming Red completely prevented that from happening. Really well played, just locking Inviolable and Avengeling down so that Cubsy had the time to recover.
Yeah, it gave him just the time that he needed to top Asper back off, and Asper now, he's going to be looking to just murder somebody in about 20 seconds. His Celestial Alignment will be up. That's the icon that kind of looks like a blue icon with a silhouette of a tree down there. About 13 seconds left on that cooldown for Asper. Once that's up, we're going to see some serious damage start happening. Eventually getting put into this Cyclone, just sort of trying to set up at this point is really all they're looking for. Now, with that Celestial Alignment just now becoming available for Asper, I feel like we're going to see them starting to push in here very soon. Here's Asper now moving in. He's going to maybe go around the other side. No, he's just going to charge right directly in here and start looking for a target. There's the Deep Freeze onto Joxy, the stun onto Inviolable. They follow it up with a full Polymorph onto Joxy. Inviolable has Blessing of Protection up, but it's not going to stop the Celestial Alignment from Asper. That's so much damage that he's still taking, down to 20% health. He pops out the Deterrence finally. That is only his first Deterrence of the game. He has one more available that he'll still be able to use, and 2 Rets actually held on to a ton of their defensive cooldowns through that.
Yeah, that was a really good reaction to Asper's assault, and I'm surprised to see them play so defensively right now. They deflected that attack perfectly, and I would have expected an immediate response, but instead, playing it safe, staying very far back. Something that's interesting enough is that Northern Gaming Red have been killing Inviolable's poor little scorpion pet over and over. He's been forced to revive it constantly, so Northern Gaming Red are kind of pestering Inviolable so much. He needs to keep a cool head if he wants to claim victory here. It looks like Northern Gaming Red are trying to make a push, but they do get clotheslined as they're coming in. Now a bit of pressure over onto Asper. He's in full retreat. He's trying to get away and get out of line of sight, but this could just be the end of the game. Cubsy is not responding. He's relying on that Save by the Light Shield to keep Asper alive. They keep chaining the CC together. Asper dipping dangerously low, but Cubsy calculating the damage. He was able to sit through all of that CC without bubbling, and now casting freely huge heals with his Avenging Wrath up.
Yeah, that's the mark of a great healer. He knew that Asper was going to be able to stay alive with everything that was available at that point. He knew that he could hang on to that Divine Shield, and that's a 5-minute cooldown for a Holy Paladin. That's pretty long. Evangeline, unfortunately for him, had to use his Divine Shield there for just a second. He took a big chunk of damage. It is a much shorter cooldown for him, but it's still a major one, and so that leaves him very, very vulnerable. Now Cubsy using his Divine Shield, now that he has it available, he's able to use that to keep Asper alive through that just sudden surge of damage coming out from 2 Rets. But it feels like Northern Gaming Red, they're kind of finding their feet here.
You know what I want to see happen from 2 Rets? Next setup, do the same thing. Go after Asper, look to get Cubsy's Trinket. As soon as Cubsy has used his Trinket, the next Hodge eventually just goes full ham, pops Avenging Wrath, and goes after Cubsy in a swap. I really want to see that happen. So this next attack from 2 Rets, they're committing it to Asper. This is exactly what they need to do. They need to get that sacrifice off Asper. They do manage to purge it off. Good awareness from Joxy. They get the trap. This is where they need Cubsy to Trinket. They're really hoping for him to Trinket this trap, but they don't get it. Asper in a good defensive position to allow Cubsy to sit that trap. Now there's no opportunity to swap to Cubsy later on. They will be able to commit to Asper, though, getting that bark skin in the next 30 seconds. Eventually, it's going to be looking to make a big play.
Yeah, they're just going to be setting up here again, just looking for that opportunity. As soon as that Avenging Wrath is available for Evangeline, shortly thereafter, Inviolable will have his Crows available, his Murder of Crows ability. They're going to have tons of on-demand burst at that point and just be looking for an opportunity to murder somebody. That said, Asber's Celestial Alignment's coming up in 13 seconds. He's already moving in here. He's got the Solar Beam down. He's looking for an opportunity to start setting up for this. Maybe going in a little bit too early. Now the Avenging Wrath is available for Evangeline. Is he going to go ahead and use it, or are they just going to worry too much about trying to, or worry, I shouldn't say too much because it's probably a good idea, worry about backing off here for just a second and healing up, and it looks like that is going to be their choice. They're going to back off.
They did it. They got Cubsy's Trinket without Evangeline using his major cooldown for damage.
Nice.
Now he has no bubble, he has no Trinket. Perfect time to attack. But you also have to look at Asber. What cooldown just came up for him? We've been talking about it a lot. His Celestial Alignment. So the ultimate for Evangeline, the ultimate for Asber, both available. These guys are going to be the playmakers for this next attack. And I think whoever pulls the trigger first might just take victory here. Joxy has everything available to deflect it. So two Rets, they need to stay alive, but they've got 26 seconds before Cubsy's bubble comes up. And if that bubble comes up, they lose their opportunity.
Yeah, it's really is just sort of hinging on Cubsy's bubble at this point. They need to move in quickly if they're going to make anything happen, but it looks like it's actually going to be Northern Gaming that's going to move in here. Asber coming in. He has not yet used his Celestial Alignment. The Murder of Crows is coming out from Inviolable. They're trying to put some damage into Asber. No Avenging Wrath yet from Evangeline, so it's really just that Murder of Crows ability that's been used so far, but Asber's still taking giant chunks of damage. There's the now Avenging Wrath coming out from Evangeline. He's trying to put as much damage into Asber as possible. Asber's just running around as a bear at the moment, just trying to stay alive. Now turning it back around. He's going to go for that Cyclone. Lands the Cyclone onto Evangeline, and any moment now we're going to see that Celestial Alignment. There it is, the Celestial Alignment coming out. He knows that he can start trying to punish two Rets. He's just pumping damage into Evangeline right now. There's a Deep Freeze onto Joxy that's going to force Evangeline to use his Divine Shield. And what's two Rets do in this situation? Do they just stay aggressive, or do they back off again?
They're trying to find an opportunity on Asber, but Asber is basically all the way on the other side of the map. There's no way they can catch up. So Asber had good awareness to that setup. And two Rets, they're playing a very good standard matchup of just rinse, repeat, CC on healer, damage on Asber. Very good, solid standard game. But when you're at a composition disadvantage, you need to have some surprise. They lost their opportunity to surprise them earlier, and now Northern Gaming have a lot of cooldowns to deflect any attacks. We see Asber using his Barkskin. This will reduce a lot of pressure. Now Northern Gaming Red are trying to launch an attack. I'm a little bit uncertain who they're trying to go after. I guess Evangeline's making it kind of hard by sitting on these boxes, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anything done. And Northern Gaming Red, they see that. They're just going to pull back, build up some damage, develop some more burst for the next attack.
Yeah, two Ret's actually doing a great job of just recognizing when, okay, we're not going to win right now, and if we push in, we're going to lose. So we need to back off. We need to heal up. It may not be the most opportune time for us to back off. Like they obviously they want to stay aggressive and they want to be pulling cooldowns out of Cubsy, but if they push in, they would lose. So it makes the most sense overall for them to back off and say, all right, we missed this opportunity. We've got to wait for another one a little bit later on. Evangeline just coming down here, just going to tickle Samayam a little bit with his sword, which is not a great implement for tickling. It tends to leave lots of cuts and bruises, and I wouldn't recommend it. Asber taking big chunks of damage, and Viable suddenly getting swapped to taking a big chunk as well. He does have deterrences available, both of them, and he may have to use one right here. In fact, there it is. The deterrence comes out. Joxy's going to be able to start pumping out a couple of heals there, and Viable doing a great job locating his healer and getting over to him in a hurry as soon as that big chunk of damage starts happening. Joxy did use his Ascendance in there as well, but still has his Trinket available and both Spirit Links, so two Rets should feel fairly comfortable right now, but that can change in a hurry. Asber, though, taking big chunks of damage and could be in some trouble. He's just going to go ahead and Displacer Beast out of there, and actually gets the bubble and a bop out from Cubsy. The bop is still active on Asber, which is going to lower a lot of that damage coming from two Rets, but that's a lot of important cooldowns pulled out of Cubsy.
Two Rets are in such a good position. As long as they keep this up, they're looking good to win the match. They've gotten Asber's Barkskin. They've gotten Bubble out from Cubsy. The next stun could be the end of the game. It looks like Northern Gaming Red are going to lead the attack, though. And Viable actually not going to be the target for now. They're actually going after Evangeline. I think this might be a tad bit of a mistake from Northern Gaming Red. They don't get any cooldowns, and now they are under fire by two Rets. The Ret Dream is trying to stay alive. Asber on the run. He doesn't want to make that a reality. Cubsy deciding to sit through this trap. This could be a critical mistake. He barely trinkets at the last second to connect the heal, but it's not enough. Asber gets knocked down out of line of sight. desperately trying to stay alive with the Shadow Melt Cyclone. Actually onto Joxy. What a crazy play from Asper. Despite being so low on HP, he actually continues going for aggressive CC, but the final trap has been landed, and 2rets finally weather the storm and claim victory on map number 2, now tying the series 1-1.
And 2rets really needed to close that out right then when they did, because Joxy no longer had his trinket. He did still have Spirit Links, but he didn't have his trinket, and Northern Gaming had been doing a really good job of CCing Joxy. That, coupled with the fact that Asper's Celestial Alignment had just come back up, meant that 2rets was about to have to deal with another big, scary burst from Northern Gaming Red. So it was really, really important for them to secure that kill there, and that's exactly what they did.
You know, despite Inviolable being under so much pressure, he actually kept up with Asper on the damage meter.
Yeah.
Which was pretty surprising. Usually the person that's being attacked ends up being the lowest damage, but both Asper and Inviolable definitely showing their skill and their class under pressure, still able to output the maximum amount of damage. That was just a really well-played standard match. They didn't really throw any surprises, any curveballs, but they just kept to the strategy, start to finish, wore them down, and took victory that way. So if they can play like that 2 more games in a row, they could take this series.
Yeah, I actually felt like Northern Gaming could maybe, and it's probably just difficult because of that map, because there's so many places for the Hunter to run and hide, but I kind of felt like maybe Northern Gaming could have put a little bit more pressure into Inviolable. They seem to be focusing on Evangeline for a good chunk of that. Obviously, they were switching back and forth fairly regularly, but I felt like they could have maybe focused on Inviolable a little bit more and just looked for opportunities to swap to Evangeline, like a quick swap, force out his bubble, go back to Inviolable, quick swap a little bit later, kill Evangeline. I felt like maybe they could be focusing a little bit more aggression towards Inviolable, but then again, on that map, it is a little bit more difficult to do.
Well, with the way that balanced druids work is usually right at the start of the match, that's when every single one of their buffs lines up. That's their maximum potential for damage, which is why that opening attack is so strong. And as long as 2rets know that and they're prepared for that first attack from Asper, the damage starts to get less coordinated. Like, you can't always have every buff available later in the match, making sure that you're also like rebuffing your arcane intellect to make sure that your intellect's maxed. Like, eventually some stuff isn't perfectly lined up, and then the setups become way less lethal moving on in the match. So I think 2rets played that map very well. They didn't throw any curveballs I was kind of hoping for, because it's always nice to see like a surprise swap, but that was definitely a really well played standard match. And Northern Gaming Red now need to react, and it looks like they are going to be reacting with a composition change. Northern Gaming Red are actually going to be playing Affliction Lock, Elemental Shaman, Resto Druid.
So they're going for the old school LSD comp, like the old like Mists of Pandaria style Lock Shaman Druid, and they are going to Tolveron Arena as well, which is that's where Locks and Shamans live. I think is Tolveron. It's just because it's so widespread out. You have so many opportunities to run out of line of sight, heal yourself back up. The Warlock can portal to the other side of pillars and just generally kite forever. It's a great map for this composition, so it makes perfect sense for Northern Gaming Red to respond the way that they're doing this.
Basically, any spec of Paladin hates seeing a Warlock. It just doesn't matter. Like, if you got the option to have a Warlock on your team, you definitely want to take that option when you're fighting against a Paladin. So Northern Gaming Red, they won the first match, which means that they can always switch composition when they want to try and get an advantage. So they're doing that here. But although, once again, Asper is going to be playing an alt. Elemental Shaman isn't his home base class. Boomkin definitely his home base class. And then Chan I Am, playing off channels a little bit. That's Sam I Am on Warlock. And again, that's his alt class. These aren't their main classes. So they're relying on a comp advantage over a conditional confidence advantage. So 2rets, if they're 100% in this matchup, if they've got a game plan to take NG Red down and they're not ready for it, they might be able to overcome the composition disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely. It's absolutely possible. I do feel like the composition advantage for the Lock Shaman team versus the Cupid Cleave is pretty strong on this map, but we'll have to see. We'll find out here very, very shortly if 2rets is able to deal with this. They're already just moving in here and going crazy onto Asper on that Elemental Shaman. He's taking big chunks of damage, but as of yet, no really major cooldowns used. The Iron Bark does come out from Cubsy, but that's only a 1-minute cooldown, so that's not that big of a deal. And now Northern Gaming is starting to turn this back around. They are going after Inviolable. Inviolable is just going to go ahead, run over here behind this pillar, using the advantage of the map against his opponents and actually getting away.
They actually baited a cooldown out from Cubsy there. Eventually was kind of just whacking everybody, trying to bait cooldowns, and he did get one out from Cubsy. So really nice move from Eventually. That's going to open up an opportunity maybe later to swap to Cubsy. Definitely seems like they're pressuring him the most, and The only thing, though, is if it's predictable, Cubsy will know it's coming. So, and right now he's in a good position to deflect it, just line of sighting. But he is away from his team. He gets stunned out of bear form, and despite predicting this swap, he's still in an immense amount of trouble. He gets stunned on his blink. Cubsy in a lot of trouble. Uses an inviolable at the same time. Just gets collapsed on. You don't even see it coming. 2 rets there. I think it was a bit of a throw. They just needed to respond to the damage. I guess it doesn't matter what class Asper is playing. He's just going to burst you and tear you apart.
Yeah.
But that definitely wasn't something that I even saw coming. So 2 rets, unfortunately, going to be getting caught off guard. I thought they found a good opportunity, but I guess it was a better one for Asper.
Yeah, like I almost wonder if they just got tunnel vision a little bit too much there, and they were like, no, we're gonna kill him. We're gonna kill him. Look, he's stunned out of form. We're gonna kill him right. Wait, why are you dead? Like that sort of thing just happened. Hopefully, maybe we can get a replay of that so we can take another look at it and see exactly what happened at the end there. Because yeah, I was looking at Asper's health bar because I was like, this is the important thing right now because Asper's taking so much damage, and then I just glance over and
Viable's dead.
The hunter's dead.
I think that was definitely maybe a bit of a tunnel vision issue, or maybe Asper just got really lucky. So elemental shamans are more of like a slot machine class. You try and maintain flame shocks on 3 people, so that's a damage over time. That will then give you instant cast lava burst. And if the more flame shocks you have, the more chance you have at instant lava burst. So like I say, it's a slot machine. I think Asper just lined up 777. Lava burst, lava burst, lava burst. Goodbye, Inviable. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
and
jackpot.
Now it goes to the composition favor of 2 rets. They have Jungle Cleave. That composition really good into Lock Shaman Druid. So if Northern Gaming Red decide to lock in this composition that they just played again, I really expect 2 rets to be kind of ditching the ret for a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, you'll have your time later. We need you for RMD, but we don't need you right now. So we'll get our Feral Druid friend in instead and play Jungle Cleave. And I think playing Jungle Cleave that they will be able to take victory and bring it back 2-2.
Yeah, especially because now it is their map choice, so they're going to be able. I'm betting we're almost certainly going to see Ruins of Lordaeron at this point. It just kind of seems like the obvious choice, especially if they do go with that Jungle Cleave. It's possible they could switch it up and go to like a Tiger's Peak, or maybe Blade's Edge.
They have to pick Blades.
You think so?
Yep, they have to pick Blades because they want to make sure that isn't the last map. Because then they will not be able to deal with the LSD, I don't think, as Ret Hunter. It would be like impossible. They definitely want. Okay, I guess they just want the safe one. They want the Tiger's Peak, which is a neutral map, much like Nagran. But I feel like if we go to Game 5 on Blades and Northern Gaming get LSD, that is not good because they'll have to play Ret Hunter.
Yeah.
Whereas right now, they don't have to. They can decide. Oh no, Jungle Cleave.
Yeah. That said, if they were to pick Blades right now, they would still have to play against Lock Shaman, almost certainly.
Yeah, but as jungle, I think they can still win. Whereas in the next match, if they don't pick it now, they won't have the option of playing jungle. They'll have to declare their comp first. And
well, they declare the comp after they find out the map, so they could theoretically switch, but then it would give Northern Gaming Red the opportunity
play the Mage Moonkin.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's kind of a hard decision for either team, and you can tell that they're taking their time to think about it.
Yeah.
This is match point, I believe, now for Northern Gaming Reds. So one more win. We got a double Northern Gaming qualifying round here in the initial cup, so that's pretty exciting. I think Soda Poppin's probably smiling.
Yeah, he's probably pretty okay with that. He's probably got his full like Soda W going on right now.
I have to say I'm super impressed with Northern Gaming Black. I think that was kind of one of the underdog teams that everyone was like, yeah, they're solid, they're really good, but probably maybe not making it through on this first cup. The fact that they made it through and they blew it out of the water at the start is really cool for them, and I'm kind of happy for them. They were able to practice that, even though they don't have a lot of the big names in their team. They still accomplished a lot here today, and now it's up to these teams to decide who is going to be accomplishing it. It looks like Northern Gaming Red have actually locked in the Boomkin Mage Holy Paladin team again that they played in the first 2 rounds, which means that 2 Rets are probably going to have to play the Ret Hunter again. I don't think that Jungle Cleave wants to go up against this specific matchup. And I guess on Tiger's Peak, they can play that similar standard style. Just run in with the Hodge, trap on the healer. Okay, we got a cooldown, time to piece it. We're getting out of here, and come back again 30 seconds later. And I think they can accomplish that strategy on Tiger's Peak. So I think that 2 Rets will be able to take this tie at 2-2. But that Game 5, man, I feel like Northern Gaming Red are just going to take it. So we'll have to wait and see. I've been proven wrong before. Maybe I will be proven wrong again here. We are jumping into Tiger's Peak here shortly.
Yep.
And this is Game 4 between 2 Rets and Northern Gaming Red. Very excited to see if Evangeline can keep his Ret Paladin dream alive.
Yeah, the Ret Dream, it's been doing well thus far. Obviously, they did beat Northern Gaming Red earlier on in the qualifiers, but maybe that's just a matter of Northern Gaming has now had an opportunity to, okay, now we understand this team. Now we're able to figure out the way to beat them a little bit better, because obviously they did lose 2 matches in that set. 2 Rets did. So now we're going to see if Northern Gaming Red has what it takes to close this series out. If they win this game, they will move on to the winners finals, and onto the grand finals, and they will have qualified for regionals later this year. 2 Rets, they've got to win 2 games in a row if they want that same result. So definitely Northern Gaming, they're kind of got the upper hand here, but we will see. The game is just about to start here. In about 5 seconds, these gates are going to be opening, and we will find out whether Northern Gaming Red can close this out or if 2 Rets can stage a comeback.
Yeah, both of these teams have huge burst potential at the start of the match. Evangeline and Asber can both just blow anyone out of the water. It looks like Asber is leading the charge right now, and he's been aggressive in all of these games. And let's see if 2 Rets can punish this aggression. Evangeline is caught into a stun as Asber is moving in. I think they're going to be going after Inviable here shortly. He needs to be ready for it. Disengages out of line of sight. He needs to start running right now, put his Nikes on, and start sprinting around. He's doing a good job avoiding damage so far. Really well done by Inviable to read this attack.
Yeah, he actually did a great job there. He managed to get just directly out of line of sight from Asber, and although this map is relatively similar to Nagrand Arena in its overall shape, with a couple exceptions, that pillar is much larger, so it's actually a lot more difficult for Asber in that situation to get around there. So Northern Gaming has sort of responded by just backing off for a second. Most importantly, Asber never used his Celestial Alignment in that opener. As soon as that disengage happened, he said, all right, just hold on, I'll just wait, and he'll use it in a minute. We do now have them moving in here. They've already put huge chunks of damage into Inviable. This is without any cooldowns coming out from Asber whatsoever. He did actually use his Trinket just there, but he has not yet used his Celestial Alignment, so he's just trying to force as much as they can out of 2 Rets at this point, trying to get any defensives out that they can, and they really haven't been super successful. They did put a big chunk of damage into Inviable, but that doesn't mean anything if they can't force out the cooldowns. And so at this point, 2 Rets, they're dealing with this initial sort of tease pretty well. In fact, they've actually managed to pull 2 Trinkets out from Northern Gaming Red.
I can't believe how bold Asber plays. Like, he's in the center of the map, 2 players attacking him, now finally blinking back defensively to try and eat the trap out from Inviable. Inviable he actually launched the trap. I believe it was eaten by a Trent. No, Samayam does eventually run into it. So good play from NG Red to see that trap was coming, stack up on their healer and prevent it from happening. We see Joxy caught into a stun. They're trying to follow that up with some CC. They do manage to secure a Frostjaw silence. They need to follow that up with more crowd control. They don't get it. Asber sees that they can't get it, and he clones Inviable instead. And that Cyclone will prevent any healing from coming into Inviable. Eventually choosing to bop Joxy out of that bash. Unfortunately, followed up with a full sheep. So that bop was basically wasted, and Viable still in a lot of trouble. He's forced into that deterrence to answer Asber's Celestial Alignment, and that is going to be rolling maybe for a couple more seconds. If they can catch up to Inviable, they might be able to take him down. He's down to 40% HP. Cubsy even tossing out some damage. Inviable's pet went down. He's trying to res that as well. Joxy caught into a root beam. Somebody needs to get him out of that silence right now, but Inviable 1% HP, barely surviving. What a close call for 2 Rets. They've got to be having a heart attack right now. Their tournament life is on the line right now. They got to keep a level head. They've got to figure out a strategy to get this game going for themselves, because at this point it is looking hopeless.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, but Asber is once again running that glyph of Celestial Alignment, which basically means that instead of having a set time limit on it, it lasts a minute, which is a long time. It means that he will no matter what, he will get 8 spell casts out of it. And so what we saw him do in the middle of that, as soon as he saw that Inviable was able to pull back, as soon as that deterrence went out, he just stopped casting for a second, just held back, and that allowed him to put a big chunk of damage into Inviable as soon as that deterrence wore off, which pulled out the second deterrence and that Spirit Link as well. So great choice by Asber. That glyph is really doing work for him. Of course, as I say that, he's now over here just having to run away, trying to get some Cyclones out just to limit the damage he's taking. Cubsy caught into a full trap, does have his Trinket available, but it looks like he's going to be able to hold on to it. Asber doing a good job with those Cyclones, just making sure to prevent as much damage as possible. Now with that Fist of Justice, Cubsy's going to follow up with the Divine Shield, and that's a good choice because there's just so much pressure now coming out from 2 Rets. However, as soon as I say that, both of their cooldowns just came up, Inviolable with his Murder of Crows, and Evangeline with his Avenging Wrath. So we could see a big swing of damage coming out from 2 Rets here very soon.
Joxy for 2 Rets is going to be the playmaker on the next attack from Northern Gaming. He needs to be ready to get his Spirit Link down to save Inviolable, because Inviolable doesn't have anything left to keep the match going. So now with this full polymorph, Northern Gaming Red, they want to pull the trigger. They're not able to do it. They actually break the polymorph. So a huge misplay from Northern Gaming, and now 2 Reds can reverse the pressure, bringing all of their cooldowns out onto Asper. Cubsy responding with all of his cooldowns as well. This should be an even tie as Northern Gaming decide to just control the entire battlefield. Evangeline cloned, Inviolable polyed, and now they're kind of forced to run away. Inviolable caught into a bash, and this is where Joxy needs to make the play. Evangeline actually decides to be the playmaker. He's going to bubble out of that CC, but I don't think his off healing will be enough, and I feel like his bubble was wasted. Joxy was forced to trinket anyway, and now with Evangeline's bubble down and Joxy's trinkets down, it's looking even more hopeless. I have no idea how 2 Reds are going to pull this off.
Yeah, they're gonna need a miracle at this point. Inviolable sitting at half health. He does not have a deterrence. There are no Spirit Links available from Joxy. He needs to find a way to stay alive and just keep out of line of sight. He's trying to keep up as much pressure as he can right now, but it's really, really super dangerous for him to be poking out here like this. He's putting a good chunk of damage into Asper right now, along with Evangeline, but now Evangeline has to pull back and in fact get cycloned. So now that's going to trigger Asper to start moving in here. He's got his Celestial Alignment available. He's ready to just put a giant chunk of damage into Inviolable and just finish him off. He does have deterrence available, and Spirit Link will be coming up for Joxy in 8 seconds. So if Asper can make a move here in the next couple of seconds, he might have an opportunity, but it looks like 2 Reds actually may have been able to just hang on. There's the Celestial Alignment now coming out, but with that deterrence and Spirit Link totem available for 2 Rets, I feel like he may have missed his opportunity there.
I think Asper just threw an opportunity to win the game. I don't know if it's going to cost him the game, but that Celestial Alignment did not accomplish anything, and Cubsy even used Bop to keep Asper aggressive, and they got nothing. So Cubsy's just down a cooldown. If Evangeline and Inviolable can connect onto Asper with this next Avenging Wrath in 14 seconds, they might find a window of opportunity to claim victory. And it looks like they're kind of reluctant. They're always on defense. 2 Reds are just not able to find an opportunity to leave the pillar. If they do, Asper will literally evaporate their bodies.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're obviously not something you generally want to have happen to yourself. Turns out having your body evaporated, probably fairly painful, not something I would really recommend. But yeah, we're going to be looking for Evangeline and Inviolable to be pushing in here relatively soon. Now that they know that Asper's Celestial Alignment is no longer available, they're actually mounting up, at least Evangeline was, looking for an opportunity. It's actually Asper that's going to be pushing in. Once again, coming in here, using that Solar Beam to try and put out some pressure and put out the Solar Beam. As long as you're standing in it, you can't cast. So if he can land the Solar Beam and the roots at the same time, it's really bad for Joxy, but actually Asper taking a ton of damage. Cubsy forced to use his Divine Shield there just to be able to force, to be able to avoid all the CC and put out more healing.
2 Reds have created a win condition. They got Barskin out of the way, and they got Bubble out of the way on Cubsy. If they can get Cubsy's Trinket on this next setup, I think they could just end the game. Evangeline's been very patient with his cooldowns. He's held onto them for a long time, and as long as they can stay alive to that moment of opportunity, they might be able to claim victory. This might be it. Evangeline's pulling the trigger. Cubsy sees it coming. He trinkets out. He needs to get some hard-casted heals. Somebody needs to interrupt Cubsy. Someone needs to be on top of him, interrupting him. He's just faking all the interrupts. Cubsy, the fake god, will keep Asper alive, and that window of opportunity has now been lost for the 2 Reds team.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised that Evangeline used his cooldowns that early, because there was only about 15 seconds left on Inviolable's Murder of Crows when he actually used that. And what happened was Inviolable was just caught the entire time. Evangeline dips super low, has to use his Divine Shield as he gets caught into that Solar Beam. And Inviolable still taking tons and tons and tons of damage, getting super low, actually has to use his deterrence. He will have another one available in about 12 seconds, but is that enough time? He's getting super low. Joxy just getting constantly CC, just barely manages to get that Spirit Link out before that Cyclone landed on him, and it was able to heal up Inviolable with that, but they're running on fumes at this point. The deterrence has now come up for Inviolable, so he has that available. Evangeline's taking tons of damage, Joxy's taking tons of damage, Inviolable's taking tons of damage, and Asper has got a Celestial Alignment in 2 seconds.
This is not looking good for 2 Rets right now. They're trying to set up a kill here onto Asper. If they do not kill him here and now, it is not looking good as Asper decides to counter pressure, and boom, that's just going to be it. You run into the face of a balanced druid like Asper, and like I said, you are going to evaporate, and that is just what happened to Evangeline. So Northern Gaming Red, they are the second team to advance to the North American Regionals, defeating 2 Rets 3-1.
Yeah, so congratulations to Northern Gaming as a whole. They've had a pretty good showing here today, I would say. Of course, both Northern Gaming Red excuse me, and Northern Gaming Black have now moved on to the grand finals. It's going to be a Northern Gaming finals. Of course, both teams have now qualified, but there is still a matter of some funding to take care of. A little matter of a change of currency.
$1,800, I think it is.
Yeah, exactly. So the second place team walks away with $1,200. The first place team walks away with $3,000. So that's about an $1,800 difference, like you said. So there's still a big chunk of change on the line for either of these teams.
Yeah, I definitely think that they are going to be battling it out to their heart's content here in the grand finals. They have now both qualified, so they've got that relief. It's like,
and that means that they've got a shot at the $100,000 at regionals later this year as well. So
the prize pool increase of this year is like amazing. I think a lot of the players are going to appreciate that. But before we get into the grand finals of today, we are going to take one final commercial break. Thank you, guys.
My son. A terrible darkness has returned to our world. As before, it seeks to annihilate everything that we hold dear. I go to face it, knowing I may not return. All my life I have lived by the sword. I've seen kingdoms burn and watched brave heroes die in vain. It's been difficult for me to trust after losing so much. But from you, I have learned patience, tolerance, and faith. Open fire! Anduin, I now believe, as you do, that peace is the noblest aspiration. But to preserve it, you must be willing to fight.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American qualifiers. We are just getting ready for the grand finals. My name is Josh Allen, aka Lore. Joining here at the desk, Elliot Venzel, aka Venruki, and Sid Compton, aka Supatees. We got some sort of amazing casting sandwich going on right now, and we got a grand finals for a grand prize of $3,000.
Who wouldn't want Venruki in the middle of a sandwich?
It's like bacon.
Well, I'm happy to be in the middle. This conversation is getting weird.
This is getting a little bit too far.
So these next two teams.
Yeah, so we actually, we will have a finals bracket to take a look at here in just a second. And there it is, grand finals between Northern Gaming Black and Northern Gaming Red. Northern Gaming having a great showing, like we were saying. Soda Poppin must be so proud. All those little boys are all grown up, fighting the grand finals here to take home that prize money. So. And a lot of great series and two Reds. I almost feel a little bit bad for two Reds. Like it's kind of like you had to beat through Big Brother and then found Little Brother just like waiting behind, ready to clock you over the head with a chair.
The nice thing I think about this match is that I think for a lot of the general population, they would say that NG Red is the first team, and NG Black is kind of the second team. So this is an opportunity for NG Black to say, you know what, we're not the second team. We're going to beat the first team to prove it, and this is their opportunity.
There actually usually is big rivalries between two teams like this on the same organization. I know back when I played on Complexity, we were Complexity Red and we had Complexity Black. And I mean, you would think we'd be friends, but we actually weren't. Like, we were very competitive against each other. We wanted to beat each other, and it could be the same situation here.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, Northern Gaming Red, that is Roasty, Sam I Am, Cubsy, and Asper are the players on that team. And then for Northern Gaming Black, that's Rub Cub, Wealthy Man, Jax on the Rogue, and CMG on the Shadow Priest. We've seen great play coming out of both of these teams throughout this entire tournament. Obviously, given the fact that they're both now in the grand finals here, I'm just looking forward to seeing how this grand finals is going to go. This is going to be a best of 7. And most importantly, on top of that, we could be in for a long haul here, because if Northern Gaming Black loses, because they're the ones coming through the winner bracket, if they lose, then we have to play a second series, because every team has to have the opportunity to lose at least once. So we could end up with 2 best of 7s coming out of this. We could have a lot of games. Fortunately, with the compositions that these guys play, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many super deep dampening games, fingers crossed.
I don't know about that. I mean, with these teams like being kind of sister teams, they're going to expect things. So Northern Gaming Black, they have the Mage, the Shadow Priest, the Holy Paladin. That does really well against a lot of the compositions that Northern Gaming Red has. So if Northern Gaming Red expects that, they should play Lock Shaman Druid. And then if they play Lock Shaman Druid, that's probably going to be a long game.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, more Warcraft isn't necessarily the worst thing.
Yeah, well, we saw earlier on in the tournament today, Northern Gaming Black actually using that Arcane Mage, Assassination Rogue, Holy Paladin. They used that against Temple Storm, I believe, and they actually ended up doing a really good job against both LSD and against the RMD. And those are the two compositions that we've kind of seen out of Northern Gaming Red in this tournament. And of course, they do have that Moonkin Mage Paladin as well to fall back on if they need to.
Yep. We do have comps locked in for this first map. Of course, the first map is always going to be in a Grand Arena, but Northern Gaming Black is going to be playing Assassination Rogue, Arcane Mage, Holy Paladin. I believe we saw them play that. No, wait, that was Tempo Storm we saw play that earlier. I don't think we've seen them play this exact composition just yet. And then Northern Gaming Red is going to be playing that Affliction Warlock, Elemental Shaman, and Resto Druid that you mentioned a second ago, Sid. So we're going to see Lock Shaman versus a sort of RMD variation.
I think this is a read on a read. Northern Gaming Red expected God Comp, and Northern Gaming Black expected them to expect God Comp. So they played Rogue, Assassination, Holy Paladin, which can do well, I feel, against Lock Shaman Druid. So in this matchup, it's going to be very quick. The Holy Paladin, Rub Cub, he's going to be running on Steam very quickly, so he's going to be very aggressive, all in, trying to make sure that they land the CC onto Cubsy and chain it together well enough that they can get a kill. I'm wondering who they're going to go on exactly. If it's the Elemental Shaman or the Warlock, it's really kind of up to them strategically. Shaman might be the safest, as they can lock him down a little bit more easily. He can't escape with a portal. He's just stuck in one spot. As a Shaman, you don't really have a lot of mobility, so kind of expect a lot of pressure on Asper, and Rub Cub definitely is going to have to be a playmaker for his team.
One of the things we haven't talked about too much about Arcane Mage specifically is they actually have an advantage over Frost in some some particular ways. I mean, they have presence of mind, so they're going to be able to get out that instant crowd control, as well as spell steal. Spell steal for arcane mages costs way less mana. It's one of the specializations of the spec, and he's going to be able to remove all of Cubsy's hots. So anytime he wants to go aggressive, he can just spell steal off those hots, and that's one of the big offensive things that arcane mages have, is they can actually just remove healing from Resto Druids.
Yeah, definitely. So we will be getting to this match. It's going to start in about 30 seconds here. As we can see here, just waiting around in the starting room. On your left, we've got Northern Gaming Red. That is Sam I Am, playing a little play on Chanimals there with the name Chan I Am, but that is Sam I Am. We've got Asper on the Elemental Shaman, and we've got Cubsy on that Restoration Druid. Over on the right for Northern Gaming Black, we've got Jax on the Rogue, we've got Wealthy Man on the Frost Mage, and Arcane Mage, and we have Rub Cubs on the Holy Paladin.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting series. Two sister teams. Let's see how well Northern Gaming Black can lead off in this. They need a dominating win, I think, if they want to take this overall. Sap early on over onto Asper, just going to be shutting him down from any potential flame shocks. Rubcub actually getting bashed by Cubsy, and that's going to stall out the initial crowd control of Northern Gaming Black for quite some time. Rubcub getting in there, getting dirty, connecting that stun onto Cubsy. Wealthy Man looking to follow that up. Good follow-up with that full polymorph. They're just unloading all of their cooldowns onto Sam I Am, the Warlock, and really not getting too much pressure just yet. It looks like they're actually cleaving Asper down as well. This is an insane amount of damage coming out from Northern Gaming Black, but it really wasn't coordinated well.
Yeah, Cubsy is going to be using that Heart of the Wild to increase his healing. He's going to be able to easily top off Chanimals as well as Asper. So, but that being said, I mean, Cubsy did use his Trinket there, so Northern Gaming Black already forcing some defensive cooldowns out of Northern Gaming Red. Jax as well as Rubcub taking a little bit of pressure at the moment. Rubcub dipping a little bit low. Saber the Light actually not proccing on him. It's just a shield from his heals. Jax as well taking a little bit of damage. They're just waiting until they have another setup so they can keep the pressure on the Northern Gaming Red.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job so far, but we'll have to see how it continues to work for him. Rubcub's now caught into that bash, but nothing really follows up on that. Jax took a little bit of damage, but was able to get away, hide a little bit, and now it looks like they're just kind of trying to back off at the moment. But Asper and Sam I Am are just having nothing to do with that. They are just over here doing as much damage as possible. I'd like to see Sam I Am getting a little bit more out in the way of damage over time effects. He's only got dots on Jax and Rubcubs at the moment, and you can see how much that damage that's doing to Jax and Rubcubs, but he could be doing that to Wealthy Man as well. Go ahead.
I think they're purposely not doing that on Wealthy Man. They're trying to focus crowd control. Asper looking for a Hex. And now because there are no dots, Wealthy Man had to Trinket out of that Hex. And I think leaving him as a CC target is very important for Northern Gaming Red, because Wealthy Man would be doing crazy pressure if they don't lock him down enough. We can see a stun out from Chan I Am, Sam I Am. He's even confusing me now with his name. We see actually an attack out from Northern Gaming Black. They've got CC, but Chanimals is actually running with an Imp pet. So with that Imp pet, he can cleanse magic effects off of his healer, like the stun that Rubcub has, like polymorphs that Wealthy Man has, and I think that's a great choice from Sam I Am. He's going to be able to support Cubsy so much more because of it.
Yeah, Jax actually having his Vendetta come up right now, so he does have a small opportunity. Cubsy and Chanimals do not have the Trinket, so if they want to get aggressive, this would be a good time. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Actually, opening up on Asper, immediately Cubsy going to be getting that Ironbark up. He does have Trinket available if he needs it. I think he actually got Imp Dispelled there. Did he just get Imp Dispelled out of HUD? I think Chanimals is actually playing the Imp Dispel, so he's not going to have that spell lock, but he is going to be able to spell Cubsy out of crowd control effects. I think that's going to be huge. Rubcub's having to go into that bubble. A lot of pressure going out here from Northern Gaming Red onto Northern Gaming Black. Jax trying to get reconnect onto Asper. It looks like he's going to. A lot of damage coming in right now. Rubcub does have that Avenging Wrath up still. It looks like he's actually sitting down for a drink, so getting some mana back now, trying to play the long game, and he actually ended up getting around 20% mana there.
Yeah, and I've been watching Jax, and Jax just really hasn't been able to get as much done as he wants to. Every time he sort of pushes in here, like he's pushing in right now, this is what happens. He takes a big stun, and just so much pressure turns right back around onto him. Northern Gaming Red saying, all right, little bro, time to sit down.
I think that was a big mistake. Nobody really had cooldowns from Northern Gaming Black, and Jax was like, here I am! Yeah, you can kill me, here I am! And he kind of just walked into his own death. So Northern Gaming Red definitely dominating that first match. They're going to have to find a way to deal with Sam I Am running with that Imp pet to remove magic effects. And if they can't get around that, then they're never going to get enough pressure.
Yeah, they might have to consider swapping up their comp. I wonder if that makes Chanimals, dang name is so confusing. If that makes Sam I Am an actual better target. It's because he does have that Imp Dispel. If he's caught into stuns, he's not going to be able to get
Actually, the trick to that is that even though his pet is sacrificed, he can still dispel while stunned.
Oh, wow.
It's only silences that he can't. That's why in the beginning of the match, I think they committed the Vendetta and triple Garrote silenced him to prevent him from doing it, but then he just traded out his own cooldown. So you can actually dispel magic while you're stunned. I don't know if that's necessarily intended, but it's the way that it does function right now. So Sam I am definitely taking advantage of that, and now Northern Gaming Black have to find a way to deal with it. And I think the way that they should deal with it is pressure onto Cubsy.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't CC him, kill him.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to spell him out of Garrote and Cheap Shot, which is going to be the scariest part. And of course, then Sam I am not going to have that spell lock available to actually stop CC onto himself, which would be a big issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that does put Northern Gaming Red up 1-0 versus Northern Gaming Black. We do have a map choice as well. It's going to be Ruins of Lordaeron is the map that they're going to. I think that makes sense. It's going to be a little bit easier for Northern Gaming Black with that rogue to be able to stick on people a little bit better. There's not a ton of ways for the Shaman or the Warlock to get out of line of sight on that map. So I think it makes sense. It's just going to be a question now of, does Northern Gaming Red respond by just picking a different comp entirely?
I don't think so. Not on that map. It does seem like Northern Gaming Red have locked in the same composition: Affliction Lock, Elemental Shaman, Resto Druid, that wizard comp built around stalling the game.
Yeah.
They didn't need to stall at that time. Jax kind of just was like, hey, I'm here, you can kill me. But yeah, I think that is their best option overall. Northern Gaming Black have a lot of, well, Rubcup plays a Holy Paladin. That's his main healing class. I think he dabbles in some of the other ones, but they're definitely not as prestigious as his Holy Paladin. So they're trying to get that advantage with the Warlock pick. So bringing in Sam I am on Warlock, good counter to Rubcup on his Holy Paladin, smart answer for Northern Gaming Red. And unless Northern Gaming Black can surprise them, I'm starting to think that this might be a wash.
Yeah.
4-0.
It's going to be difficult. Like, I don't think they're going to be able to bust out the Shadow Priest comp.
No.
Just it doesn't work against LSD usually, so they're kind of stuck with this composition. They're going to have to make it work. And like you said, I think one of the best things they could probably do is just turn the aggression onto Cubsy, especially if Sam I am is using that Imp Dispel.
Yeah. So we will see. We will find out here very, very shortly. The match is queuing up right now, and the doors will be opening very soon. We do have Northern Gaming Black sticking with that composition of the Assassination Rogue, the Arcane Mage, and the Holy Paladin. They're just going to try it again, see if it works better this time, see if they can find an answer to the Lock Shaman composition from Northern Gaming Red.
Yeah, I just don't know if they have any other options, unless Rubcup can play a different healing class like a Shaman out by surprise. I think that it's going to be a bit of a struggle for them. So let's see if Northern Gaming Black can find any opportunities here on Runes of Lordaeron. This is definitely one of the best maps to kill a healer, so Cubsy could be swapped to. At the same time, it should also make him a little bit more aware of that swap.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Northern Gaming Black decides to open up this game. It's going to be the ball in their court. Jax pushing in right away. The sap onto Asper. Looks like maybe Chanimals will be the target of choice. Cubsy just sitting in that bear form right now. Knows that if he gets opened on, bear form is going to be ideal for him. Asper actually getting opened up onto Spellsteal after Spellsteal coming out from Wealthy Man right now. Asper completely clean. Cubsy actually caught into the blind. Decides to trinket that right away. Doesn't want to give Northern Gaming Black an opportunity to get aggressive. Uses that Heart of the Wild empowering thoughts. But now Cubsy actually getting swapped to, just like you said. Barkskin coming out down to 40% HP. Ironbark, Heart of the Wild, Barkskin up, still going down. 30% HP. So much damage is coming out of Northern Gaming Black right now, and he still isn't able to top himself.
Are you kidding me?
How is he gonna die?
Are you kidding me?
Dude, Rubcub actually, I want to see damage at the end of this game because I think Rubcub actually went ham. Like, he went berserk.
Yeah.
How did he die? He used every single cooldown. Look at the damage done.
Oh my God, Rubcub, man.
600.
Rubcub did more damage than
Jax. He went full ham mode.
I was starting to think like Northern Gaming Black, they got his trinket. That's a great opportunity later. I didn't expect them to do it right there.
Look at that.
The Rubcub was like, no, I'm done. This is it. We're going 1-1. I'm going to at least get a win.
Rubcub did more damage than either of the people on Northern Gaming Red.
Yeah.
Well then.
Oh my God.
So Holy Paladins do damage. That's what we've learned now.
I think in Legion they're going to do even more damage. They're changing over to two-handers. Rubcub is ready for Legion.
He is ready, man. He is ready. So yeah, Northern Gaming Black, they may have found that answer that they needed, which is just kill him.
Just don't care what you do, you're dead.
Yeah.
Sorry. You can try again, but you're dead this game.
Makes it so hard as a Resto Druid to heal, especially when they're relatively crit reliant, right? And they're just spam denounce on them. NS can't crit.
It's kind of one of those things where Resto Druids typically trinket blind. It's just like, this is a cooldown that matches up perfectly. I'm going to always do this. But in that situation, I don't know if he needed to. Yeah. There really wasn't anything happening. Nobody had any stuns, and he just trinketed it right away. Again, that is kind of the standard choice for a Resto Druid, but at the same time, that's what they were relying on. They were relying on him trinketing it like that and then swapping, and they were able to get a kill.
I think it's pretty safe to say that Cubsy's not going to trinket blind like that again. Like, almost no chance.
Yeah, we do actually have a replay of that to take another look at here. Watch how many times Rubcub uses Denounce. There's the Holy Shock, there's a Cleanse, there's another Holy Shock, and Denounce, and a Holy Shock. And he's dead. Well then.
Well, I wasn't even noticing doing damage, and then at the end of the game, I saw that his wings had almost expired, and I was like, well, he didn't really have to heal, so what was he doing with that wings?
Yeah.
And he ended up just out-damaging Jax by a good amount, too.
Yeah. So we do have a map choice now for Northern Gaming Red. That is going to be Tolveron, going for a much, much larger map. Now, the thing about this one here is we were talking about should Northern Gaming Black mix anything up. They went with the same composition. They decided they were just going to pop cooldowns for the Paladin and just kill them. I don't think it's going to work a second time. So I think that Northern Gaming Red, they're going to be watching for that, and they're going to be ready for it if it happens again. The other option that Northern Gaming Black has available to them is they could actually sub out the Rogue for a Shadow Priest and play Shattercleave.
Well, we actually have
Shadowflay.
We have a change, but it's not from Northern Gaming Black. Asper is going to be stepping back on the Balance Druid.
Oh, wow.
Home territory. I think this composition does pretty well either way against this Assassination Rogue Arcane Mage. They've got good cross CC for Rubcub and Jax and Wealthy Man, so I think this is a smart decision for NG Red moving into this match, and I think they're about to just clobber them, you know? Cubsy went down, but he's out for vengeance. He's now playing a healer that can just immune that all in. He's not going to let that happen again, so I think that's a smart choice. Definitely showing some diversity as well. I can appreciate that.
Yeah. I just love the number of comp swaps that we're seeing in this tournament here today. The number of times that, oh, that didn't work, we're going to switch to a different comp, we're going to try something a little bit different. People are playing to the map a lot more often. It's really, really cool to see just how WoW esports is evolving over the past couple of expansions. It's really, really cool. But anyway, the game is about to start here. It's tied 1-1 between Northern Gaming Red and Northern Gaming Black.
Yeah, we'll have to see once again how Jax is going to open up this game. Shadow of Concealment coming out. Let's see who their target choice is against this composition. I think it's likely that they're going to try to stall out as long as possible, get the sap onto Cubsy, and try to open up onto Sam-I-Am. Sam-I-Am actually going invisible right now. Gets the full invis off. Jax, Wealthy Man, and Rubcubs are kind of committed at this point. Looks like they're backing off a little bit, just attacking Cubsy. Don't want to waste CCDRs before their team is actually out.
Wow, it was a very early trinket from Jackson. Rubcub actually bubbling. They're just going all in on Cubsy again. They're just like, we can't win in a normal game. We're pressing everything on Cubsy. But this time Cubsy is playing a Paladin, and he can just be like, no. I'm going to bubble. No, I'm taking no damage. Unfortunately, they follow that bubble up with a full polymorph, and Asper is taking an immense amount of pressure now as well. Wealthy Man and Jax, they just do a lot of damage. I mean, Rubcub as well is supporting them a lot. We can see NG Red have a lot of control over the enemy team, just locking them down in place. Cubsy got into a full blind, choosing not to bop this. I feel like this may be a mistake, as Asper is dipping pretty low. No one really responding with any cooldowns. I guess they feel confident. Asper now finally trading out that Bark skin to deal with Jax's death from above. That will be a decent trade, as Cubsy will recover.
Yeah, that was such a good trade for Cubsy in the opener. I mean, Rubcubs used, I'm pretty sure he used his bubble, he used his wings, as well as Jax using that Vendetta, so Cubsy just safely using that block. Jax actually getting a little bit low right now, down to around 26% HP. Does not have Cloak of Shadows available. Rubcub caught into CC. He has no breaks. Jax running for his life right now, hiding behind the pillar, spamming out that feint, trying to get a re-stealth. Death from above coming in, out onto Asper. Cubsy popping his Avenging Wrath, gets hodged on it though, trinkets up, and Jax actually going down in the midst of that.
Jax really likes to die.
He does.
He literally was at 20% health. What should I do? Death from above into the middle of the map.
He was in a very safe position, and he decided that he wanted to go aggressive, and just with no defensive cooldowns left, it was a little bit of a risky play.
Yeah, and I can understand it too if you're like, we need to stay aggressive, because they really do. They need to be able to stay aggressive as much as possible. So if you're thinking to yourself, I have to stay aggressive, I have to hope that sometime between when I jump up in the air and when I land over here, I'll catch a heal of some kind. And so just on his way down, I can just imagine him thinking, Rubcubs? Rubcubs? Please? Rubcubs? He just kind of craters into the ground, and yeah.
I mean, it's definitely apparent that Northern Gaming Black intend to play all in at this point. The compositions that they have just don't do well in a long game against the compositions that Northern Gaming Red has. So maybe Jax is just all abandonment to the wind, I'm just committing everything every game. I don't care. If we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. Because it definitely seems like the way that they're playing.
I feel like they could have, I mean, I'm not against that strategy of sort of going all in, but I think they could have been a little bit more strategical about it because...
like not there.
Yeah, at the beginning of the game, they used so many offensive cooldowns, and Cubsy's like, well, I'm just going to press bubble, and you're not going to get anything else. And then all of a sudden, RubCub's in a position where he also doesn't have bubble, so he has no ways to heal. Jack's already used all his offensive cooldowns. What's the follow-up after Cubsy balls? Bubbles, sorry, they don't have anything.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that Cubsy was using the talent there instead of the, I forget the exact names of them, but there's the talent that you can take that gives you 2 charges of Blessing of Protection and Blessing of Freedom, or there's the talent that you can take that reduces the cooldown on Divine Shield, and that's the one that he was actually using there. So he actually only had, it's like a 2-minute 45-second cooldown or something like that, 2.5 minute cooldown on Divine Shield at that point. So him using his bubble in the opener was actually not that big of a deal either. Like, he managed to get the bubble out of RubCub as well, and that was a 5-minute cooldown on that one. So trading out a 2.5-minute cooldown bubble for a 5-minute bubble, like, Northern Gaming Red, they were just in such a strong position from start to finish in that match.
How many times do you think you can say bubble in a sentence?
Well, let's just go back and count, because I'm pretty sure that was the upper limit.
There's too many bubbles. There's too many paladins. Ban paladins. Too many bubbles. Yeah. All right. Looks like the map choice from Northern Gaming Black is Dalaran Sewers. So we've been saying it. Small map. Really good for killing healers. Really good for all-ins. Definitely a smart choice for Northern Gaming Black. Now Northern Gaming Red have to decide what's the best option. Are they going to keep Asper on Moonkin? Are they going to go back to LSD? I really don't think they are, considering that Cubsy played basically as well as he could to try and survive that attack, and still wasn't enough.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to have Cubsy ever go back on Druid. It's just too much of a risk against this comp. He's probably always going to be playing Paladin. Actually, they're doing it in between. Cubsy gets to play Paladin. Asper's going to play Ellie Shaman. Sam I Am is going to play Warlock. So it's LSD with a Holy Paladin.
Isn't that remarkable that even though they had such a successful game, they're still deciding to change up their composition? We've sort of seen that throughout this entire tournament. And one thing I wanted to mention is it seems like as these WoW tournaments progress and teams are getting more and more used to the idea of 4-man rosters and composition changes, I feel like everyone's sort of upped their game on alt. So like you see someone playing an alt, but that doesn't mean what it used to mean. Yeah. Before it was like you were kind of unfamiliar, maybe you didn't have all the right keybinds and macros, but now everyone knows exactly the strategies they need to be doing, and everyone's just gotten a lot better at multi-classing. Yeah, and you see so many more people, even just like while streaming, you'll see people saying, okay, well, today I need to practice on my mage, so I'm going to play mage for a while. Tomorrow I need to practice on my Death Knight, so I'm going to play Death Knight for a while. And so we see these players just really sort of committing to the idea of, okay, I need to be good at more than just one thing if we really want to be able to win. And it's really, really cool to see. And as we've seen throughout this this qualifier, it's actually really paying off for a lot of people. I also think that the mind games really tend to be a big part of it now as well. Like before, it was kind of like, oh, I'll pick this because I think this will be good, and then people kind of get surprised by, oh, they went Lock Shaman. I could not have possibly expected that. But nowadays, we're seeing like, I think they'll go Lock Shaman, so I should probably go something else instead, like go for a cleave, or I'll stick with whatever I'm most comfortable with, or something like that.
I feel like Northern Gaming Black could have had an opportunity to get CMG. Lock Shaman Druid does really well against God Comp, but I don't know so much about Lock Shaman Paladin. Yeah. You don't have the heal over times. He's much more exposed to CC. I feel like Northern Gaming Black have kind of lost an opportunity. They could have changed their comps with this match to try and get a win, but instead, maybe they just want to keep playing the same thing, keep practicing it, drilling it in until they can master the perfect one-shot to kill Cubsy, I guess.
I wonder if Channels is going to be playing with that Imp Dispel or the Spellock in this matchup. It looks like he actually sacrificed his Imp there. You see it dead on the ground. So that looks like the spec and pet choice that he's going to be using. So he is going to have that Imp Dispel for Cubsy once again. So maybe Cubsy once again going to be the target of choice for Northern Gaming Black. I think if they separate their cooldowns a little bit more, they can be much more successful at actually taking down the pally of Northern Gaming Red.
Yeah, but how do you designate them? It actually looks like they're going to be going on Asper with a sap on Chanimal. I'm guessing he can't dispel while he's sapped since he decided to trinket, but he's still not dispelling. Samaya maybe making a bit of a mistake finally removing that, but now there's so much pressure over onto Asper. He's just getting annihilated even through the Shamanistic Rage. They dropped the smoke bomb. They're going all in onto Asper at this point. They don't have enough damage though to finish him off. Cubsy should be able to stabilize, and now with a full stun over onto RubCub, he's the one that's going to need to run.
Yeah, Rubcub's still taking a lot of damage, though. He could be in a little bit of trouble here. He's just trying to avoid having to use any cooldowns, just hanging onto them as long as he possibly can, and actually doing a good job running out of line of sight. He's got Cubsy just hanging out with him the entire time. There's a little sort of Paladin hangout happening over here. Holy Paladins just bumping fists while they're healing their teammates or something. Jax over here just still putting in a bunch of pressure as much as he can. He's taking a little bit of damage, but again, Rubcub's doing a good job of keeping him alive, but now Rubcub's caught into this fist. Could spell trouble for Jax. We know Jax likes to get a little bit over aggressive, or at least he has so far in this series. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to pull back if he needs to, or if he's actually making something happen on Asper. That kidney shot comes out, and then the full sheep onto Cubsy. That's going to force out the shamanistic rage from Asper, but is it going to be enough? Cubsy is still caught into that sheep. This follow-up polymorph comes out as well. Asper down at 10% health when that's saved by the light procs. Cubsy down, though, is going to come out of that. He's going to be able to get off the execution sentence. Asper's still taking tons of damage, though. Are they going to be able to respond to this? And looks like now, finally, Cubsy's going to get an opportunity to throw out a couple of heals and top Asper back up.
Yeah, Cubsy played that kind of greedy. He didn't want to overlap with Asper's cooldown, so he gets away with the greed, and now they can play so aggressively as a result. Rubcub is kind of on the run here. He's trying to get back behind the pillar, maybe look for a Hodge. He's actually going to Hodge the Warlock. He's like, you can't dispel yourself, at least I get some CC, but doing that means that he loses any kill opportunity really moving forward, at least in the next 30 seconds. Wealthy Man's trying to set up some CC of his own. He manages to lock down a poly, but Samayam gets a lucky dispel. I like that. Wealthy Man is now adapted, so Samayam can only remove one magic effect. So if Wealthy Man puts up a slow, which is a debuff, and a polymorph, it becomes a 50-50 chance for Samayam to remove it. So I like that reaction from Wealthy Man. If he can keep that for the rest of the match, he might be able to get a polymorph.
Yeah, Jax actually using his Vendetta as a response. Asper is going to be using that Shamanistic Rage. Cubsy as well using that Avenging Wrath. A lot of healing coming out of him, but he is now caught into that full polymorph. He does have his bubble available if he needs to get out that additional healing onto Asper. Jax at the moment also taking a little bit of pressure, so Northern Gaming Red making sure that they are getting out that pressure on the Northern Gaming Black for the time being. Rubcubs doesn't have his Avenging Wrath up for another 10 seconds, but Asper's still in a little bit of trouble. Cubsy now, his wings have faded, so he doesn't have that much healing, although he still has his bubble available. He is now caught into a full Fist of Justice. Asper's still taking a lot of damage. Jack's going aggressive as possible. Rubcub's actually using that Trinket Wings execution sentence there to keep Jax up for the time being. Rubcub's now caught into a Hodge as well. He's taking a lot of pressure. Shadow Fury coming out. Asper and Chanayam want to go super aggressive on a Rubcub's. He does bop himself, but it's not going to be doing too much against a Warlock and an Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, it's not really working out too well for him thus far. There's the kidney shot, though, coming on to Asper. They might be able to continue putting a little bit of pressure in here. They may, at the very least, be able to force out Cubsy's bubble if they can really start putting some pressure in here. The Shamanistic Rage does come out onto Asper, but it looks like they're going to get away with just using that at this point in time. Cubsy doing a good job of making sure that Asper has the heals that he needs. He did use the execution sentence on him as well, which is going to top him back up. And so Northern Gaming Red looking like they're in a really, really strong position here. Jax now, with that Cloak of Shadows active, is just chasing after Asper. Maybe getting a little bit over aggressive here again. He's down to 30% health. He's actually gonna, I almost wonder if his teammates are just yelling at him. He pulled back for just a second. He said, no, I'm going in here. I've got this. I can kill this guy. Gets knocked away. He's moving back up over here, just trying to keep that pressure going. Now Wealthy Man is connected as well. Asper may actually be in some trouble here, down to 30% health. The Smoke Bomb comes out. Cubsy uses the Avenging Wrath, and Asper is able to move out of the Smoke Bomb to start getting that healing, but is it gonna be enough? 18% health on Asper. The pressure from Northern Gaming Black is actually really, really high right now, just chewing through Asper, but it looks like Cubsy will finally be able to get a few important heals off and start to top Asper back up again.
Yeah, but Rubcub really doesn't have anything left for 3 more seconds. Can he stay alive for that 3-second window for his Avenging Wrath? He does do it. We can see Vendetta now coming out over onto Asper. Jax is looking for a kill. Cubsy, he may need to choose to bubble out of this polymorph. He doesn't want to risk a swap, but Asper needs more help. Who is going to save him? Samayam gets locked out on that Fear. He's not going to get any support. They do manage to break up the re-CC, though, which allows Cubsy to heal Asper up. Asper now kiting Jax into the middle of the map. Definitely think they're going to be looking to set up a kill on him. Jax sees it coming. This time he says, you know what? I gave you 2 free kills in this series. I'm not giving you another one.
Yeah, Rubcub's actually getting targeted down a little bit too. Asper trying to reconnect onto him. Jax actually gets a re-stealth. The Garrote coming out onto Asper as well. Right now, Rubcubs is almost running on fumes. Definitely is behind on mana compared to Cubsy, who isn't healing through such spread pressure. Rubcub's taking a lot of pressure right now, trying to get healed on himself. He does not have his Avenging Wrath up for quite some time. The Shadow Fury coming up. He decides to just use his bubble. He needs to get the cast off. He needs to top off his team so they can get aggressive. Cubsy now caught into the full polymorph. He's sitting on his bubble, though. He still has bubble available. Asper dipping dangerously low, though, using that Spirit Walker's Grace to spam out some cast. Actually gets interrupted on the Hex into a kidney shot. This could be it. Cubsy bubbling maybe too little, too late. And Asper is going to go down. Northern Gaming Black saying, you know what, we're not done, and tie up this series 2-2.
Are we really going to have a 13-game finals?
Yes, we are.
We may at the rate we're going. Well, it'll be, yeah, it could be actually. Thinking about it, that could be a lot of games. But yeah, Cubsy was playing super greedy that whole game. I noticed, like he kept like just holding on to cooldowns as long as possible, and that can really work out in your favor, and that can get you wins. But I felt like in that last spot, especially like you said, too little, too late. As soon as he used his Divine Shield, because well, he used it. But Asper was already at 6% health. Yeah. So by the time the GCD finished from him using Divine Shield, it didn't matter. Asper was already dead.
Yeah, I definitely think that Cubsy got away with some of those greedy decisions, and some of them were smart, but then towards right at the end, it was like he needed everything to try and stay alive at the end. I think he was afraid of giving his bubble away and then getting swapped to later. He didn't want to be the person that ended up going down, so he's trying to hold on to that cooldown. It was very important to him to hold on to it as long as he could, but unfortunately he just ended up using it a little bit too late, and Northern Gaming Black will take victory as a result, tying the series 2-2. It is a best of 7, and if Northern Gaming Black win this, it will be another best of 7.
You think Northern Gaming Red should sort of go back to what they just did?
Oh no, like, it's Northern Gaming Red.
Yeah, it would be Red. So Red came up from the lower bracket.
Red came from Losers.
Yeah. So
okay.
So if Red wins this, which it's kind of looking like they might be able to, they do have the sort of map pick advantage at this point. Then we're going to go on to another best of 7. If Northern Gaming Black wins, then they just win, and that's it.
Don't go anywhere.
Literally don't go anywhere.
There's literally a lot of
You're going to be here for a little while still.
Perhaps. We never know what could happen.
Yeah.
Northern Gaming Black could win the next 2 games. We shall see. But do you think Northern Gaming Red maybe perhaps regrets the decision they just made? I mean, it's obvious in hindsight that this comp didn't work out the best for them, but it seemed like when they were running that Moonkin Mage Paladin setup, the games just worked out so well in their favor. Like, they sort of dominated from start to finish. There was never a time where they were actually scared in the entire matchup. And that's why it was a little bit confusing to me that they switched back to a comp like we don't regularly see, and it seems like it would be a little bit even unfamiliar for them.
Yeah, it seemed like they were experimenting. It's like, well, Paladin's really good for you to live. Lock Shaman was really good for us to do damage.
They did some
What
math.
if we just put them together? That will work out. And I mean, they probably don't practice that. That was more of an on-the-fly adaptation. And I'm curious if they're going to keep that going or if they're going to go back to the bread and butter with Asper on Moonkin. I think it would be better for them to go back to Asper on Moonkin. It could be that they're afraid of God Comp as Mage Moonkin.
Yeah.
So,
that's a good point.
And they were at disadvantage, right? They would have had to.
That's actually a good point. That's probably exactly what happened. I didn't even think about that, but yeah.
So we do have a map choice now from Northern Gaming Red. It's going to be Tiger's Peak. It's probably worth noting that if we do go to a Game 7, obviously all 6 maps in the pool would have been picked at that point. So we will just go back to Grand Arena for that 7th match by default. I believe is how the rules go. One of the production staff can feel free to correct me if that's wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how the rules actually work. Is if it's the Game 7, you go back to Grand Arena, just because it's kind of the most well-rounded map for pretty much everybody. But this map choice is going to be Tiger's Peak. Northern Gaming Black is going with the Arcane Mage, Assassination Rogue, Holy Paladin, and Northern Gaming Red, they're going back with the Moonkin Frost Mage.
Okay. Bring out the boom.
Bring on the boom.
And bring out the chicken.
And bring on the beans for the chicken.
No, beans is out.
Oh, okay.
You have to wait till next tournament for beans to come back.
All right.
But I'm super impressed that Northern Gaming Black are even making this like as close as it is, because I expected it to be a blowout. So definitely kudos to Northern Gaming Black throughout the entire tournament, proving themselves here today that they are one of the top teams, if not potentially the top team currently in North America, and they can prove that today. So I'm really excited to see how this next matchup plays. This is the same matchup we saw in Tolveron Arena, but now on a smaller map. So Jax won't have that exposure moment where he's going in the middle of the desert. He's going to have a lot more space for himself to maneuver. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jax, like we were saying, maybe got a little bit over-aggressive in the last game. I also think that Cubs and Jax sort of overlapped a lot of their offensive cooldowns onto Cubsy, and he got a lot of value out of his bubble there. I think if they stagger their cooldowns a little bit better, maybe just have Jax use the Vendetta and force the bubble out of Cubsy. That's all you would really need. And then you still have Wealthy Man with Arcane Power, and you still have Cubs with that offensive Avenging Wrath if he needs to do that, and they can potentially get a kill on Cubsy.
I think they were relying on Cubsy just making a mistake.
Yeah.
but we are into the game now. We can see 17 seconds until starting. This is game number 5, but this is a best of 7, so there's still a lot more arena action ahead of ourselves. And as the gates begin to open, I'm starting to think that NG Black have found their momentum, and they may be able to pull off the impossible in this matchup and take down Asper's Mage Moonkin Holy Paladin.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Once again, it is going to be up to Northern Gaming Black to see how they open. They do have that stealth advantage. They're going to sneak in all sneaky-deaky-like, and Cubsy's going to be spamming out those flash of lights to sort of give his team a little bit of a protective barrier from the opener coming out from Jax, Wealthy Man, and Rubcub.
Yep, Jax is actually not really getting too far forward here. A lot of times you'll see the rogue moving up and trying to go for a sap, but he was looking for Samayam to move in there and start casting those blizzards. Now that Samayam has moved forward, he's going to feel a little bit safer trying to hang around next to him here. Wealthy Man now just pops out and says, here, have some arcane missiles, why not? Just going to go ahead and throw a few out of them. But we're just basically waiting at this point to see at which point these teams feel like it's time to move in. I'm actually surprised that Jax is playing so far back. I would have expected him to move around behind at this point. Maybe start looking for something. That big chunk of damage into Wealthy Man just out of nowhere. Asper decided that he'd had enough and just decided to just pump some damage into him. That was without Celestial Alignment.
Yeah, that was a crazy amount of burst coming out from NG Red, but it's expected. The Balancer just does so much damage at the start of a match, and Asper really capitalized on it, so let's see if they can keep this aggression rolling. They're staying ahead on cooldowns. It's looking pretty good for them so far. Rubcup caught into a deep freeze. Samayam looking for a Frostjaw, maybe looking for a Sheep out of that. I don't think he's going to be able to get it, but here's the Vendetta over onto Asper. They definitely want to use a Blessing of Protection to remove this. I guess they're going to trade the Avenging Wrath instead. It will top off Asper. I feel like it was maybe too much of an overlap from Cubsy.
Yeah, potentially. Overlapping, of course, the Barskin and the Avenging Wrath there. Rubcup actually having to go into bubble. Wealthy Man does not have Ice Block. He does have Evanesce, but he doesn't want to have to use that defensively. He wants to make sure he's getting the CC onto Cubsy on cooldown. The Hodge now coming out onto Cubsy. Wealthy Man maybe pushing in to get the full Polymorph onto Cubsy. Doesn't look like there's going to be the follow-up. No, he does actually get it. Gets the Polymorph out. Now Asper's doing the best he can to run away, making sure to root up Jax, and he's just going to be using all the kiting abilities he has to stay safe while Cubsy CC'd.
It's possibly worth pointing out that both Paladins are running that Unbreakable Spirit talent, so they both have much shorter cooldowns on their bubbles. Wealthy Man still taking big chunks of damage over here, just chewing through that Save by the Light. He's going to get the execution sentence out from Rubcubs, but is it going to be enough? The damage was pretty scary there for just a second. Now Rubcub's caught into that Solar Beam. He's rooted in it as well, not able to deal with that whatsoever. He actually manages to get a Blessing of Protection out on Jax and gets caught back into a full Polymorph. Jax is going crazy on Asper right now. Asper is at 50% health. He's just running away, catches his own execution sentence from Cubsy, and Jax is actually going to use his, his evasion to be able to stay a little bit aggressive, but it's not going to do too much. Jax getting so low, down to 20% health, 12% health. Rubcub's caught into a Cyclone, and that's going to be it. Jax is going to go down, and Northern Gaming Red is going to go up 3-2 in this best of 7.
I don't know if Jax likes to die, or sometimes he just can't deal with it, but he gets caught in the open so often. I mean, if he had been maybe 2 seconds out of line of sight, that would have been long enough to Rubcub to connect the heal. So I don't know if he's just wanting to be aggressive. He's just walking in a straight line at Asper instead of kind of retreating. It was pretty obvious, I think, there that they were going to set up an attack on him. So instead of just kind of running to the side a little bit, he decided to run straight forward and ended up costing him his life. So NG Red are going to lead 3-2. If they win one more, they will win this first best of 7, leading us into another best of 7.
Yep, we got lots of good games here for you guys today. It's going to be a long grand finals, potentially, depending on what goes on. I think at this next game, we're going to see the same sort of setup we saw in the last matchup, where Northern Gaming Red is going to be playing that. Well, I don't know. What do you think they're going to be trying out the Paladin composition again? Do you think they'll have Cubsy on the Druid once again? Well, I think it's likely we'll see them play Lock Shaman X.
Yeah, I think it's very likely we'll see Lock Shaman, just because at this point the only map left to go to is Blade's Edge. We have to go to Blade's Edge for this one. That's the only map left in the pool. So that means obviously the Warlock with that portal, it's just too good of an advantage to pass up. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to expect out of Northern Gaming Red in response to that.
I feel like, yeah, it's definitely going to be LSD again. Unless they're really that terrified of Cubsy dying on Druid, it seems like Paladin would be much better at surviving the kind of burst that Northern Gaming Black has. At the same time, it didn't really work out in the long game as we might have expected on Dalaran. So I don't know. I think Cubsy should go back on his Druid. I think they should play their comfort comp with the LSD as opposed to the kind of Holy Paladin hybrid version.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke a second ago. I got red and black mixed up. I meant what's Northern Gaming Black going to do to respond to the Lock Shaman of Northern Gaming Red?
Yeah.
More of the same.
More of the same. I think we're going to see the exact same thing coming out from them. I don't think they really have a choice with Northern Gaming Red playing the Lock Shaman. They're sort of forced in a position where they have to play the Arcane Mage Rogue.
Yep, so we do, obviously, we have Blade's Edge, Blade's Edge locked in as the map. It's been a long day. We've got Northern Gaming Red. They have locked in that Affliction Lock and Elemental Shaman. Like we expected, that sort of Z-axis port ability is just too good to pass up on a map like Blade's Edge. And we're just waiting to find out what Northern Gaming Black is actually going to lock in, but I think you guys are right, just more of the same, just going at it again and saying, all right, it's worked for us 50% of the time so far, might as well give it another shot.
Yep.
Yep, and they are going to lock in the same composition. So this is game number 6. Are we on game 6 now?
We are on game 6, yeah.
Okay, crazy amount of games between these two sister teams. So game number 6, if NG Black win this, we'll be tied 3-3. We go to game 7. If NG Red win this, they're not necessarily the champions. They have to beat them again in another best of 7. So stay tuned. There's a lot more action ahead of ourselves. Blade's Edge Arena will be potentially the final map here for this first best of 7. NG Red definitely going to be looking to claim victory, as it is an $1,800 difference between first place and second place.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cubsy, like we said, back on that Wrestler Druid, I think a big part of him surviving is going to make sure he doesn't get baited into trinketing that blind, because that's when we really saw him go down. He died through every single one of his defensive cooldowns except trinket, because he didn't have it. He sort of preemptively trinketed the blind, which is a thing a lot of Wrestler Druids do. They want to make sure that that blind is synced up with their trinket. So this game he might have to get off the script and switch it up a little bit so he doesn't go down.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The match will be starting here in about 20 seconds, and then we will be getting underway with this 6th game in our final series here, or possibly final series here at the North American Regionals, but it actually looks like Northern Gaming Red may have had a little bit of an issue. They've gone ahead and dropped out of the match, so we're going to go ahead and re-queue this one. We do give teams up until the gates open, basically. We give them the opportunity to say, you figure out if you have any issues by the time gates open. Once the gates open, the game is on, those results are final, but prior to that actually happening, as long as you leave before the gates open, then we'll just let you sort out whatever the issue is, and we'll get back into it. So we will figure out what that problem is, we'll get that sorted out, and we will get back into the series.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if RubCub's team can get that crazy burst that they got on Cubsy again and kind of repeat that. If they can replicate that damage, I feel sorry for Cubsy. Like just as being a Resto Druid player, like going down like that when you're ready for it, you see it coming. Just doesn't matter, because RubCub is going to be like, I'm a damage god even though I'm a healer. And
he basically transformed into a Retribution Paladin, and all of a sudden it was triple DPS. But at the same time, it was triple DPS, but all your HOTS are getting dispelled off from an Arcane Mage.
Yeah.
It's probably the worst thing to have on you: an Arcane Mage, an Assassination Rogue, and a Holy Paladin.
Yep.
You'd never think you would say that, but it actually is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not your favorite thing to have to deal with. So we are now moving into, we have got this match re-queued. We'll be getting this started here very, very shortly. Just as soon as the gates are about to open, we'll switch over to the gameplay, and we will show you guys this 6th game in the series. Northern Gaming Red, of course, up 3-2 versus Northern Gaming Black. If Northern Gaming Red wins this, then we move on to a second best of 7, because we have to give Northern Gaming Black the opportunity, essentially, to drop to the lower bracket. So we'll see how that ends up going. This match could be the decider for that, or if Northern Gaming Black can win this and then the next one, they'll actually be our champions. So we will find out here in about 15 seconds when these gates open.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if Northern Gaming Black can beat their sister team. This is match point for Northern Gaming Red. It's their map advantage, it's their comp advantage, so Northern Gaming Black are going to have to pull off a miracle. They did on Runes of Orderon, so it's definitely possible. Cubsy needs to be ready for it.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Cubsy responds. I mean, we'll have to even see if Northern Gaming Black decides to pull off a similar strategy as we're getting sapped up by Jax right away. Doesn't look like they're really opening and committing onto anyone. Wealthy Man just throwing out those spell steals, removing all of Asper's hots. Cubsy actually has no hots on himself right now, so he definitely is a prime target if Northern Gaming Black decides to get aggressive onto him. But beautiful Cyclones coming out from Cubsy. Cubsy now caught into the blind, deciding not to trinket. This is a very key moment. He's going to have his trinket available now if Northern Gaming Black decides to get aggressive.
Yeah, Rubcub's going to go ahead and use that Avenging Wrath now. Let's see if he's using it just to be aggressive. It looks like he's trying to chase down Cubsy. Asper actually used a nice Thunderstorm there to knock Rubcub's back and actually got a big chunk of damage into Rubcub's as well. So now he may be ending up to use that defensively as well. He did throw out a couple of denounces there for just a second, just trying to stay aggressive onto Asper now at this point. But Asper catches a nice big heal with that Shamanistic Rage active, so he's going to be totally fine at this point. So Rubcub's not really getting what he wanted to get done with that Avenging Wrath.
You know, that was kind of a creative little change of strategy. Jax used his kidney shot on Cubsy to line up a polymorph instead of that Fist of Justice, which can be dispelled. So maybe NG Black are finding a way strategically to get a kill here. And Samayam finally getting unlucky with the dispel, removes the slow instead of the polymorph, which means that Asper could be in a lot of trouble here. He's trying to go for the Hex. He gets stunned again on it. Damage there to follow it up. He's in quite a bit of trouble right now, tipping about half HP, but Samayam's dispel cooldown coming back up, removing that Fist of Justice. Cubsy connecting a lot of heals, now bringing the momentum in their favor. Rubcub could be a lot of trouble. He's in the middle of the bridge, man. Everybody's just going to tee off on him. He needs to find a way to escape this positioning. Now getting cloned up, and Jax doesn't have any cooldowns either, so both Rubcub and Jax in quite a lot of trouble at the moment. Rubcub needs to fake the interrupt. He gets locked out on his first heal. He's going to need to deal with Samayam's interrupt next. It doesn't seem like Samayam's actually going to use it. I don't think he was in line of sight, but if he had locked Rubcub out, that definitely would have been the game.
Yeah, Rubcub, Wealthy Man, and Jax actually getting triple Shadow Fear there. Wealthy Man into the Hex now. He's not going to be able to help anyone. Rubcub trying to get away at the moment. Down to 8% HP. The Lava Burst come crashing in. Rubcub somehow, some way is getting some cast off. 5% HP. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to survive. The Lava Burst comes in at the very end of that game, and he is going to go down. I must say, Cubsy did an excellent job defusing the opener of Northern Gaming Black at the end of that game, or at the beginning of that game. So what ended up happening, you're talking about the kidney shot, that was actually a shadow reflection. So after the blind, Jax wanted to get aggressive onto Cubsy, and Cubsy immediately saw it and just displaced and sprinted across the entire map. So the opening shadow reflection just chased him across the whole map. They didn't really get any sort of value out of that, except that one kidney shot that followed up into a polymorph.
Yep, so that does mean that now Northern Gaming Red will be taking this first best of 7. We will be moving on to a second best of 7. We're not going to a break or anything. We're just going to move directly on into that next best of 7. Games. So we will have more games here for you very, very shortly. Northern Gaming Red doing their best now to just pull themselves back into this first place position. And given that they just took that 4-2, I actually think it's fairly likely that they can go on, win this second best of 7 as well, and actually take the first place prize.
Well, it just seems like Northern Gaming Black doesn't have an answer for LSD, really. Like, there's just not too much they can do with this composition. I think I would like to see them switch it up even a little bit more. I mean, it was so obvious what they wanted to do that game. Cubsy was like, yeah, I'm not going to trinket blind because they want to go on me if I do trinket. And then they're like, okay, I guess we still go Cubsy anyways. So they just used all their cooldowns. Cubsy's like, well, I'm going to leave, and just got to peace out right away. So maybe just open on to Cubsy, get aggressive right away as soon as you can. Don't give them the opportunity to sort of read the situation and just try to brute force them down.
Yeah, the issue though is Cubsy starts the game in stealth.
Yeah.
So they don't know exactly where he is. They would like to just go balls to wall, start to finish on him, but he's invisible to their team. So and it's permanent unless they find him.
Yep.
So unless they're lucky enough to find him, it's kind of hard for them to get that pressure. I'm wondering. I don't know. It seems like if they can find a way to prevent Samayam from dispelling, then they might be able to get a victory. And Wealthy Man's doing his best. He's applying the slow to Cubsy, so that way it's a 50-50. He's either going to dispel the slow or he's going to dispel the polymorph. And right now, I guess Wealthy Man's just getting unlucky. Yeah. He's just, more often than not, it's the polymorph being dispelled. So if Wealthy Man gets a little bit more lucky with those dispels from Samayam, it could be a little bit better for them. It looks like in this first initial match, though, in this next best of 7, that NG Black are going to make a change. You know, that's not working. Let's try CMG out. He did really well earlier in the day. Why not let him play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Like, they obviously they need to try something at this point. Might as well try the God Comp, the Shatter Play, and just see what they can actually make happen with it. Of course, Northern Gaming Red, they are going to be sticking with that Lock Shaman Druid composition with Sam I Am on the Warlock, Asbur on the Elemental Shaman, and Cubsy playing that Restoration Druid. And then Northern Gaming Black on the left side of the screen, we've got CMG playing Shadow Priest, Wealthy Man playing Frost Mage, and Rub Cubs on Holy Paladin.
Yeah, we can see the game about to start now. NG Black, their team is about crowd control and burst. NG Red, on the other hand, their comp is just damage. Damage all the time, more damage, more dots. Let's just kill everybody, basically. So it's kind of two opposite play styles going head to head. Typically, NG Red's composition does have an advantage over NG Black.
I think if NG Black plays it safe and they can even play a long game. At some point, it's going to be, their single target damage is so high, it's going to be hard for Asper to actually survive. But immediately they want to get aggressive. The disarm into the Hodge onto Asper. He decides to Shamanistic Rage. It looks like he's using the Shamanistic Rage Lift that actually removes magic. So every time he gets Hodge and he uses a Shamanistic Rage, it's going to remove that on him, which means he's going to be able to get out of line of sight. He's going to be able to drop a Tremor Totem. He's going to be able to just get away and avoid a lot of the incoming damage, which I think is a very smart choice.
Yeah, Wealthy Man taking a little bit of damage. Wealthy Man is running Evanesce in this game, so it could spell trouble for him if he takes too much. He won't have the ice blocks. Obviously, the Evanesce is still a 3-second immunity, so it can be used defensively, but it's only 3 seconds. So if after he uses it, they can follow up with some sort of crowd control on the Rub Cubs, it could still spell a lot of trouble for Wealthy Man in those situations. And I feel like that's possibly why Northern Gaming Red is focusing on him so much right now. Normally, you kind of see people tend to go after the Shadow Priest, because once you get the Dispersion out, it's such a long cooldown to get it back up again, but they're just going after Wealthy Man and just trying to punish him as much as possible.
Yeah, NG Black have been playing a pretty standard game. A couple scary moments for Asbur, but nothing too serious. Cubsy's been able to pretty easily deal with it. Going pretty clone crazy right now, actually. Cloning up Wealthy Man, now cloning up CMG. Rub Cub caught into a stun. I think they might want to swap onto Rub Cub, but he's not able to do it. He does get out on the side. Wealthy Man just disappearing from the arena temporarily there. Asbur lining up a huge Fulmination burst. Really well done. Fortunately, they don't get it. They're actually making a swap over onto Cubsy. He's caught into this full Fist of Justice. I do not think Barskin might be enough in this position. It looks like he's trying to hold on to it. They followed up now with... He melted the silence, or he grounded it. Asbur grounded the silence. Really sick play from Asbur. He denied a very long CC chain on Cubsy and kept him alive.
Looked like Cubsy knew exactly what was going on there. He had literally every single hot imaginable on himself going into that swap. So really good job by him to sort of forecast the situation and keep himself alive. And like you said, he only really had to use that Barskin. Asbur also doing a great job grounding the silence so Cubsy could sort of get away with a greedy play, which ended up working out quite nicely for him. Asbur now taking a little bit of damage. Rub Cub still has almost all his defensive cooldowns left, which is what I like to see. Still has his Trinket, he still has his Bubble. Avenging Wrath going to be coming up in 40 seconds, so he's going to have to hold on. It's going to be hard for him to actually heal through this damage, but I think if they play it smart, it's going to be hard for Northern Gaming Red to actually finish them off.
Yeah, it's interesting that Rub Cub seems to have gone with the Clemency talent instead of the Unbreakable Will. I kind of would have expected him to go with the shorter cooldown on Bubble versus this team, just because it seems a little bit more useful. Did take a big chunk of damage there, but was able to get out of line of sight, top a nice big heal onto himself. Of course, Jax isn't in this game, so he doesn't have to worry about someone immediately running in and getting themselves killed. So he's just going to go ahead and toss a heal on himself. And now with that bash on him, looks like maybe they're trying to set something up, but a nice polymorph onto Cubsy is going to slow that down just a little bit. Asbur actually using the gateway there, just trying to run from CMG right now, and I'm not entirely sure why. CMG is actually kind of the one in trouble at the moment. He's getting kind of low. Does not have to use his dispersion just yet, but that was interesting that Asbur decided to use. I almost wonder if it was a misclick, if he accidentally clicked on the Demonic Gateway, because now it's going to be quite some time before he has that available again.
It looks like they're setting up a stun combo on Rub Cub into that fear. Unfortunately, not the longest fear in the world. CMG under fire, might need to use his dispersion. Rub Cub picking him up very quickly, but they followed up with more lava bursts. So much damage coming out from Asbur. The dispersion is forced from CMG as he dips into the shadows to immune a lot of this incoming damage. In the meantime, Samayam's doing a good job keeping dots up on Wealthy Man and CMG. With Rub Cub's Avenging Wrath cooldown not being available for 42 seconds, NG Red need to look to try and get something done. Looks like NG Black are actually going to launch an attack on Asbur. Cubsy's caught into a ring of frost right now. Asbur trades out his Shamanistic Rage. That's going to reduce a lot of damage, deflect this attack entirely, and now that they've deflected it, let's bring on the aggression. Wealthy Man could be in trouble if they have any damage to follow it up.
Yeah, Northern Gaming Red doing an excellent job playing a very defensive game right now, making sure they just survive. As long as the game goes on long, you're going to have a very good chance of winning. Cubsy now caught into a silence. As we're still taking quite a bit of damage, down to around 50% HP. Channel's getting spam polymorphed by Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man trying to do the best he can to shut down the incoming damage of Channels and help out, or sorry, Sam I Am, and sort of help out Rubcubs heal through this spread pressure, which is going to get harder and harder as this game goes on. We are 20 seconds away from dampening. Asper, though, getting disarmed. He has no Shamanistic Rage. Cubsy might have to trinket this, get that Iron Bark up onto Asper. He has Hodge, a lot of damage incoming. Maybe Cubsy playing a little bit too greedy. He tries to get away with the late Iron Bark, but I mean, that was a lot of incoming damage. He had all the cooldowns he needed to respond to that situation. He just...
Asper put Tremor Totem down, but they sniped it so fast that it didn't even get to trigger.
And maybe it was just a little bit of a miscommunication.
Yeah, he was expecting to be tremored out, and then maybe that was like 2 seconds in. He's like, oh, I'll try and sit through this. And, you know, surprisingly, being comp disadvantaged, typically, I think, for a lot of people, I'd say maybe 70-30 if teams are playing like perfectly. Northern Gaming Black were able to find a footing, and if they can win consistently against Lock Shaman Druid as this, they could just win this series.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it definitely... if they can continue winning, yes, they can definitely win the series. It was about what I was about to say, and I realized what I was saying halfway through saying it, so I decided to go in a different direction with that one. But yeah, that does put NG Black up 1-0 in this series. Obviously, they just lost the previous one. I feel like the switch to CMG, it obviously, maybe it just sort of caught them by surprise, and they weren't really ready for it. Like I was saying, Rubcubs was actually running the Clemency talent, which gives him an extra Blessing of Freedom and an extra Blessing of Protection, but he has a longer cooldown on his Divine Shield as a result. And I thought that was weird going up against an LSD, but it seems to have worked out.
It might be that he wants the additional freedoms to help CMG push in and get his spheres. So anytime he wants to use that Spectral Guise and go invisible, he's also getting the freedom to actually go in, so he's not snared by whatever snares they have. What do they have? Fairy Fire, Frost Shock, maybe?
Yeah, I guess like there would be Frost Shock. There could be like Earth Grab Totem or something. Yeah. So maybe he's worried about Earth Grab Totem.
To me, I don't think it's an efficient pick.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think it's an efficient pick.
I'm just trying to think about the logic behind it. Maybe it was just a mistake, which is definitely possible.
Yeah, maybe you just
queue in. How many hours have they been playing?
Yeah, we have been here quite some time today, so it's possible for stuff like that to start happening. But yeah, we will be getting into this next match here very soon. Dalaran Sewers is where we're going. Map choice from Northern Gaming Red. They're going to go to the Dalaran Sewers.
Interesting, though.
Do you think they're going to stick with the Lock Shaman, or you think they're going to bring out Roasty for this one?
I don't know what to expect, to be honest. Dalaran Sewers seems like a bit of a strange map pick. It's very small. It doesn't play that strongly into the LSD composition, but they think it do. They think it does, so they've locked in Lock Shaman Druid versus the Holy Paladin Shatter. And I think if NG Black win this matchup, like, convincingly 4-0, they've definitely earned their spot as the top North American team currently.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a little bit of a miscommunication going on for the Gaming Red. They had a very good game last game. It's just a little bit of cooldowns used a little bit too little too late. And I think if they clean that up a little bit, it's going to be very hard for Northern Gaming Black to actually land and secure a kill. That being said, if Northern Gaming Black can take advantage of those little opportunities that Northern Gaming Red gives them, they can absolutely win this. I mean, Mage, Shadow Priest, Paladin, they have a lot of crowd control, they have a lot of damage, and I think if they play it well, they definitely have a shot at winning this game.
Yep, Rubcubs is once again running that Clemency talent. The other ability that I had forgotten that it also affects, which is a very important one, is Hand of Sacrifice, of course. So he will have 2 Hands of Sacrifice. So maybe he just wants that extra cooldown to use on one of his teammates versus having his own cooldown a little bit more often, which can make sense considering that the Shadow Priest can be so squishy and that Wealthy Man has been running Evanescence, which he is still running. So we'll have to see how well this works out for him. This match is already getting underway here. Cubsy caught into that Ring of Frost and Asper into the Fists of Justice, just taking a beating right now. He's already having to pop that Shamanistic Rage, and it may not be enough. The Grounding Totem did come out there and absorbed a little bit of damage for him, but I don't really think it got what he wanted. All it took out was a Frostbolt. So this is already looking pretty strong for Northern Gaming Black.
I would say that it's like a typical start, definitely on the positive end, that they got Asper's Shamanistic Rage, which means that the next attack could force a more important cooldown like Cubsy's Trinket or Asper's Trinket. That's really what they're they're looking for so that they can open up any swap opportunities. We see a full fear secured on Rubcup, forcing the trigger. CMG in trouble, so much damage, following up down to 15% HP, barely getting his dispersion off in time, but it was overlapped with Rubcub's Avenging Wrath, and this huge overlap of cooldowns is where NG Red can start to sink in and do a lot more damage.
Yeah, Rubcub's going to get a lot of value out of that Avenging Wrath, though. That is Sam I Am's second Demon Soul. He's not going to have another one available for another minute, and that's where a lot of the pressure from a Warlock comes in. That's sort of their burst damage cooldown. One thing I noticed is Asper's actually not using that glyph for Shamanistic Rage anymore, where he can actually get himself out of stuns. So if he gets Hodge and he uses Shamanistic Rage, he's still going to be sitting in it for the entire duration.
Yeah, he has instead opted to go for, I'm not sure which one he was running before, but it's either the Glyph of Purge, which gives him, it allows him to purge 2 things at once, or the Glyph of Lightning Shield, which makes him take 10% less damage. And I'm not sure which one he actually swapped for that. But yeah, it is an interesting choice to no longer have that available to him. Meanwhile, CMG and Wealthy Man are taking a fair amount of damage. Sam I Am's doing a good job of keeping up as many dots as possible, as well as Asper, like you were saying in an earlier game, Sid, what he really wants to do is make sure that he's keeping that Flame Shock on 3 targets as much as possible so that he can just pop out back-to-back lava bursts over and over again. And he's doing a really good job right now of making sure that all 3 members of Northern Gaming Black have that Flame Shock active, which is giving him some good procs and allowing him to put out some good damage right there. He's actually going to drop down the Earthquake as well, which has that chance to stun people, which is why we see CMG falling over multiple times now. CMG just getting the worst luck with that Earthquake.
Don't stand in fire and don't stand in earthquakes, but CMG and Wealthy Man both seem to like to do that. They're fully defense right now. Both teams have basically said, you know what? Everything that's happened doesn't matter, basically, at this point. It's like a clean reset, almost. Cubsy with a nice Dispel on that Horrify on Asper. That's going to allow NG Red to push in and keep the aggression. CMG actually being the one to sprint in first. They've got a full Hex on Wealthy Man. Decides to break out of that. Full Fear on Rubcub. They're trying to get a kill over onto Asper. He's really not responding. He's playing quite greedy. He's going to get away with the greed, though, this time around. Cubsy saving the day. Wealthy Man and CMG down to about half HP. Rubcub actually gets locked on his heel, and this could spell trouble for Wealthy Man. There's a lot of damage coming up from Asper. Goodbye. Whoa. That is going to be it, and that is quite a little bit of a down goes moment for Wealthy Man. Despite kind of playing pretty standard throughout the match, they got caught off guard, and that one lockout on Rubcub's heel ultimately cost them the game.
Yeah, Cubsy actually at the end of that game had 2 beautiful dispels. Like you said, he had a Lightning to Fast dispel onto the Disarm coming out of CMG, as well as the follow-up Hodge from Rubcubs immediately got dispelled as well. So 2 clutch dispels allowed his team to get aggressive and sort of turn around the aggression onto NG Black.
It's not normal that you see the Elemental Shaman Asper playing it doing the top damage in the game. Usually it's the Warlocks.
I think it might have something to do with people standing in AoE
oh, yeah.
earthquakes.
Just padding the meter, like, oh, here's an earthquake. Yeah, we'll stay in it because you'll look really good on the meter at the end of the game. Either way, we are tied 1-1 in this final best of 7. No matter what happens, whoever wins this will be the winning team of this first qualifying cup, taking home $3,000.
Yep. Something to keep in mind, like we've said already many times today, is both of these teams have already qualified and secured their spots at the North American Regionals, which is what they both set out to do. And I think at this point, both teams are exceptionally happy with the results of this tournament. But there's nothing wrong with winning some extra money.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's certainly nice to get that extra $1,800, but really what they came here for is that spot at the regionals where they can compete over that $100,000 prize pool, which is it's a little bit more than $1,800, just a little bit of a gap there. 1,800, 100,000, a little bit different. Obviously, the 100,000 is distributed between all of the people there as well, but still, like there's a lot more money on the line at regionals, and they're just both going to be really happy at this point to even be moving on. That said, $1,800 versus not $1,800. It's still something you kind of want to go for.
You know, the interesting thing, because NG Red lost the first game, that means it's map pick advantage and comp pick advantage for NG Black. And I think that's a pretty big deal. If Asper's team want to switch to Mage Moonkin, that comp that Northern Gaming Black played with the Shadow Priest is actually really good against it. And if they have the advantage of knowing what they're playing, they could switch Jackson for the all-in onto Cubsy. Then they could switch to the God comp to deal with the Moonkin. And it's actually in favor of NG Black overall in the series right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We just have to see if they do decide to go with a strategy like that and decide to choose that Arcane Mage, Assassination Rogue, Holy Paladin. They're going to have to make sure that their swaps onto Cubsy, those all-ins are a little bit cleaner, because we saw Cubsy sort of dismantle that aggression and play basically beautifully in order to survive.
Yep. So we do have a map pick now. It is going to be Northern Gaming Black's pick, and they are going to want to take us to Ruins of Lordaeron, which is interesting considering we just came from Dalaran Sewers. Generally speaking, you see compositions. If a composition favors one, it also kind of favors the other. But I think in this case, like these teams have been so evenly matched the entire time that I don't know that the map makes a huge difference in these matchups, at least with the comps that they've been playing. If it continues to be that God comp versus that LSD, we'll have to see. It is still going to be the LSD for Northern Gaming Red. And Northern Gaming Black, they are going to swap in Jax, and they're going to go with that Assassination Rogue Arcane Mage again.
And I feel like this is a mistake by NG Red. Like, they literally walked into the same map on their choice. They walked into the same map that got Cubsy killed.
Maybe Cubsy's just confident he's gonna live. You know,
Yeah.
He's like, if I have Trinket, I'm not gonna die, and if they try to kill me again, I won't let it happen. I mean, we saw how much damage Rubcub, Wealthy Man, and Jax can do, so I don't know if he should be that confident, but maybe that's where this choice is coming from.
Was this NG Black's pick or NG Red's pick? I can't even keep track. They're the same, like they're both Northern Gaming, so it's so difficult to actually remember who won the last game at this point.
There's too many Northern Gamings. All right,
it
so
was
Northern Gaming Black picked Ruins of Lordaeron, but then Northern Gaming Red walked Cubsy into the map with the Resto Druid.
Yeah, exactly.
So they must be feeling confident in Cubsy's ability to survive. Otherwise, NG Black maybe has a surprise. Let's see, Jax just running in early sap onto Asper, full hots onto him. So I would imagine that they're going to want to wait for those heal over time effects to run out. They do drop the smoke bomb. They're committing quite a lot of damage onto Asper. They're committing everything now onto Asper, but Asper just completely deflects it with his shamanistic rage. Cubsy is no longer crowd controlled. They should be able to deal with this all in. I don't want to prove myself wrong here, but they should be able to deal with it now. Their entire team gating across the map with that sprint effect from Cubsy, and NG Red have completely diffused the opening pressure from NG Black.
Wealthy Man actually has presence of mind out right now. I think it actually got purged there from Asper, so not getting a lot of value out of that cooldown right there. Actually getting no value whatsoever. So unfortunately, a lot of CC isn't going to be coming in onto Northern Gaming Red for quite some time. Cubsy does have that Heart of the Wild up right now, empowering his heals. He used that to deflect the Vendetta coming out from Jax. Now Rubcub's actually the target of choice, taking a lot of damage. The Hodge going out onto Cubsy. We should see a Polymorph coming out after that, but the pre-Iron Bark onto Asper should deflect a lot of this damage coming out onto him. He does have a lot of hots as well. That being said, I mean, he's taking so much damage right now, and Asper, I think, is actually playing the long Shamanistic Rage, so he's not going to have a Shamanistic Rage for over another minute.
Yeah, in fact he is. He's playing with the Glyph of Shamanistic Resolve, which means his Shamanistic Rage does an extra 30% damage reduction while it's active, but it's much longer cooldown. Rubcub's taking a fair chunk of damage there. He's going to go ahead and respond with his Avenging Wrath. Cubsy is out of cooldowns at this point, at least out except for his Nature Swiftness. So if they can keep up this pressure onto Asper, Asper could be in a lot of trouble. He's got about 36 seconds until his next Shamanistic Rage comes up, and there's actually the Nature Swiftness coming out from Cubsy. So there's about a 30-second window here where maybe NG Black can make something happen. Wealthy Man's Arcane Power has just come up, so they do have the opportunity to get at least a little bit aggressive here. But unfortunately, Jax's Vendetta is not going to come up until Shamanistic Rage comes up for Asper. So maybe not really able to make as much as they want to have happen with that. Probably going to just go ahead and hold on to that Arcane Power until Vendetta comes up at this point.
Wealthy Man is just so unlucky. He keeps going for those polymorphs and he gambles at a 50-50 Dispel, but he never wins it. Samayam just always removes the polymorph, so Wealthy Man might be tilting maybe a little bit from that. He's just not getting lucky enough. We see the Shamanistic Rage traded out for the Vendetta, and running that Glyph, which makes it more powerful, should be more than enough to deal with this attack from NG Black. And unless NG Black read the tooltip and kind of double check to know how much damage reduction it is, they can't keep trying to kill Asper.
Yeah, this is actually a very sneaky strategy. They're going to have Vendetta lined up every single time, and there's no way for them to actually know it unless they click on the tooltip, like you said, which is unlikely. I mean, you don't see this glyph often used. Rubcub taking a little bit of damage right now. He is able to get off some casts. He's fully loaded with Dotso. Samayam sort of going crazy with this Dark Soul right now. He does have another one coming up at around 1 minute. Asper still, of course, doesn't have a Shamanistic Rage available for another minute, but unfortunately Northern Gaming Black doesn't know that, so they're not going to be able to capitalize on the fact that he doesn't have Shamanistic Rage. At this point, their best bet is that they just want to force that cooldown. They don't know he actually doesn't have it. Cubsy getting caught into the Hodge right now. Gets actually no follow-up whatsoever, dispelled by Channel. The blind, though, coming out on the Cubsy. Asper taking a lot of damage. The Iron Bar coming out from Cubsy. Big response there. He knows a lot of pressure is going to be going on to Asper, so he throws out the NS as well as the Iron Bar to prevent some incoming damage. Asper's Shamanistic Mystic Rage will be coming up in around 1 minute. If they can get one more clean swap on Asper, this could just be the game, but Jack's taking a lot of pressure. Has his Cloak of Shadows coming up in around 10 seconds. Rub Cup, though, might have to go into the bubble. I don't know if he got interrupted or what, but he had bubble available. A lot of incoming damage from Northern Gaming Red. And I don't know if he got interrupted or he just didn't use the cooldown. He didn't expect the damage, but that was unfortunate.
I think it was an interrupt leading into it, but I feel like he did have like a second to react to that. Like maybe I'm completely wrong. It's kind of hard to gauge with interrupts, like how long without an actual timer. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He was interrupted during that time.
Yes. Well, he was just coming out of a earthquake stun as well. Like he had just been stunned by an earthquake, so that's something that happens so infrequently. I almost wonder if he was just like, why can't I cast the healing spell? Why is my healing spell not working? And then he just dies because he's just not ready
like
for
an
it.
Execution sentence or something
exactly.
that to come in and save him. But I mean, players, like even really good players, sometimes they die without using cooldowns. It's just not that big of a deal.
Okay, Ven.
I don't know if Rupcup's probably saying that right now. He's probably like, okay, I lost that one. Sorry. But I mean, if you lose $1,200 because you don't press one button,
I know the feeling.
I would be upset.
I know the feeling, all right?
Oh man. So yeah, that is going to put NG Red up 2-1 in this series. It will be NG Black's map pick at this point, and that was actually NG Black's map pick that we were just playing on, which means that now we were talking earlier about how NG Black had kind of the counter comp advantage, and now NG Red has taken that. So now it's Red that actually has the advantage, putting themselves in the much stronger position to be able to take this whole series.
I'm starting to think the counters are less and less counters and more about who makes more mistakes, because definitely like every loss has been mostly dedicated to a mistake. In the match overall, less than it has been like, oh, we just can't beat that certain composition.
Yeah, and that's honestly good to see. A lot of the times players will just chalk it up to, oh man, this comp can't beat this comp. But it's nice to see players capitalizing on mistakes and actually taking advantage of that and sort of overcoming some of the comp disadvantages they may have.
Yeah, it seems like every year at BlizzCon we've always been like, oh, an RMD is going to win, RMD is going to win, or LSD is going to win, and they don't. Yeah, like every year there's a comp that's supposed to win. And then like last year it was Turbo that won, so it just seems like it kind of works out that way, where a lot of times you kind of feel like this comp is the one that this is the best comp or whatever, but just like you have to remember that the people that are playing the other comps are used to dealing with a lot of people playing that comp.
They've played hundreds of games practicing against, so that's what it ends up coming down to. And sometimes that's what happens when you try to counter-comp a team. Even though on paper you should win, the other team has played so many games that they've refined their strategies enough to, if you're not playing as well as other people playing that comp, you're not going to win.
Yeah, and it can even be kind of a mental trap as well. Like if you think to yourself, okay, well, I'm playing this comp, I should beat that comp. So all we have to do is just play right and we'll win. And you just kind of get yourself in that mindset of, well, I'll just play right and this will be easy for us. And then, well, it turns out the other guys are still pretty good at the game. So you end up making a mistake here or there because you weren't quite under as much pressure.
There's a European Druid player named Looney, and he has this quote: whenever he loses a match, he doesn't believe in saying, oh, we just always lose. If we lose a match, he's like, we just need to not play god-awful. We will win. So I think it's definitely a good idea to have a personality that doesn't get into the mentality of we can't win. It's bad to be in that position.
You got to be, I think I can.
Yeah. The little RMD that could, or whatever.
The little RMD that could.
The little Northern Gaming that could in this situation.
Yeah. Well, and apparently both of these Northern Gamings really are the Northern Gamings that could, because they are here in the finals, beating everybody else. Like we said earlier, we started with a round of 256 for this qualifier, so these guys had a lot of matches to play to get here, and now it's working out for them. They both qualified, and one of them is going to be walking away with $3,000.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how NG Black decide to play the map. Are they going to go all in again onto NG Red? Are they going to try and play it passively? Are they going to rotate their cooldowns and split them up? I like to see the all-ins because it's just so unexpected the amount of damage they can produce. So I'm kind of hoping for an all-in. We're going to have to find out here in a few seconds as they do get the opening pressure over onto Asper. And I'm curious if they figured out that he's running that glyph that will reduce so much damage. It actually looks like they might get it even without using the Vendetta. No, they decide to trade out Cubsy's Iron Bark instead. That should be able to stabilize stabilize him. He's trying to be kind of greedy. He doesn't want to trinket into a Vendetta, so Cubsy desperately needs to hold on to his trinket.
Yeah, he did get his Heart of the Wild up, though, so his HOTS are going to be a little bit more powerful. Now that he's out of CC, he should be able to stabilize Asper's HP, and it looks like he's going to easily be able to do that. Asper actually getting a nice Hex onto Wealthy Man as well. He's not going to trinket out of that, but he also has no way to get out, so he gets to sit the entire thing. Rubcub's fully loaded with dots right now. The Haunt connecting Sam doing a tremendous amount of damage right now. Still has one Dark Soul charge available if he needs it. Probably going to be saving that for after Wings, most likely. Asper actually getting swapped to right now, caught into the kidney shot. Cubsy put into Hodge into the Polymorph, gets dispelled by Chanimals. So once again, the Polymorph's landing onto Cubsy. It just gets dispelled, and they're not going to be able to land a kill unless they get CC onto Cubsy.
It does look like Northern Gaming Black has figured out what's going on with Asper's Shamanistic Rage, because Jax has just been holding on to his Vendetta for ages now. He knows that as soon as he pops Vendetta, all that's going to happen is Asper's going to use Shamanistic Rage, and he's just going to be fine. Assuming that they stick with Asper as the kill target, they could theoretically try to swap it over onto Cubsy. It looks like they might be trying to do that right now. They did get the kidney shot onto him, but fortunately Cubsy was expecting it. He got into bear form, and he got out of there in a hurry using that Demonic Gateway. Still taking a lot of damage, though, down to about 30% health with that Bark Skin active. Still no Vendetta coming out from Jackson, and they may not even need it. Cubsy's getting so low right now, down to 20% health. He's now in bear form, just running around trying to let his hot stick up on himself. He's going to go ahead and use his Nature Swiftness and his Iron Bark on himself, and that now means that he doesn't have those cooldowns available for Asper, and that could give Northern Gaming Black the opportunity to swap over onto Asper and pull out that Shamanistic Rage.
I don't think they're swapping anytime soon. Jax has basically committed everything into Cubsy at this point. Unfortunately, now Cubsy has managed to escape, so Jax will have to turn his sights to somebody else, and it looks like Asbury is going to be his target for now, killing that Healing Stream Totem, trying to prevent any extra off-healing. He is overextending quite far, and every time I see Jax run into the middle of the map, I get a little bit scared for him. It looks like they are setting up decent pressure onto Asbury, and they have gotten his Shamanistic Rage. Now this Shamanistic Rage will not line up with Vendetta. This is the perfect opportunity in another minute for Northern Gaming Black to take victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Rubcubs, though, taking a lot of damage, deciding doesn't want a repeat of last game, going to be throwing out that Divine Shield. He's going to be 100% okay right now, spamming out those heals on himself. Sam using that Dark Soul. Once again, fully loading up the team of NG Black. Jax actually having to use that Cloak of Shadows. He's not going to have that cooldown available for a while, but Cubsy getting swapped to, uses the Bark Skin, is in bear form, doing everything he can to survive, doesn't have the Gateway charge just up enough yet. Able to throw out the NS on himself. It looks like he might be okay for now. Jax actually deciding to swap, going back onto Asper for the time being. The kidney shot going out onto him. So much pressure. The smoke bomb does come in. Cubsy displacing into it, trying to get as much healing onto Asper as possible. Throws out the Iron Bark, and now Cubsy has no more defensive cooldowns. It looks like they're swapping back onto him. He doesn't have any way to get away except the gateway that he just used. So after this gateway, if Jax can reconnect, it's going to be hard for him to survive.
Yeah, and Jax will have his Vendetta available in about 12 seconds here. Wealthy Man's going to have his Arcane Power available as well, so that's going to be a lot of burst damage available in just a second. They can continue going on to Cubsy, or they could even swap it over on Asper, who will not have his Sham Rage available. And Cubsy's still taking so much damage, but meanwhile, Jax is getting really low as well. It's just counter pressure on counter pressure right now. Rubcub's now dropping down to 30%, 20% health. He does have his Trinket available, but that's about it. His Execution Sentence will be coming up in a couple of seconds. He's trinketed. I don't even know what he trinketed there. It didn't seem like he was CC'd or anything, but either way, he's now used his Trinket. He's used his Execution Sentence. He's trying to keep his teammates alive. The Arcane Power has come out from Wealthy Man, but still no Vendetta from Jax. Jax just looking for that right opportunity to be able to connect. He's trying to stay as aggressive as possible. There's the evasion coming out just to try to avoid any random stuns or anything. Rubcubs, though, still taking so much pressure, down to 16% health, 12% health, just spamming Word of Glory on himself as much as possible, trying to stay alive. Sam is coming around from behind. He may be able to just kill him right here, right inside of that. The Avenging Wrap is going to be enough. He is somehow, with no health, still staying alive. Sam just feels bad. He's going to walk away from that one and try to go after Jax at this point, down at 20% health. Rubcubs with this Avenging Wrap active, though he might be able to get him through it, but no, Jax is going to go down.
I feel like Northern Gaming Black, they just don't realize that Asper's running that glyph, because they had the perfect opportunity to kill him, and then they're like, let's go Cubsy. They literally finally found a moment where they could have killed him. I think they're just unaware that Asbury's changed his glyph to get a stronger Shamanistic Rage on a longer cooldown, and when he doesn't have it, he's so vulnerable. I can't believe that they missed that opportunity. They definitely need to figure that out if they want to make a comeback here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when they actually committed the Vendetta onto Cubsy, he still had his Barkskin and he still had Trinket available. Whereas if they had just done it, like you said, onto Asper, he would have had nothing.
Yeah.
As soon as that was desynced, that was their window.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because he used the Vendetta at a certain point early on in the game. He used it on Cubsy, which then forced Cubsy to use every single one of his cooldowns. And, like, Asper isn't just going to randomly Shamanistic Rage at that point. So that means that once they were able to swap to him a minute later, there was nothing left for Cubsy to be able to throw to save Asper. Asper had to use, even though there was no major offensive cooldowns coming out from Northern Gaming Black, Asper had to use his Shamanistic Rage at that point, which meant that it was desynced, like you were saying, which meant that once Vendetta came back up again, they had the opportunity to just go hard on Asper at that point. He wouldn't have any way to deal with that, but instead they went on Cubsy. And Cubsy was like, okay, Barkskin, okay, Displacer Beast, okay, Bear Form.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, I'm fine, yeah.
Okay, back off. Like, I don't know what I can really say other than they don't feel confident killing anyone other than Cubsy. I mean, I think they are, number one, unaware that he's running that specific glyph that changes the cooldown rotation. And then number two, they don't feel confident in killing anyone other than Cubsy.
Yeah. But Cubsy's doing such a tremendous job keeping himself alive. And what happens when you commit so much to Cubsy, he's just so aware of the situation. You know, he doesn't have to be scared for the rest of his teammates, and he can keep himself fully hotted, always keep himself in a position where he's going to be able to escape and survive the incoming damage.
Do you think we're going to go back to God Comp at all for RubCub?
Possibly. I mean, at this point, it's maybe worth a shot. Just because, but again, like I feel like they had the window there. I feel like they had the opportunity. So I think they might decide to do that just because they might be thinking, well, that was what was working for us before, so we should try that again. But I feel like that would be the wrong choice because I feel like they actually had the opportunity to win with that previous comp.
Yeah, I guess it's entirely up to them for a playstyle change as well. Do they want to play that wizard-based comp, or do they want to have Jax on that rogue overextending constantly? Because I feel like God comp can switch to druid just as easily as Jax can on rogue.
That's true.
So I feel like both comps have the same window to win. Just they maybe don't feel confident with the Shadow Priest, and it looks like they are going to be locking in LSD again for NG Red and the Assassination Arcane Mage Holy Paladin for NG Black. And this is game number 5, I believe, but we're 3-1, so this is match point.
This is match point
for NG Red.
Decides to, or doesn't decide, ends up winning this game. I think despite Northern Gaming Black losing that last game, they had a lot of pressure. They had a lot of opportunities to actually secure a kill. They just played just a little bit better and take advantages of the opportunities they have just a little bit more. I think they can definitely land a kill against Northern Gaming Red and get the series back on.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. So we will be going to Tiger's Peak as the map of choice for NG Black here. And like you guys are saying, I mean, I feel like we've said it a few times over now, but I feel like NG Black, they really have it. They have what they need. They have the ability to actually take the win here. That seems like they've sort of figured out the way to actually peel apart the layers of this Resto Druid and Elemental Shaman and be able to strike at that meaty, delicious, dwarfy core of Asper.
What? Never use those words together in a sentence ever again. Meaty, delicious, dwarfy core.
There were like 4 analogies going through my head at that particular moment in time, and none of them made any sense.
Would I be scared if I got into your head?
Probably.
We can see NG Red coming in here and setting up their defensive position with their gateway. Cubsy actually getting sapped. This is so important. They're just going to all in straight from the beginning. Cubsy sees it coming. He trinkets up, but they stun him on his trinket. Goodbye, Cubsy. How are you going to make it out alive? I don't think you are. Asper's trying desperately to support him, but they interrupt that off-heal, and that sap is going to cost Cubsy the game. You know, I was saying he has the advantage of being in stealth, but if they find him, they're just going to completely annihilate him.
That match took 23 seconds.
It's really funny that you saw him get sapped and you're like, yep, that's the game. Game's over. You're dead. And it's like, even though, yeah, I mean, I guess we all kind of knew. We've seen the kind of damage that they've done again. If we look at the damage, RubCub still, in that short amount of game, still did 136,000 damage, which is nothing to shake a stick at because I think that kill window was probably only like 6 or 7 seconds.
Yeah, doing that much damage, because, yeah, the game itself took, what did I say, 23 seconds, something like that? And
half the game was them
20 of those seconds were them running in.
Yeah,
half the game was the door opening.
Doing 25k DPS as a Holy Pally is kind of good.
Yeah, that is not bad at all. So yeah, Northern Gaming Black clearly not out of this yet. They clearly feel as though they have what it takes and they deserve to continue going through this series. So we have a replay of.
Let's see it.
The key
I guarantee the replay starts in the waiting room, doesn't it? Nope, okay, not that far forward, but here it is. You can see Rubcub committed all of his damage into Cubsy right when the sap happened, and there was no way really for him to escape. I mean, maybe he could have Trinket Meld Ironbarked or something, but even still, I don't know if that would have been enough damage reduction to survive that all-in. If Cubsy gets found in stealth, he is dead.
So is it worth
It's
him
over.
being in stealth? Like, what do you think? Should he be in bear form?
You would think he's starting bear?
I don't know. I don't know if that does enough. I don't think that does enough at all.
I don't think it will do enough either. I think he just needs to not be found.
I think getting the sap on the rest of Druid there is like that 1% crazy, like, oh, we just win now sort of thing.
After you see a game like that, sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
What about like if Wealthy Man decided to just like immediately, this is a strategy they could do, just palm polymorph Cubsy. He gets palm polymorphed at the start of the game when he comes out to heal, and they get opened up on a perfect opener like that. It doesn't look like there's anything he can do. So that's definitely something they could try out.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have any hots. They could set it up by spell
It would
stealing him.
be just as good as a sap.
Yeah, but he can be dispelled by Sam I Am.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's the issue, I think.
Yeah.
Sam I Am's Imp Dispel for Polymorph is literally the #1 reason why they're able to keep winning this game.
Well, if you saw what happened in that last game, he actually trinketed. So even though he trinketed, he died. They could just blind him. If he doesn't trinket, kill him.
Out of the blind, yeah. You're right. They should do that.
Basically, they have a lot of damage, and they should probably just push their buttons.
They should just press everything now. Cubsy, die, please.
I mean, Cubsy's using everything. He's not doing a bad job. And he's still just going down. So they could do a strategy like that where it's literally like, okay, you open, blind, fully spell steal. If you trinket, you die. If you don't trinket, you die.
We've created an impossible decision, Cubsy. Answer it.
Figure it out.
I guess that's why they wanted the Holy Paladin version, right? They didn't want that to end up happening, and now Northern Gaming Black maybe have found a way to win, which means that Northern Gaming Red might decide to play a different comp. They do have the advantage of knowing ahead of time now, so they can play Asper on Moonkin.
Yeah, they could just play that mage Moonkin Paladin like we were talking about, and that is the advantage of winning the first game or being up in a series. Now they're in a position where they can win with a better composition.
Yep, and we will be going to Blade's Edge. Northern Gaming Black has locked in the Arcane Mage, Assassination Rogue, Holy Paladin composition yet again. Clearly it worked for them in the last game, so might as well give it another try, see if they can get another 20-second win. And I'm fully expecting that we're going to see, it is going to be that Moonkin Druid, that Frost Mage, and that Holy Paladin to sort of answer that and say, all right, well then here's a whole bunch of damage back.
Well, not only that, but now they have Bop and they have Double and they have immunities to.
Poor little Cubsy. It feels so bad. I play a Druid too, so at home when you die to that and you're just like, I tried. I don't know what to do. So
your team's just like, what happened? Did you use anything? It's
what
like,
are you doing, noob? Why didn't you do something? Why didn't you live? It's your fault. It's like, I don't know. So
well, they have half the time, like even in the situations, like Asper used, like or not Asper, sorry, Cubsy used like everything that he had in that game. But a lot of times that all just happens so fast that you just go, why can't these fingers do what I need them to?
Probably because you're Garrote and Cheap Shot.
Yeah. Yep. All right, so here we are on Blade's Edge Arena. Possibly we may actually have an issue here that Northern Gaming Red had to drop out for. So yeah, we are going to remake this match, and we will get back into that ASAP.
We're still on match point for NG Red. If they win this, they are #1 team in Qualifier Cup #1. If NG Black wins the next two, they're #1 team in Qualifier Cup #1. Either way, both teams are going to regionals. So, you know, if you guys are fans of either of these teams and you're watching, you're maybe confused. This is basically just for glory and the extra $1,800. Money and glory.
And I mean, money is kind of one of the major motivating factors of this whole thing anyway, because obviously you go on to regionals, $100,000 prize pool. You go on to BlizzCon from there, $200,000 prize pool.
Is it really money, or is it the big BlizzCon?
Yeah, the trophy. I mean, that trophy looks pretty cool.
For me, it would be money. If I was good enough to compete, I would be like, man, think of all the stuff I could buy with that much money.
Yep.
I could upgrade my computer. I could get like a sweet motorcycle. Yeah.
You can ride a motorcycle? I've seen you drive helicopters.
Yeah.
Would you buy a helicopter?
I'd probably do better with a helicopter than a motorcycle, I'll be honest.
All right, this is still 3-2. NG red on match point. NG black pulling a surprise victory, taking Cubsy down even through his trinket in that last game. But unfortunately for them, Holy Paladins don't die the same way as Resto Druids, so they're going to have to find a different way to victory, a different path, a different route. I feel like Asber is the best target for them overall, as he doesn't have an immunity. He's a Druid.
Yep.
Druids in general can die through their bark skin, so if they can CC chain Cubsy long enough, I think they can take Asber down.
Yeah, and definitely that swap to the Holy Paladin for Cubsy, it makes a whole lot of sense. Like, obviously, it happened in the first series where Cubsy just up and died right at the start. It then happened again in the second series, and so I feel like this is sort of one of those fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, I probably should just play Holy Paladin sort of situation.
Yeah. Is that the new quote?
Yeah.
All right, we can see Jax moving forward, landing a sap on Sam IM. Who are they going to open on? I think they want Asber. Asber is out of stealth, just currently running around in bear form, praying that he doesn't instantly die. Asber blinking away. He knows that what's coming. It looks like they're forced to open on Sam IM. He's just going to trinket out of that opening lockdown as they make a swap over into Asber, actually. Instead, they're committing the vendetta. They're going all in onto Asber. Will Cubsy respond in time? They drop the smoke bomb. Asber is in so much trouble right now, down to 28%. Cubsy barely connecting a heal in time to save him. Quite a close call for our little Boomkin friend, but he will survive.
Yeah, he's going to be okay for now. Now, Wealthy Man, the pressure turning around onto him a little bit. RubCub caught into a polymorph at the moment. He still has all his defensive cooldowns. Saved by the Light is going to proc onto Wealthy Man. Now RubCub's caught into that Cyclone from Asber. Wealthy Man basically doing everything he can to spam out those polymorphs onto Sam IM and stop some of that incoming damage. RubCub now using his Avenging Wrath. Going to be empowering his heals, so he is able to easily top off his teammates for now. But Wealthy Man, Jax, and RubCub want to get aggressive onto Asber. Cubsy actually getting that Blessing of Sacrifice onto Asber for the time being. Now, I'm not sure why it's not breaking the polymorph. Maybe they're just not attacking into it at all. So Cubsy actually doing a great job sacking that polymorph, and they're not able to actually get too much done. Wealthy Man taking a tremendous amount of damage as well. He does have one more tick of Evanesce left. RubCub's actually having to use his bubble there, so RubCub's actually has no more defensive cooldowns whatsoever. But the full kidney shot going out onto Asper, he decides to trinket that. Cubsy's still caught in a CC, but he has every single defensive cooldown left still. Northern Gaming Red's in a very commanding position right now.
Yeah, it's possibly worth noting, you mentioned Wealthy Man is running Evanescence. Even though the UI does show down at the bottom in that little cooldown section, it does show the ice block icon. Ooh. He does not have that available, and now he's stunned in that solar beam. He could just go down right there, and in fact he does. And that's going to do it. That's Northern Gaming Red. They have taken this series 4-2 versus Northern Gaming Black. That means they are our grand champions. They will be taking home that $3,000 first place prize. Of course, Northern Gaming Black still walks away with $1,200. Not too bad, but obviously you still want that extra $1,800. And both teams will be going on to compete at regionals in Columbus later this year.
I'm incredibly proud of Northern Gaming Black. I think they kind of outperformed the expectations that a lot of people had for them. And I think they played phenomenally, even in that last two series. Like, yeah, they could have taken that, I think, with a little bit more practice. Obviously, with regionals and BlizzCon being in Legion instead, they're going to have an opportunity to maybe try some different things out as well. So I think it's a big opportunity for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned being proud of these teams, but I think all the teams here today played tremendously well. I think this is one of the best, if not the best, regional qualifier we've ever seen. I mean, it was so fun to cast and to watch all these games today.
Yeah, any single one of these games that we've seen, and you can see the brackets here today, any single one of these games could have been like the finals at a regionals or something like that. Like these were all so good from start to finish. Of course, we can watch, you can just look here and see how Northern Gaming Black, to work their way up to the grand finals, they beat Soar Gaming early on, then they beat Tempo Storm 3-2, then had to face off against two Rets, beat them 3-1 to get into the grand finals. And then looking at Northern Gaming Red, they started off the day actually in a match that wasn't even on this bracket. They had to beat Team Jennings earlier than that, I believe it was. Then they had to beat Tempo Storm, which, by the way, got knocked down to them by Northern Gaming Black. Then they had to beat Splice. Then they had to beat two Rets, which again got knocked down to them by Northern Gaming Black. And then they came back here to win the grand final series, basically saying, all right, Northern Gaming Black, you keep giving us all of these teams that we have to face against. We'll just go ahead and beat them, and then we'll come along and beat you too.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm just super impressed as well. Today has been a spectacular day for WoW Esports. These teams played phenomenally. I'm so proud that like 300 people signed up to play in this tournament, and I've heard nothing but positive feedback, really just players that have maybe even not stepped into Arena deciding, let's sign up, let's give it a try, and then they get to fight against their idol, like a player like Sea-Doo, and they're like, I got to play against Sea-Doo. It's like a cool moment for them, even in that early round of 100 million, basically. So I'm super impressed with this first qualifying cup, and I'm really excited to see how the teams improve moving forward.
And remember, this is the first qualifying cup. We do have 2 more. The next one is going to be July 2nd, and you can sign up for that at gamebattles.net. If you guys want to compete in this tournament, you are more than welcome. It is open signups to everybody. Yep,
gamebattles.com. Go ahead and sign up for that. Anyone can compete. There's no restrictions or anything like that. So if you have a couple friends, feel like playing some arenas, even if it's even just a fun thing to do, just to we'll give it a shot. We'll see how far we can get. Even if you don't think you're going to end up taking home that $3,000 first place prize, it's still a fun way to play some World of Warcraft. So probably worth taking a look as well. And of course, later on this year in Columbus, Ohio, we're going to have the North America Finals. That's going to be October 8th and 9th. So definitely check those out as well. MLG.tv/Warcraft. Give those a look later on this year. And by the way, I just want to say it's been absolutely phenomenal working with MLG for these qualifiers so far. It's been great to really see sort of almost like a homecoming in a way for World of Warcraft coming back to MLG. It's really, really great to see. So it's been super awesome. And of course, GCD TV, our admin team as well. They've been doing a phenomenal job. Really, this has gone incredibly smoothly overall. I've been really, really pleased.
Yeah, we basically just had game after game after game after game after game with maybe a minute and a half. I think this is one of the smoothest tournaments I've ever been a part of. So hats off to everyone behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think we're all super thankful as well to be a part of it. This was such a cool event. All the teams playing so amazing. The series were so close. It wasn't like some tournaments in the past where some teams just sweep everybody 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. It was actually almost unpredictable.
There was 0 3-0s.
Yeah, well,
there's actually 0 3-0s.
I think there was 1 3-0 yesterday, but it wasn't played today. So technically today there were no 3-0s.
Yeah.
So, but there were so many comebacks, so many opportunities that people claimed, and
so many different compositions too, which was really cool. We saw
variety.
Yeah, such a variety of compositions and players running different stuff. It made it really exciting because even we didn't know what was going to go on.
Yeah, exactly. There was so much just unexpected. The unexpected was happening constantly. But anyway, that's going to wrap it up for us here, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in today. On behalf of myself, Josh Allen, we've got Van Ruki, aka Elliot Venzel. I said that backwards for some reason.
It's okay.
Sid Compton, aka Supertees, and of course for Jared Colston, aka VHEL, who's been observing these last couple of matches as well as casting earlier today. Just want to say thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we will see you next time.